the LEC was forged by countless great moments that forever changed the European landscape. In match history, we look back at the games that will live on in the memory of every European fan. And of course, highlights from the LEC 2022 season.
So, same question. What do you want to see from draft?
So I actually agree with Ender. I think we want to see Gillies performing well, but it's actually looking back through the drafts, and there's only been 2 times that I've seen a strong mid jungle come out from this squad for SK over the last little while. And those 2 were against Astralis and Rogue, the 2 victories that they picked up. So I really want to see them try and pin that down in this draft here. Get something where they have that winning 2v2 and then look to play into these pick styles, because that seems to be where their strengths lie.
Well, right now, Trundle, Poppy, Yuumi find themselves in the ban pool. Vitality will remove that Kalista. That will make my LPL buddy very happy. Definitely one of the picks we don't see a huge amount here. Do you see a little bit more Draven as well? Something to be considered when you do think about the games for the rest of today?
Yeah, like we'd be looking at a lot more like Xerxes that would come up, Wukong going to be taken off the board with Poppy, but like things like Talia as well are super high priority over the LPL, but not getting as much of that here. But I do think it can work out exceptionally well, and takes a lot of those really difficult junglers off the board as well, because a lot of them do want to try and jump in, and actually does work well against matchups like this Sylas if it is picked up first.
I will say the Talia has been pretty popular over the last few weeks. We didn't see it in game number 1. We'll see whether or not she finds herself available and selected. Vi is locked in. It's one of the more, shall I say, controversial junglers. A lot of people have strong opinions, but it can play into what you were saying, mid-jungle duo.
But I actually love it. I think Vi is super strong in the current patch. She locks down a ton of these more mobile carries like the Zeri that we're highlighting. And I think she has her spot right now in the meta. Now, not obviously the most mobile of champions in Sivir, but definitely can take over in the early stages if you're able to play through that strong mid-jungle. Jarvan going to be taken, though, for Haru. We've seen he's very capable of playing towards his lanes as of late, like linking up with Labrov. This is where I'm going to be looking to see if that mid-jungle support of Vitality can take over.
Now this Jarvan is only the 2nd time we've seen from Haru all year. The only other game that he did play on the pick, it was a loss. I do, however, love seeing the Rakan in the hands of Treats. Again, this is a team that struggles, so despite the fact it's the 3rd time in Summer, he's lost both previous attempts on the champion, it does play into Treats' strengths. Certus will lock in the LeBlanc. Mid-jungle, do you like this combo?
Yeah, really strong at the moment, but I think you can take something like a Sylas here for perks and still be relatively okay. Like, you get access to the Vi ultimate then, you get a decent matchup against the LeBlanc in the mid lane, at least one you can survive through, and then you do have a very strong combo with that Jarvan if you want to try and link up with it, especially if you are going to keep playing towards that mid lane like Vitality. I'm surprised to see the LeBlanc though. I actually thought we would see something like the Zeri, or at least the AD carry locked in here for Jesu to try and match what Vitality have, because now you can ban away some of these high priority AD carries, and you're kind of left in an odd spot here, especially as well. Zaya taken off the board, if the Zeri goes where now you're like Aphelios, maybe you're something like the Jinx or something along these lines that aren't exactly the best answers into the dive composition that Vitality have.
Not the strongest options, and of course Jesu, when we look through the champions played, Jinx, Ezreal, Zeri, Aphelios, Kai'Sa, he's even got a Draven under his belt and a Vayne, just as an aside. But the Ahri was going to be the pick there for perks. The one thing I will highlight, Certus has played that LeBlanc once this summer. He actually went unkilled. It was a fantastic performance from him, and it obviously helped lead towards the win. I want to see some confident play, because for SK, super tough weekend. Even if they win all 3 games, just like Trouble was highlighting, it will only increase the number of scenarios in which they advance, maybe even with that tiebreaker, to 70%. They need some help from the rest of the league. It starts with picking up an upset win against Vitality. I think when you look at the most recent weeks, Vitality very heavily favors.
Yeah, I'm curious to see though what way Vitality want to try and play it the rest of this draft, because the Alistar is going to be banned away, so they're obviously putting pressure on towards Labrov in that bot side. So I imagine they are going to keep the counter pick for Alphari, but something we actually see a lot is just taking the Gnar off rip, like just going, hey, Gnar is so incredibly strong, there's very few bad matchups, unless you want to go for something like the Aurelia, but that requires a lot of resources towards Genix in the top lane. Now, Genix did spectacular in week 7, the highest damage dealer on SK, so maybe that is where they want to put those resources, but we just have to see exactly what the plan is for Vitality.
And what will Alphari run? Out of his season thus far, the 15 games played, he has 9 on Gnar. He will this time around lock in the Ornn. Only played it once, also went unkilled. We'll lean again towards the team fighting that we've seen being a bit of a trend here in Europe, and we're waiting for Labrov then to counterpick the support. Jezu needs to lock in his bot laner, GenX needs to lock in his top laner, and we're going to get a Yasuo top into that Ornn.
That's pretty spicy. Is it going top though? This could be like a Rakan Yasuo bot lane that we could be looking at here. Which
no way.
Might be it, because honestly I think going for something like a Sejuani or something along these lines, the top side is probably your best bet. Unless you want to go for something like a Camille and go spit spicier, but never mind, we're going even more than that. We're getting the Darius top lane.
Yo, okay. So you're saying Yasuo, Rakan bottom lane. I'm going to have to ask my stats team for some Yasuo stats on Jezu. I don't have them immediately at hand. While the stats team are looking that up, what are we going to have as this final answer? There's grins, by the way. Perks and Kazi are grinning. Look at that cheeky smile from Kazi. He knows he's going to have an interesting laning phase.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Galio hover here by Labrov, like trying to find ways to shut down what is just going to be a wombo combo of everyone jump in and hope for the best. I think that Galio ults can definitely help to separate the fight, cause issues on that fight, but my word is everything on SK Gaming is going to be focused on making sure that Jezu comes out of this laning phase unscathed, because you need this Yasuo to be your DPS. He needs to be the late game carry, and he's the one that's going to be working off of Rakan engages, Vi engages, even Darius just hooks will be able to enable Jezu.
How the hell do SK take towers unless they absolutely kill everything on Vitality's side? Also, wouldn't it be beautiful irony to take down Perks, to defeat Vitality, when Perks was running Yasuo in the bot lane just a few years ago?
It would be absolutely gorgeous, but we'll have to see if Perks wants to try and shut down that Yasuo, because definitely when you're looking at Haru and Perks, you have good amount of wave control there with the Ahri. You can look to try and play around the charm as well for the Jarvan, and I would not be surprised to see them playing down towards this bot side. Just make sure Yasuo does not have a good time.
About to jump into it. I've just heard from stats that in fact there are 4 professional games from Jezu on Yasuo. 1 in the LFL, 3 of them in an off-season tournament. He went 2-2 on the pick, and if I recall correctly, it was back in 2020 or 2021. So Jezu has experience with this. It was with the Misfits Academy roster. Can he use the Yasuo bot to pop off against Vitality? Now, Dagda, you know I love my useless, weird, and wonderful stats. You want to know the last time we saw Darius in the LEC?
I'm assuming it was Adam.
It was indeed. Yeah. Well done on that one. Yeah. Do you think he won or lost?
No.
No, he lost both games. Yeah. Both games, in fact.
I'm pretty sure one of them was pretty miserable as well.
That was so good. That was such a good dunk after the layup. Do you think Gen X will have a little bit more luck when we look at this composition? The biggest thing for me is range. I do see, obviously, initiation tools, multiple knockups. You've got the ability to dash forward, long range, coming from Jezu's Yasuo. But you have to have hot hands. Your fingers have to be on fire to make this work.
Yeah, I think the idea here from SK is, look, everyone's focused on the Yasuo, right? The Yasuo is going to be, hey, he's being pushed in by Karzi. Karzi can start taking chip damage, so Perks and Haru want to try and make sure he gets vision, make sure they can maybe look for dives even on towards Jezu and treats on this bot side. So everything is set up to play around bot side. So Gen X is going, right, well, if that's going to be the case, I can just bully Alphari in this matchup. I'll take the Darius. If they put resources up into me, cool. Well, then they're not putting resources into denying Jezu access to his lane. So that's a bit of a win. So Gen X is definitely going to be having fun in the lane phase. It'll be a question mark how that then breeds into the rest of the game.
Okay, I want to start with one more question mark as we see the lanes starting to take shape. Both Haru and Gilia starting in the top half of the map on their red and blue respectively. Both waves starting to push forward. You have to anticipate Jezu and Treats falling behind, being somewhat bullied by Galio's Winds of War, all of the AoE that can come out from that Sivir. And I want to shine a spotlight onto Gilius and Haru. It's formed a large bulk of not only Haru and Vitality's season, but Gilius' performance and impact for the team, he's the player that we have high expectations if he wants to help SK win.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that Gilius, a lot of the times, isn't really paired with a strong mid laner in Certs. Like, you look at things like the Sylas, right? Sylas gets pushed in the early stages. You're looking at things like the Akali that he's brought out twice as well. They're just not things that get control over the mid lane particularly easy. And it does mean that, well, as we can see from Haru, he can look for invades. Like, he can try and be a nuisance for this opposition. And this has been something Gilius has been very prone to thus far in the second half of the split.
And what I really like, if you look at the minimap, Kazi and Labrov pushed that wave forward as is expected. Already there was a move. Labrov stepped into the jungle. Look at this. Two-man stack already. Gilius could be under threat. The mid wave is being pressured too. Demacian standard as well as that flag and drag. Not going to find the knockup, but Gilius forced to run, escape from his own jungle. He's lost the chickens, and he's going to lose the bramble.
He's going to lose everything. Like, you can't even try and trade this on the opposite side because you had Haru start on top side, so Haru now gets red. Gilius could be in trouble from the taunt.
Oh, going to be able to dash away for now. Flush not used just yet. Labrov committed his. All of a sudden, the chain catches out onto Labrov. He's going to be able to use that Justice Punch to escape. 4-man stack from SK. Go! 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 Labrov gets chunked down.
He's no flash.
Lightning. He's got no flash. He's in trouble. First blood available. Justice Punch to safety. Jezu not going to be able to find the slash. He flashed for that one as well. He escapes from that Steel Tempest.
And look at the bot side. Like, you're getting this massive CS lead for Karzi. Like, this wave is pushing into Karzi, so he gets to do what he wants, and you're losing everything as Jezu. That's heartbreaking.
Dagda, SK Gaming ran Vi, Yasuo, Rakan. What did it cost? Everything! Oh, no. Oh, this is so troublesome. What does it result to in the Grand Prix? So, 22 CS to 11. I think the expectation was that Kazi was going to have a lead anyway, and that should extend.
It gets even worse because you get a big experience lead on Karzi as well, because Jezu basically lost all those creeps of experience as well, not just the gold. So, Karzi having this solo advantage should be able to ding 4 off of this wave. You can see it on the experience in the bottom left side of the corner. But the other big loss here is for Gilius. Like, Gilius lost almost his entire bot quadrant, whereas look at Haru. His entire bot side is still there. So Haru just gets to roam back into his own side, and he's going to pick up this big advantage for himself there as well.
I want to keep an eye on the levels. You'll see Gilius right now, level 4. Sitting in 1100 experience. I want to keep tabs on Haru, who is still technically a little behind. It's a small advantage there. But how will these next few minutes play out? Labrov and Kazi will have some support. Haru's just dinged 4. No flash for Jezu. Haru's not going to go for that play, but there's a ping on the tri-bush. Do they fancy a shot here?
Oh, this is so well played. He played around the ward. Now you just got to wait for the flag and drag. And Jezu treats are so overextended. This is Haru playing so incredibly smart around this wave state.
Oh, let's see what happens. Justice Punch forward. Knockup from Treats. Beautifully done. Knockup comes out from Haru. Winds of War start to tag. Kazi is exhausted. 200 hit points. Ignite comes out. Boomerang Blade tags once more. Ricochet to follow. And Jezu escapes with his life for now. The burn won't secure the kill. But again, the Yasuo lane being bullied. Pushed away. No way they get it. Demacian standard. Will he chuck the flag out? Not this time round.
No, but again, you're losing more CS to this bot side. So a 20 CS lead already opening up for Karzi in this bot side. Treats. You know they're there. You don't need to check it.
No.
Again, this is exactly what Vitality wanted. Like, now Gilius will be able to move in towards his top side and steal some camps away to even back up in the experience department, but bot lane is already over, and this is what we were saying for Jezu. He needed to have a safe laning phase, and he's not getting this.
Crikey, this composition is being bullied around.
All right, Steve
I
Irwin.
think it was somewhat to be expected in the early game. It is only a 200 gold lead, so I think then I'm going to go like way back in time to a classic Golden Oldie caster term, where like the first few ultimates from this Yasuo, Darius, Rakan combination, much like the old Shin and Twisted Fate, they have to garner an advantage because otherwise it becomes really difficult. But you also can't disregard the fact the initiation tools are there the whole time, even when behind. Treats is going to be able to look for the engage. Labrov started channeling that Hex Smash real early. He knew it was coming.
Kind of styling on Treats a little bit there, but I will say you have great pick potential here on SK side, right? Between the Vi, the LeBlanc, the follow-up that can come through from Jezu, Treats being there too. So definitely SK can try and look for plays, and I think that's the best way to try and work this one out, right? If Vitality are going to dedicate resources up towards Rift Herald in a minute's time, all right, you go and take that dragon on bot side. Like, try and get yourself into the game where you're at a more even state.
Now, let's talk about those dragons for a brief moment. It doesn't look like any engages. Team Vitality, they've had a pretty significant gold lead at 14. You see plus 1k. Surges will get taunted up as my timing was pretty bad. He should escape for now. Passive pop But specifically, first Dragon, 33%, Drake control, 47%. What do you make of Vitality's Dragon control? And also, what it might mean in this comp? We may have an engage before you answer that, though.
I mean, you've got Haru here, he's baiting.
Yeah, the Apprehend won't find a target. Decimate flies out. All the Forge Guard flashed away from, and Genax escapes with his life, but no kill. He did use the Summoners.
Nice Apprehend, though. The Apprehend interrupted the knock-up from Alfari, so managing to get away from that one. Haru, though, still on the hunt here as he trying to sniff out if Genax is going to stick around, but I do think, like, looking at the Dragons that you brought up, like, for Vitality, they haven't been paying attention to them. This, I think, is a great example of it, right? We're 8 minutes into the game, you've had full push essentially on bot side, you've had push in mid as well. You can take the Dragons whenever you want. I mean, right now could be a time that Haru's doing it, but it hasn't been their focus of attention, and it does mean when they get into the mid game, they're not being able to push the game forward as effectively as they'd like. Like, try and push advantages at the 23 to 25 minute mark when they have these gold leads by forcing third, fourth Dragon fights.
And of course, for SK, if they're able to find or to corral Vitality, a multi-person Apprehend, a multi-person grand entrance from Rakan can have huge impact for Jezu, who still is only 15 CS down in this bottom lane. The reason I say only, that lane could have run a lot more away. They're going to be able to pick up a plate here as Alfari's lane swap, so Herald is going to be the focus.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eyes on Perks, though, because Perks was leaning to this bot side to see if he wanted to try and cover for that, but not going to be the case. So I imagine what Vitality are going to do is use the fact Karzi and Labrov are up here. They'll continuously push in top, and then you immediately take that Rift Herald and plonk it in towards this top side as well. So Karzi just gets even more ahead over Jezu.
I didn't expect the word plonk. Plonk it in. That's such a great word. But the tension is building here. I mean, I got very nervous. Those opening minutes of gameplay with SK chasing really aggressively into Vitality. They're still only 400 gold down. So it's relatively speaking close. All of those initiation tools are just about online. Treats momentarily away from hitting level 6. And it does look like either a Rift Herald or a Dragon could be a pretty big fight if either team starts to contest it.
Yeah, I just don't think this is the time for SK. Like, you want to get as many resources as possible for this Yasuo. So what I prefer to see them do is, like, keep Yasuo bot side. He pushes in onto the spot side, and then you move him directly over towards the Dragon so you can pick that one up for yourself. So now Jezu is actually caught in a bad spot on top side, where if you end up having this immediate movement into the top lane coming through from Vitality, they're going to get caught under the tower and start to lose out on more CS. Whereas you're actually going to see that's Genax who's getting the resources dedicated to on bot side. So I think trying to match this map rotation here by SK is a bit of a mistake.
Well, for SK, they will secure that Dragon. Plays into the prep we were talking about. Vitality as a team, not particularly invested in those Dragons. What I will say, though, with the Rift Herald picked up, and you look at their first tower percentage, their first Herald percentage, 83%. Gold difference at 14, 1.6k. There's no kills on the board, but that is the playstyle that has been working very well for Vitality in the second half of the season, where really they've started to identify the drops that work for them. I think in particular, the Sivir changes really brought cohesion to the squad, and they've got a very similar style of drop to what they've had success with in the past.
I think the big one is kind of seeing that Karzi's fine to be left on his lonesome, but that isn't what's happening in this game. They're like, hey Karzi, you're going to get all the resources, here comes more.
Here comes more. Jarvan making his step forward. Waiting for the flag, and Dragtreat's still only level 5, hiding in the bush. This support from Gilius, just south of the river. No engage yet. I am balancing on a knife's edge, because when SK go in, they are going in hard with this composition.
Yeah, there's no escape, there's no back out button whenever you go in with this, so you need to make sure you're doing it at the right time.
Now give me some expectations here. When you look at this draft, when do you start to get nervous? Obviously the gold lead, the range difference is one thing, but you also can't discount that they can just obliterate a target if they find someone a little bit out of position. So it's hard for me to read when I should get nervous for SK.
I mean, I think for SK, finding fights in, post 2 items at objectives is going to be your best bet. When Jezu does have a ton of damage that can follow up, you've got a great wombo with maybe Genax with a flash apprehend, Gilius with the knock-up, Treats with the quickness if he can hit onto multiple members. And if you catch Karzi, you catch Perks with that, there's just no going back then. Your game's over here for Vitality. But for Vitality, they're playing out the map well. And I think this is, as you were highlighting with the stats, been the game plan for Vitality. They've been so good at trading up on the map when it comes towards side lanes, like getting onto these tier 2 structures as well, and using the fact that they have these small advantages where they position on the map to actually continue pushing the game forward, at least for a good while in the mid game.
Let's talk a little bit about this Gilius performance as well. Once again, Early pickup on that Kempung Chainsword. Despite the pressure early and some of the shenanigans at level 1 and 2, he's even on levels, he's even on CS, he's only marginally behind in gold. And we've had a pretty tense start to the game. I think expected. I don't think the SK comp really wanted to have big engages early on, as Gillies is going to go forward. The Salted Battery comes down, follow up, the final strike. Here comes Labrov. The next target will find a multi-man taunt. The flag and drag from Haru buys time. Cataclysm locks Gilius in place. It's a 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane.
Great response from Vitality, and that's what we're talking about with Labrov. Last picking the Galio here, making sure that he can get in with that hero's entrance to not allow SK to go for these pick plays. So really nice job by Labrov to follow up, and Haru in the right place at the right time to shut that one down. Now with Rift Herald in tow, they're going to immediately move up towards this top side. Jezu, I don't think you want to approach this tower.
No flash, no exhaust, no ultimate. There will be some support from Treats. By the way, I hate having Rakan and Galio in the same game. Grand entrance, Hero's entrance is just annoying. But Berlin, let's go! Vitality, 1,200 gold ahead. Shelly will get booped under the tower, as Jez is going to be able to use that sweeping blade to dash forward. The engage, you can see how it will work. I don't think there was enough damage to kill Perks super rapidly, but as he got that one dash of the Spirit Rush off, that was when the kill was picked up.
Yeah, you can get an idea of what they want to achieve though. Having this big group suddenly pounce onto one person in his pick stall is going to be really strong, and that can get stronger if you're able to connect onto several people with the Rakan or with the apprehensive Darius. But great response from Vitality. Labrov coming in, locks everyone up in place. It gives time for Haru to come in, and Haru at this point in the game, a lot of damage on this Jarvan, especially that Cataclysm is going to hurt. So nice turnaround, and although you're kind of looking going, hey, you know, Perks is kind of even to Certus, that big advantage is going to be Karzi, who's massively ahead in comparison to Jezu.
I mean, 12 minutes, Kraken Slayer secured, still up at 24 CS. Perks has just hit level 11, Flash is available to him, gets caught up in the air, final breath, and Jezu with a Steel Tempest picks up his first of the game. Let's take a quick look at the goal. Total goal brought to you by Santander. Where is Jezu? Sitting fourth on the server behind Certus, Perks, and Kavi, and not significantly behind. That is what SK's comp wanted to do. This makes me excited, Dagda. And this is like crazy style of play.
And the thing is, they're doing it at great times, right? Labrov doesn't have a dragon in 15 seconds as well. And now you've got Perks off the map with no TP. So SK may try and look to see if they can worm their way in towards this bot side objective. They are using their time, though, to actually put pressure onto the bottom side of the map. And this might leave GenX in trouble because there's a lot of Vitality here.
Fight! Fall of the Forge God, Kazi's on the hunt. Boomerang Blade comes out, flash forward.
Oh my God!
Good job, Guillotine! The bleed is ticking with 5 stacks,
way.
and Kazi is almost being taken down. The level up! Did that save him? That was close. That was a hair away. But the damage from GenX with nothing completed? Crikey, that's shocking!
I mean, with the cargo shorts, you do look a little bit like Steve Irwin.
A little bit. I'm from that part of the world as well, you know, Southern Hemisphere folk. I don't even know if people in the audience know who Steve Irwin is. There's 2 people. There are 2 people that wooed. Well, the fight's not done yet. Gilius throws down the ulti. It's golden tailed away as Perks will fly, stay alive with that Spirit Rush. The Wind Wall is doing a lot to prevent follow-up, and Haru picks up the kill onto Jezu. Now Treats pops the stopwatch himself, but I think he's a dead duck in the middle lane. Haru with another follow-up, 2 quick kills to Vitality.
The CC chain was just too strong for Treats to try and get the battle dance away there. So now with Rift Herald available, Vitality are going to be able to get this one as well. And if they can start to deny access to the map for SK, that's where it becomes really dangerous, because you can't look for picks anymore. You don't really have anyone who wants to really face check against Vitality. And into, you know, Labrov, Haru, Perks, Alfari, every one of these is going to be able to start that CC chain that just decimates SK.
2,000 gold up, second Herald will be secured. The second Dragon was picked up by SK, and we are playing for an Infernal Rift. Think about what that Infernal Soul could do for SK's comp, because when you see this initiation, this is the one challenge they have to overcome. Hourglosses and stopwatches and their spells are going to be very disruptive.
Yeah, it's all about, again, just buying time as much as possible here. Perks having that stopwatch means that you don't get that burst damage from Jezu. Perks able to escape away, and Jezu, like, I mean, look at the amount of CC there. Like, Jezu just doesn't get to move. Alfari even TPing in to try and make sure that this isn't now becoming a problem. It will give a little bit of time for the LeBlanc on the bottom side of the map to like crash a wave, but realistically Alfari being behind isn't going to be an issue as much as Jezu and this pick comp not getting ahead.
Now this pick comp needs to ensure that when they do initiate, they find those kills, they find those picks. That's literally what it's designed to do. Flash is going to be available for Jezu in a moment. He's nearly working his way towards that second point in the final breath. Take a look at the itemization in just a moment, because no mythic for him or for Gilius just yet. That is going to be very important because they are still behind on the itemization curve.
And I think this is such a cool thing, though, to see coming through from SK when everything is on the line for them, right? They need to be able to pick up all of their wins to try and up that percentage of scenarios that they're able to get in towards playoffs, but they need to try and find some way to stop the push that's coming through from Vitality.
Well, the first tower in the middle lane will drop. That's 2 secured for Vitality. They picked up the top lane as well. You talked about those percentage scenarios. If Vitality win this, they will have at least a tiebreaker locked in. And they are in a strong position as well. Still got that CSE in the bottom lane. I want to see what GenX is going to be able to do on this Darius. The Stride Breaker is going to help a lot. And we saw how much damage he already put onto Kazi before that was completed. Then consider that both Haru, Perks, Kazi, not the tankiest of champions, right? So there is the possibility for resets on that Noxian Guillotine.
Well, he's going to need to try and use that now.
It's not my fault. It's not my fault. I did not curse him. That was not my fault. GenX is locked inside the Cataclysm. A lot of ultimates being used. Teleport's being channeled, and Certus is now in some trouble. Flash is available to him in SK. They're too late to save the day.
And this is where SK needed to look across maps. You invest everyone onto that top side as Vitality. Right, let's look at mid tower. Let's try and pick that one up. Let's try and get some vision control for this dragon that's in a minute and a half. I mean, for SK, you just aren't able to fight right now in a 5v5. So looking at what you can get on the map, especially in trading for this dragon in just a moment's time, is going to be crucial for them.
It's going to be so important. A minute and a half. Despite the goal deficit, I have to ask, Berlin, I have to ask people at home, do you think that SK Gaming's comp will succeed? If you're on Discord, head over to Discord at lec.gg and vote. I want to see what the fans and the viewers at home think. It is an uphill battle. At the time I requested this graphic, they were not 3,000 gold down. So it is now a more difficult option to buy into, especially as Kotzi's just picked up the Phantom Dance.
I will say, if anyone knows how well a Yasuo can do from a deficit, it's probably Perks. So I will say, the fact you have a Yasuo here will mean that SK still have a good chance of trying to come back to it. And just with the amount of engage, if Jezu can get to a point where he is strong, it is going to be very scary for Vitality.
Dagda, let's look at this dragon. Less than 40 seconds to go. The Immortal Shield Bow has been secured for Jezu. Vision is pushed pretty deep, or at least into the entrances for Vitality Jungle. So SK in the river first, they've got the vision, and Alfari's alone up top.
So I'm watching Karzi's spell shield. He just used it there. So 20 seconds until that's back up. This is the timer that SK are trying to play around. If they take out Karzi or they take out Perks, that's where they can try and end this. The fact that Alfari's pushing topside as well means that it is an uneven fight for just a moment.
Oh man, flag and drag from Haru pushed into the river. Teleport now being channeled. GenX is cut off from the rest of the team. Dragon is spawned. It's inside the pit. Certus is on a flanking position. Dagda, what do you make of this Vitality? They're on the hunt.
I mean, flashes across the board except for treats are going to be so important for SK. Good poke from Certus to try and whittle down those health bars. Make this all in all that more deadly, but I have to keep my eyes on GenX as well. See if you can find these flanks, because right now he's just not getting those options, but an Infernal Rift like this gives you so many more rooms to find those flank opportunities.
Oh, that's right. That's right. So many options for that Darius to move around for LeBlanc to poke. Right now, she's just chucking chain after chain onto Alfari's Ornn. He frankly don't give a damn. The dragon has been started and peeled away from SK, holding onto the trigger.
So Treats actually used the exhaust there to get access to his flash as well. So all flash is now available on SK's side.
Fight, fight. Treats coming in from the flank. Treats coming in from the flank. He's got the quickness available. Flash is falling on and finds the knockup. That's a kill onto Kazi. What can SK do? And the turnaround is fantastic. Call of the Forge God inside the Cataclysm of the Grand Entrance. And Vitality are wrecking SK. Destroying SK. It looked so good until it didn't.
It was a great start, but the AoE from Vitality takes them apart. And while you're all grouped up here, I mean, just watch all the knockups that are coming. Treats, great engage on towards the Sivir, but watch where Perks is. Perks completely untouched on the backside. Haru goes golden as well to deny it. And then you're getting all this massive AoE 4 members all hit by that knockup into the Cataclysm, into the charge from Alvari. Everything is hitting onto every member of SK except for Certus. So Certus, well, he tries his best, but he's the only one that makes it home to tell the story.
Oh my word, I was so hyped. I think as well, it's probably pretty crucial that Haru used that stopwatch. God, he's not showing up. The stopwatch preventing the charm, preventing the knockup, preventing the CC, so that he could find the Flag and Dragon, the Cataclysm. That was probably team fight winning.
Yeah, honestly, because he would have got caught, as you say, in that combo then from Jezu, and the last breath alongside everything else would have been just too hot to handle. But now Vitality get a dragon on the board for themselves. They're going to start, if they can keep control of these dragons, looking to start adding more and more of that extra damage to their case. And I think that's a bit scary when you already see how much they can do.
Yeah, I mean, look at that, 62% saying no. I think a lot of viewers at home will probably just be catching up with that team fight. Just before we jump into the next one, SK stepping forward. A couple ultimates available to them. 1 second for the quickness from Treats. He's looking for the charm and has found it. Haru's going to be flagging and dragging forward. Cataclysm down. Gilius manages to escape. The Forge God is called, and that's going to be Gilius sacrificing himself. Do Vitality fancy themselves a shot at Baron, or going to continue the pressure? Treats trying to push for an SK. They're scattered. SK are scattered in their own side of the rift.
It becomes so hard. I mean, Certus is just nearly taken out, but it becomes so hard for SK when you're in this position. If you get pushed in, you can't look for the picks that you were hoping for with this composition. And again, this is where I was looking at SK going, hey, look, Dragon's there. It's nice if you can get that big fight, but look for top towers. Look to open up the map. Look to find ways to get Jezu more gold and try and keep trading effectively across the board.
Just before we get another fight, Berlin and everybody at home, please put your hands together for Perks' 2,000th LEC assist. He is in fact now at 2004. We needed 2 of them this game to secure it. He managed to do it in a gigantic team fight. Phenomenal performance. I mean, the team really helping him out this time round. Vitality in a commanding position. Reminder, they close this game up, they're guaranteed at least one of those tiebreaker scenarios.
And I think Perks has had a fantastic split for himself. The fact he's able to pick up his 2000th assist as well here is incredible. Like, he's been honestly the soul of Vitality this split. Finding those moments to work with Laparov and maybe gonna look to work with Haru here as well.
It's blowing my nose, my man.
Sorry.
Don't leave me hanging there. Nevertheless, Laparov was hunting, and I think for SK, you know exactly what this team composition wants to do. So what we need to do now is just wait for the time they pull the trigger. 2 minutes until the next dragon. They are significantly behind. And they're in a composition that, frankly, SK have to be proactive. They have to push their buttons, go forward, or it doesn't work. Right now, they may be in some trouble. Certus being flanked by 3 members.
Oh, wow, we're really going.
Well, indeed. Teleport's now being channeled. Perks won't be able to find the Frost. Orb of Deception comes out. The chains will put some damage back, and Certus stays alive. Just a few seconds longer for Kazi to pick up the kill. And it feels bad. It feels bad seeing that happen. The tower didn't even fall either.
Yeah, there's no even opportunity to try and trade this as SK because you're so far behind. But Vitality looking to see if maybe they can turn over towards the Dragon. This could be dangerous. This is where this AoE from Treat, from Genex can come into play.
Do you believe in Gilius magic? Do you believe in Gilius magic? He needs something gigantic. 20 seconds before Certus is alive. He's got that teleport available to him. Vitality trying to interrupt. SK are somewhat split. Jezu's going to be late to the party. Baron down to 3,000 and stop the peel away. Labrov is trying to dissuade SK. Call of the Forge God whips, doesn't find any knockup, but Jezu does the final breath onto Kazi. Gilius is outside the pit, they'll re-engage. That's a kill onto Kazi. Now Labrov stepping out, and so is Haru. Alfari's running for his life. Perks making his way from the mid lane. SK find 2 kills. How bold are they feeling, Dagda?
I mean, Perks wasn't there, and I think they're feeling real bold right now. They're moving over towards the Baron, and I just don't think you have the damage here. As Vitality to carry this, Perks is already at half health. He will try and TP back in, but this Baron could be gone before he gets there.
There is a smite available for Gilius. Certus stepping forward, those chains dissuading some form of pressure. Labrov stepping up, 5,000 HP, 4,000 HP. Perks teleported in behind. Spirit Rush is up. The charm will not go. Well, it does. It finds its target on the Certus. Baron is secured though. That's a big gold exchange. Perks is going to use the stopwatch, the hourglass rather, to buy some time. SK, they're back in this. They've got Baron. They've got the buff, they've got the gold, and in 10 seconds they can get themselves a dragon.
And they can move over towards it immediately. Perks is off the map. He's not going to be here. And this was just a great call from SK. Vitality commit too many members to the pit. And you can see Genex here keeping the damage onto Perks. Means Perks can't be relevant in this fight. Labrov overcommits with Karzi's positioning. SK just jump on him. As soon as Karzi comes out of this, there's the combo. You don't have your team, but look at your bottom left corner. We're going to the Dragon.
SK's comp thrives in this scenario. They love the skirmishes. They love the 2v2s and the 3v3s. Vitality were not able to stack the saves. They were not able to stack the disengages. Infernal Dragon secured. 3. There is one more for the soul. And that 2,500 gold deficit means bugger all at this point.
And that's the thing. I mean, for SK fighting to keep their playoffs hopes alive, having Jezu on this Yasuo against Perks, who's so well known for it on the international stage. SK trying to see if they could catch that Infernal Soul and find that moment to strike back against Vitality.
Fair dinkum play, SK. Punishing that Baron decision. Remember, what was it? 38% of the fans on Discord saying that the comp will work. I wonder if those numbers will change. I wonder if they will. I'll ask producer to keep an eye on it for me. If anyone goes to change them, you're allowed to flip-flop. I give you permission to flip-flop.
I just want to know what else SK have in the tank, because Haru's forced to flash, and this is only day 1 of Super Week, and I'm ready for this, SK.
Oh, that's a great point. Is this the only comp they pull out? Is this the shenanigans SK have prepared? Quick reminder before this next fight. SK will be playing Vitality today, XL tomorrow, G2 on day 3. And we have some crazy, crazy scenarios. But for SK, they're still behind. They do have all the tools to pick fights. They've still got this Red Bull Baron power play to work with. Jezu will arrive to the fight. He's got Infinity Edge secured. Haru's waiting in the wings. He's level 11. Will have to be ability to engage if he wants to. Correction, level 13, sorry. I was looking at Labrov. SK will be happy with that. They got themselves 2 towers in the last couple of minutes. They've closed that gold gap. They've got the dragon. I think we're going to be waiting for this Infernal Soul.
I agree, and I think that Jezu's building straight towards a GA. He's not even going to finish his heal item. He's just like, look, I know how deep we have to go into these fights. I know how much AoE is there. Right, if I can get a second chance at life, a second lease to carry these fights, that could be the difference maker. And for the moment, SK are just grouping up as 5. They want to make sure there's no way that Vitality can find any sort of picks to bring it back.
And I think it is important to remember that despite the fact I'm buying into the SK hype and I want to see this fight play out, ultimately it's only been one of the engages that has gone SK's way. Vitality have consistently, for 30 minutes, won the team fight. They've lost one and they won multiple dragons. They've been able to outplay. I think the Jarvan and Galio combination plus Ornn have been able to disrupt SK's push and pressure multiple times.
I think the difference maker here is that you're starting to see like the facilitator in that Ahri shine through, right? With the Everfrost, the Void Staff, the Zhonya's, and you're not really having enough upfront burst to really kill people or carry a team fight at the moment. The person that is carrying team fights is Karzi, but he's had everything thrown his direction in these fights, from Treats, from Certus, from Gilius, and with Jezu over the track as well. So if they can try and find Karzi in these fights, that could be the difference maker. But if they end up in these like massive AoE CC trains from Vitality, maybe, just maybe, there's enough damage on Vitality to keep that ball rolling, continue CCing people that you can get enough of those rotations out from Perks.
Dagda, I don't normally like doing this in game because we're currently casting it and I'm excited to see this comp. But do you think SK can do the impossible? Do you think they can make this comp work?
Yeah.
And I want you to give me percentages. How likely do you think SK will be, based on what you've seen for 30 minutes, with 1 minute and 40 to go to Dragon, that they can actually close this game out?
Honestly, I think it's as high as like 40%. Like, it is
that high?
Yeah, genuinely. They have a really good chance here. They have a great engage. They've, as long as they can get onto Karzi, I think they have a chance to carry it, especially if Jezu can finish that GA. Like, they're going to be in a really dire spot here. You're even getting the tank stats coming through as well on things like the Vi, who's going to be able to stick around for longer. She's even going the Anathema's Chains to just lock up Karzi even longer. Like, everything is starting to come through for SK. And look, as you say, it's a 2,000 gold lead now for Vitality. That doesn't mean anything at this stage.
Especially when you take a look and you consider the additional statistics that 3 Dragons are going to be throwing into, you know, the kit. It's exactly like we talked about, 1 minute until Dragon. So Dagda, please look at the minimap for me. Please set up some expectations on who is pushing first, who's in the right position. And do you think it's going to help them not only secure the objective, but win the ensuing fights?
SK are in a fantastic spot if they reset now, which I'm not sure they are, because you've got top wave that's being collected by Alfari. Bot wave is pushing in their favor as well. And if they can try and get control over this river, first, it becomes very hard for Vitality to face check. Again, we talked about that Inferno Rift. You have so many different angles of attack here as SK, but they actually haven't reset. They're happy to just stay on the map for the moment. And it's 28 seconds until this dragon.
Haru was standing on top of a ward. 4 members of Vitality inside the river. They were in the bush, and with Haru on top of the ward, SK had information. 20 seconds to Dragon. SK being pushed a little bit back, but they're trying to catch the wave.
If Vitality lose this fight, it could go terribly. That wave on bot side means you could tear through the bases SK. This fight could mean everything, Quick Shot.
On the hunt, on the hunt, on the hunt. Where's the engage? Alfari, where's the horn? Blow the horn of Gondor. Not doing it just yet. The Dragon's up now, 2 seconds. SK, they're on the wrong side of the rift. Or are they? We'll find out. Where's the initiation? Do SK pull the trigger first? They're trying to split up Vitality. Haru's chunked out. He's lost half his hit points. And all of a sudden, Vitality back away. Genex just hit 16. Guillotine's at 16.
And that's the thing, is that Certus can actually get a lot of poke here. Yes, you talk about the lack of range on SK, but Vitality are just in the same boat.
I've seen this movie before. It didn't go well for SK. Will it happen in the sequel? Treats on the flank, finds the knockup, finds the damage. Kazi gets cold in the river, and Vitality are split. SK have destroyed Vitality. They find themselves 3 quick kills. They may not be done yet. Perks is running for his life. He's low. Just as
great flash.
time. Fantastic from LeBron. Treats goes forward and he gets ignited under the tower. Treats stays alive just long enough. The grand entrance from LeBron. All of a sudden, LeBron is the next target. He's buying time. The Dragon's being secured.
How many
The soul
stopwatches
is
is there?
picked up. What time is it, Dagda? It's Infernal Soul time for SK.
It's SK time. They get the soul. They get the towers. And look at the map. There's a beautiful old Baron there for him as well. Quick Shot. Screw the 40%. I'm on the SK hype train.
What is going on? Oh, okay. Europe, LEC fans, I promise you need to work real hard to make this comp work. Yasuo, Rakan, bottom lanes are coming. Prepare yourself, solo queue.
I'm not ready for it, but I'm all on board here in this game. Treats with a great flanking again. You have so many different spots that you can come in from here, and Treats find it perfectly. Immediately, Gilius goes in, gets the spell shield, it sets up for Treats, but you get the follow-up again coming through from Jezu, and there's nobody here. Like Perks, he's trying to find a flank spot so he could threaten the back line. Certus is keeping him busy. And again, you're a facilitator in the art. You're not a carry. You cannot be the one that is carrying these fights.
Infernal Soul secured. Baron secured. Gold lead for the first time in probably the whole game. And I don't know if we still have that Discord vote going or if it timed out, but could we have a look at the numbers? I'll ask producers to take a look. But for SK, I have to just mention, if SK close this game out, this is great for every fan of competitive League of Legends, because in order to avoid that scenario discussed in Ready Check where 5 teams for players were locked by the next game, by game 3 of Rogue versus XL, Vitality needed to win. If SK upset the apple cart, oh my word, hashtag every game counts is so freaking true. And this old man is so happy.
This is where it gets dangerous for SK though. What their comp relies on is being able to dive in. Exactly, yeah. You can't dive those towers, and it means that Karzi's incredibly safe. So again, it feels like SK are just going to shove these waves. They're going to play ping pong, and again, we're waiting for these big objectives.
I'll tell you now, while they shouldn't dive a tower, Gilius is not the player that listens to shoulds or shouldn'ts. Again, that's number 1. Number 2, with the Elder Dragon coming up to 3.5 and having Soul, you could dive a tower with the Elder Dragon laser with the amount of damage they have. If you combo the Yasuo Final Breath, which is currently 3 items, Death Dance, as well as the Shield Bow and Eye Edge, plus then that laser beam from Elder, that's a lot of burst damage to come out.
And that's exactly what they're playing for. Like, this is going to be a case of, hey, look, let's try and use this Baron or at least use the remainder of this Baron to get, like, the little bit of towers that are left available on the outside of the map, so that then you're kept in your base's Vitality. And again, we kind of come back into this question of, hey, what do Vitality do when they're stuck in their base? What if they do when they have to face check this team from SK? So right now, SK are keeping Vitality busy. Perks, at least we'll get to shove out this top wave, but
Yeah.
I mean, again, SK will just ping-pong the wave back in just a moment's time.
Look, I think the comp from SK, they want to stall, they want to buy some time for these big team fights, whether it's around an objective or maybe a tower dive. So I'm not surprised. What I will say very briefly is that the fan vote is now swinging close to 50-50. It was 38-62, now it's around 48-52. Guardian Angel has been picked up for Kazi, and I want to take a quick look at the damage dealt throughout the whole game. A lot of credit needs to be given here to Certus, that LeBlanc. It's very difficult to play the champion's composition. And obviously Jezu, the damage he has found has allowed him to secure 4 of those kills, 6 assists. He also has the Guardian Angel picked up. So how many stopwatches do we have? How many hourglasses do we have? How many GAs do we have? These team fights are going to go long.
And I think for Karzi, that's the crucial part. He wants to be able to survive that initial burst, because that's all that SK have. But, as you say, Certus has been so good at finding poke before these fights and making it really uncomfortable for Vitality. Because, yes, Vitality have a ranged AD carry. They also have perks on this Ahri, but the ability for Certus to just very quickly pop in, get off a combo and escape means that you don't really have that quick follow-up to deal with Certus, or even have the range with how far Certus can dive forward over these walls.
Let's not forget that those ornaments have come in all the way down the list. What on earth is a Rime Forged Grass? Like, what is Rime? R-I-M-E. Seriously. I'm a hater for the names of ornaments. Just, you know, you haven't heard me rant about it before.
So you're just going to take this opportunity.
I'm just going to take this opportunity. Because, look, it's a minute until Elder. I know for a fact that these teams don't want to engage, at least SK. They don't want to overstep. They've got a very short-range comp. They just want to fight. What I will ask you, though, Dagda, version 1 of the Dragon fights went the way of Vitality. Version 2 of the Dragon fights went the way of SK. And before the Dragon is even available, do SK fancy and engage? It looks like they want it.
Yeah, they're trying to eye it up, but a great ward there, spots out where Gilius is. So, poke onto Haru. Gilius will have to try and hop out of there, but...
Apprehend, apprehend, apprehend. Catches on Haru. The Steel Tempest will not find his knockup, though, and Certus forced to run for his life. He manages to flash 45 seconds, but they got the Call of the Forge God and on the hunt.
Exactly, and there was nothing really used except for Certus having to burn his flash. He'll still be out, whereas you've got this massive combo still available on SK. Karzi not having, as you say, on the hunt, the engage from Alfari. I mean, what our Vitality, like you're not able to really get in here.
There's no ways you can see the Elder. There's no ways they can see the Elder.
You have to fight, but it's just so hard to. I mean, your big engage tool is down Alfari. Karzi being able to create spaces down. So you are heavily reliant now on Haru with a great Cataclysm and then a knock-up from Alfari to try and dissuade SK.
Certus! Oh my God! That damage is disgusting! Haru forced to run for his life. The Cataclysm not going to be available for the treat! Gets the knockup, the follow-up, the final breath, and the GA is popping now. Can SK close it out? Haru's going so low. Cataclysm down. They've done it! They've done it! SK Gaming have destroyed Vitality! SK Gaming with Darius, Vi, Yasuo, and Ricard have taken down Vitality, have managed to go one step closer towards playoffs, and they have made Super Week in Europe super freaking interesting.
What a performance from SK! They have taken down Vitality, and they keep the dream alive!
Thank you for watching Match History. Every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
control of this lane.
Incredibly impressive stuff. Really inspirational.
And here we go, he's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play?
Whenever you call it, I just need some space. 3 o'clock in the morning, you make my heart lie blank, and I keep ignoring. Hoping it resonates. Whenever you call it, still I need some space. Yeah. Some space. I need some space. I need some space. Some space. I need some space. I need some space. Some space. Some space. Some space. Some space. Some space.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Whenever you're calling, I just need some space. 3 o'clock in the morning, you make my heart lie blank, and I keep ignoring. Hoping it resonates. Whenever you're calling, I just need some space. Yeah, all of your faces and all of your problems, you love to blame me when really you cause them. It's always the same thing, it's making me nauseous. I can't take your call today. Hey, whenever you're calling, I just need some space. 3 o'clock in the morning, you make my heart lie blank, and I keep ignoring. Hoping it resonates. Whenever you're calling, still I need some space. Yeah, some space. I need some space. I need some space. Some space. I need some space. I need some space. Some space. I need some space. I need some space. You push me away with every word you say. Can tell it to your face, so I keep ignoring whenever you're calling. Cause all of your faces and all of your problems, you love to blame me when really you cause them. It's always the same thing, it's making me nauseous. I can't take your call today. Hey, whenever you're calling, I just need some space. 3 o'clock in the morning, you make my heart lie blank, and I keep ignoring. Hoping it resonates. Whenever you're calling, whenever you're calling, I just need some space. 3 o'clock in the morning, you make my heart lie blank, and I keep ignoring. Hoping it resonates. Whenever you're calling, still I need some space. Yeah, some space. I need some space. I need some space. Some space. I need some space. I need some space. Some space. Some space. Some space. Some space. Some space.
Would you walk away this time? 2 minutes to show begin.
Hey, Doug.
Oh, hey, bud. How's it going? Hey, I had a question for you. What are these doing here?
Honestly, I'm not even sure myself. We had K-Drill, Drakers at the analyst desk, and they competed for party hats. Honest, I don't know, whatever. Hey, Eve, how you doing? You ready for the show?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh, that was weird, right? Like, what's that all about?
Yeah, I've got no clue whatsoever. I mean, it's probably just he's just stressed. I mean, Super Week, right?
Yeah,
so much
fair.
to prepare for. We have 4 seats for Worlds now as well. Playoffs race, pretty crazy. Vitality, not even at the top yet. Rogue, a little inconsistent, weirdly enough. G2 yesterday, kind of showed up, but then Fnatic is, oh my god.
Wait, what about Fnatic? I mean, they're doing all right.
Many moons ago, before the durability patch was but a whisper in the dark nectar. Back at Worlds, center stage, it was born.
What was born?
The curse.
1 minute, everyone.
Wait, go! Wait! Wait, Chucks, you can't do this! You can't curse our teams like that!
Yeah, leave the teams alone.
Oh, you silly goose. You actually believe in that stupid superstition? You think I have any kind of power? Besides, I would never curse teams.
Oh my god.
That's a relief.
Jeez,
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's such a relief actually. Well, what are you doing with that script then?
And we're live in 3, 2, 1.
Kings, Legacy, Super Week. It all starts with an LEC broadcast. Welcome everyone to Berlin, Germany, home of the LEC for day 2 of this final Super Week after 3 more teams locked their playoff spot yesterday. Only 2 places in the top 6 left for grabs, and still 5 teams in the running to take those 2 spots as we see BDS and Rogue arriving for the first game of the day. No stakes, sadly, for BDS, but for Rogue, they're of course still looking to get that first place in order to qualify for Worlds directly. I'm Shox, and I'm joined here by Dagda and by GB. I truly hope we don't get a pause today, because then it's definitely going to be my fault.
There's more time for skits then.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But hey, nice that you guys are back, and nice that we still have stakes to play for. Still 2 spots, 5 teams in the running for those.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely crazy with the amount of games we also had yesterday, the way some of them turned out, the fact that we still have teams that will make or break it today, and then even tomorrow, still have something to play for. LEC, man, so spectacular.
Let's hope so. Yeah.
I'm just sad we didn't get the 5-way tiebreaker. I was all set for the pendulum that was going to cost.
Yeah, no games now. Actually, there could be tiebreakers, but I guess we'll all be able to play them tomorrow if they do occur. But let's take a look at the standings, where we see now that the Mad Lions, Misfits, Rogue, and G2 have all locked their spots in playoff, as we already previously said. And for G2, they took down Mad yesterday, a battle of first versus second, GB, and a convincing win.
I mean, it's absolutely incredible that they were able to take down. Yesterday, they were fighting for playoff chances. Today, they'll be fighting for, well, realistically speaking, locking in first for themselves, and then maybe even the 3rd day world chances. Like, these days will just have so massively implication for multiple teams. And I think yesterday, all of G2 just showed up.
Yeah, especially when you look at the jungle for Jankos, him being able to find that early success was so crucial to this squad. And then when you look at the individual members as well, it felt like everyone just had that step up. We still see the same chaos that G2 like to bring to the Rift, with them finding fights and scraps all over the place. But being able to take that victory was so crucial to them against Mad Lions.
And just for G2, you know, the fact that they're able to step up and find different ways to play, it's not just through Broken Blade, right? You have Flacket on the Draven as well. Tarkamas being that facilitator on the Enchanter. Everybody on G2 yesterday showed up.
Definitely so, and I'm getting a little bit of like Groundhog Day vibes in terms of G2 ramping up by the end of the season, going into playoffs. I mean, do you feel like they are really ramping up, so to say, and getting ready for those playoffs to maybe do a repeat of last time?
Yeah, it definitely feels like it, especially when you look at like kind of the experiments they've been doing with like Sejuani being tried by Broken being the top side. It feels like they're kind of testing the field to see what is going to be comfortable for playoffs, and they look like they're all set for it.
And just real quickly, for Spring as well last year, that was the exact style they had. All of a sudden, Broken Blade was back on Jarvan duty all the time for Jankos. Jarvan meta again, great. And playing for the bot lane, right? So I generally feel like coming into a best of 5 scenario, G2 is setting themselves up for success.
Yeah, looking at they have a lot in their toolbox. Now, Fnatic versus Astralis yesterday was a very important game in terms of playoff implications. You want to stay ahead of those teams that are next to you in the standings. And Fnatic, Dagda, had a flying start to the Super Week, shutting up a lot of the doubters, I think, at least in their first game.
Yeah, and kind of playing to the style that a lot of the doubters were kind of calling them out for, right? Like having a strong mid jungle where Humanoid was able to link up with Razork, being able to get this LeBlanc ahead. And then once you had Wunder on this Gwen as well, side lanes was the name of the game. Fnatic knew they just had a much stronger ability to play at the map. You saw Humanoid consistently taking these tier 2 towers and just causing so much influx of gold. When we got to those late game fights, it was easy peasy.
And especially because Fnatic had been had criticism for them being so disjointed as a team as well, and I think fairly so. But in yesterday's game, it felt like everyone was so much more on the same page than they had been in the past. I'm scared saying that though, because I would have said the same to SK when they played last week. They nearly perfect gamed them, and then the day after, well, what do you know? They just got stumped by Vitality. So I mean, not Vitality, but either way, not looking good.
No, I mean, yesterday SK actually beat Vitality in a comeback win of sorts, right? So it's just another proof that it isn't all what it seems when it comes to Super Week, and when it comes from everything that is on the line, it is making playoffs or your season is completely over.
Yeah, and the fact you got so many teams still vying for that spot is absolutely incredible, especially to say SK being able to take down Vitality yesterday, keeping their dreams alive. Now they go up against XL later as well. They've just got so much to play for.
It's crazy, and I'm glad you mentioned SK, because we want to take a look at some players that really showed up yesterday, and I feel like their support might be in the mix. So GB and Dagda, run us through your top players from yesterday.
Yeah, so I think coming through from SK, as you just so much highlighted here, is going to be Treats. And I think SK came into this with a really wonky draft. It looked hard to play on paper, and it was difficult to pilot, but I feel like when we then bring into the pilot here of Treats, he continuously found key flanks, key engages on the backline to set up the rest of his team here.
Yeah, and it felt like a 1-2 combo, right? Gilius was so often getting the spell shield out of key members like this Sivir, making sure that they were uncomfortable, and then having the engage coming through from Treats, this Rakan, setting up Jezu on this Yasuo, and it was so beautiful to watch. It was just nowhere to go for Vitality. They were caught every step of the way.
Yeah, so every time we get near towards playoffs, Rakan just rises in priority and becomes this champion to play for. But on the other end, there's not a support moving into a jungler. Razork yesterday from Fnatic. I think we saw a new side to him, and I feel like we saw a new side to all of Fnatic, really. He was so aggressive, not just in terms of playing for the 2v2 lane with Humanoid, but also then in turn being like, all right, I'm going to help you now from Humanoid side, coming in, invading on Raptors, invading in the enemy jungle, having a facilitator, not just for the lanes, but giving it back afterwards.
Yeah, and that was the big thing here, was actually seeing how the lanes worked with him when he got this lead in the early stages, and consistently being able to find these invades that you're talking about, find these early skirmishes, this what you're seeing on your screen as well, setting up for these great team fights with the Poppy. It was such a great day for Fnatic, and a huge amount of it came from Razork.
And while XL didn't win their game yesterday, they still had a really good early game in the same way we saw from them in the early start of the season as well, coming through with the mid lane between Marcoon and Nukedog, really just setting up nicely for the ganks. Again and again, they found a kill to what should have been a victory in the end, maybe from the early game they had.
Yeah, and that was the big thing, was seeing how well they were able to work around Nukedog. It definitely feels like this meta suits Nukedog, right? He wants to play those more facilitator styles, but we actually saw him step up on towards the Sylas there yesterday, try and be that carry. Great double kill in the early stages to try and get that ball rolling for them, but as you say, unfortunately, the mid-game just letting them down, but definitely feels like this is somewhere that they can play around, and definitely a man that they can look to enable.
100%, and we'll see if they can do that later in the day as well. But for now, to see how these teams will fare it into playoffs, well, Shucks is standing by the Telestrator tool. Let's have a look at those numbers.
Yeah, protect us all. I'm doing the numbers. No, we've got actually the tool that we've been using yesterday to kind of calculate which teams get into playoff, which would result. Now, I've seen a lot of discussion online and on Twitter and whatnot about people saying, yeah, but X and Y. Source, just trust me, bro. Everything that comes out of this is correct because it's all basically incorporated in the tool, making all of our lives easier. So let's run through a couple of things. First off, very important to note, XL versus SK is the biggest match of the day because if you lose that one, you are eliminated. To double check it, of course, if XL were to win versus SK later on, you would see that XL is still in the race with 43.8% of scenarios in which they can still qualify. SK, though, has no chances. Other way around, it would be the inverse. SK Gaming, although they only have 21.9 remaining percentage of scenarios in which they qualify, but XL would be out. So this is the one to watch, very much so, or it could be all over for XL or for SK. Now, regardless of that as well, we can look at tomorrow. We have Astralis versus XL, in which we have a similar story, whereas if Astralis lose that game, they would be out, XL would be still in the running, and of course, the other way around as well. And you see what I'm getting at this point in time. It's really getting close to, well, win and you're still in the race, obviously, but lose and you lose all of your chances. When it comes to Fnatic, which I know a lot of people are watching for, basically, their best bet is to win the games that they have remaining. So they have to win versus Vitality and they have to win versus Misfits, and then they lock playoffs. But of course, if we simulate something else, they lose, but they end up winning to Misfits, they could still make it, but this is then contingent on other results. So if you're a Fnatic fan, you just want to see them win. Now, if Vitality today are able to beat Fnatic, for them it's pretty simple. If Vitality beat Fnatic, they are locked into playoffs, as you can see right here. So we'll keep you updated throughout the day by using this tool as well, so that we keep a clear head of everything. But XL, SK, Vitality, Fnatic, definitely matches to watch. So the match, or the race rather, for playoffs is incredibly close. I'm happy that went well, because in rehearsal, I was just clicking everything and it was not working out, but it's actually quite straightforward. I just like to believe in that if you're still in the race for playoffs, just win, bro. That's
Why didn't I think of this before?
Yeah, exactly. So this race is super close, but we also have to start thinking about the race for the summer MVP. Completely open at the end of the regular season, that gets voted for. Yesterday, we started the discussion ahead of the Mad Lions game, and I heard Elyoya, I heard Niski. Dagda, do you agree with those?
Yeah, I think Niski in particular really stands out for me. Like, I'm an LPL guy, right? So I value mid laners. Yeah, who would have like leaned in towards side lanes and having a lot of control on the map, especially in the meta that we see at the moment with like Talias and Aries and all these kind of things. So I think Niski, when you look at how Mad Lions performed in spring versus the massive step up they had in summer, the control he's had over the map as well, like it just feels like a no-brainer to me that he should be in the MVP.
I completely agree with that sentiment as well. I think that's the reason as well why people are highlighting Elyoya now, because all of a sudden Elyoya has gotten the space he needed from Niski to then become this monster he is now. And you could of course argue, well, it's a teamwork thing back and forth, and that's really what makes this discussion so difficult.
Yeah, we asked people on Twitter as well, and Frosta says Niski or Zanzara, their addition to the team changed them completely. Yeah, Zanzara is actually, it's that eternal discussion between like most valuable player in terms of does he have the best stats and most impact, or, well, no, actually impact, something that's quite inquantifiable sometimes in terms of what they bring into the team.
Yeah, and I think that's something that you can definitely look at for Zanzara, right? Like the ability to try and play around the spot side, like set up Neon, who we also see in the screen for success. Like it feels like Misfits are one of the teams with the best identities, and it feels like Zanzara has just fit into that perfectly.
A small question about the Mad Lions people. I know often when teams taper off by the end of the regular season and then one of their players get voted MVP, everyone's up in arms. Do you think, are you going to let it come into your vote that they are 0-3 right now?
No, not at all whatsoever. I still think the regular season that Mad Lions has had earned them a place in this discussion. And in general, those 3 losses right now really doesn't take away from all the great stuff we've seen throughout the season.
I'm glad you said discussion. It's a discussion. This is not locked in. We're just, we're talking, we're discussing, we're vibing. So I heard Neon being dropped. Of course, we just saw Zanzara. That's a really interesting one, I think automatically you might think, is it going to be VTO again? Why is it that you think Neon deserves it?
So I actually think Neon's kind of been flying under the radar for a while now. I think because VTO has outstanding performances, especially when you look back in spring, coming into summer. He's had some games that have held on to Misfit success, but when you look at the damage percent, right, like Neon has been the late game insurance for this squad. Zanzara, the reason they've been successful is him playing around the spot side so aggressively and having things like the Twitches, the Sivers that in those later stages come out to the table and are carrying these fights for Misfits.
And just specifically for Misfits, right? The fact that we're talking about other players here instead of VTO is also just because, well, multiple members have started to show up. Beforehand, it was like, well, VTO was the guy getting them ahead. Now you get guys like Neon, and it's not just on the Jinx. He's not just a one trick. He's doing it on multiple champions, and he deserves a spot.
Yeah, it looks more like a team effort right now for Misfits. Maybe that's why it's working out so well. We also had Perks on there, And Comp, Perks, I think, is interesting as well. Definitely had a great season so far.
I really just think that Perks has become the catalyst of this vitality, and they've actually become way better at playing around him now towards the later half of the season, where we've seen them getting this win. The fact that Labrov and Haru is actually spending time getting in ahead that they can now use on a side lane has really just garnered vitality, the victories they've so often had now towards the later stage.
And it's all about how he tries to use those in side lanes as well. The fact is, you say, like, getting into Alfara's lane, getting into both solo lanes ahead on vitality, it looks absolutely insane. And I mean, for Comp as well, when you look at this guy, like we talked about, like we just praised Neon. Neon on EU4 was like, man, Comp and Trimby are different beasts. Like they are so damn good. The fact that they have lane dominance that lends itself into team fights as well, it just feels like Comp has stepped up huge for Rogue and is one of the best AD carries we have in the league right now.
Yeah, so many pro players on the bot lanes have been out to say this as well.
Yeah.
And I think it's also just the flexibility you get from this kind of guy due to the nature that, well, he plays everything that's in the meta and everything that might not be. We saw him at the start with like Senna and Seraphine as well, showing that it's not always just the AD carries. And having this flexibility specifically in a team like Rogue as well just offers so much more from drafting point of view to how you want to play the game. Purely a guy that's been phenomenal this season.
Yeah, a level of consistency that actually automatically, I think, puts you in that discussion for MVP. Well, we'll find out later who will be our summer MVP. Not like later, like in a bit. Like for it's a while. It's going to be a while. But watch out for our potential MVP performances in our top of the table clash later tonight when G2 Esports and Misfits Gaming face off in our LG Ultra Gear Match of the Week.
Misfits is an organization that has played a part in developing, growing, and establishing some of the greatest players that the LEC and exported to the LCS have ever seen.
The cleanse comes out.
Misfits were the team that first showed the West that they could compete and possibly win against the East.
Misfits is kind of a team that can really shock anyone, which is a bit dangerous if you look at it, right? Because you can't really know what's going to happen. BTO might just 1v9 a game, right? And I think that's like their strength, that they're like explosive, just showing up randomly when no one expects them to, right? And I think that's really one of their key strengths.
Carrier relevant now going in the charm, perfectly timed for Niski. Gets the space. He wants to finish and he gets it. The chain last.
The Misfits of Spring was a one-dimensional team. It relied on VTO to carry 1v9, or they simply could not win the game. In Summer, Misfits have developed a style and additional players stepping up to carry.
He's going to have to back away. VTO has the ultimate. He can't finish it. The shutdown.
Making playoffs was the first step. I feel like we are securing it. And after that, yeah, we will fight for world spot, and it would be really nice to make like all the people proud and go out with a bang.
That's going to put Misfits in third place.
For G2, they're playing to reclaim their throne as the undeniable best team in Europe.
G2 claim their ninth title!
Every game will matter because they are the same scorer as us right now. And I think if you want to have a good showing at Worlds, we first need to have a good showing in Europe. These last 3 games, I think it just matters that we show what we can do. You know, we show that we can improve no matter how we started.
The game for Fnatic!
Last split we managed to turn it around for playoffs, but it's nice for me if we can show some more dominance and actually come up with a win streak and really prove that we're not just a team in Europe that manages to like barely win EU. We're a team who is here to win from the start, and there's no one challenging us.
Rest of them putting up the tower just to try to dash back, but Capsy manages to land it at the bomb. The double pushback! 2 walls, 2 Emperors of Shurima, but who is the last one standing? It is Caps, and it is G2 Esports.
This is, especially for me, one of my last chances to make it really far. I think, for example, VTO already has his future secured, but I don't. So for the rest of the split and for playoffs, I want to give it everything I have to become the best possible version of myself.
So both these teams had great turnarounds over recent weeks. It's irrelevant. Out of nowhere to solo kill.
For Misfits, this match of the week may be their final Raw on the LEC stage.
But the chain CC is there and it might just be better. Goes Golden, finds himself a free moment. Neon untouched on the backside. The Infernal Chains lock him up, but he's knocking everybody down!
I want to fight against the Misfits who beat T1 in a few games. And I want to beat it against the Misfits who went to Worlds, right? I'm hoping that they will put up a big fight because we'll certainly fight back.
Yeah, who would have thought it a few weeks back that G2 versus Misfits would be a match for first place?
Not
possibly.
me.
Not me.
Not me.
Look at us, not me. But in terms of, this video was just really, really great. In terms of kind of the history, irrelevant, and to a certain extent also Mersa, but I'm sure the other players feel it as well, even if they feel like they have shown a lot already. It's very much, we want to show everything we have in the tank with this lineup, with the Misfits organization.
And to me, this is like two very different iterations of what you got, because yes, there is the history part of Misfits that, you know, we just saw in the video, took the game 5 to SKT back in the day and really put Europe on the radar there. But I also feel like with the new Misfits we see here, this is a Misfits built on rookies. Like, we're not sitting with the Alfaris and Salmo Max Loss we had back in the day. This is a Misfits where you have everything to play for. The org is not even here next year, and this is just players that wants to prove themselves. They have to fight, they have the hunger, and what they've done so far has actually been remarkable considering their experience.
Yeah, and I think the hunger is the one that really stands out to me, right? Especially when you look at guys like Irrelevant who have only just joined the team. Like, this guy's been so good in that tank position, being able to set up for these team fights where we're highlighting Video and Neon. It has really just been the case of him being in the right place at the right time, having the right PL tools for this squad. And as well, I think Mersa as well, starting to step up. I don't think he gets the spotlight an awful lot, but he's really started to step up when it comes towards his roams, the timers that he has, and trying to get in towards mid lane, getting those early successes for Video. And this is where Misfits have been able to kind of bridge that gap into the late game where they pop off.
Yeah, it's been a joy to watch their development as of recent. So wonderful match of the weekend for G2. They are locked into the playoffs, just like Misfits are, but G2 still have a chance to lock that first place at the end of the regular season with the champion points that are in the mix. So basically they want to end ahead of Rogue, because whoever gets that first place is directly qualified for Worlds. So the mid lane matchup, we mentioned Vitio already. He was, of course, the MVP. In spring, but we have Caps on the other side, and I feel like they can give us a bit of fireworks, even if it's not for direct qualification for playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, EU mids, man, right? And I think coming from a champion pool-wise perspective and from what we've seen from these guys recently, we might just see some good highlight plays coming through as well. Caps yesterday on the Ahri had massive performances, heat-seeking charms, essentially, but also on the other end of that coin, right? A good matchup into Ahri would be the Sylas, and Vitio specifically on the Sylas against the Ahri of Niski just last week was absolutely phenomenal with how many good plays he had as well. So I'm looking forward to the matchup between the two mid laners.
Yeah, I think it's super interesting to see that, like, both these guys are massive playmakers, but where they find their success in playmaking is very, very different.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, look at like Misfits, it's much more coordinated, where they're setting up going, hey, we will fight at objectives, Video can have his pop-off moment there, we'll make sure that we're peeling for him correctly, and he can be a big carry alongside Neon. Whereas when we look across at Caps and G2, it's just craziness. Like, they will TP in 2 members, they'll somehow find a third one that they left in the back of the truck, bring that along with it as well. Like, just go for these fights all over the place. And that's where you get to see Caps' individual magic shine, where he's able to have these pop-off performances on Ahri. He's hitting those charms that are not only setting up the plays, but also denying them from the opposition.
Yeah, more often than not on Misfits, it's like Vitio will be the X factor, right? Although sometimes some of the others are delivered as well. By G2, it's always like, okay, spin the wheel. Who's going to go crazy today? And it's very fun to watch, of course. But before we get to our match of the week, that'll be Game 5. A lot of important matches coming up. I just gave you the run-through, but XL versus SK, super important. Of course, Astral is fighting for their chances. Vitality versus Fnatic. So yeah, it's all good. Vitality versus Fnatic specifically, I already ran it down, but 2 teams not yet locked into the playoffs. Vitality win, locked in, and Fnatic win, not locked in, but on course. Basically.
But essentially just win, right? That's what we're going with today, right? That's the name of the game. But yeah, I think Vitality, super important. Win against Fnatic. Lock, which is of course something you would expect of a team. Like, actually wouldn't have expected coming out from what we saw in spring.
Don't you think it's so crazy? Because I've stopped worrying about them. Because in spring I was like, oh, they're going to finally make playoffs? Who knows? And now it's like, well, they will for sure make playoffs. But they lost yesterday.
But that's the thing. When you look at, like, especially for Fnatic right yesterday, like, they had no right, realistically. Like, with the amount of, like, the percentage chance of scenarios that were still there that would have got them into playoffs were not that high. The fact that SK come out with that miracle win over Vitality, that now sets them up to be 8-8, like, it is nuts. It feels like it's just the LEC way.
It's the spice of the Super Week. Well, we do have our opening game of the day as well. Rogue versus Team BDS, and Laura is standing by with a lovely Trimby. Take it away.
Thank you, Sharks and Trimby. Thank you for joining me ahead of today's game. You guys locked in playoffs yesterday, but I have a guess that it's not enough for you.
Yeah, the thing is, it's for sure nice that we're in playoffs, but we can still get to Worlds from like the first place, right? So it would be obviously very nice to do it, like especially second time in a row, like in a second year. So that would be ideal. But yeah, I think we just want to win the games right now and see what happens, because it's obviously also on G2 right now.
Yeah, I was about to say. if you can project yourself based on the fact that you have to be ahead of G2, but they have the head-to-head against you guys. What's the expectations for Rogue?
Well, I mean, I guess we're hoping that they're gonna lose to Misfits right today, or I don't know who they play tomorrow, but yeah either of those. If they lose and we get both games, but I think we play Vitality tomorrow, so it's not an easy opponent. So it's for sure also on us to win both of the games, and obviously BDS today. I mean, we can still lose to them, like.
It feels like no opponent is easy right now. Even talking to Dayor yesterday in PGL and also talking to your coach, all the players, the split has been so crazy with the standings being so close. Yeah, as you said, no one can be underestimated. So when it comes to BDS today, what's the expectations? Even if we know that you guys should be ahead.
Wow. And I just want us to play the similar game that we had yesterday. Maybe not in exactly the same, because we still were doing quite a lot of mistakes, but I think we improved a lot throughout these 2 weeks, and I think yesterday it kind of showed how we had a lot of things prepared. So I just want to keep going and try to make sure that today we're gonna have a clean game out. And yeah, I mean, it would be nice to stomp them, obviously, just for morals and stuff, but yeah, it would be nice to have a good game for sure.
All right, well, when you think about the game yesterday, I talked to your coach before the game, and he told me that the struggles for Rogue, especially lately, was because you guys lost your identity. Obviously, it feels like against Excel, you were the one getting it faster, but would you say that you're back and you guys have found yourselves again?
It's hard to say we're back. I think it's still a process at the end of the day, and I think we just need to make sure that we're just gonna play well, and we're just gonna use all of the stuff we're learning throughout the weeks, and I think then we can say that we're for sure back and ready to rumble. But for now, it's just still a process. I still believe we can do quite a lot right now, regardless of where we are and where's our state at. But yeah, I think we can get better and better. So I'm happy with where it's coming, and yeah, I just hope we're gonna actually do well.
Yeah. And let's see if you can show it for the 2 games you have left. Trimby, thank you for the interview. Good luck today.
Thank you very much.
Shox, back to you.
Back to you, Shox.
Nice. You do it next time.
Thank you, Trimby. Oh, man. I love listening to Trimby. He is always very well-spoken, and he's just a great guy. You can see
Super reflective.
Super reflective. I did also like that we want to stomp BDS, you know, sometimes. But he is right when it comes to both momentum, but also kind of the implications in the race for Worlds, not just the race for playoffs, because Rogue is already locked. But basically, if you look at the championship points rather, so basically what they gathered out of spring by both getting to that final G2 in Rogue 90 and 70. So you want to, as Rogue, want to end up above G2. As G2, you want to end up above Rogue, so that when these get tallied, you get that #1 spot, and then you directly qualify for Worlds.
Yeah, and it'd be such a relief as well to be able to know that you are definitely going to that World Championship, because I feel like for a lot of these teams, especially for like legacies like G2, you definitely get to see them step up in the international stage. You get to see them bring a whole new level of even just almost setting the meta at a lot of these terms that they show up to, even if we look at MSI. So it'd be very nice to see these teams guarantee themselves that spot just coming out of the regular split.
Yeah, I would be very excited to see this Rogue at Worlds. I think GB and yeah.
Yeah, but I'm essentially just hoping that they're not letting up just because you qualify for Worlds, right? I feel like for a lot of these teams in terms of LEC history, there's so much more to achieve. Still G2, still securing that back-to-back, solidifying themselves as the kings of Europe again. And for Rogue as well, with their storyline, still never having that trophy. So I think while Worlds is important, I also would love to see some of these teams continue what they really need to win.
Especially Rogue.
And that's what I was going to say. For Rogue, I think as well, it'd be a big confidence boost for them. Because look, it was very much Malrang kind of taking over back in spring. He hasn't been able to find the same success in a much slower pace of meta. So the fact that for Rogue to be able to go, hey, look, we've got Worlds in our back pocket, we know that we deserve to be there, it gives them a little bit of a confidence boost to know, hey, look, we can still do it. And especially after the win yesterday, it feels like Rogue can kind of use that little bit of a pick-me-up, as we saw.
Talk about a pick-me-up. Talk about a confidence boost yesterday. Compound the Sivir with the pentakill.
Yeah, I mean, once again, we've talked about Com today as a potential MVP candidate. Games like this is definitely a reason for it as well, but I feel like a lot of Rogue just stepped up yesterday as well. Malrang was once again the big facilitator for the rest of his teams on the Jarman, setting them up. And honestly, having a silver pentakill, of course it feels nice as well. Was it the flashiest? No. Did Larsen try and steal it? Yes. But in the end, they got it, and they got the victory too. So I definitely think for Rogue, they are coming in a little more confident with a win against Excel, going up against BDS today.
Yeah, Larsen said in the interview, from the moment he got the first kill, I wanted to steal the penta.
That just makes it all the sweeter.
Yeah.
That just makes it all the better.
Like, not today. Hey,
You're not just fighting your enemies, you're fighting your teammates too.
Classic, as it should be. So Rogue is up versus BDS in our first game of day 2. Let's head over to Medi.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I'm Medi, he's Vedi, and we are here for the first couple of games of the day. After that, casting duties will be taken over by Dracos, Cajal, and Ender. So if you don't like us, just tune out for 2 games.
Mute, yeah,
just mute for 2 games.
We'll see you later.
Someone else will be here.
Great way to start a cast.
Look, I'm honest with myself. We're honest with the audience.
That's
Have
fair.
to be. And honestly, BDS aren't really playing for anything right now. They're trying to stop Rogue from getting that first spot, but BDS out of playoffs contention already.
It's a bit weird, the top of the table right now.
It's a lot weird.
Yeah. We've never really had this many teams with 10 wins. Normally there's a clear-cut favorite, and typically it's Rogue. We'll see how well they can get close to that first place spot, because we are getting ready for our first draft of the day.
Let's get into it. As you say, Rogue's still vying for that top spot. They've gone first, second, first in their last 4.
You know, it was so funny. I was speaking to Freddie backstage.
Okay.
And he was like, I was like, oh, it'd be great for the narratives if Rogue could get first to the end of the regular season again. He's like, yeah, because then we could keep our titles of having the most useless titles of always finishing first to the end of the regular season and not being able to do anything with it. And I was like, no, that's a fair point.
I will say, first gives them a world spot. So this time, you actually get something.
So, but because they finished high at the end of playoffs last year, they would have a lot of points.
And they get 120 extra points for finishing first in the regular season, so they would get first seed going through. I'm pretty sure if they get first, they get first. Same with G2. They would get first
the
seed.
third time in the row, they'd be the first European team to qualify for Worlds again.
Yeah.
Another useless title. Well, in any case, Rogue, they will lock in Gwen, first pick. No real surprises. Gwen, still a very powerful champion up towards the top side of the map. We've also seen a high priority in Sivir here in Europe, and unsurprisingly, it's going to be locked in from the side of BDS alongside the Wukong. So BDS already heading towards a scaling teamfight comp. They're having a look across some of the bans. We didn't mention them earlier. Ornn, LeBlanc, Poppy, some of the standard powerful champions that exist in the meta right now. From BDS, Azir, very much directed towards Larssen, with the Yuumi taken off, and Talia too. So really a lot of the main power picks taken off the board. Ahri, of course, still up and available, something that Larssen has gone to. I mean, he even played the last split. So definitely a comfortable side. Oh, we finally get again Alistar. Alistar, the old school answer to Sivir.
Yeah, the only problem with picking Alistar here is
it would be blind.
It would be blind. And Limit could go for a slew of different champions. You know, you could look for something like the Morgana, you could go towards Venato as well, which is strong into the Alistar. Rogue instead say, well, we'll take Trundle, a very strong jungler at the moment, has a lot of presence early on. And of course, later on, can subjugate any tanks on the enemy team. Akali now locked in for Nuclear in that mid lane into the Ahri. Knowing that that will be his matchup, he's decided to go for something a little bit more aggressive in that mid lane matchup.
Well, the main problem with playing Akali into this matchup is that you and the Ahri can never really kill each other. Both of you have too much mobility and not enough burst damage, so that like even if you land a charm, unless there's someone there with you, it's very difficult to kill the Akali, but the same is true onto the Ahri. So this mid lane matchup is very much about the team fights and moving on to the side lanes later on. They kind of neutralize each other. Ahri will be able to get the push in the early lanes, but I don't really expect much kill threat to be happening. As we move now towards the rest of the map, both sides have junglers locked in. No top laner locked in just yet for BDS. It means that top laners will likely start getting banned away, with the Sylas being the first. This could mean that the Akali is a potential top lane.
Yeah, it's definitely possible with that Sylas being taken away. But Rogue respecting the fact that Akali could flex. Of course, we have seen Sylas flex towards the top lane a couple of times in the past as well. Renata taken away by BDS, just a very strong support at the moment alongside the Aphelios, means that Comp won't get his hands on an incredibly powerful scaling AD carry.
Is up.
Yeah.
I wonder if they'll go for it. I'm not sure how Kalista does into Sivir, but when we look at Comp, his most played this split is the Kalista. It's a champion that he is extremely comfortable on, and something that Rogue are very proficient at playing with. Even with Hans Summer on the roster in the past, it was something that this team was very happy to go for. Zoe now ban away definitely
really think
suggests...
Akali's top,
They are quite confident that Akali is going towards top lane. Aggressivo has played it once so far this split. He can definitely be a carry player. He's got a bit of Aurelia, a bit of Akali, some cannon up there as well. And with the Swain being covered right now, it seems that they were right on the money with that read.
Just flex its support.
True.
Swain support is pretty powerful. Works very well into low mobility AD carries, but it's expected to be in the mid lane. Rogue going to go for that Kalista that you were mentioning, Vedius. So obviously feel that they have the upper hand in that bot side matchup. And alongside that, what sort of support are we looking for here? You can go for something with Engage.
Alistar.
You could do Alistar, you could do Thresh if you really wanted to. Kalista Thresh are a potent combination.
I miss Thresh, man. After they nerfed the
he's
passive...
kind of awful now.
No, I know. The passive nerf did hurt him a little bit. Tarek?
You're going to be outrageous. You're going to be outrageous, Trimby. You're going to do it to us. You're going to bring us some gems. He's going to lock it in. Trimby picks up the Tarek here alongside that Kalista. It is a very strong duo down towards that bottom lane. The invulnerability, the ability to get out of dodge with Fate's Call, and then the repositioning on the Dazzle as well can do a lot of work.
I will say the engage on the side of Rogue isn't the strongest. They have pretty good side laners, but BDS doing a good job in terms of matching it. If they go for the Rakan, I really like BDS's comp overall. The engage is solid. They've got great team fighting, good scaling. They can match the answers inside. Akali can go toe-to-toe with Gwen in the side lane. You can have Swain hold his own against the Ahri. I like what BDS have drafted for themselves.
Yep.
The question is, can they pull it off? I think the early game will be the scariest part for them. Ahri, Gwen, the Kalista, all three champions, easily able to get that prio early. And when we think about Rogue historically, that's the play style that has netted them the most success. Early lane dominance, a couple jungle ganks from Malrang, into then snowballing that early lead into a surefire victory. We'll see how BDS can weather the storm, or whether or not they actually can.
Rogue have been struggling a little bit with the early game over the last couple of weeks, though.
True.
Averaging about 700 to 1,000 gold behind at the 14 minute mark. Yesterday, we saw the same against XL, and Rogue were able to fight back in that game. Let's see if they're able to get off to a slightly stronger start here against BDS. Now, for Rogue, a win here doesn't lock them first, but it makes it a lot easier for them to get there. They can pick up their last 2 wins. G2 would have to do the same to match them at the top of the table, or any of those teams at 10 wins, obviously. BDS still looking to play Kingmaker a little bit, and I guess that's fitting considering we are in the LEC and we do love our kings here.
That we do. Let's see what can happen. BDS, as we mentioned, not really much to play for. They do have 2 wins on the board so far, one against G2, one against XL. Let's see if they can pick one up against Rogue to end their season on a high as we jump into our first game of the day.
Betty, I have a confession.
What is your confession?
As a support main, I am contrite, and I have a huge apology to make to that man on our stream right now.
Define contrite.
Very apologetic.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You may continue.
I say that's the definition. In my head, that's what the definition is. I haven't looked it up before using the word, and it's not a word I use commonly enough to make sure that's the... I'm going to Google it quickly now.
Okay.
Contrite. C-O-N-T-R-I-T-E. It translates it to German, because this is in German. So I don't actually know if it's correct, but I'm going to assume. Betty, I'm contrite. I have an apology to make to that man on our screen, Trimby. Yesterday, I was told at the start of the day, if he gets 5 more assists, Trimby will hit 1,000 LEC assists. Do you know how many he got?
How many did he get?
16! And I missed it. So congratulations, Trimby. 1,000 LEC assists yesterday. He is the 14th support in our league to hit that number.
14th?
Yep.
Wow.
I can't name the rest of them, I'll be honest. I would assume Hylissang is on the list.
Yeah. That's
and
impressive.
some other ones.
That is impressive.
Yep.
Trimby, I mean, it feels only yesterday. Man, we're old, you know. It feels just yesterday that Trimby joined the league. But I feel like he's been in our league for like 3 years now.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy how time flies. Trimby has become an established support here in Europe. Competing with, like, it's crazy. For the longest time, it felt like supports in Europe were actually pretty weak. It just felt like we had Mickey, Hilly, and then there was just like a big gap. But then, you know, we had the introduction of Kaiser. We've had Trimby. Like, we've had a lot of up-and-coming supports that have really rivaled. I mean, you look at Targamas, the Brav as well, like, a lot of up-and-coming supports. Now, Malrang looking for a level 2 gank top with a flash.
Aggressivo doesn't have flash, and of course he doesn't have the shuriken flip either. Took a 5-point string first, Malrang! First blood, flash pillar, it's
whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on a minute. So you're telling me that this man went from red. He went from red through his jungle into lane. He then flashes to gank the... Okay, that is the most Giga Chad gank pathing I've ever seen from a jungler. Maorang, bro. Normally you'd... I mean, he wanted the red buff, right? He's like, I want the slow. This guy doesn't have flash. We're doing it. Odo doesn't even use Ignite. That was crazy. What a gank from Maorang. That's very old school. Right. Oh, we actually get the full bad. Yeah, so he smites it.
Blast going for movement speed,
and then he just runs. Oh, wow. That is incredible, Maorang. That is the... You know, there's nothing you can blame Agressivo. Agressivo did nothing wrong. And, like, what jungler does this? That was crazy.
Especially since you know that Comp and Trimby are pulled on the bottom side as well. like, oh, he's on red. There's no way he comes up here.
Like, he'll path top, sure.
Eventually, 3 minutes. You know? Like, about now, he should be ganking top lane, but instead, he's hovering around the mid lane. And you said it, Betty. Maorang, the catalyst for Rogue in the early game. Get a couple of ganks off, get them ahead, get them prio. And that's exactly what he is trying to do
now he's
here.
trying to contest this, but Syncroft doesn't have Smite. Maorang doesn't either. It's going to be too late, though.
But the stun, the dazzle available for Trimby. Flash away, pillar off towards the side. Syncroft trying to get across the wall here as well, but there's nowhere for him to go. Larson on the board as well. Rogue already 700 gold ahead.
Rogue have just woken up today and chosen violence. Maorang is just hungry for blood. Like, he didn't have to contest that bot scuttle. He could have just taken the top one, but he alongside Trimby were like, nope, we're going for this fight. Larson now the benefactor of a double buff at level 4. Any mid laner will know how wonderful of a feeling it is to have blue buff this early on into the game. You can just freely push in your wave, and you have all that extra harass from the red buff as well.
And also the health regen from the red buff. Like, you can take disadvantageous trades and get that health back because of the red. Maorang, once again, the charm's going to hit. Flash available for Nuclear Int. Limit aim towards this mid lane as well to try and help out Nuclear Int a little bit. But at the moment, Maorang might just look to catch Limit as he walks around. It's just going to be a chomp and a little bit of damage. Limit forced to dump away. X-Maddie underneath this tower, trying to catch the wave as it pushes in, but Syncroft unable to do too much more here. Just wants that wave underneath the tower so that Larson is unable to freeze it in Nuclear Int's face.
I mean, Maorang is getting hurt a little bit in the farm department. He's, I think he's only killed like 2 of his camps. And the thing is, he got double scuttled, by the way.
2 champions.
Yeah, he got double scuttled too, because Syncroft was able to secure that bot river scuttle, and then he pathed up top. That's also why Maorang didn't commit to that mid lane gank, because he knew...
he has X-Flash.
Yeah.
When I didn't realize he had X-Flash, and when he walked to the wall, I was like, there's no way he flashes to the wall, is there? There's just no way.
Wow, okay. Well, let's see what Maorang does next, because it feels like the Maorang show this game.
Yeah.
He has a slight... Can you have a... Oh, I was going to say, can you have a look at how much gold he has, but obviously he just spent that, so he's going to have no gold. Odo, though, sitting on a comfortable bit. Both top laners looking to base relatively soon. Maorang will spot that ward out. Keeping my eyes on Trimby hovering around the mid lane. Larson getting a lot of support so far this game. This is one of the flexible things about Rogue. They don't typically always attach themselves to a single part of the map. Often they'll be flexible depending on the early game state, what options they have at their disposal, and now they're making their way up towards top lane. Larson not yet level 6. Aggressivo just ticked over. BDS see the play coming. Limit in a position to answer. Syncroft on his way. But they won't commit for the dive. They're just going to disengage. And they're going to play it safe for now. What's crazy here is that Comp keeps pushing. So typically, if you've got 4 people committing onto the top side of the map, you have to be worried about you getting attacked yourself. But because of the wave state, Comp was like, well, I'm the one stacking a wave here. It's unlikely that they had set up any sort of plan to try and answer. So he just kind of kept the slow push going. And now... I was keeping my eyes on Larson there. He was looking for a possible roam. Decided against it. Wants to push this wave underneath the tower. And Rogue will just slowly build up their lead even further.
Here's the charm once again, but Larson obviously not going to be able to burst down Nuclear Int. Swain very tanky in that mid lane, especially when you go Giant's Belt first. TP is available for Nuclear Int as well, so if he does need to TP down towards this bottom side, he can do something. Dazzle coming out, but Limit can just dodge away. Tries to get out of the Rend Rage there as well, which is why he does the double dash back rather than just E-ing to the Sivir. And I'm pretty sure Limit can get hit with that Rend, so he should be fine as those spears will fall off. Maorang, though, looking down towards this bottom side. Limit going to step forward, spotted with the Oracles. Battle Dance should be back up for him, so pretty safe here. No jungle camps on this side of the map either, so Maorang is just using up time trying to get Larson across. Xmadi and Limit will have to respect the fact they're in a 4v2 situation and back away. Larson doesn't even have to come all the way across, you know, he's just on that blast gun. Oh, Limit, that's a bad place to back.
That is a bad place
You got to expect that that's warded. Dodges away from the charm, but the Dazzle can't be dodged. Larson takes the kill. That was greedy from Limit.
Yeah, nothing more to say there. Truly was a bad back. All of the information was available to you, but now they're diving Odoamne.
Odoamne low, gets into the dodge away. Ignite ticking, just enough. For a second there, I thought the Twilight Shroud was Gwen's hallowed miss, but it wasn't, obviously.
Funnily enough, it was the minions that actually gave enough damage there. We saw 2 little minions. If we get a replay of that, we can highlight the extra bit of damage the minions were dealing. But yeah, good counter, at least on the other side for BDS. They were able to successfully set up that dive. I like that Syncroft held the wave, because if that wave had crashed, it would have made it harder for them to actually get underneath the tower. Of course, they knew that Odoamne burned his ultimate earlier on the exchange, so BDS had that ult advantage. And at the very least, they get 1 kill on the board. Still though, Rogue find themselves with an over 1,000 gold lead. A lot of that sitting on the bot side of the map for Rogue.
Yeah, Comp in a really strong position. 700 gold, so ahead right now, even though he hasn't really been involved in any of the kills. Xmadi just getting forced off the tower, and 2 plates going over to Comp. It's big. Rift Herald now started by BDS off towards this top side. Odo doesn't have TP, and Aggressivo's on here on the top side of the map as well. So it would be a 5v4 if BDS are able to bring that Akali down. Trimby and Comp on their way. Fate's Call available for Comp, but no support level 6 yet means that Rogue will realize they can't really take this fight.
Yeah, the main problems that they had were the numbers difference. Hang on, keep my eyes here. TP gonna...
Flash Dazzle!
Trimby. Oh, but Comp has the ult.
Fate's Call is out. That's really smart. That's really smart by Rogue. Getting rid of that TP means Aggressivo can't go down towards the bottom lane. Odoamne gets free time with this tower. It was already 2 plates down. He's now going to be able to take another couple. And you can see Nuclear in. I thought he was actually just going to go down towards the bottom side to try and catch this wave.
This tower.
Might be, well, it's at least going to be 4 plates. I'm not sure if that's a double bulwarked tower, if the 2 plates were lost quickly enough. And if it is, I don't think he's going to be able to get the full tower here.
So earlier on, Comp got the first 2 plates.
Yeah,
so
and
it
now
was 3 plates. And so he's now just gotten himself 2
plates. So I think there's 2 bulwarks on it, meaning not quite enough damage. Comp going to get locked up here a little bit by Limit, but Limit's still only level 5 because of how much roaming he had to do in the early game, meaning that Trimby and Comp are so safe. It's the combi lane.
The combi?
Yeah, because it's a combination of Trimp and combi. Trimpy and combi.
The combination.
It's the combi lane, like a combi meal.
That's a bar.
That's a bar. If only I got invited to rap battles.
We don't do this anymore.
Oh, okay.
We're not rappers, you see.
No. Nor are you a singer.
No.
Or an aerobics instructor.
Oh, definitely not.
Or a muscle-bound jock.
I'm not that either.
I do miss Flexius. When's he coming back?
He's doing a tour right now.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. He's, you know how you have those, like, seminars?
Mm-hmm.
He, like, runs them. It's for...
Well, that makes sense because of the fitness.
It's people who are, like, stuck in life. He's helping them flex out of it.
Is that motivational? Are you telling me that Flexius is a motivational speaker?
Yeah.
Malrang here looking for Limit. On towards the top side. Malrang not in the best of shapes because Syncroft is here. First Nuclear in as well comes to the side. Malrang, that flash. I mean, he's gonna die.
He's dead. There's no way.
We do a little trolling. We do a little trolling. It's like, you can't kill me. The tower instead will take me. But in the end, it is Xmadi who gets the kill. Odoamne looking for something here, but the dash away by Aggressivo was enough to dodge the Dazzle.
Yeah, unfortunately for Malrang, he couldn't flex his way out of that one. Does end up losing his life. Small goldie for Syncroft, but BDS trying to get something back on the map. Ultimately, Rogue is just playing the map much better than BDS has been in this early game. At the very least, they'll be able to secure a little bit of gold into their back pocket. Unlikely that they'll be able to secure this tower. Oh, they're going for the dive though. Good flash from Comp. Does sidestep from Limit there. Means that he will keep his life, lose a summoner spell. But now here comes the rest of Rogue. And BDS is forced to disengage. Good slow on the Limit.
Limit should still have the Battle Dance here, that E on the Rakan, so he can just dash across the Syncroft. Larson coming up as well will be spotted by the Vision of Empire. Larson can get behind this tower, but still a plate and a half on it means that it's not going to fall too quickly. Malrang on his way up as well. Aggressivo, no TP, and Odo has his. You can see he's currently on the Krugs, but he can TP to this if he needs to. Of course, can only go to the tower because it's 3-14 minutes. Syncroft able to get back in with a Cyclone. Malrang taking up the tower. He will fall first. And Rogue, this dive was just way too greedy, too quick, 3 quick kills over to BDS.
A very sloppy dive from Rogue. They are getting way too overconfident. They think that BDS is just going to stand there and let them do that, and instead, BDS will secure 3 quick kills. keep your eyes on Larssen here. He actually dashes in flashes to try and catch Syncroft off guard, misses the charm, invests everything onto the clone, and now Limit's getting to safety. Xmati not really under any danger. He doesn't have any mana, but it doesn't matter as long as he's dishing out auto attacks. The tower takes down Malrang. The 3 members of BDS take down Comp. And then Trimby loses his life on the back end. The whole dive just mechanically flopped for Rogue. And now they give BDS a very clear way back into the game.
That's part of the thing with Cosmic Radiance as well. The Taric ultimate is like, yes, it blocks the tower shots. It makes you invulnerable to them, but they still ramp up in the meantime. They're still doing 120% damage at the end of it, 120% extra damage at the end of it. So all it takes is a couple of hits at this point in the game for you to die to them, especially since Malrang isn't that tanky. You know, he's gone Core Fields, Kindle Gem, and a Sheen. It's not a massive troll as of yet. BDS now equalized the gold. 14 minutes in, we've seen some good things from Rogue and a couple of good responses by BDS. They've caught a little bit of flack for their early games over the last few weeks, but now everything equalizes. Hextech Drake is a possibility, neither team going for that early dragon
Very
stacking.
Drake, yeah. It's a bit of a...
That was good, man. That's bars. Let's go.
It's, I wanted to say it's been a bit of a, and instead I just went blah, 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 blah. It's been a bit of a weird early game. Given that Rogue, they did that level 2 gang top lane, like they were getting kills across the board, but they weren't really converting into any objectives. They were securing plates, but BDS secured themselves the first Herald. BDS is going to secure themselves the first Drake. And overall, I'm a little worried for Rogue right now. We talked in the draft about how this early game comp for Rogue is very potent. Their side lane threat is real, but I think BDS's front to back is something that you can't really afford to underestimate. Good charm there from Larssen. We'll lock him underneath the tower. Does have the ult. He can kill here.
Goes in with the Spirit Rush, looking for something, but the Never move coming out from Nuclear Wind will dissuade him from going any further. Syncroft able to dodge away. The ult invested by Larssen, kind of really all you could expect if you're BDS. He has that Spirit Rush, he can get away.
I mean, like, he wasn't even going to invest. The only reason why he did was because he saw he could kill Syncroft. Yeah. I think the reason why he backed off was because if Syncroft had ulted, then that may have made Larssen's life much harder. Yeah. But there was a world where Larssen gets that kill, then gets another dash, and then he can actually dash away from the Swain. So I thought he could kill, but I think he made the wise choice eventually back.
Yeah, I will also say the last time they thought they could kill Wukong, they gave up 3 kills in the top lane. Yeah, so perhaps there's a little bit of, you know, hindsight in that sort of situation. BDS now grouping up around this top side will be their 3rd neutral objective of the game as that Rift Herald has spawned for them. You can see Larssen left down towards that bottom lane, left to his own devices with a tower for a while, and Rogue realized it's like, we're not contesting this Rift Herald, let's go in, let's get some deep vision, maybe even, I believe that blue is up where Malrang is right now, so they're going to try and steal that one away. Agresivo will see them here, it's like, okay, I can't approach this tower, it's going to fall, I can't catch the wave, just let it push into you. Your team is playing on the other side of the map, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Syncroft does still have the smite, meaning that he's going to walk up, steal away this blue as well. You can see that Odoame is sitting on top of a ward. Syncroft is going to say, yeah, I don't care, this is mine, bye.
TY Felice.
Yep. That would be a cross-map trade. BDS doing everything they're supposed to. And right now we find ourselves in a very neutral game, which is only good news for BDS. The scary thing about their comp is not only is the engage very scary and very powerful, but the front-to-back element of it. You have a Wukong and a Swain that can just kind of soak up the damage on the front line, which makes it very difficult for Rogue to gain easy access onto the back line. And you notice you have a Gwen and you have a Trundle. Like, unless Ahri's able to find a creative flank, it's going to be difficult to get on top of that Sivir. And even if she does, Spell Shield. It's a thing. Yeah. So the only saving grace, I think, for Rogue when it comes to compositional... That's a bad sentence. The point that I'm trying to get at is the Taric. Yeah. Taric can be a big game changer in teamfights depending on how the ultimate is used. The timing of it can be really important. So we'll see. Right now, I wouldn't say that Rogue are completely down and out, but that big throw, I think, has greater consequences than what the game currently suggests.
Definitely agree with you there. I think, as you say, the lack of engage, and when they try to engage, just using that Taric ult proactively isn't always the most effective thing. Sometimes you have to use it on the backswing as the enemy team tries to engage onto you. BDS now gaining control of the mid lane wave. Comp trying to clear it out. Larssen off towards the side here, looking for a charm target, but the Rift Herald can just go down from Syncroft. Don't walk too close to this wall. They don't use the Rift Herald either. BDS deciding cracking this tower in the mid lane might be a little bit tricky. with Rogue grouped up like this.
Dragon spawning in about a minute and a half. Bot wave is pushing in for Rogue. Aggressivo sitting top lane, just trying to get the push himself. Does have the TP available. Should a fight break out. Of course, both teleports are now unleashed. We've passed that 14-minute mark. Rogue posturing to the mid-tier 1. Unlikely that they'll be able to get this with Sivir on the enemy team.
Comp caught up. Was able to dash away a little bit. The Bastion from Trimby, giving him a tiny bit of a shield. You can see Comp can be locked down relatively effectively by this BDS lineup. And if you're BDS, you're pretty happy with the state of affairs. You know, you have Aggressivo farming up. He's got his Riftmaker already. If you can get another item on the Sakali, he can be a backline threat. Larsen's the one down towards the bottom side, and you know he doesn't have TP, so it's going to take him a while to react. Aggressivo is back, can TP into this. Odoamne now stepping forward with the needlework as well. Flash away by Nuclear in, perhaps thinking that Larsen was a little bit closer than he actually was.
Well, Trimby's stun was actually on top of Odoamne there, so he dashed into range just as the stun was about to pop, and Nuclear in saw that. The last second was able to flash away, so pretty cool combo there. Odoamne acting as that frontline engage.
I mean, it's the same thing you do with Kalista, right? Put it on them, they can dash around, makes it a lot easier for you to connect as the Taric.
For sure. And for now, though, nothing really gained off the back of it. The game continues to be slow and steady. Dragon spawning in 20 seconds. I expect this to be their next major objective and next major content. Wow. You know, for someone that speaks for a living...
It's hard today.
It's hard today.
Today's words are difficult.
Superfluous.
I don't think there's... Well, if they're superfluous, we can just shut up. Like, you don't have to say anything. As Malran caught a little bit here. Nuclear in for a bit of damage. The pillar coming down as well. Larsen's going to join the fray. Comp in the mid lane. Syncroft dives forward. The Cyclone short. The Dazzle as well. The Rift Herald goes down and charges into that mid lane tower. Odo, meanwhile, is up towards that top side. And actually, BDS using the Rift Herald timing here to gain control over the Dragon Pit as well. Now, Odo can TP in, and remember, Syncroft just burnt his Flash and his Cyclone, so you don't have as many tools on BDS to get the damage down as you'd like. Nuclear in, caught, pops the stopwatch to get away from them. Dazzle, charm onto the backline by Limit, but there's the Cosmic Radiance once again. Larsen coming down from the bottom side of this fight, and Nuclear in, it's already exploded. The Dazzle hits once again, and Limit just can't get away from it. Rogue with a good fight will pick up their first neutral of the game.
Rogue do a really good job of collapsing on the flank of BDS, and a pillar is used to separate the front line from the back line, making it difficult for BDS to respond to Rogue collapsing in from the mid lane. Great fight from Rogue. They reclaim a lot of control. They'll secure a tier 1 tower and a big team fight win.
It was like BDS after they burnt the Flash and the Cyclone perhaps should have just cut their losses and got out of that one. Rogue now 1,500 gold ahead once again. Trimby was looking for something down towards this bottom side but couldn't quite find it. And now Rogue in the driver's seat of the game. Not truly in control completely. They're kind of swerving and skidding around a little bit, but they've got their hands back on the wheel and can take control of this game once again.
I think the important thing to take note of in that last fight was how Nuclear didn't have that Flash.
Yeah.
And the second he was coming in from that flank, Rogue recognized he doesn't have Flash, and they immediately turn on him. And that's just good target selection. While he does pop the stopwatch, it's only delayed the inevitable, and a really good cleanse came out from Comp as well. So the moment he was charmed, even though he still did get knocked up, he was able to create a little bit of space, which meant that it was harder for Limit to get like a multi-man knockup and potentially set up a really great engage for BDS. So just overall, really well played fight for Rogue. Looking to secure the blue buff. They will get it. Syncroft really committal here.
Going very deep there, looking for some damage on Larsen, who still had the Flash and the Spirit Rush. Maybe just trying to get one of those out. Trying to reduce the mobility of that Ahri, who can be such a slippery customer when it comes to fights.
They did get the all out from Ahri at the very least.
They did, yeah.
But they did, right?
Yeah, it just expires, yeah.
So small advantage gained, but yeah, now we're kind of looking at a potential Baron or an X-Dragon. Things going to slow down a little bit. You know, Medic?
I don't.
Do you know what we've missed?
What have we missed? Medi-Vedi intros? I agree.
My Welsh accent.
Oh, bring it back. Okay, words are hard.
How about, tell you what, I'll do the next team fight.
Okay, sure.
And you do the analysis.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that, yeah?
Do you want me to do analysis in your style?
Do I have a style?
Every color caster has a style.
Do I? And just I'm fascinated to hear what you think.
K-Droll, if you're K-Droll, it's the interject a lot in the middle of a team fight, shouting words.
Okay,
So
here we go. Limit coming in from the flank.
Limit!
Great flash.
The charm!
He's able to dodge out the way.
It's going!
The stun comes through.
Look at the damage!
trying to escape. What's he gonna do? Oh, he gets the fate score from Comp. Oh, he's gonna throw throw him back in. Oh, but Trimby, look at him. He swags out of there, not a care in the world. Break it down for us, Mede.
Yeah, obviously, well, we'll wait for the replay because it actually looks like Syncroft and BDS are going to look for something
hang
more.
on, Medic is another fight. Good spell shield there from Xmati, but can he get away? He flashes out, Larson now diving in. The Cosmic Radiance comes in. 3-man knockup from Limit, but it's not enough indeed. This fight is not looking good for Rogue. Aggressivo on the backline. Odo Omne goes down. The fight is being dominated by BDS, and Rogue have to run away.
And the problem for Rogue is they should have just cancelled it. Comp now trying to get away, but he can't do it. Oh, that was lovely. Pog, let's go, man.
A beautiful team fight for BDS indeed. And it all comes back down to this front-to-back angle. The reality is...
This is my job. What are you doing?
True, yeah, run us through this, Medic.
Yeah, so we'll have a look at this, and you can see, after Limit finds this initial engage, Rogue are able to disengage well with the flash away. Trimby goes in, but now you've invested both Comp's flash and the Fate's Call afterwards. So Rogue don't have those tools when they look for the re-engage. The start of the re-engage is good, but what BDS realizes, they still have Cyclone, they still have the ability to get on the backline, and this spell shield from Xmati is perfect. He then flashes away, disengages, doesn't have to be involved in the fight. The Cosmic Radiance comes down, and as it expires, Xmati steps forward once again.
And you can see Aggressivo getting onto the back line as well, creates so much space for BDS. Absolutely beautiful.
It really was.
Just great execution overall. And then it just comes down to the chase down from BDS. And this is what we were talking about, right? When it comes to that backline access. Look at the enthusiasm on Krabs' face. He really lit up when they won that team fight, didn't he? It was just like, it was like, wow. You know what I mean? Wow.
Speechless.
Speechless.
Sometimes, you know the word of awesome comes from the word awe, where you're so
in awe.
You're so in awe that you just can't react.
Another engage comes in from Limit. Medic, you take this one.
Trimby puts the dazzle down. There's the face call as well. Trimby can look for a re-engage. Syncroft going in, there's the charm as well. Odo comes in from the side, and Limit will be able to dash away from this. So what have we used? Fate's Call has gone down. Second Cyclone, beautiful knockup. Trimby already fallen. No Cosmic Radiance for him as well, as that's still on cooldown. And now Odo Omne in the midst of 5 is dies once again. Xmati and BDS are playing these fights brilliantly.
BDS with a beautiful fight
We're
once
keeping
again.
the accent, are we?
Well, I can't turn it off now. I actually can't. It's just, it is what it is, you know? Just another great fight from BDS. The front to back was absolutely flawless.
I mean, importantly as well, Cosmic Radiance is a really long cooldown.
True.
So it's not back up for that fight. So even though
it's up.
Like, now, yes, now it's up. I'm sure
Little
Trimby's
too late
looking at
though,
me like, oh, I'll use it now.
Oh,
It's like,
shucks.
lag.
Oh, shucks. Let's have a look at this engage here from Limit. It's one of the beautiful things about Rakan. You can just kind of set up that play initially. Good fate score from Comp to keep his teammate alive. The pillar looks good, but the flash once again from Limit to actually get that secondary charm off, and then Odo Omne finds himself up a creek without a paddle. This knockup from Syncroft completely catches Trimby and Comp off guard. And then BDS are able to run down Rogue once again.
I'd love to hear the comms in that section, because I think Aggressivo hits the shuriken on Trimby, and then they re-engage. Like, okay, we can go, we can burst him down if he does have that Cosmic Radiance back up, and that's exactly what happens for BDS. They are now 1,400 gold in the lead. They are looking to stop Rogue's march towards that first place spot. Would be their 4th first out of the last 5 splits in the regular season if they can find it. Guarantee them that spot in Worlds, but for the moment, BDS keeping them on that back foot.
Teams have this horrible habit of underestimating.
Horrible habit.
I mean, it's just what happens, you know? Yeah.
Can you say the really long
No,
name?
everyone asks me, and I'm tired of that gimmick, right? It's not funny, and actually I find it quite offensive.
I'm not... If you asked me to say London, I would say London. I'm just asking if you can say the name of a city.
Yeah, but it's like Llanfair, Gwynedd, I can't remember.
Gwynedd Paltrow?
Yeah, it's something like that.
Alright, well, if you don't know, by the way,
Don't ask me,
there's
by
a
the
really
way.
long name of a place in Wales, and it has like 7
I will have to also say, some people will lead you to believe the microwave is properly paying in Welsh. That's not true. I don't know who said it, but it's not true, okay? There's another word for microwave. I don't know what it is, but it's not properly paying, all right?
Is it microwave?
Yeah.
That's kind of what the Welsh tend to do with
No,
it.
stop it. They're setting up for another fight. Syncroft. Oh, he will be spotted out here on a control ward.
They also know Aggressivo's down towards that bottom side of the map. Does have the TP. Syncroft dashes onto Larson. No ult, no flash used for the army. Now BDS trying to gain control once again of the river. That ward outside the pit is one that can often cause teams a little bit of bother. Scuppers their intentions of starting up the Baron because...
Scuppers? Yeah.
I'm just trying to go through my vocabulary.
Yeah,
just, like,
you're
bring
being
out
very
different
English
words.
and I'm being very Welsh. I like it. Scuppers. It's cute.
It's a cad. Cad is my favorite English word, I think.
What is cad?
It's just like an ungentlemanly person. You're such a cad and a bounder. I can't believe you'd do that.
I see. How quaint. Let's have a look at this wave state right now. BDS have a really good push up towards the top side of the map. They will finally spot out that ward. Are they going to start this one off? It looks like they will. Aggressivo, though, could get caught out. He is spotted on a ward. The dance around the Baron is very close. We've seen BDS Barons in the past, and here comes Larssen.
Larssen going in, Limit dodging away. Xmatty's going to burn the flash early here, and Rogue will look to disengage. Aggressivo coming in from the flank. That's good. For Rogue, they get Xmatty's flash.
That will be the ult invested from Larssen. Flash out from Xmatty. Trimby gets slowed. BDS looking.
Synchro, Limit going in. Goal! The pillar! Oh, that's disgusting. As dirty as the pillar Marang's play stops the engage from Limit. No way for BDS to advance.
As the pillar comes up, the charm comes through and interrupts the dash from Limit. Just a beautiful combo there coming in from Larssen and Malrang to interrupt and deny that engage. Now there's an opportunity for them to start the Baron. They're not going to go for it though. Instead, they're going to focus on catching these waves. Can you show us how much gold right now Rogue is sitting on? Right, they're not sitting on... Well, actually, that's 1,500 sitting on that for Con. I imagine he wants to go back and spend it before another big fight happens.
And he's going to do that. As a Zeo now, alongside his Wits End, Ginsu's...
Oh, and the Death Gap as well for Larssen.
Coming in. Aggressivo, can you win this? Demonic Embrace, Riftmaker into Shadow Flame, Riftmaker, Verdant Barrier. I will note the fact that Odo Omne went for a little bit of magic was this early in this game as well to try and deal with Aggressivo in lane.
Look now of where everyone is on the map, seeing summoner spells. Synkrov has snuck his way in behind.
I mean, this is actually really smart play by BDS because you kind of know the Rogue have invested most of their vision up towards the Baron earlier on, right? So now you can work your way down towards this bottom side, get vision control around where the dragon's about to spawn, and it makes it hard for Rogue to step into this darkness. Obviously, it's only the third dragon of the game for BDS, so it doesn't matter too much.
The only thing is here, though, is that because that bot tower is still up, it means that Odo Omne can still catch the wave, push it out, and they still have access into the river, either through mid or through bot. Now that they've been spotted around this bush, Odo Omne is the one that needs to be careful. Synkrov!
They're looking for Larssen. Frost from Larssen dodges away with the Spirit Rush now as well. Xmatty off towards the backline. Watch him, he's got no flash, remember. Dazzle coming out. Demonic Ascension from Nuclear into the stopwatch. He's going to heal up quite a bit in the middle of this fight. Xmatty, though, has to retreat, has to get out of here. Trimby the first to fall. Xmatty now trying to step forward with the rest of BDS. Odo Omne trying to get away, but he can't escape today. 2 for 1 so far. Marang caught up with a never move, and it's exactly that move back to the fountain. BDS pick up 3.
And another big fight for BDS. They're just able to buy so much time. Nuclear Int, even though he gets engaged on the stopwatch, the amount of healing that he gets back is so difficult to deal with. And BDS, they can now make their way towards the Baron. Rogue will take a consolation prize with the dragon, but it doesn't matter. BDS in firm control of the game.
The Baron, a 3,500 gold lead for them as well, all off the back of this fight. And I thought after the initial engage, BDS would be on the back foot, but they still found avenues to approach the fight.
Yeah, you can see a bit of panic there from Larssen. He burns 2 summoner dashes immediately, gets a good charm off here, and you think they can get that initial kill, but look, the stopwatch comes through and now he's just buying time. Aggressivo causing so much damage and pain on the backside, and the moment that the ultimate for Trimby disappears, he finds that initial execute. And while another good charm comes through from Larssen, Odo Omne is left to fight 1 versus 4, and this is where BDS can just play that typical front to back, and they're able to come out on top.
The threat that Aggressivo puts on the backline just seems to be slightly greater than Odo Omne right now. Aggressivo having a stormer of a game up towards that top side, constantly finding who he needs to find. BDS now pushing down towards the bottom side. It wouldn't be a story if the 3 wins they get in the split are Rogue, G2, and XL.
It's just another day in the office.
Yeah, you know, it's just BDS things, man. Just BDS things. They've been beaten up quite a lot this season, but yeah, it seems to be they're the ones doing the beating. Pushing down towards this bottom lane, 4,000 gold in the lead. They take the tier 2, and Xmatty with 4 items complete is an absolute howitzer of a Civet right now.
Yeah, I mean, the great thing about BDS's comp is it's just so simple in terms of its execution. You basically just stand there and hit. Trimby takes a lot of damage, Odo goes in.
Xmatty just runs away. on the hunt. Popped. Odo keeps looking for it. And the X-Matty will still have the GA to come back. Cosmic Radiance going down. Nuclear Ink goes into the demonic extension. X-Matty, you're going to be able to get away from this one. Yes, you are. Stunned up, and he's just healing through it all. Ricochet after Ricochet finds its mark. Hit in the face with a boomerang. Rogue can do nothing about it. BDS, the inevitable march towards the Nexus Towers in their eyes for only the 3rd time in summer. BDS will reign victorious, and to do it, they went through Rogue.
Well, I mean, it all comes back down to that top.
Please stop.
I wish I could turn it off, but I can't. BDS. There it is. I've got it back now. BDS with a great comeback victory, ultimately. They got dived on, top lane, and they were able to get 3 kills off the back of it. And honestly, that was the big swing factor. The second that they got that initial kill, or set of kills rather, is when their comp really came online. You can see how much harder it was for Rogue to play. We talked about how easy it is for BDS rather to execute this comp, and it really was just kind of stand still, hit the front line, while Aggressivo just causes chaos on the back line. And it was well played. They're going to continue to disrupt the top of the table. Rogue's chances of securing first place have now suddenly become a lot harder.
I mean, they're not in their hands at all. Like, anyone else takes 2 wins of the last 2 games, Rogue will not be first. And
what are the chances of that happening at this
point? That is true. That is true. Great play, of course, by BDS. Your key player of the game votes at LEC on Twitter. Synchro, Nuclear, and X-Matty are your options. Yeah, all of them had really good performances. I think X-Matty did exactly what he needed to in those fights. Nuclear also. With the Swain was able to be disruptive. And,
Limit with a lot of good engages. Aggressivo, I think, did a lot of great work on the back line. Really was
Cyclones. It was a team effort.
It was a great team effort overall from, and Rogue also helped.
I mean, yes. Helped in a few different ways.
I still love the level 2 gank top lane.
The Rogue's early game was amazing until they went for the dive. And it was like, what is this dive?
And that was just pure disrespect, I think. Like, the dive was just way too overconfident. The execution of it was poor. And, I wasn't a fan of the dive, ultimately, from Rogue.
I don't think Rogue were either. On retrospect, BDS, though, the happy recipients of a slight advantage from that dive. And obviously, through the rest of the day, we'll continue to see how the playoffs look. But this game, not too important for BDS.
The biggest benefactors of all this are G2
Misfits,
right now.
Mad.
Yeah. But it's kind of crazy that we don't have a clear first place in Europe.
But usually it's like one team is at 15 wins or 13 wins, then other teams are like 10.
Historically, even with the best of 1 format, there have always been teams that just typically do better than the other teams.
Yes.
Even in shaky seasons, like with the G2s and the Fnatics of the past, they've usually finished near the top. We've never quite had this much inconsistency amongst all our teams.
Very true. Welshus, can you come back for the throw to interview? Come on, bring it back.
I won't lose
Bring it back. Bring it back, quick.
Let's go ahead to an interview with Law.
Wasn't Welshus.
Thank you, Vidi. Syncrof, please. Explain to me. This was such a convincing win, honestly. Kudos on BDS, but I have to ask, I know that in spring, the second you guys were out of playoffs, Grabs was really not happy about this because you guys kind of gave up on trying. How is it different this time when you think about the attitude?
I mean, it's it's not spring anymore. You cannot prove yourself. There's nothing after summer, yeah? So basically for me, it's just fighting for a job, because this split was kind of disaster for me and for the team. I think we didn't play good. I think right now just everyone wants to prove themselves that they belong here, in LEC. That's basically it,
All right, so tell me how it's going, because you're building a resume for next year. Do you think it's solid enough now?
Wait, could you repeat, sorry?
You told me that you were working for a job for next year, so how is the resume building going for next year?
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, it's not up to me to judge. I mean, like I said, I think I didn't had a good split. I kind of lost my head at confidence in the middle. I mean, it's kind of hard when you start 0-5 or 1-4. It's really hard, So for me, it's the first time when I actually have this feeling that sometimes I'm not even enjoying the league, so I'm actually happy that the split is kind of over, so I can chill, reset my mind, and just go with the fresh mindset, for the next year.
Reset is often necessary, especially when you have a bad year. But I mean, when you see that you're able to grab wins like this, especially against the top of the table, isn't that a silver lining for you? Doesn't it make you feel better, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Like I said, I think individually we are not bad. It's just a team effort, yeah?
Yeah.
Like, we fucked up. Oh, sorry.
No one heard that. It's fine.
We failed at the beginning, yeah, of the split in terms of like maybe like preparation or just the approach, yeah, towards the training. Maybe we just didn't do like 100% effort, yeah, and then it showed up on the stage. And obviously, if you lose more games, especially on stage, then you just lose the confidence, you know, and then it's just it's
right.
like kind of over.
I get that, but okay, something maybe that's going to make you feel better. You got the Kia Player of the Game here,
and
really? I know that before the interview.
Wow, nice.
Before the interview, you were telling me about the Carmine Corp flag in the audience, which reminds me of the best time I saw you on the Rift. But I feel like even though you went through difficulties this year, this is a moment to learn. So talk to me about the experience in BDS and what you learned, even though the year may have been difficult for you.
Well, yeah, so like you mentioned, thank you for the KCOR fans that are still like cheering for me, I guess.
Right.
That's nice. Yeah, I mean, last year for me it was like really amazing. I was winning a lot, so for me it's just like learning experience because I actually never lost that many games before, especially in LEC. You know, I don't know, my record's like 8 wins and 40 losses in LEC, so it's disaster. You know, so yeah, it's just like humbling experience, I would say. You know. And yeah, like you said, I just need to take everything from these losses, just rewatch the split when there is off season, and that's basically it. You know, I can't do much. Like more than that, yeah.
Mental reset, and on a good note, tomorrow maybe against the Mad Lions, and then go to a break and come back stronger next year. That's what I hope for you.
We're just gonna try to make them sweat, yeah, for the first place. Yeah, I think they're fighting for the first place. So, yeah.
Make them sweat. Synchro. Thank you so much for the interview. Good luck tomorrow. And let's take a break now, and we'll be back after the break for a very important game between Excel and SK Gaming. Stay tuned.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
If we lose one more game, we're basically out of playoffs, so let's just start winning every single game from now on.
What does this mean for Excel playoffs?
The desire to see and experience more. It's in our nature to seek a wider perspective. Innovation that broadens your horizons. The all-new Sportage.
Kia, movement that inspires.
welcome back to the LEC. We're ahead of our game between SK and XL. We will be breaking down a little bit of the early game we've seen recently come through from XL. Because despite them not getting the victories, the early game has still been good. And I wanted to highlight why that is. So we'll dive right into the play where we're in a situation where the bot lane is being shoved in by Patrick. This allows Mickey to then roam around because there'll be a roam timer for him where the enemy winning wave is bouncing back. So as you can see, Patrick's gonna shove it in. Crucially, Mickey destroys a ward. And now with Mickey destroying a ward, that actually gives Larsen the information that, you know what, Mickey, he's actually coming through from the bot side. So Larsen, he's gonna just path off towards the top side, be on the opposite end of the lane, which should make it harder for Mickey. But what Nukedog then does is the fact that he'll actually move himself up here, get into a position where he can set up the CC, and then afterwards Mickey can come through. Very intelligently done by Nukedog here in this scenario, because Larsen not expecting it, and he's forced to blow the summoners of Ghost and Flash has been popped. That brings us into the next scenario, of course, where all of a sudden we have the same kind of scenario. Bot lane had previously been pushed in. That allows now once again Mickey to get out on a roam timer. Bot lane is being shoved in, which means this roam timer will be matched by Trimby, but Mickey will be on the play first. As you can crucially see with the junglers as well, they're on each opposite side of the map, as both mid laners at this point in time does not have flash. So this is all going to be about who strikes first, who's the first on the move, who sets it up, and Nukedog actually plays this beautifully once again, dodging out on both the Flak and Drag and the Rock at the same time. And now talking about those supports coming in, Mickey is here first. And that allows them to come into a situation where, you know, on the side of the enemy support with Trimby, he couldn't just move himself down from the bot lane into the mid lane and be there to trade 1 for 1. Essentially, they trade 2 for 0. And this is one of the reasons why XL early games, they've been so great, they've been so brilliantly good at it.
Hang on.
No, I'm not having this. Early game of XL.
No, because the early game is fine. But hang on, I'm going to show you what actually happens to XL when we get into the later portion of the game. Because what happens is every single time they get these early leads and then they throw it away. They decide to go for these weird invade times where they have no vision, they have no idea where the enemy is, and then they could get completely outmatched. And this isn't the first time this happened. It happened yesterday, happens against Astralis, it's happened too often now, and I'm sick of it because we get such good early games from XL, and then to have them completely bottle it every time they get into the mid game because of these mistakes is just heartbreaking to see. And you can see from this clip, they go for this invade, they blow all of their early pick opportunities, and then they start trying to move in towards a dragon fight where Rogue absolutely dominate them. And this is where that Rogue team fight was able to bring them back into the game. So for me, I definitely need to see XL not only cleaning up the early game a little bit, but also seeing that the mid game can find that success that can grow on the strength of what has been that early stage.
I like it. We've got the good cop and the bad cop about XL, but I think it's going to be a big focal point into this one because XL is up versus SK. And when it comes to the standings and the stake, the teams are both tied at 7 and 9, with the loser being eliminated for playoff contention after this. A wild ride for XL after that flying start, but now making mistakes like this in the mid game. So the question is, what will SK be able to do? Yesterday, they were up versus Vitality with a bonkers draft. They were behind, but they team fought their way out of it.
And this is why, stylistically, if XL continues with the same mistakes, they're not going to be in a good position against SK. SK has not needed to be ahead in the early game. They find their key victories in some of the mid-game team fights where they crawl their way back into it, and specifically, well, with Treats, with his monster performance on Rakan yesterday, Gilius and Divine. I don't think the draft facilitated that, but my word, they made it work in the team fights.
And I love that we finally got to see what actually has been the strengths of SK. I know that sounds strange for a team that has struggled, but it has been a strong mid-jungle for them. We got to see that. It's been very rare that we actually get to see it. Playing 4 picks, playing a pick-oriented composition like this worked out so well for them, consistently getting on towards that Sivir, as we highlighted Treats earlier on the day being that main proponent for that. I want to see SK going back towards this style, and maybe we get to see a bit more of that spice.
But look at the way it's done. First pick Y, all right, well, Vitality, they just slammed the Sivir. Now you can't get rid of the spell shield, but then all of a sudden they just start layering that all up with the Rakan as well. So Gilius like, yeah, I'll burn my ultimate, but how are you going to deal with Treats and his ultimate now coming in? So it's in a scenario where it didn't really look like it was going to work, and it was difficult to pilot. But SK succeeded at it.
And that's so cool, right? Because it's not the easiest to pilot, but going off the confidence of Treats to make those engages time and time again, setting up Jizu on that Yasuo for the team fights. And after the game, one of my favorite interviews. Jesu just going with the sunglasses, you know, deal with it. We have more spicy picks. Just so much confidence, and I think you need just that.
I mean, SK, they are just the Power Rangers. They've literally had content pieces with this, okay? It doesn't matter what we show after it. We don't care, just Power Rangers, team fighting, 5 members together, we'll make it work.
Yeah, and they did definitely turn into that, whatever the name of the giant robot is, because it felt like everyone was working together on the same page. Because when you look at, like, what do you spell Shield as Silver here? It's like Flash Q from Vi, then the ult from Vi, now you got Charm from Rakan, then you get the knock-up from Rakan, then the upper head. It's like, you have no chance
She comes from a different time, Sivir, when there was not that much actually to spell Shield. Quick, we have to go to Cashers for predictions. Is it XL or SK? XL or SK? XL or SK?
XL. I feel like they still
I'll
have
go SK for the spice.
Okay.
Whoa, okay.
And you don't get time to elaborate. Medivetti, let's go.
Refuses to elaborate.
Does it count if you're called off the stage for that meme? I don't think it does, right?
What do you mean?
So like if, you know, the Malrang ganks top with pillar level 2 leaves, refuses to elaborate. I don't think it counts if someone cuts you off if you refuse to elaborate, because then you just don't have the opportunity.
Just gonna do shocks like that? That's kind of mean.
No, it was Goldberg. I was. Yeah.
We're throwing Goldberg under the bus.
Yeah.
That I'm always down for.
Cool.
That's cool.
It's also that camera, by the way.
There's a light and I was not looking at the right one. Welcome back. XL versus SK. Very, very, very important game for both of these teams, because this could be the end of the season for one of these teams.
Yep.
They
do still have one more game.
Well, yes, they will still play one more game, but like effectively that game won't mean anything for that team. No playoffs opportunities, no title opportunities, no worlds opportunities. This game is ultimately what both of these teams' seasons have boiled down to.
All comes down to this: every dream and every wish.
Does indeed, Medic. Yeah. It does indeed. So we'll see, because the expected favorites should have been XL. When they came into the splits after the first 3 weeks, they were top 3. They sat alongside Fnatic and Rogue, and everyone expected them to be a top dog. But the tables have turned. We're about to jump into draft, so without further ado, let's play the music.
Let's get into it. XL with 6 wins on the blue side, 2 losses. Since week 3, they have gone 2-7 as a roster. SK fighting back this week. It came into the week at 6 wins. They need all 3 to have any chance, really, of making it into playoffs, and they picked up a win yesterday against Vitality. Today they play XL. Tomorrow they play G2. What a road it would be, and one that Gilius has seen before.
Yeah, true. That he has. You know, it was Kadril that was telling me earlier, this time last year is when Gilius knocked XL out of playoffs. Yeah. Now he could be 1 game away from doing it again.
At the start of the season as well, there was a prediction that Shakuez did with all the players saying who's going to make it into playoffs. And Gilius said, I think it's XL, but it can't be XL because something always happens to them at the end.
Is it Gilius?
Is it Gilius that happens? Could be.
We're about to find out. So the bans have come out already. Renata, Kalista, and LeBlanc on the side of XL, with Gwen, Yuumi, and Ari on the side of SK. So a lot of power picks up. Poppy, Talia, Sivir,
other ones,
yeah.
Born.
No, it's just like there's actually so many champions available. Like that you can also go for the Wukong if you want to. Ari, of course, is up. Not that I say that Ari's actually banned way. That's the one I normally expect to be up. But with the Sivir open, the question is, will Gilius respond with the Poppy? Of course, we've been seeing Trundle used as a consistent answer into the Poppy, but I think the Poppy matchup is still very playable because of how much you can do in the early game.
Yep. I will say, yesterday, SK went really aggressive. Yeah. Something no one expected them to do. They played that Yasuo in the bottom lane for Jesu. The combination between the Vi, Yasuo, and Rakan is what won them the game. Here, it looks like they're going for something slightly more standard. At least with their first pick, Poppy locked in. There's the Talia as well for Certus in the mid lane.
Why would you not?
Yeah.
Very powerful first rotation. XL, they can look to lock in. I imagine they'll lock in the Trundle here. The question is, will they grab anything else alongside it? Imagine if you go something like a Trundle Ornn. You get yourself a really strong top side of the map, especially with Gwen already banned away.
Nukeduck could look for something into the Talia as well in the mid lane. Azir does give you some good scaling, and there it goes. First Azir game for Nukeduck this split.
Definitely not throughout his career, though.
No.
He's very familiar with the champion, looking to get a little bit of push in the early game. We'll see if he's actually able to do it against Surge's Talia. But definitely more on the scaling side. They're going to keep their top lane pick until later on in the draft. I am surprised Ornn has made it this far through the draft. Here in Europe, it's been a very powerful pick. And the Draven now answer from Jezu. He's been picking a lot of early game dominant champions. We saw the Yasuo out from him yesterday. But okay, he's going to go for the Draven this time around. I wonder if XL will choose to remove the Rakan, because you don't really want to play the Rakan yourself into the Poppy and Talia.
Yep.
But it could be a very powerful engage tool for SK. Not the best lane, and immediately it's going to be removed.
So we can't take it away. I also think a Nautilus ban here from XL would be pretty
good,
strong.
Maybe even Alistar, maybe. Remember, Treats was the Alistar. Do you remember that Alistar play?
The Hex Flash across the wall into no vision that literally won them the game and got them. Yeah, it was god tier.
And there's the Ornn ban. So, two of the champions that we talked a lot about now being removed. Braum being taken off the board. Interesting. That's a little surprising, because Braum, I think, is a pretty good answer into things like Sivir.
There's the Alistar ban that you're talking about.
Yeah, okay. So, now we are looking at things like a Nautilus. I don't think SK have to pick it here if they don't want to. I think that they can just grab themselves a top. But what blind top do you actually pick? It's tough, because a lot of the safest blind ones have actually been taken off the board.
That's why I think Nautilus here makes more sense, right? Give your top laner a little bit more freedom. You could see Janax going back to, you know, an Aatrox, even a Kayle if he has a good matchup for it. There's this Sejuani for us. They're going full scaling, man. Like,
looks like it.
Azir, Sivir, the Shuriman scaling composition.
Sometimes that when you're not confident and you kind of need to win, if you believe that you have better players, that going for scaling is the better plan, right? Because you can just weather the storm in the early game, and then you can look to scale up. Tahm Kench, wow. So, I mean, Tahm Kench good into Nautilus. The single target CC that Nautilus can provide alongside his engage. You have to get through a spell shield, and you then have to get through a Tahm Kench as well, which is just going to add another front line. While XL, I mean, there's not much to say about XL's comp other than it's a front-to-back comp, right?
Ooh, okay.
Ooh.
We got the two gladiators. On one side, we have Shurima. On the other side, we have Set and Draven taking us into gladiatorial combat.
Wow, when was the last time we saw Set? It's been a while.
Find out.
It has been a while since we last saw a Set. I mean, Set has typically always been very good into many tanky matchups towards the top side of the map. He's really good against front lines because his ultimate allows him to bring that front line to the back line. And he's really good at soaking up damage. But with a lot of changes to Set and itemization, well, over time, he's just been, well, hurt a lot, and he's not really been super popular. So I'll be excited to see how he does this time round.
So do you want Set at all, or just Set top lane?
Give me Set at all.
Set at all was Targamas against Mad Lions in spring 2022.
I do remember that.
In top lane was Adam against Misfits in spring 2022 as well. They didn't lose that game.
Wasn't that long ago at all.
Yeah, before that we had a lot in summer last year. And Janax actually bringing it out a couple of times as well.
In any case, I'm excited. SK continuing to push the boundaries, bring something new. Their backs are against the wall alongside XL. As we mentioned, this could very well be the game that decides it all. An XL win means they still have a shot at playoffs. Same for SK. All on the line, XL versus SK. Let's get into the Rift.
From 5-2 to 7-9, XL's fall from grace has been rapid. Deterioration in terms of the quality of their games as well.
Yeah.
Fallen down.
Shocking, really. Yeah. And to think that they find themselves in this position as well. Like, after last split, they secured their first ever playoffs. And we were like, this is it. XL's now like a top 6 team. They have the caliber of players. They have the potential. And you can see that at the end of the regular season, the best they've ever had was 5th. And at the beginning of this season, the expectations were that they would just be a shoo-in, right? XL, one of the teams, who are they going to kick out? You know? But now they find themselves on the cusp of being eliminated from playoffs once more. 8 seasons, potentially with only 1 playoff appearance, would be not great.
Yeah, not the best. Not the best. I think people saw it as the sort of dawning of a new age for them.
Bear in mind, SK, like, they've been to playoffs a few times.
Yeah.
Like, a variety of different rosters. They've never really been able to make a good run in playoffs, but in the self-made era, they were a pretty scary team to go up against, and as an organization, they've definitely had their fair share of appearances. It's always at the last moment that they've been able to clutch it up. Let's see if they can do it today, especially with God Gilius on their side, the clutch king, as it were, alongside some standout performers. Jezu had a great game yesterday. Treats on his Rakan was super impressive. I'm having a look in this early game, see what we're up to. Trundle going to start red up towards the top side. No level 2 gank in this game. Poppy going to start on the Raptors. Go to red, do a full top side clear. Maybe look for a top lane gank. Nothing too crazy, nothing too uncharacteristic coming out from either jungle.
Yeah, no real surprises there, as you say. Like, especially when your hope, your opportunity to make it into playoffs is on the line, people tend to be a little bit more apprehensive about doing crazy things in the early game, flipping level 1, etc. And I think we see that exemplified by XL's composition here. Definitely just looking for that scaling, looking to let the game develop into 5v5 later on, and their composition does that incredibly well. If they can survive the early game, if they can somehow find a lead in the early game, when we get towards full fights around a dragon, around a baron, they are in prime position to take the win. The question is whether SK can find something for themselves to shut down XL's scaling opportunities.
So now both junglers are going to start making their way back towards the bot side of the map. Genax, he has no vision on the top side. This is normally where he needs to be a little bit cautious of a potential gank, but he's going to drop that ward down. But obviously there will be no jungler looking for anything on the top side. So there should be a bit of contest around this bot scuttle. That's what we need to keep our eyes on. For now, Jezu and Treats have the wave stacking in their favor, so they'll have early access. They should be able to get that level 3 first as well. And with Gilius clearing out his Grom, Treats already moving up. There should be an early crab going in favor of SK. The question is, how will Marcoon respond? Looks like he's not even going to try for now. Going to continue with his full clear. And both junglers treating this early game very safe.
Kind of to be expected. I think both of them are playing around their pushing lanes. You can see Gilius knows that his lane's pushed down towards the bottom side, so he'll go towards this crab. Marcoon, we expect, will just recall after doing Krugs and then go up towards that top side. Gilius, if he can find a way to get double scuttle out of this, Certus actually trying to go up here and get a ward to make sure that Gilius isn't invading the Razorbukes. But sorry, not Gilius. Marcoon isn't invading the Razorbukes. Actually looks like Gilius could go towards the mid lane here.
Is pretty interesting. SK have really good vision all across the map. They know that the top scuttle hasn't been taken, so they can assume, based off this ward especially, that Marcoon did a clear down towards the bot side of the map. Pings are coming down now. The expectation is that Marcoon will make his way towards there.
I think that's an XL ping.
I think it was
on
an
the
XL
ward
ping as well,
from Finn, I'd assume. Being like, hey, just here is warded. Gilius stops his recall, came back, and now it looks like they're going up towards that scuttle crab. Ping coming out from one of the two teams.
My suspicion would be that they're not entirely certain where the ward is. Marcoon is just indicating that I'm going to head towards that top scuttle.
Okay.
And he's going to get it.
Yeah.
All right. So very slow, very steady early game. Like, we've talked a lot about it, how there's a lot of pressure on both sides. And it's one of those things where you never want to be the player that costs your team the game, right? There's so much weight on the player's shoulders right now. The opportunity for playoffs, it's to miss out on it when you're so close, especially when you look at the whole season. It's a lot to carry.
Yeah.
And you want to make sure that you do everything properly. These players are hyper-focused right now.
I mean, especially when, if you make playoffs, and this statistically isn't correct, but I'm going to use it for the sake of using it, you have a 66% chance of making Worlds. 6 teams make it into playoffs, and 4 of those teams are going to Worlds. Like, all you have to do is win a best of 5, and you get to Worlds, right? Like, you're actually more likely to make it into Worlds if you make playoffs than you are to make it into playoffs if you're in the LEC.
I mean, yeah, the addition of that extra world spot increased everyone's chances pretty dramatically. And just getting the opportunity to compete at Worlds, teams learn so much. I mean, we saw it from XL when they came back after MSI. They weren't even competing in MSI, but the bootcamp, they benefited so much from it. They grew so much as a team.
Yep.
Unfortunately, they couldn't maintain that level of growth. Teams around them got better while they continued to stagnate. What you said, Since after week 3, they went 2-7.
They were 5-2, leading the league after week 3.
5-2 to then go 7-9, man. That's a pretty significant and dramatic fall from grace. The question is, can they clutch up in the game that matters most? Dragon still up, Herald about 1.5 minutes away. And again, the dance of vision just continues. No laner's going to be too over-aggressive. Jenax building a massive lead up towards top side. Just in the isolated matchup, he's playing it very well.
And that's the thing, he also hasn't reset yet. Will actually maybe try and save his TP? Yeah, he's going to TP back in the wave, not in the best of spots. I was wondering if he'd try and save it and then look to get down towards this bottom lane at any point, but of course, not having Unleashed Teleport means we don't see top laners doing that as often. Mickey going to get hooked here, Gilius going to knock him into the wall, and Mickey, even with the thick skin, is just down. Burst Blood goes over to Jezu, a superb movement on the map there, and Mickey just a bit overextended.
And what else is there to say? That's just a clean gank. Mickey still had the flash up, chose not to use it to dodge away from the hook. He could see it coming. But that cash-in went over to Jezu, and now he'll have a lot of gold.
That gold was even before the cash-in. He's now 1,500 gold in his pocket, 1,100 gold ahead. Jezu very quickly coming online here.
Yep. And this gold lead is obviously ballooned incredibly quickly, with the advantage being built in top by Jenax, the advantage being built bot by Jezu. This is where confidence starts to kick in. The moment you make that first play and it pulls off, SK starting to feel it. You know, our AD carry is in a great spot. Jezu, he's carried games before, he can carry games again. We just have to make sure that we keep this momentum up. XL, the pressure likely only continuing to mount.
And also, on Jezu, where's the threat? Right, you have Finn, who can give you a Glacial Prison, but you have Cleanse for that. And then you have a Shurima Shuffle, or mispositioning and getting caught with like a pillow or a chase down from the Civet on the hunt. But apart from that, who's threatening you?
I mean, the game from XL is front to back, right? Like, they just want to kill whatever's in front of them and then slowly work their way towards the next person that's in front of them. They're probably, the comms right now is we scale, we're fine, relax. Treat's looking for another opportunity in mid, but Uktuk able to dash out of that one. But yeah, XL, as much of a joke as it is amongst the league community, they are just saying that it's fine, we scale, we scale, you know? And, you know, sometimes in solo queue, everyone's heard that line before, you know? And everyone's seen that Draven die once, and then you type, as the jungler, you go, hey guys, we scale, just don't die to the Draven, and then obviously the Draven gets another triple kill. But I'm sure that XL are not going to allow that to happen. And I'd be surprised if they contested this Herald. They're likely just going to concede it. At this point in the game, they're not stronger. The good news is that where all their money is on the Draven is there. Actually, maybe they are feeling confident enough to contest it. Mickey level 5, Treats level 5 as well.
Certus doesn't have the seismic shove right now. Abyssal Voyage in, but good dodge to the side by Certus and by Treats. Gilius can hit the eye on that Herald, who is going to go down. Mickey locked back once again. Sun coming out from the Glacial Prison. Mickey trying to get away, but the Whirling Death, it's 2! And the scaling might not pay off for XL. They took a fight. They couldn't find a kill in. Treats with a flash hook still hits onto Nukeduck, that slashed back as well with the seismic shove. Dead charge coming in. SK will find their third of the game. Treats pays for it with his life, but there's a Rift Herald in Gilius' pocket as well.
And the pressure continues to mount for XL. There was so much hesitancy around that play. Do they know where Jenax is? He's going to reveal himself, Marcoon.
Pillar coming down, Jenax with the showstopper trying to get away, flashes forward, would still have the shield as well from the Haymaker, and they know they can't go any further.
Wow, but a great early game for SK. The fact that Jezu picks up that kill as well, look, he already has the Immortal Shield Bow. But look at the hesitancy here from XL. Like, the Sejuani isn't quite there yet, Mickey tries to engage, and he's attacking the 2. But SK now in a better position, look for the re-engage. Mickey doesn't flash the hook once again. Means that he delays his flash to later. Draven then picks up the kill from across the map.
Another 230 gold.
And look, Marcoon's already out of there. He's gone. And then it's just disjointed from XL. It felt like that the setup and the engage around contesting that, they didn't really need to contest that Herald. But of course, the real risk of giving that Herald over is, oh, it can be used to funnel more gold into the Draven. Well, guess what? You've just funneled more gold into the Draven. And now XL find themselves at a 3k gold deficit with 1.5k of that gold sitting on Jez.
Yeah, the only guy that's even is Nukeduck in the mid lane right now, Certus, and he had been trading blows. Crown already complete for Nukeduck, but SK in a very strong position when it comes to gold and comes to items. You can see Jezu there. I mean, Jezu is 1,300 gold ahead of anyone in the game.
Yeah, he's fed. The dragon is up. Looks like XL are posturing around it. Want to have a quick look at the TPs. One is available for Finn. SK going to start this. XL will know. But SK is going to sit there and say, we're stronger. We don't care if they come. Our Draven is so fed right now. Let's just take it. Yep. So that's what they're going to do. I like the confidence here from SK. And this is what we were talking about. You know, when that first play goes right, that's when you really start to feel confident in your ability to make these plays. And that's exactly what they do. They're not slowing down. They're looking for another gank.
Mickey doesn't have flash. Hook goes wide. Gilius was coming in as well. If they get that kill, they can then put the Rift Tower down and funnel more gold into Jezu, which seems to be the game plan for SK here, and it's a game plan that definitely makes sense. On the other side of the map, GenX was underneath his tower anyway, so XL really couldn't make anything happen. It's good investment of resources down here. And for SK, what a comeback story it would be if they are able to make playoffs. Of course, this win doesn't lock them. It's just a loss that would lock out either of these two teams. But after they've been struggling so much during the season, it's a pretty encouraging story for them that they've been able to constantly fight this weekend. Already taken down Vitality, now looking to take down XL. GenX trading onto Finn, the Conqueror, helping him out a little bit there. Of course, Grasp on Finn doesn't really have the same prowess when it comes to fisticuffs. The pugilist that Set is, he's pretty good at punching.
Certainly is.
It's one of my favorite words, by the way. Pugilist.
I also just love Set's kit, you know?
Yeah.
He has punch, punch faster, big punch.
He's Saitama.
And then bring you closer to punch you.
Yep.
So simple yet so effective. Now, SK, use the wall to deny XL from being able to get close. I think they did get 2 plates. They don't quite secure the 3rd off the back of that. But, you know, they're going to funnel more gold into Jezu. The gold lead hasn't ballooned too much. But SK in a fantastic spot. They just need to keep this going. Reminder, they keep bringing this up. Scaling is still a thing for XL. Their composition is very much reliant on the front to back. And right now, the deficit that they find themselves in, they obviously have to avoid fighting. But once they reach a certain item threshold, in particular, usually when Sivir gets like 3 items, which he's got enough crit to be able to take advantage of the Infinity Edge, that's when XL will likely get very scary in team fights. The question is, can you get there?
Yeah.
Because right now, SK is doing a great job in this early game. They're going to keep funneling plates. GenX is going to pick himself up another one. They've actually rotated the Sivir up towards top. The Herald will be spawning in about 1.5 minutes. Maybe they just want Patrick on this side of the map to be able to contest it.
It also just gives him a little bit of time where he doesn't have to worry about a Draven Axe.
It may also just be a situation where they expect the bot tower to disappear.
Yeah.
And rather than allow the Draven Nautilus to stack up a wave and threaten a dive, they said, you know what, we'll just swap and we'll cross map. So while they take our bot tower, which is going to die anyway, we'll take the top tower.
And with plates falling down, those towers are a lot less tanky than they are pre-14 minutes. And XL might be the ones looking to make a dive happen here. GenX does have the Haymaker. He also can walk away. Doesn't have flash yet. That's about 25 seconds, 30 seconds away from coming up. GenX going backwards, hit with the pillar. Mickey looking for the tongue lash, clears out a minion. Haymaker going down onto Marku, but now GenX doesn't have that shield to survive. The dive that's about to come in the top lane. Showstopper away. GenX, you're just dead, mate. Nothing you can do about that. Mickey takes the kill. Not the best, but at least it wasn't a big shutdown.
It wasn't the plan, I imagine. But XL, they do get a kill, and they will secure another tower. Their first tower of the game means that they do get some gold back. Patrick is able to get a little bit more himself. SK, though, they rotated around to mids, and now they're in a good position to contest this Herald. Bear in mind, Sivir's ultimate was used. Gilius, he could engage onto Markoon here.
Just use his knockback, though, on the Scuttle Crab. Just going to force Markoon away. Gets you a little bit more vision control, because Streets is coming around the corner as well, which means this Rift Herald could be started up here by SK. GenX has the TP, as does Finn. Finn just goes back to base. Stride Breaker now complete on GenX. Gilius starts up the Rift Herald, and SK continue to, you know, slowly build up this gold lead. It was about 3,000 a couple of minutes ago. It's gone up to about 3,500 now. Nothing too massive, but if they can keep this tempo up, they can definitely continue to wrest the game out of XL's hands. But XL might have something else to say about it, Vedius, as Mickey comes in, forces the Rift Herald to reset, and Gilius realizes he can't take that fight.
So this is a bit awkward now for SK. because Gilius was alone on it, given that Certus wanted to reset to be able to buy the Leandries. XL have also just spent all of their gold, so now they feel a lot stronger than they were a few minutes ago. You can see Nukeduck pushing out that top wave as Genax is pushing out bot. He does have the teleport. Finn is going to go and answer him. And she's going to go do the Raptors and then go and answer the bot lane.
I think that's the thing, though. If you're SK, you want to wait for Finn to answer, because Finn hasn't burned a TP to get up to that fight. So if you take the fight, Genax then has to burn the TP, XL disengage, you at a TP disadvantage. Now, it's Genax who can walk up, and Finn has to burn the teleport if he's going to come and fight this with XL. SK looking for it. Gilius low. Treats going in, trying to get onto Patrick the Whirling Death coming out as well, and Nukeduck
TP
still in the middle of the fight. TP
Finn.
coming in from Finn, and that's that invested. Rifthold's going to reset. That's good for SK. They get a TP out of it. Finn looking for Certus, though, gets in with the Glacial Prism. Stopwatch popped. Keeper's Verdict and Gilius only knocks away one. Certus will burn the flash. Ignite is ticking, but it won't be enough to kill him off.
So the Herald went on a walk. I don't know where he's gone. Herald has gone all the way around.
Shelly!
Is Herald back?
Shelly! Oh,
Harold's back.
Okay.
Harold's back, okay. I don't know where Herald went.
You can call that a leash.
But XL, they get their first objective back. SK, though, very quick to trade it, will secure their second Drake of the game. And they'll say, you know what, not the worst trade in the world. They don't lose any members. But you can see XL's comp, how difficult it can be to play in that front to back. Gilius not quite super tanky just yet. And he gets isolated from the rest of his team. So this is a pretty good war from Certus, trying to cut off Nukeduck from the rest of the team. And this is a really good use of Certus' E as well.
It goes all the way around because of the
it goes a long way
Weavers.
around, yeah. Goes for walkies.
Have you seen the Fenton? You know the guy chasing his dog, just shouting Fenton?
Oh,
That's all I
Fenton,
can
yeah.
think of. It's like, Shelly!
Yeah.
Shelly!
Regardless, XL do secure it. They get a pretty good fight. They don't find a kill. But SK, they're definitely not down and out by any means. They still have the gold lead. They have 2 Drakes to their name. And it's an Infernal Soul up for grabs. XL, though, they have slowed the tempo down. They've alleviated some of the pressure, but you just look at Jesu's atomization. 2 fully completed items. LDR plus the shield bow means that Jesu's in a very powerful position. And XL, it's very dangerous to try and kill a Draven at this point when he's this strong. Engage on the
Trying to kill
Gilius.
Gilius, though. Abyssal Voyage coming in. There's the pillar as well. Gilius really doesn't have anywhere to go. Has to burn the flash to escape the fight from XL.
So, quick pick. Gets a summoner spell. Patrick needs to be careful. Certus is looking. Does have the ultimate.
Weaver's Ward could come in and separate Patrick from the fight. You can see Certus here. 3 control wards means that he knows he's not spotted on vision, but Patrick just gives SK the benefit of the doubt. It's a relatively common play that you see, and he backs away after clearing out the wave. Nukeduck now going to spot Certus up towards the top side, and that means Patrick can once again step up and clear the wave in the mid lane. And at the moment, both these teams obviously battling for that 6th place. Fnatic getting that win yesterday means that they may just claim it by winning out. Neither of these teams have their destiny in their own hands, but they can prolong their destiny at least for another day if they are able to win this game. However, if you lose, you are out of playoffs. And as we all know, that is, if you don't make playoffs, you don't make worlds.
Correct. It's a pretty big game, and that's why we have seen a much slower game from both of these teams. There's a lot on the line. The loser will be eliminated from playoff contention, as Medic highlighted. It's a lot, and XL are no strangers to this. As you go back through the years, the seasons they have played, often is the case where they find themselves only a single game away, only 1 result. Patrick has been on a number of different rosters with this XL lineup, and he's come very close multiple times. And they've often been too short. Last split was different, but still, XL, they do not have the best history when it comes to playoffs. And now they stare down Gilius, the man famous for the Miracle Run. The Miracle Run that knocked out XL from playoffs. The man that has made miracles happen. What's crazy about him is every split that he's in the LEC, people always tell me like, he's not that great of a jungler, like he shouldn't be in the LEC. And then he always does stuff like
just keep making playoffs somehow, you know?
and you're just kind of like, what am I supposed to do?
Obviously, he's doing something. And SK obviously have, as a team, been doing quite a lot over the last few weeks. Their win against Vitality, a great example of perseverance in the face of adversity, because they fell quite far behind in that game. And until Treats was able to constantly find the backline, constantly find those knockups for the last breath follow-up from Jezu, it looked like things were done for. Rift Tower being put down by Patrick in the mid lane. This should be the tower falling, although...
Wait a minute. Wow.
Fenton! Fenton! Weaver's one. No way! Where are you going? Where are you going, Bloods? Shelly's just like, mate, come on, come at me, as his friend's holding him back.
Shelly?
Wait, what's happened? Hey!
There we go! Hey! The tower does eventually fall. Shelly's objective in life has been complete.
Look at where Genex is. He's right behind them. He's looking for a flank position here. Treat's going in as well. Marcoon very far. The base breaker onto 3, the knock back onto 2. Genex on the back line and Jezu on a killing spree. Genex with the haymaker's going to get stunned up here by Finn. 1-for-1 trade so far. Patrick can open up with the Sivir. Certus, ricochet, boomerang. It's enough for Patrick, a double for him. And XL and Patrick are truly online.
Patrick comes up clutch in the fight. Great use of the spell shield to prevent Genex from getting on top of him. And then he's able to just dish out the damage. 2-0-1 is the scoreline now. XL equalized the kills and a dragon on the board for XL to get back into this game.
Do you fight this if you're SK? Genex has TP in 13 seconds. Finn obviously already here with Patrick. It looks like they're not going to do it. Gileas going up towards the top side of his jungle. I was just wondering perhaps if you could look for something, but they decide against it. Okay, we're starting from here, are we guys? Spell shield used by Patrick not to get knocked away. Important alongside.
That doesn't mean that it's not available for the team fight, right? SK's just trying to buy time. They use a lot of ultimates just to try and deny Shelly, but they don't actually have anything to shut Shelly down. So the second that she's able to destroy the tower, that opens a window for XL to start the fight. They're all grouped together. Notice Patrick's positioning here, constantly staying close to Mickey in the event that he gets put in any danger. And then the moment that it goes down, this is where XL kick off the fight. On the sidelines, they're cautious of a potential flank. And then the engage comes in from Finn, onto Gileas. Treats does what he can to lock up Marcoon, and then look at Genex here. 3-man collapse. Big damage onto...
Oh, wait, does he showstopper him out of the knockback from the seismic shove? We'd have to see that. It's a game of inches at most. Patrick had popped the ghost, so maybe he would have been able to walk out of it anyway, but it's possible there was a little bit of anti-synergy there from SK.
But from Genex's perspective, he feels like that he's got the ability to get that kill onto Patrick, right?
Carry, yeah.
In his head, he's like, I can get this kill. But it wasn't quite enough. Patrick ends up turning the fight around, finds 2 kills. And even though the gold difference is 3k, you can now start to see the power of XL's comp, this traditional front to back. 3rd item being worked on for Patrick, while Jezu has his completed. This man was still able to melt through Mickey. Level 13 on the Draven, and really it is a battle of AD carries this game. Yep. Of course, the 2 mid laners do dish out a lot of damage, but at the end of the day, when it comes to late game team fights, the AD carries will be extremely pivotal in the outcome of the fight.
XL squaring up once again in this mid lane. Genex looking for that flank position that he did find in the last fight. Nothing really on this bottom side of the map for SK to play for.
That's why it's kind of weird. They're in like a flanking position, but there's no reason for XL to actually walk to that side of the map. So they're actually going to move top. They're going to steal away a red. They can actually start threatening this tier 2 tower in top lane as well, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They've kept Nuke Duck mid to be able to wave clear, but they know, given the position of the wave, that there's no way for SK to play off of and actually threaten this wave. So a big blunder there from SK, because it's given this big window for XL to push in this top wave, and now the TP comes in.
Okay, Nuke Duck is not here yet, can't counter TP. Weaver's Wall going in, Mickey trying to get in with the Abyssal Void, so he has the Devour. Genex looking for Patrick, spell shield down, Facebreaker use, Showstopper back as well as they look for Marcoon first. TP coming in from Nuke Duck as he wants to join the fray. Patrick opening up on Certus. Jezu unable to auto attack, the axe is just not whirling anywhere, there's no death in his arms right now. Knocked back once again, dodged by Patrick. Gileas forced down towards the bottom side of Abyssal Void, not close enough. Gileas should survive this, but all the time in that fight, Jezu was not able to get close.
Yeah, you can see SK are starting to fall apart when it comes to actually finding these fights. Patrick with another great spell shield prevents Genex from locking him down. Another Baron has been started off by XL.
Well, Gileas has to back away. Genex and SK, you need to face check this. No far side alteration for them either. Maybe they just don't realize it started. Trees doesn't even have a ward. They have no wards, Betty. They have no way of checking this. Certus is going to have to try and put some damage across the pit. Now they realize it's happening. 4,000, 3,500 taken. Smite away by XL.
They're looking for the fight.
And now Genex exhausted. Can walk away from this one, but SK caught napping a little bit.
SK caught complete unawares, and think about how that all started off. SK positioning in the bot side of the river.
Oh, Mickey caught a little bit of sleep there as well. Thought he could get back. Abyssal Voyage out, knocked up with the Keeper's Verdict, knocked back by Certus. An answering kill for the price of a big purple worm there. SK able to find one. They get the tower in the mid lane as well, but XL definitely coming out on top in terms of trade deals.
I will say, Mickey, very keen on holding on to his flash. I really feel he could have flashed, but then used his Abyssal Voyage there. In any case, XL definitely walked away the victors there. The goal difference, though, still in favor of SK, but I think it's very misleading. You kind of look at the goal difference at the bottom of your screen, you can see a large gold advantage in the Draven's back pocket. Of course, that's still a very threatening place for it to be, but Infinity Edge now picked up for Patrick, and this is really where XL start to get scary. Level 16 for Nuke Duck. XL's composition is fully online, and I feel that XL is a lot stronger than that gold suggests.
Definitely agree with you there. I think we're starting to see Patrick really put out the damage numbers. Look at that, 13,000 damage just because of those ricochets. Just because if he gets time in a fight, he can open up. Jezu, even though he got those couple of early kills, he isn't able to approach a fight. There's too much for him to have to deal with. And as soon as XL are on the front foot, Jezu really can't get there. Finn able to dodge away as he takes the tower in the mid lane. Glacial Prison used as well. As you say, XL still pushing in that bot lane. They will take a tier 2 there as well. 2 towers to them, and that gold lead shrunk to only about 600 in advantage for SK. You're going to look for something here. Treats has the hook. Mickey able to sidestep it, the counter engage, the on the hunt, they're going in, Abyssal Void, showstopper. There's the Weaver's Wall as well as they try and get on Marcoon. Patrick separated from the fight, he's not back, and this could be everything that SK were looking for. They try and get onto Marcoon, he's exhausted, but he wants to stopwatch, he's able to survive. Finn now's going to join the fray from the side, but there's one with the Whirling Death. Jezu finally gets some time to open up with the Axis. Blood in his eyes and death in his hands. It's 2 for Jezu. Patrick takes 1 in response, actually Certus gets the second. XL might look for something more, Abyssal Voyage in perhaps from Mickey.
Nuke Duck's in a great position here with the soldiers. He can keep them out of the choke point. He's going to chip away at them, but Jezu is looking.
Mickey hooked once again, didn't have the flash this time, and doesn't have a leg to stand on. Now Dragon forfeit. SK will take that 3rd of the game.
Another big fight for SK. This time they were a lot more on the same page. I thought that they had actually knocked Patrick into a better position, but it kept him so far out of the fight that there just wasn't enough damage. And look at how quickly Patrick gets isolated. A good wall from Certus forces him out of the fight, which means that SK could just focus on the front line. I thought that they were actually putting him back into the back line. A good hook there from Treats onto Nuke Duck forces him out of the fight as well. A knockback then comes in from Certus onto Marcoon. Certus really the unsung hero in these fights, where while Jezu is dealing the damage, Certus is creating another knockback. Just so much disruption and making it difficult for XL to really play the traditional front to back.
It's the combination of Gideus disrupting, Treats landing hooks, Certus landing knockbacks, and Jezu putting the damage down.
And I think in this window, XL feel that they can still fight this, especially with Nuke Duck's range and his poke, but Mickey then ends up getting hooked. He doesn't have any way to escape. And Jezu secures another kill. 5-0-1 now for the Draven.
Now has the Guardian Angel as well. He's a pretty tanky boy. I will say, Guardian Angel here, although it makes sense, I wonder if perhaps going for something a little bit more aggressive could work out for you, because if you die, the rest of the team's probably going to die around you while you're trying to come back. I do understand it. Perhaps if you get caught, perhaps if you get picked, it will bring you back and it gives you that second opportunity.
I think that he already has more than enough damage that if he dies...
more damage, Blood for the Blood God.
I think that, to me, it makes sense. GA can be so... Like, you don't appreciate it in a fight, it feels forever until the person is actually revived. And if you're just standing there while Certus is hitting you with rocks, it can be really devastating. So I like it. You can see that Patrick is working for the same 4th item. He wants to get that G up as quickly as possible. Can quickly look at the gold, Medic.
Which gold? Do you want to look at this gold?
Yeah, that one. Okay. So he's not far off. I believe it's 1,500 when you have the BF sword. So he's about 200 gold away. There is no dragon available, so XL don't have to force a fight. They can just wait for Patrick to get enough gold for the GA, back, spend the money, and then they'll be in a better position. Baron spawns in about 1.5 minutes, but it's really coming down to the wire. Both teams' playoff chances are on the line here. The loser will not have an opportunity to qualify for playoffs. That will be it. Their season will be done. They will still have to play another game tomorrow, of course, but their opportunity to fight for the title will be taken away. The other team, their spot in playoffs isn't guaranteed either. They still have a long road to go. They still rely on the results of Fnatic, but still, they will have a chance at the very least. But everything on the line for both these teams, and you can feel the focus, you can feel the pressure. Both teams so desperate to secure a win here.
And we haven't talked much about Nuke Duck in the mid lane this game. He is at 3 items, that Crown, Void Staff, Nash's Tooth. If he can find a good shuffle, it's just devastation. It's just an absolute AoE bloodbath. You know, you have all of the ricochets happening. You have the attack speed from the Nashes. You have those soldiers down as well. You've got the Glacial Prism slow. You've got the follow-up with the Abyssal Void. Like, it is just destruction from XL if they can find a fight like that. But SK haven't been giving it to them.
Oh, Civic choosing not to base just yet.
Maybe just looking for that goal. We'll have a quick look.
He should have more than enough now.
2,000 right now. Do you want us to check your maths?
I'm pretty confident.
So he's at 2,200. You said it was 1.5k, right? So he should be at 600 gold or thereabout, just almost 7. Bloodthirster
he went
instead.
Bloodthirster.
Bloodthirster instead.
Not to go for. He actually chose to go for more damage, and he's saying that, you know what, the lifesteal, alongside the shielding that this will give, is more than enough for me.
I mean, I understand it from him as well, because if he's dead, Azir's the only other threat. Right, so if Azir's then dead as well, and you go forward, Hook only onto Marcoon, Trees getting shredded, but thus are working out Glacial Prison, they're going to hit Gideus, he's going to flash away as well. Marcoon popped the Subjugate, of course, on Treats there. Jezu puts the Whirling Death down, XL on the advance, SK retreating slowly. Sundisk goes down, XL could look for their second Baron of the game, they snuck the last one.
The damage from Patrick is disgusting, and look at how quickly he's getting all this health back.
Bloodthirster.
Not going to start off the Baron this time round. A quick recall comes in from Treats as Ignite was used, and now he's back out on the map. Genax trying to push in that top wave, hovering around the top side. Ping comes through, will be spotted out. Jezu catching that mid wave. Both teams seem a little undecisive here. They're going to move back towards the Drake.
The one good thing for SK is XL are not on soul point, SK are. So if SK are able to sneak this dragon, get it on a flip, something like that, they get the soul, XL won't do that. So SK can actually play both sides of the map if they want. They could set up the Baron and give away the Infernal Dragon. Here, it looks right now, they are trying to gain control of their own jungle. They want to fight for the Infernal Soul.
They've got a good push in mids. They'll likely send Nukeduck bot to go and catch that wave push out. They're actually going to send Finn. Oh, they're not going to send anyone, actually. They don't want to run the risk. Treats should have been spotted there.
There we go. Treat still has flash. Nukeduck across the wall, they claim out the wall. Gideon's looking for Marcoon, he dodged him, he's out of the knockup. Marcoon look for some damage of his own, he has to flash away, but Genax has a great flank position. The knockup from the death charge, the showstopper back. Marcoon healed, shielded, the Devour absolutely massive, but the 3-man knockback! Nukeduck now stands alone, separates them with the Emperor's Divide and those bodyguards. Those soldiers did everything for Nukeduck.
Treats ends up dropping. The 4-man knock away from Gileas looked so good, but it wasn't enough. XL still come out on top of the fight. The dragon will not be stolen away by Jezu. And XL will come out on top once more. Now they have the Baron in their eyes. Gileas still alive though, has the Hex Flash, has a Smite. Marcoon's on cooldown for now.
An incredible keeper's verdict, but that the Emperor's Divide from Nukeduck must have just won XL the game, or at least prolonged their life in it, because it was absolutely perfect. Kept all of SK at bay. The Baron not started here by XL. Well, let's have another look at this.
So, this looks very stressful for Marcoon here. He was holding onto the flash because he thought Mickey would eat him. Mickey can't get close enough and he gets stunned, so Marcoon's then forced to flash. Then, when Genax ults him in, that's when Mickey goes to try and consume him, keep him alive for as long as possible. Now you see Nukeduck dodging out from the hook, uses the ultimate to create space between him and Genax as the rest of the team gets knocked away. But now look at them, they're trapped between the two walls, and there's nothing that they can do. Genax pops the stopwatch to be able to stay alive, but Nukeduck, with some fancy feet there, gets himself to safety, almost get to double, but XL secure a Drake and they keep the game going.
Certus built a wall and SK paid for it there. It was a very difficult position for them to be in, trapped, as you say, between the walls.
A rock and a hard place.
It was a rock and a hard place. Now SK still in a strong position in this game. Gileas can't move. Okay, he couldn't move until he realized he can walk through walls, and then he walked through the wall and came around the sides.
Just did a bit of swimming, swam through his problems. Was able to get to safety. The gold, honestly, doesn't matter that much. Just keep your eyes on the items now. Like, we're in the late game.
Full build on Jezu. Bloodthirster, his final item.
Honestly, the one that looks the weakest to me is Genax. Like, even though he has that gold lead, it's just, this set just looks squishy to me. Yeah. If I was Patrick and I saw this set running at me, I'd be like, I don't care.
I get that, especially with Subjugate, right? Like, if Subjugate goes down on Genax, he is incredibly squishy. Of course, can be used on Gileas and Treats as well, to try and get rid of some of those resistances and try and
And this is going to be the toughest thing for SK. XL have successfully gotten to the late game, and their comp is just so much easier to play with the number of disengage and peel tools that they have for themselves. So it's going to be up to SK to be able to find these creative fights, find these picks. Certus has done a great job this game of landing those knockbacks into stuns to find those initial picks, and a lot of responsibility is going to fall on his shoulders to be able to do it again.
Importantly, Marcoon, no flash, Nuke Duck, no flash either. You can see it's hook into knockback. Coordination there by SK, didn't quite land this time. No vision for SK on the Baron or even in the river.
2 control wards though in Treats' inventory means that should he need it, he will be able to get some insight. Janak careful of the flank. Wards over the wall, not in the bush, but it's a good enough. We'll be able to spot out any potential play that XL try to make.
2 minutes on the next Dragon, and those 2 minutes perhaps an opportunity for XL to secure this Baron. Treats can look for something. Nuke Dark. Finn goes in, Glacial Prison hits, and that's onto Gilius. He has to try and flash away, but already he's melted. Finn takes him with the Ignite ticking. He goes down. Now SK have to try and fight around this Baron.
Great pick from XL, and it's done so cleanly too. Gilius just gets melted off the map. Let's see, flash out from Mickey.
Good flash by Mickey. He keeps himself alive. Baron will be secured. Treats unable to get close enough to really contest any further. XL advance through the mid lane. SK did get the push, got the prio, so the wave push forward for them there makes this a little bit easier. Finn now looking for the TP in. Glacial Prison not available for him, but does have the Arctic Assault. Just trying to force SK away from this mid lane. The wave crashed towards the mid lane tower, so that's going to fall. XL, as you say, going down towards the bot wave, but that's taken as well. XL will have to wait about 10-15 seconds for this mid lane wave to push in. Instead, they say, we'll reset. We'll use the Baron-empowered recalls, get ourselves back, get ourselves more items. A stopwatch on Nuke Duck as well is huge, one on Finn too. Makes it very difficult for SK to navigate the next fight.
I would just keep my eyes on Marcoon there. He was, like the comms from him were so clear. He looked so focused. He has a very clear game plan. You can see the win in his eyes. And it'll mean a lot to him and XL to still stand a chance of making playoffs. The ultimate from Finn.
Good dodge to the side, but Jezu walks away from it. No cleanse, no flash. Now has to use it. The pillar comes down. On the hunt into the pillar made Jezu a sitting duck and wisely invests the flash. Baron's still up for 2 minutes time here. XL gonna go down towards that bottom lane. You can see Nuke Duck already on his way there. Just get prio in both the waves, in both the lanes, and then turn your eyes back towards the Infernal Drake. The vision control for them as well.
I think that's the most important thing, Medic. Making sure they deny that soul away from SK, because that could be a win condition, a way back for SK. And XL's doing a great job, pushing in the mid, pushing in bot. Denying the vision. Finn is looking though.
Pillar goes down. Gilius once again the one to be caught out. Marcoon puts the subjugate down. The Weaver's Wall will separate them. It's a 3v5 right now as the TP's come in, but they're not back. Already Marcoon down. XL separated by the Weaver's Wall. SK get one. The Infernal Soul a possibility. Genax next on the menu. Arctic Assault in by Finn. Not back, not quite. Janak stunned up, Gilius low as well, and the damage from Nuke Duck and Patrick is just too darn devastating. Nothing really SK can do. They're advancing into soldiers, into spinning discs, and XL will turn their eyes back towards the Infernal Drake.
Losing Marcoon could have been devastating for XL.
And still be.
But Gilius is very low. Nuke Duck.
Janax forced away, just look at the damage. Patrick stepping forward, still has that GA. Haymaker coming out, Gilius too low to really do too much here, but doesn't want to smite. The Glacial Prism just short, Gilius clears out the wave in the mid lane.
They're just trying to keep Gilius as far away from this objective as possible. He has that smite. Marcoon up in 10 seconds. XL not even going to start it. They're not going to take the gamble. They're just going to keep chipping away. Right now, SK don't see anything. Finn no longer has the ultimate. TP comes back in. Gilius now has made it to the Drake.
Just go for the Drake immediately. You have to try and do it. Genax has the Showstopper as well. He can separate XL if he can. Though going in as well. Certus comes to knock that Showstopper in by Genax. He will sacrifice himself for an Infernal Drake. And what a bounty it is for his life. Finn now knocked into the wall post. The stopwatch right on the back line. The death charge finds a knock up to 2. Patrick locked into the GA, and it's a 1v1 between the AD carries. Jezu versus Patrick, and Jezu wins out. 3v2 in favor of XL, but the Infernal Soul over to SK. Marcoon still on the chase. The subjugate looking for the movement speed as well. With the frozen domain, but the keeper's verdict. And the verdict is guilty, but Marcoon not back towards his base. SK walk away with the soul.
Oh my word, XL just conceded control around the Drake. They gave SK a window to get in. And the moment that Gilius got on top of the dragon, SK made the call to commit. Genax's whole goal there was to just buy time. Get Severe away from our jungler so that he can secure the objective. And he did a fantastic job of it. Treats and Genax, look at what they do. They just keep Genax out of the pit. They give Gilius and Jezu the space to secure the objective. Then they go for the fight, knowing that they have the numbers advantage. Mickey with good peel onto Patrick. And Nukeduck in a great position, able to dish out damage, but the fight then splits. Patrick with crazy damage ends up getting shut down by a big crit from Jezu, and then when he comes out of the GA, Jezu and Gideus able to secure it. We said it was going to be a battle between the AD carries, but these front lines doing everything that they can to protect them. The kills are dead even, the gold doesn't matter, everyone is pretty much full build. It all comes down to execution with SK with the soul. Baron spawns in just under 2 minutes. The loser will be eliminated from playoffs. The winner will still have a chance.
Oh,
hang on a minute.
That's a replay.
Okay.
That's a replay.
Okay.
Says it on the side, Betty. I know vertical text can be hard to read. Nukeduck though locked out here.
He's fine.
Does still have the fashion course, can just dash across the wall, and it feels like in a tempestuous game, in a game that has been stormy from the start, we have a moment of silence in the eye of the hurricane. There's a moment to breathe for us all, because 3 minutes on the Elder, a minute on the Baron, that's when the next fight will come to the fore. 8-0-1 for Jezu. Full build, Elixir of Wrath complete on him as well. Patrick, full build, Elixir of Wrath as well. No real surprises there. The AD carries the key men for their two teams. And you can see the look of concentration, the tapping knees, the shaking hands for XL and for SK.
Just pure stress, so much pressure.
Your whole year comes down to this moment.
For both these teams, they're locked in. They're so focused on the game right now. Winning is the only thing on their mind, and Finn is looking.
Treats hit a short hook there onto the wall. Doesn't have to pay anything for it, of course. The hook, a very short cooldown at this portion of the game. XL get mid lane control. Genax will clear it out. Randuin's on him as well. He knows if he can get onto the Sivir, that attack speed reduction can be monumental. Of course, on Azir does the same. Even on the Trundle, a game like this, the lethal tempo for the Trundle can do a little bit of work in these later game fights. Skillius here, spotted on a ward. XL still the ones who are pushing forward further, gaining control in the enemy jungle. SK constantly grouped up. The Sundisk down in the mid lane, and XL actually just have a straight walk towards the inhibitor tower here in mid.
Yeah,
Blast going back onto
He's
Gideus.
melting this. Doesn't want to overstay though.
Finn
Genax
can
is
consult
looking.
away. Finn no flash, remember, does have to use that Q. The Sundisk though. Down to about half HP. Gideus looking for a flank position, but is not going to find it quite yet.
Patrick, my eyes are locked onto him right now.
TP targets. You can see the pings. Is there a ward behind the Baron here? Can we just move towards where the blue buff is? Yeah, that's the ward. That's the ward you're looking for. Genax has 7 seconds on his TP. That's what they're going to look for if they can find it.
How much time does that ward have left? It can't be much, right?
There's another one. Oh, there we are. There's the TP immediately from Genax.
They're going to see it. They're going to see it.
They see the TP. They see Genax. The showstopper comes out, but perhaps your split has been stopped. Genax knocked back. That's Patrick. That's huge. SK, you got to advance, but they don't have the movement speed. No Shurelius, no on the hunt. No way of closing the gap onto XL. A TP and a Keeper's Verdict expended. A Weaver's Wall down as well. XL only burned the on the hunt. And the Glacial Prison.
The Baron's been started off. Nukeduck.
Hook. Onto Finn, the knock-up with the depth charge as well, the knock into the wall, Finn will fall. Jezu goes legendary, Mickey trying to get away from this as well, does still have the Devour in case they need it. Patrick, no GA on him, Jezu still has his, that's from the last fight.
They're too low, they're so low, they need Patrick to be able to dish out the damage. The TP, they're going for the back door, there's no way they can pull this off, can they?
They're looking for it. Remember, no TP on SK, no one backed either. Boomerang Blade doing a lot of work there as Gileas is down to 400 HP. Genax is going to be able to get back treats, knocked back, Patrick gobbled up with a Devour. XL trying to hold on to it here. Certus low, a single ricochet would be enough. Marcoon flash! Eat him! Eat him, Marcoon! He jumps down, and it tastes like victory! Marcoon finds the kill. SK retreat, and XL turn their eyes towards the Baron.
Wow, I can't believe that XL was able to navigate that in what must have been an insanely high-pressure situation. They have the awareness to not only TP bot lane, but then Patrick and Mickey playing on the edge to not only get Certinus low enough to allow Marcoon to get the kill, but to split SK up enough to secure the Baron. XL with a small win, but the game is far from over.
You see that clock in the top left corner, Veddy?
I see it.
You see that clock on Certus' face, Veddy? 30 seconds apiece. Certus will spawn as the Elder Drake comes up. Let's have another look at this, because it is so well played by XL.
The damage from Patrick. The fact that they sent Nukeduck bot, Treats hooks in and realizes how quick of a mistake it is. Mickey with the quick reflexes on the R, and then the boomerang again onto Certus. Marcoon sees the window, dives in, and they just can't close the gap onto Patrick. He keeps them at arm's length. And And now a second inhibitor has been exposed. XL are so close to knocking SK out of playoffs and keeping their own playoffs chances alive.
Still not in their hands, of course. If Fnatic win out, they win the whole thing. Baron buff still on XL for the next 2 minutes, and that's the second inhibitor
Hang
down.
on a minute, XL
could just push forward. They already went for that TP down towards the bot lane play. They have the cannon minion here. Double supers pushing in the bot lane as well. Triss can land the hook, but it's only onto Mickey. Still has the big skin. Getting thinner by the second whirling death going out. Patrick's already killed off Trees. Jeps are unable to take down Mickey, and it's 2 already for XL. Genex able to get 1 in response.
Jezu is doing so much work for the team,
close,
but it's just not enough. He finds himself with 10 kills, but he just can't get on top of Nukeduck, who just sat from the other side of the wall and melted SK to pieces.
And that's the Elder. Gilius dead, no way to contest, no whirling death for Jezu, no last chance, no hope in hell of stealing this one away. XL, it took them 7 splits to make their first playoffs, and they are darned if they aren't making their second one this time. They look to close this one out. They look to knock SK out of the running. The Weaver's Wall comes down just to try and delay those minions for a second. But Gilius has 20 of those before he's back up on the map. Marcoon stepping forward. Patrick, look at the damage. The Elder just needs a single ricochet. Can't quite get there. Jezu trying to heal himself back up, trying to shield himself with that Bloodthirster. Able to keep above the threshold of death, the threshold of disaster for SK. The first Nexus Tower falls though. XL start to retreat a little bit. They know they're in a numbers disadvantage. Finn up in 9 with a TP available. Patrick stepping forward, Keeper's Verdict. Patrick, do you have the spell shield?
He's already used it.
Doesn't even need it.
Used it to block off Treese's ultimate. Still alive for now. They're looking to end the game right here.
Gilius goes forward. Marcoon though. Gilius already dead. He's going to tick, tick, tick. You have the feel. There it is. The minions end up on XL's side. There's 2. The lasers of disaster spelled for SK their doom as XL keep their hopes alive.
What an incredible game between these two teams. It came right down to the wire. And frustration on the faces of SK. What an incredible performance from Jezu. He was 10-0 on the Draven up until the very end. They fought true and hard till the bitter end. And they came so close so many times. And just a few small decisions. It was literally a game of inches. That game could have swung either way. We said it was a battle of 80 carries, and I feel like at the very end, it was Patrick that was able to make the difference.
Really was. XL's composition as well, very much tailored towards late game, very much tailored towards their scaling fights, and they played it out to perfection at times. SK, devastated obviously by their loss. They were so close, but coming into the weekend, I think everyone had already rid of them off. So even to get close, even to be within a hair's breadth was huge. XL take a bow. Got another game tomorrow. Your fate's still not in your hands, of course. The Fnatic win out, they just take that 6th spot, or maybe 5th, depending on how things roll out at the end.
Whew, what a game. I mean, obviously we talked a lot about Patrick, but Nukeduck was so instrumental in the success of XL's game as well. The TP play that he made, the awareness to have that was so massive because it forced someone from SK to go back. And then that Baron no longer became a free fight. The awareness to do that in a situation like that, regardless of who made that call, was just so incredible. So incredible. Finn with a number of great engages with his ultimates as well. It was really like everyone really stepped up in this game. Everyone was playing super well in this game. It was
on both sides as well.
Yeah, it was a great game to watch. And obviously it ends in disappointment for SK, but what a bang out, what a game.
What a game. XL and their 5-game losing streak. The Kia player of the game did pop up on your screen. I'll reiterate it for you in case you weren't looking, or in case, you know. But if you've got it muted as well, actually, you wouldn't even hear me saying it. So, Marcoon, Nukeduck, and Patrick, IO options. Everyone had great games.
Go vote on Twitter, of course.
Yeah, obviously on Twitter, at LEC. You can also tweet at Vedius and just, you know, anything you want. Shakespearean text. You can say why you think frogs are the best reptile. The amphibian, yeah, sorry.
Close one.
Correcting myself.
I'm we're tied. That was a long game. That was a great game for us.
Yeah, it was amazing.
You will be joined by the wonderful Dracos Casual and Ender up next, so I hope you look forward to that.
It's a bit weird,
yeah, just a little. But yeah, wow. Obviously, the race for playoffs is still as close as ever. XL now kind of need Fnatic to lose.
Yeah.
I don't know who they play against.
Fnatic. They play against Vitality in game 4.
Oh, they're suddenly big Vitality fans.
Yeah, they're huge Vitality fans. Now, I see Finn sitting by. I'm sure he's as exhausted as we are, but thank you very much for giving us an interview. Law, over to you.
Exhausted maybe, but I have so many questions to ask Finn. Thank you for joining me. If there's a better opportunity to say that teams rise when the situation matters, I think this was XL today. First impressions after this game?
Honestly, very relieved that we could get the win after that game. I feel like we was very back and forth. We knew we were outscaling, and we tried to hold their aggression early game, but they actually got the better of us, I think, and I think they executed well. But we managed to stop their snowball and kind of catch up, and then we managed to out-teamfight them, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you came in today facing elimination. This game could have ended it all, and you started the split so well. Knowing that today could be your last opportunity to make playoffs, tell me how you remain calm before the game, even though you haven't been so successful lately.
Yeah, I don't think I could ever see us not making playoffs. I think we kind of see ourselves as better than that, and we really just had to push forward today and actually get this win. I feel like the last weeks we've been kind of struggling on stage. We kind of had good scrim weeks, but then when stage comes, we kind of fall apart and we kind of get a little bit nervous. We kind of don't really see the game clearly, and there's just like a little fog in our head that kind of keeps us from seeing what we actually need to do. And I think today it kind of showed still that we have the issues and we need to overcome them, but I see progress and I see that there's still chance for us making it there.
Rising when it matters, but I mean, you explained it so clearly, the fact that communication wasn't doing so well. Scrim results still didn't really make sense because, I mean, you had such a good system. How come you were not able to go back to the XL form that made you guys successful? You knew what you had in you guys.
I think there was some meta changes, especially I think we relied a lot on Mark in the beginning of the season, being a strong carry for our team. Meta changing a little bit from the Wukongs, the Viegos, into the more Trundle Poppies. It kind of made us had to reevaluate how we want to actually play the game. And since Mark was leading a lot of the game in the early game, when he kind of needs to rely on us more, we need to step up and give him that information that he needs. Because now he's more of a facilitator for our lanes, so the lanes actually need to tell him what we need to win the game.
Right. Well, do you think you learned something throughout this bad experience as a team? You individually, maybe? Yeah. What did you learn through this defeat that's going to make you stronger, hopefully, in playoffs?
Just chill. Like, I don't know. Don't take it too serious and don't overthink things. Just play your game and enjoy it while it lasts.
You were mentioning the meta, and I think it's super interesting because for the first few weeks, XL was top of the standings, and in these situations, teams often lead when it comes to finding out what is best for the game. What is hard about staying on top of the table all the time?
I just think when I have a style that works and the meta is changing, you kind of subconsciously don't want it to change. So sometimes you're actually hanging on to your old style of play. Even when the meta is clearly changing, you're still playing your old things. You're trying to make them work in the new meta, and there's a kind of denial going on while you have to, when you're like slow to adapt. And I think that kind of hit us, and I think we're catching up now, but it is a bit late.
All right, it is not late. You're still in the race, but calming down, moving forward to tomorrow. Do you have the confidence back?
I mean, I know that we will win tomorrow, but I just cheer for Vitality right now and hope they can give it to us.
All right, well, Finn, thank you for the interview. And congrats today on taking down SK. And I see that the Telestrator is ready. So Dagda, back to you with Mickey.
Thank you very much, Laura. I am standing by with Mickey X just to talk us through what was an absolute banger of a game to come into today with. So we're just going to take a quick look at kind of the Seoul fight. So this is where I think things got a little bit dicey for you guys. So you guys have just managed to come out. You're coming back in towards the Seoul. You've already managed to just start things off. So we're just going to play it through here. So I want you to just talk through your thought process here. As you're getting up to Seoul, you have no jungler at the moment.
Yeah.
So what's kind of the thoughts as SK are moving in?
So since Trundle died, we don't really want to start the dragon because we can't kill it in time after the buffs. They're a bit tanky, the dragons. So we just want to like kind of poke them around here and wait for the Trundle to respawn. We look for the Sejuani ult here, misses, whatever, and then we're just like waiting for them to start and just trying to play the fight.
So as we come into this kind of point here, right? So you're kind of looking, you still got Trundle that's going to be on the way here. You're now down the Sejuani ult as well. You're trying to see if you get the quick pick. What's the thought process here again? Like, because you can already see they're starting the dragon. So what are you guys trying to achieve at this point?
Well, every team fight we paid really close attention to Set, so most likely we're looking at Set for him to not get a good ult. I think this one he actually got a decent ult off and got a big chunk out of us. But yeah, we're kind of just playing for the fight at this point, and I should probably eaten that Sivir a bit earlier before he got chunked to half HP, but here Azir actually is like kind of murdering them, I would say. And I thought here if we kill the Draven, we can actually end the game, but then the Draven killed us instead and ran away.
It definitely make it a little bit unfortunate, but it put a wrench into the game plan.
But yeah, I mean, from then on we just like said we need to kite back. If we kite back, we will win every game unless Set gets a good flank. So we were just like really mindful of flanks every time. As soon as we saw Set, then we could actually play the game properly.
So were you nervous when this soul went across, or were you still like, no? Okay, yeah, just so it was still just a case of, hey, look, as long as we can keep the Azir there, we can keep you at arm's length and make sure that that's all right. Just that.
I mean, luckily it wasn't the Hextech soul. That one's the scariest. Like every other soul is like, you know, it's kind of playable, but that one is a bit scary. And I felt like the longer the game goes, the better it should be for us. I feel like Azir and Sivir should outrange and like outdamage Draven and Talia. So yeah, as long as we pull back, we don't get Set flanked, we should win.
Brilliant. Well, I'm going to let you join the rest of the desk over there. So thank you very much for joining us, and we'll let you have a chat with the rest of the crew.
Awesome. Hello.
Hello, Mickey.
Thank you for that breakdown. I don't know if you heard it, but Finn gave an interview to Laura and he was super insightful. So I'm going to pass some of his answers to you because it's really interesting. First off, he said that he felt like there's fog in the head when you guys are playing these games in comparatively to scrims and kind of the decisions that you have to make. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I can kind of see it, yeah. I feel like in scrims we're actually doing really well for the past, I don't know, few weeks, but on stage it always kind of falls apart. And yeah, I think now we kind of like drafted a way easier comp than, for example, yesterday. And we just kind of played front to back and just team fights. And usually I think that works when you're not in the greatest shape. And yeah.
And it's quite interesting to see as well, because, you know, yesterday's game's all about the early game, finding picks around the mid lane, you roaming up as well into that middle game. But in today's games, it was way more just like, well, early game's not actually really working out for us. And when I see Excel in that kind of position, I'm actually a bit worried, because usually they find their stride in the early game. But this time around, when you have Sivir, when you have Azir as well, you get put into a composition where you just outrange the opponent. The later the game goes, the easier it is to play these games, to the point where even when you had a Draven, that Draven can't hit the Sivir, that Draven can't hit the Azir, and because of that, you weren't really able to amount to that lead you got into something significant for SK later, and XL were able to out-team fight them.
So draftive.
Pretty much, yeah.
Pretty much. Even though it comes down to a lot more than that. When it comes to your decision-making, Mickey, there's been a lot of talk about how people... No, I mean, you're dying a lot. Let's just put it that way. It's not been going so well. And it seems to me from like an untrained eye, that's obviously a side effect from that, what you just talked about in terms of translating from scrims into those high pressure situations, and you want to make something happen where maybe you couldn't. Some of the analysts also talked about kind of a shift in champion pool, where as you are on something like the Nami, you're of course going to be much squishier than you are like here on a Tahm Kench. What is your read on kind of your play, and why do you think it was recently?
Well, I think I'm dying a lot because I'm playing bad, but besides that, I was trying to play more melee champions, I feel like, because sometimes it feels hard to play a range champ if you fall behind, because you can't really face check for vision anywhere. Even if you go with the jungler, you usually lose 2v2 against a melee support and like a jungler. So I've been trying more the melee approach. And I mean, last week was a bit harder because there was no Hex Flash to actually play those.
Oh, yeah.
So, but now I can kind of do it. And yeah, other than that, I feel like we just play a bit more scared on stage than usually in scrims. So yeah, I die a lot by trying to make stuff happen that I can't make happen.
Hexflash is actually really, it's a good point.
I love that point as well, because there's just like, there's so much pressure sometimes as well as the support to be the one setting up the entire objectives around vision control and all of that. And in solo queue, when you play an Enchanter, it's fine, it's broken. You're Enchanter, just late game scaling. You don't have to get vision the same extent you have to in competitive play. But when you're playing an Enchanter in competitive play, you always have to link up with your jungler. Pretty much, you probably need a solo laner as well, just to help you get that, because still if you face take 2v2, you still die. And that's why, like, even though Enchanters are great in theory, in competitive play, where so much about it is around these objectives, setting up for them, if you don't have that beefy melee support, it's just so difficult to set up.
You agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree with that, yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's take a look at some more.
Testing me, what? What? You're testing me, huh?
No, that's your insecurity speaking. I'm just asking if he agrees. Oh my gosh.
Is he right?
Okay, let's take a look at this Baron from XL, where, of course, in this situation, you have decisions to make, right? And you're stalling a little bit, Mickey,
yeah,
it feels
so since Sejuani died and still left 5 people, we didn't want to just like 45 try to flip the fight and lose. We just wanted to actually pressure on side lane. It's kind of the thing we learned from our previous stage games where we should have played on side lane, but we just kind of went for a fight and lost it. So this time we actually did it well, and yeah.
This kind of, to me, just seems like one of these fights is so hard to go back and VOD with you, because this just seems like playing on emotion. It's like, oh, they're overextending quickly, you gob up the Sivir, then all of a sudden, you know, you have Makoon on the other side just flashing over on the wall. Do you have any takeaways from a fight like this, or is it just like, oh, great, I'm happy we played it better on the day?
I mean, I think we just played it, you know, normal. I think that's how we should play it. I think just SK should have reacted better to our TP and set someone in the base. I'm not sure if they actually had TPs or not, or Talia ult or something, but I felt like they spent a lot of time trying to get a fight where Nazir was pushing instead of just basing. And or they could just like all go hit Nash, and we can't really contest 3v5. And they just get Nash on the base and they lose an inhib, but they chose neither of those, so.
That's, you know, do nothing and die. That's unfortunate then. Let's take a look at the Elder fight, basically deciding the game. There were so many, we were trying to like figure out what we want to show, but eventually I guess this was it, right?
So yeah, I kind of like, I mean, I wouldn't say int, but because I'm pretty donkey.
Soaking pressure here.
Yeah.
Johnny ult goes wide, Finn is reported for that one, don't worry about it. But Azir has a really good position here. He's like basically just one-shotting everyone over the wall, and they can't really touch him.
And this just goes back to the comp difference, right? It's like he's sitting there when no one's able to hit him. Nukeduck's just having the time of his life. I'm pretty sure he's been chilling this entire game because there's been a lot of pressure. At least the fight seemed very stressful. Everything in the game seemed very stressful. But for Nukeduck specifically, I swear every team fight, he was just in a position where he hit for free. So yeah, great stop by him today.
Yeah, thank you for breaking that game down. Patrick was our Kia player of the game. And his damage was 1,337 damage per minute. Leap.
Yeah.
Nearly
deserves it then, yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. Nearly 50% of his team's damage.
Wow.
Wowee. Sivir, man.
I think actually it says 1,334, but you know, it's fine.
Production, you lied.
But I think he played really well throughout the whole game.
They lied to us.
But if you go back and rewatch where we were ending the game, you should look at his flash. And then you can reconsider if he deserves MVP.
Oh, maybe we have to take it back.
He flashed purely for fun, and like it was like a bit risky. It was like, not risky, but scary to see that.
Yeah,
but, we won anyway. We had
even with Sivir first picks today as well, like, is this champion just that good that she needs to be a priority, or?
Yes, and I think a lot of teams actually don't know how to draft against it.
Okay.
Like, I think the problem is that, people they lose their mind when they see Sivir, and they just pick champions that are not actually good into Sivir, and then they lose because they just pick other priority picks that Sivir is good into.
Oh, do you think they get lost in like oh well, she can only spell shield one thing, so we'll pick this, and this, but actually it doesn't matter?
I mean, I think they just go for the priority picks that they decided on beforehand, like what they think is actually OP in the meta, and they just pick it because it's open.
And
but turns out they're not very good into Sivir. But I think Fnatic had a good approach into the Sivir last week. And I think SK yesterday against Vitality had a decent approach. I think it could have gone either way, but
okay. Great. We're going to look at those drafts and maybe make a little segment out of it at some point. Thank you for doing our work for us. But thank you, Mickey. Of course, still in the race tomorrow versus Astralis, so the best of luck for that tomorrow. And right now, we're going to see Astralis. It'll be Mad Lions up versus them after the break.
Top team of the LEC, so we have to show to everyone how is the best team of Europe.
Just don't look at the numbers. We will try our best to win the next 2 games.
A lion! Oh yes, the king of the jungle. Time for a quick Red Bull.
Red Bull? But you still won't be quicker than the lion.
I don't have to be quicker than the lion, just quicker than you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
LEC. I'm Dracos, that's Cadro between us. Beautiful man.
Ender's
MMA.
back to the
Ender's
caster
back
desk.
to the caster desk.
This is crazy too, because I can just touch you guys. Like last time I was up here, we had these weird walls.
Yeah.
You know, it really limited the camaraderie.
I was
during the
really
cast.
confused where you were going with that, but I'm glad that's where we ended up. We're about to end up in game, and we're more likely in pick ban. Astralis versus Mad Lions. It's going to be an interesting one. Astralis fighting fiercely against Mad Lions themselves. Mad Lions fighting for seeding at this point, trying to make it to the top of the standings. Remember, playoffs points, rather championship points, are a big deal. It's kind of confusing, but right now Mad have a 0 because they missed playoffs. So it's a very rough road when it comes to securing a good seed. Certainly, they'd like to finish as high as possible. Astralis fight to keep their hopes and dreams alive. And here we are, gentlemen, picks and bans. Seemingly not tense enough funk music playing behind us. Here we are. Elimination game, potentially. What? Oh, let's put some funk on. Sounds good.
A little bumper. Calm the nerves.
It's a vibe. And right now, already seeing some of these early games, so these hyper-aggressive 80 carries limited. Makes sense. Unforgiven, making a bit of a name for himself on that Draven, or now being taken away from Vizichachi. So a lot of target bans thus far.
Yeah, clearly taking away all of those. We've liked the Ornn in the past. I was actually a huge fan of the Chachi Kennen yesterday. Never thought I'd have a chance to cast Chachi again, and somehow he pulls out the Kennen. Doesn't amount to a win there, unfortunately, but I'm a fan of it overall.
Yumi ban cheers in Berlin again. Every single time. You love to see it. These are the two most banned champs against Astralis, Ornn and Yumi. A lot of scaling behind it. Think of Wukong as maybe perhaps the next one that Xerxes might want to pick up. There's the Gwen ban targeted at Armut, who struggled yesterday against Broken Blade's Gwen with the Jax counter pick.
I'm sorry, did you just fist bump because they got a Gwen ban? Did the whole team just
They
cheer
were really
up for
enjoying
Armut?
it.
They got Armut's Gwen ban. They're like,
No, you got a top lane ban, let's go!
Oh, target ban, all right, dude.
They have like a little tally behind them backstage. They just put one in like every
earned it.
golden star at the end.
We'll see if we get a fist bump at Xerxes, but they're not going to ban the Wukong. Interesting. That has been one of the signature picks for Xerxes so far this season. Instead, taking the Vex off the board.
Maybe that's an Ahri one too they're thinking of. Astralis should probably go towards a Poppy perhaps here. I mean, Ilioya might go towards a Trundle then. Wukong, like you said, could be an option for Xerxes, but that Vex ban, it is Dior's comfort. It's what he played most of the time in spring. Has found success on it a bit in summer, but it just spells to me like a little bit of an Ahri.
Yeah, the Wukong out for Xerxes, been an absolute beast on it so far this split, so no real surprises coming in there. Already ideas for Astralis, the power of the Wukong in the early skirmishes, the team fights as well. It all starts to add up.
Absolutely does. And this is the thing with Astralis. We know that they've very likely prioritized their picks, the picks that they have found success on very highly. In this case, Wukong also a relatively high tier pick as well. But it does often mean them giving up high priority meta picks. Right now, taking away the Sylas, could see a Poppy follow-up, could see something else come through here as well. There's a ton of picks that are still open that Mad have access to, and that is the price of first picking a champion like Wukong.
Oh yeah, Sivir is one of them as well. Don't really have to match jungle here. Of course, you can just take away the Sivir, stop Astralis from getting it, and then pick your jungler on 3, looking at Poppy, looking at Trundle. Could maybe drop it a bit further depending on what AD carries picked up if you're thinking of things like Jarvan. But now Astralis expecting them to match mid here, maybe look for the AD of their own Zeri. We saw Kobe playing that yesterday. Might be something they want to lean towards. Anything for team fight really is Astralis' comfort.
Yeah, I was going to say the Twitch is something they went to previously as well in recent weeks. They look pretty strong for Kabe down on the bottom side of the map. Ahri was one of those picks that did get left through. Again, so many of these mid-jungle options just untouched in draft with such a focus being put towards both the bottom lane picks as well as the top lane.
Now the question is, of course, will they match AD here or risk having a few more picks taken away from Kabe? Certainly could look to shake up the draft by going for something else.
Oh yeah, they can always drop AD. I mean, Kobe's played so many different champions. They split from mages to things like the Xayah, the Draven, the Zeri, but they're just going to go for the Zeri. Quite a powerful pick on the patch. Lock in the OPs in the 1-2-3, as you always do. Now it's on Mad Lions here to just pick what we expect to be their jungler. Can always go for some kind of top laner here. If you do see fit, ban away 2, get a really good matchup into Chachi, who's been leaning more towards tanks, and with GP falling out of the meta, just hurt his champion pool that little bit more.
I just love that we got both the pentakill bot laners right here. Zeri with 1 billion pentakills since she's been released.
Neon.
The Sivir as well. Yeah. Oh yeah, Neon. You're right.
No.
Sorry. No, wait. No, it is Zeri. What are you doing to me? This guy's trying to confuse me. Coming over Valorant.
Ender's a Valorant caster now, if you didn't know. You'll hear, I'm sure you'll hear about it more. This one has a Bulldog all the time, Ender. You're gonna have to keep up. There it is. That's the extent of my knowledge. But Poppy, I like that we're seeing it. It's always weird to see it go through so late that they was able to make it through, but obviously when you first pick the Wukong, plenty of time for Mad Lions to take their time opting for that jungle pick. Vizicachi Renekton taken off the board. Champion we've not seen a ton of. Most recent buff to him was AD scaling on the AoE on the ult, but really have not seen a lot of him here in Europe at all.
Yeah, being picked a little bit in Asia. In the Eastern regions, it's quite high prio. There's an Aatrox ban, so I feel like Chachi is leaning towards some kind of Scion here. Aatrox always good into those tank matchups. I think we might end up in having some kind of Nar Camille trade-off of Kennen here if these bans continue down as they're going. And then once you have this many top laners banned, I feel like Mad Lions should last pick top. You can blind support pretty easily here. You can go for things like Renata taken away. You could go for things like Nautilus, Leona, engage supports if you want, but it's really up to Astralis how they want to play this lane. Because Sivir with engage supports, like Nautilus, maybe not the best. But Zeri really wants to play with something like a Lulu, perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in terms of top lane too, with some nerfs to lane sustain, Scourge getting buffed and whatnot, picks like the Renekton and the Aatrox with some inbuilt sustain in their kits already, obviously going to increase just a little bit in value for that top lane 1 versus 1. Now the question remains what they end up going for. Tank Central with Sejuani.
Of course, how could I forget Sejuani, one of the best top laners that pairs with Wukong. That's next on the list of tanks up there with Ornn.
You've also got now 3 melee champions and a Sivir movement speed buff, which, you know, no math genius, but that is a lot of stuns in any potential fight.
Love me some stuns.
Yeah, and generally we've seen Zeri, you know, she dances around people, but the nice thing about, obviously, the Sejuani stun is you get hit by anything melee. You can't really dance around it. There's really no outplaying the Sejuani stun.
Yeah, you can't really move. Oh, Shyvana there, picked into the tank of Sejuani. We've seen that a little bit, of course, throughout the major regions, just picking the Shyvana. Do lose lane a little bit, but it's just such a nuisance in teamfights. Can go for the Demonic Embrace if it wants. And a Bard, blind pick.
Okay.
That can be punished pretty heavily if Mad want to go for some kind of Nautilus route. Of course, like I was saying, Sivir maybe not the most ideal lane you'd want to go for, but then you do have 4 minis with the Sejuani, so the teamfights are very brawl heavy. Could play it safe and go for something like the Lulu, but of course that struggles because of how immobile it is.
Yeah, I think the Bard does offer some solid setup for Astralis to actually find their engagements, because when you look at like how they actually want to set up a fight, either it's Ahri finding a pick with a charm, or maybe Xerxes coming in on a good flank with the Wukong. So I think having that long range lockdown with the Bard gives you way more options for Xerxes to actually get himself into a fight.
Yeah, and I feel like last picking something like a Nautilus there, you're playing way too much. Like, you've got a good comp. You don't have to over-index on engage and melees and bruises and going forwards and all that kind of stuff. Just pick something like Lulu that can knock up the front line. Protect the Sivir a bit more and make sure she's safe against this Ahri Wukong double dive, because she didn't really have any peel.
And past the level 1, make sure that you have a lane that's very likely to win out in trades. Bard level 1 obviously pretty strong, but Lulu overall just going to provide more damage, help you control that lane early on. And I don't love this Bard pick as much as I've loved some of Jonghoon's Bard picks in the past. Sivir with the spell shield, also the movement speed steroid, makes it a lot harder to hit those reliable ults. That said, Sejuani, once she queues in, very vulnerable to getting locked down. It's going to be a lot on the execution of Astralis. I don't feel like this is the compositions we've seen from them previously in the split, where it's like Ornn plus Wukong, inevitable late game AD carry. You have a little bit of that with the Zeri, but it's not quite the same level of reliability.
I think there's a bit of a battle too, getting mid lane control. How can you convert that pressure down towards bot side with very strong scaling picks as well? Whoever has control of that bot side river gets so much options, so many more options to play in the early game.
Yeah, moving to sides is going to be really important here. Maybe not so much towards top, but towards bot is where both these mid jungles want to focus, especially Mad Lions.
Definitely. Time to see how the early game unfolds, what both these junglers can do, what their impact can be on some of these potentially explosive lanes. We'll find out. Astralis versus Mad Lions.
Two of them are jumping level 1. I like that.
Never mind. Yeah. Yeah. Now it's time. God, what? Thank you, audience of Berlin. I like that enthusiasm, that energy. Let's see if anyone gets baited as hard in this game as I did by production.
You know, Draco, some things never change.
That's true. That's true. Shout out to our boy Marcus. Marcus?
He's definitely laughing.
No, Marcus.
And we never
Marcus
heard
is
from
the homie.
Dracos
He's done
again.
every ridiculous stats request I've ever had. I would never. Yeah, no. We're trade. I'm slowly earning back favors for all the stuff he's done. Speaking of, like maybe a little bit of level 1 here. Not time to take a break. Mr. Kit Kat, 'cause it looks like there might be some early fighting. Love fighting for the early Caretaker Shrines. Bard level 1 so much weaker in lane when you take that ability, but it makes Dayor's lane so much stronger, and now 2 of those bad boys just deleted.
Maybe 3.
Yeah, I mean, Niski even going for another Cup of Joe right there, trying to knock that one down, and Kaiser was able to sort of get in the face of Jonghoon as well, knowing that there's not the threat of the Bard Q, and an early ward as well. So Mad Lions playing very far forward in this early game for Vision.
Before everything kicks off, Dracos, I have to ask you a question. On the Jonghoon Bard skin, I need a rating out of 10 and whether it could be better.
Okay, so here's the deal. We all know Astronaut Bard is bad. Bard is hilarious, but this is, in pro play, the best Bard because you get this one as a freebie. But this is I will say, classism in the Bard form because this is no longer available. I don't know when it's going to be available again. So this is the cloudiest Bard skin you can possibly have.
What about the penguin one?
This is the penguin one. This is the gold penguin chroma.
Oh, it's the gold version.
Yes.
Yeah, and you said it was free, so is that like exclamation mark drop or
no
giveaway?
Stop.
What
are you giving them away?
How do I get that?
I don't.
I'm going to DM
don't. This is not a Valorant gun cutting. I do not want to DM. Why are you
Ty Dracos?
Anyway. Level 1 normally strong. I'm going to try to talk about the game. Is that okay?
Good, go for it. We'll allow it.
Level 1 for Bard, normally good. Again, Q plus the passive, strong early on, but you can see already Unforgiven and Kaiser take complete control. And good heads-up play from Mad Lions here. Checking in on the junglers, however. Both of you are junglers. Wow, talk about League of Legends. Go.
Do you want it?
Well, Elioya's done his 3 top camps. Looks like he's going to move towards mid here. Maybe look for an early level 3 gank onto Dior. They have pretty good kill pressure. If Niski can get to level 3 here, he does. So they could opt into this. See if they can execute it though, because Dior's hugging bot side with a ward. Smart from him. Good positioning in the lane. Won't get caught out, but now Elioya can...
Oh my god.
Oh, they denied the
hot.
Is that hot cocoa? Well, what's inside that? I need to know.
Okay, hold on. Sorry, say that one more time. Hot what?
Cocoa?
Hot cocoa?
Cocoa.
Yeah.
This is a language thing then, for sure. Okay, never mind. We're going to hold
just
this one.
ignore it.
I feel like I'm being insensitive to people who may pronounce it that way. Let us know if it's hot cocoa or hot cocoa.
It's definitely hot cocoa. This isn't an MVP
This is 2
vote.
Americans on a European desk. I'm willing to concede here.
Actually,
Fair
yes.
play. Fair
The
play.
2 best NA imports EU's ever had.
Thank you. Sorry, Cody, son. You lost this one. Anyway, League of Legends is still happening.
Dylan Falco's up there.
Dylan Falco also definitely up there.
Hell yeah.
Bringing it back to the game, though. Reminder, we'll do some stake setting just to kind of reset the mood here on the desk. Astral is fighting for their life near the bottom alongside SK Gaming. Mad Lions, obviously, a little bit closer to the top. Seeding, very important. Championship points, very important. Mad 0, you get 120 from winning the split. The problem, G2 already have 90, so if they finish in the top 4, they just beat Mad by default. They'll get first seed. And remember, if you get first seed, you can just grief through the entirety of playoffs and still make it to Worlds. Now, no team is gonna do that, but it's a good backup
Surely
option.
not right.
Yeah. I mean, also, like, when you look at the top of the standings right now, 4 teams sort of locked hand in hand. There's a big drop-off in terms of points between first place and fourth place. 60 points, roughly, I believe. Might want to get that double-checked, but it's a big number.
Oh, that chain.
There it is.
Ooh. Bend it like Beckham there, and Niski just lands it onto Dior, gets a really good trade. Dora and Shield start now the kind of standard on Sylas ever since the potion changes, I feel like, and not much action in this early game. Elioya has done his full clear, has not based yet though, whereas Xerxes is on his 2nd respawn already, so I think they're going to have to force this player, or he's just going to try to ward his Gromp and try to take a base, get a little bit of information. Now he's hovering top. The kill pressure top is really powerful with the ignites. Chachi.
Jonghoon already on the way up, however.
Yeah, I think that's a great read out of him. And I mean, in terms of like early game tempo out of these junglers too, Elio's just so far behind. It's a great read.
Bad. Is Chachi walking backwards? Wave here. There's not really a dive angle with the bar in the area. They're still going to try to go for it anyway. Ignite now ticking down. He's got the shield coming in. Guardian, it might be enough. Another stun! Oh! It's a 1-for-1 in the end, but that could have been the most embarrassing play we've seen all day. Luckily, they salvage it, but still.
Oh my god, that could have backfired so heavily to give first blood over to Astratus. Luckily, he dies to the ignite.
Whew. Tense.
Yeah, I mean, Chachi does still end up losing quite a few minions on the top side of the map, so it's not perfect for him. Kill credit does go over to Armut as well. But the whole time, by the way, Xerxes continuing to farm up. Now, it doesn't end up mattering because Elioya, even in levels with the EXP, off of that kill right there, too.
Yeah, and I think Xerxes has actually been one of the best performing junglers in the league, I have to say. You know, you think of Elioya as like the best jungler, but despite Astralis having 7 wins and 9 losses, Xerxes has been doing a hell of a lot for this team ever since he came back from NA, so extremely impressed by him. Almost like the backbone of the team.
I mean,
feels like
80% win rate on this Wukong coming into this game, 4-1 on a team that has had such a rocky season, is truly impressive. And part of the reason why you see them prioritize it so much in draft, we'll have to see what he can get done with it, because you know that when it comes to level 6, he's the kind of player who will find these creative gank angles, who will make the most out of the changes to Wukong's W, being able to get over walls. He might find an angle right here. Is he level 6 though? Can just steal away the Ariel, won't need to. He's just going to walk away.
Yeah, Xerxes been super impactful in the early games too, just constantly looking for the enemy jungler, seeing what he can do with Jonghoon on the way as well. He's given his team a whole lot of options. Has been kind of on Farm Simulator so far this game, but posturing over towards the crab that's about to spawn. No, Yoya took the blast plant over and is going to be seen on Vision, but I don't think he can stay too long up here with mid on the move.
Yeah, he's going to have to back away. Dior in Fog, he's not so sure if he is basing. And the thing is here in this game state, you have range support matchups against one another, and it's very hard to make plays on range support matchups early game because you don't have that much setup or CC. You know, you think of a Leona or a Nautilus, you can actually play towards that lane and have kill pressure. But in Lulu Bard just wants to roam around, and Lulu has none of that kill pressure. The only thing you can maybe do is just cover waves which are frozen or slow stacking towards you. But then again, the dive pressure is little to none as well, so it's just about the top side right now.
Yeah, and even if you tick over to level 6 with the Bard ult, you just don't have the damage output of the base stats of a champion like Nautilus or Leona, who can bring 600, 700 damage in a rotation, whereas Bard's got a Q, an auto, and an ulti that's going to do no damage. So setup if the jungler is there, maybe once he ticks over to 6, but we're still not there yet.
Yeah, I think the best form of a Bard gank, of course, a lot of people know this from solo queue, is just portaling your jungler over a wall while you're ulting the enemy carry, whatever it is, when they have no flash, or being able to land it anyway.
I love how persistent Jonghoon is on that ward too. Gets cleared and he's just instantly back in there, getting this bot side vision control. We said bot river going to be very important in terms of finding any ganks around this bottom side of the map, so maintaining vision over Elyoya, who just ticked to 6 as well, going to be important.
Can we just highlight that he's gone first item Moby Boots, Jonghoon? He is not going to stay in this lane phase. Look at how fast and speedy that Bard is up and down the river.
He's just ice skating.
Cocoa in the bush. And he's making sure that mid is safe, bot is either contesting the push or able to catch the wave safely, and at the click of a finger he can go towards top as well, so being a bit of a nuisance for Mad. It's very hard to make plays and have numbers advantage when there's just a Bard running up and down the map, and they're going to start up the Herald with the confidence that he will be around, and Mad probably aware of this given the position of the enemy mid jungle, so they're going to look to cross map.
Yeah, potentially some trouble for Kabe running down towards the bot side without Jonghoon there in full control over the spot jungle now with Elyoya going for Raptors. It does seem like these last couple minions should belong to Kabe, but options here if Mad Lions continue pressuring this bot side.
Good spell shield to block the initial damage, but it doesn't stop the buff from going down. Kabe just chasing. Movement speed traded back and forth. Neither of them going to be able to zoom at each other quite fast enough, but Jonghoon on the way. Already used Portal though, so not really an angle to get into the lane.
It's a great trade out of Kabe though. You know, just sort
double
of
Cocoa speed buff, Ignite, waiting, flash out to safety.
I mean, this is insane. Astralis only have 2 players on the bot side, and yet they're allowed to pressure Mad Lions back here who had the numbers advantage.
Yeah, I think really heads up from Kabe to just recognize he's stronger there and just push his individual champ advantage 100%. In the context of that 1v1. Astralis not only grabbing Herald, now also grabbing Dragon.
This is the power of numbers advantage. Jonghoon runs top, covers the top play, makes it a 1-for-1. Runs top side, secures the Herald, and because Dragons are tankier and Kobe is all-inning bot and Unforgiven can't join the Dragon kind of start, he can't damage it, so it takes so long that Cersei can run from Herald towards bot side, contest Dragon, they pick it up as well, so we're in an early game state at 10 minutes in almost where Astralis are ahead of Mad Lions.
Yeah. And again, good play from the Bard, some strong champions coming out as well. You can see Vizicachi doing a lot to keep that lane pressured, and this is the thing about Bard that I think a lot of players, well, okay, I'm just gonna say I love about him, is that compared to an engaged support, he's not the best engaged option. Compared to an enchanter, he's not the best enchanter, but he does a little bit of both. So if you're against an enchanter, you roam. If you're against engaged support, you stick in lane. You get the best of both worlds. And by that, I mean you're mediocre in both regards, but as long as you play to the opposite style of the lane you're facing, you're gonna have a good time.
And he can place that ward every time. It's gonna go down. The Moby Boots just opening up all the options. And in all seriousness for Astralis, like a lot of times if Herald hadn't been taken down or whatnot, you could consider rotating your duo lane up there. But no, we're just gonna stay in standard lanes for the foreseeable future, which could potentially be problematic. Unforgiven losing both the flash and the ghost towards bot side opens up some opportunities for Astralis.
Jonghoon owns this bot side river. It's his territory. He's marked it plenty of times. It's very close to level 6. No flash and Unforgiven. We'll see if they can find that play. 4 people off Mad Lions here trying to get some kind of mid push.
Going down, 6 ticking over just now. Sides walking away. And I think this is good from the side of Astralis that one, Jonghoon again has had this successful early game, that they've kind of limited any potential roams from Niski. Maybe not something you would necessarily expect in a Sylas versus Ahri lane this early on, but obviously has been one of the reasons that Mad have been able to really get the ball rolling early, is often playing towards top side, getting Armad a small lead, playing towards bot side, getting them a small lead, and rolling over from there.
And with the speed of Jonghoon, like he's been top side to stop the dive, he was mid lane to stop the pressure, he's been showing up to these lanes as big waves are crashing in, and that's allowed Xerxes to just full clear his jungle on repaint, whereas Elyoya has been trying to find a few more gank opportunities. That's resulted in about 10 CS. That's only going to get larger as Xerxes goes back to clear again.
Niski looks for Dior. Mad Lions have taken control of this bot side river, which they need to do. I think they need to be aware that this Herald is going to be placed mid or bot and they need to defend it. And I also think going into the game, Mad Lions might have prioritized Dragon and bot side a little bit more this game because of the Bard ult on the plates in the first place, right? It's just such a difficult thing to track, especially with Moby Boots. He can kind of match any Herald play you want to look for. Luckily for Astralis, they're the ones who have it. They might go towards bot here, look for some kind of 4-man dive, Unforgiven.
Getting aggressive, trying to force the ult out. Jonghoon on the way up as well. Unforgiven zoned away from the tower. This is big. Vizicachi meanwhile on the top side. He should just win this 1v1. Shyvana Dragon base stats are absolutely ludicrous. Continuing to chase down this kill, just making sure that Armad can't get anything done. Will he find the solo kill? He has Ignite though. He has to be careful on the dive. Vizicachi? Ooh, we've been there. You've all played ARAM. You know that was a dead man walking if we had AP, but that's just base damages. He will be spared.
And he will get a plate for that as well. I think they saw Elyoya bot side on the cover. They haven't placed, or they have placed the Herald now, so another 2 plates will go down. So Astralis winning out on these side lanes. Mad Lions have only been able to get 1 plate so far in these lane phases.
And now walking into the enemy jungle, like they're still putting pressure on bots. Whoa!
We're getting a lot of this. Is rude, guys.
There's so many ways to mess up Herald this game. You got the Bardal,
Shelly literally.
Wait, is Jonghoon gonna...
Oh, hold that thought.
Is he gonna portal from behind?
Yes, he is.
Okay, I thought it was gonna be a bit more aggressive than that. That was just to make sure he's there and say what's up. Diora's on the way down just to make sure this crashes.
This Rift Herald literally exists to charge into this tower and die, and they would not give it to him.
That's true, actually.
That's rude.
They still got the headbutt, you know? Maybe not the whole thing.
And I mean, I understand it's the right play. I'm just saying it's a little disrespectful.
Matters.
They're still sticking around, by the way. This team is just constantly looping back in this blue side jungle.
Oh, Elyoya. Portal canceled it.
Portal, Unforgiven completely isolated. Tower now gone. Unforgiven trying to fly back out of safety, but there's no way you get out of this. Elyoya is here, but who is he saving? TP coming in. No follow-up opportunity. Astralis are playing this so incredibly well. Niski going to try to step forward, slow hits him on the Cosmic Binding. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, plates are going down. Astralis are getting everything that they want.
They're dictating the entire pace of this game. That Bard ult was fantastic. Landed onto Elyoya, whether he based or not, it didn't matter. Hit the tower as well. Unforgiven falls. 2 plates into Dior in mid. 2 plates went down top. Mad Lions have no answer so far. No cross maps either.
Yeah, really good move out of Astralis. Xerxes was on the Sunder, just looking for any opportunity to find a play down on that bottom side of the map. And I mean, call them persistent if anything else here, because this play is just about perfect.
Yeah, so Elyoya stops his back there last second, but it doesn't matter. Unforgiven tries to escape this with the flash, but he's got nowhere to run, and they get out alive. Even Niski TPing in, and Astralis being in the lead now. If they actually win this game and put themselves to 8 wins, they will tie with Fnatic and XL again. And I feel like we come into the weekend with questions, and we leave them with more questions. And now we're in week 8, and if they win this game, there's even more questions.
I was gonna say, the next question is whether or not Astralis will contest this Dragon. They do have TP on Vizicachi, but Armad has just walked all the way down here. Doesn't seem like Astralis want to fight over that, but we could potentially see Xerxes walk into the topside jungle, try and steal away some camps. Would be on Vision if that was the cross map, but Herald spawning soon as well.
How many plates has Chachi got? Is the tower gonna die soon? I feel like he was hitting it for a while, so it's about 33% HP there. If they commit the Xerxes towards the top side, maybe they can get the first tower blood, but it looks like they're not gonna overcommit to that. The second Herald spawning soon. So powerful as well. I mean, the local gold for Herald 300 is just nuts. If you get both Heralds, that's basically 2 kills, right? Let alone the plates. Chachi just so far ahead. This is the problem. The tank doesn't have enough base damage to deal with the Shyvana, but the Shyvana's base damage is so strong that he can actually win 1v1 against Armut, either proxy him, take away Krugs, and just cause a lot of havoc towards the top side of the map.
Elyoya moving, all of Mad moving, looking to descend upon this Herald. Try to get something here. You talked about the local gold. You talked about how important this objective can be. Jonghoon has to be careful. Stolen Bard ult could be big, but it looks like they're just going to respect man advantage for the side of Mad.
They're trying to buy time. Dior's going to get first tower bot. He has TP if they want to commit to this. Top tower is really low as well. I think if Astralis aren't contesting this, they'll go to mid-wave, but it looks like they aren't. It looks like they want to take the fight.
Lower and lower. Xerxes into the area. There's a multi-man. That's going to be big damage on the backside. Unforgiven caught up by the Shyvana. Look at that base damage, baby. Power of a dragon. The Bard ult to try to disengage. Niski stealing it away, but making it work. Jonhu keeping it going, but he won't find the Cosmic Binding onto 2. Arma locked up, knocked down Astralis. Get the bot tower. They get the follow-up fight. Looks like they're going to get top 2. They're not done yet. Lock up onto Elyoya. He's taken down. Niski in the midst of everybody, but he can't out-heal the damage coming in. Kabe still standing. Who is this team? Finally one dying. Niski still standing. A heroic effort. No! Right when we think they've been outplaying, right when we think everything is going in their favor, it's a comedy of errors on the top side.
What is going on? Complete madhouse up here on the top side of the map. It starts out with Mad Lions completely trapped inside the Herald Pit. It's a phenomenal engage.
It really is. Xerxes gets so many knockups, doesn't get the R2 off. Bard ult's phenomenal as well, lands onto 3. The counter Bard ult from Niski was also good onto both of the carries of Astralis, so it's just Younghoon on the chase, 1 versus 3, pushing them all back. Armut falls, and I can see why Astralis go for more here, because Dayor gets the reset and says, Elyoya's low, I can land Charm on him. Fantastic Charm lands, actually predicts his sidestep. He dies, but this is where they just go too deep. Dayor gets out, but they should just stop it right there.
They look for a little bit extra. Oh, Dayor just picks up aggro with Kabe juggling off of
Niski
it.
dodges the Shyvana E as well with his E, so...
Oh, did he get creep blocked slightly right there? Keeping him in turret range for an extra shot. That's absolutely brutal on Kabe.
He's tower dives. There it is.
There it is. Look, all I'm saying is, like, this has to be the worst day for Shelly ever. We had the last game with, like, double walls. We have this game, Bard ults, Poppy ults. 1v1. I think Niski is just waiting for the E.
You really want to fight a dragon?
Oh my god! Wow.
That just happened.
That's why you watch Game of Thrones. Doesn't usually go well for people.
I've never seen Game of Thrones.
Neither have I. I'm stopping the dragon.
Oh, good job, Drake. I've seen it. Stay cool, stay cool.
Does that make sense? Dayor running. Knockup now coming out again. Easy follow. Dayor back to the team. Mad. This is one of the wackiest games of League of Legends I've seen in a long time. This is absolute chaos. Elyoya now running. Laser coming over the wall. Kabe, this should be easy pickings. And Vizichachi here again. Shyvana unleashed, unstoppable on a rampage. Astralis cleaning house on the bottom side.
It's an absolute bloodbath, isn't it? And Astralis constantly coming out ahead. The collapse on sides is so powerful. You have double TP on both sides, yes, but one team has a Bard with Moby Boots, so Younghoon's showing up to every single play that kicks off. And we talk about Chachi as the Ornn first pick, the tank player, but look at him right now. He's 3,000 gold up on Armut, and he's almost like a carry the amount of damage he can dish out now with that Demonic Embrace complete.
The Demonic Embrace, absolutely insane. You know, like, I started watching a whole lot more VODs getting ready for this weekend, and I saw the Demonic Embrace. I'm like, huh, this really feels like I'm watching some ARAM, bit of a throwback here, but no, that thing absolutely shreds in those extended fights. It is really rough, especially when most of, like, any side lane champion, right? The Sejuani, the Sylas in particular, they want to take long fights to make use of the Sylas sustain. They get shredded.
Oh, well, Younghoon looking for more.
Done off to the side, Unforgiven, locked up, caught. Charm coming out. Is the timing good? No, the snare. A little bit off on that one. Astralis are able to just walk away courtesy of the portal. And it's a good point, Ender. I mean, I think the thing that we've seen when Shyvana is really successful in games is she gets onto your backline, and despite building mostly tank, she just solos your carries. And it's going to be hard to peel her off. Good news is Elyoya can create some space. Armut can create some space. But if Astralis keep finding these engages where it kicks off with a 3 or a 4-man Wukong ult, Mad Lions are just never going to get that chance.
Definitely aren't. Dayor's just going to catch the top wave. 15 seconds left on that dragon. Astralis want to set up for it. Dayor has TP, Niski does as well. Can match. Niski still a little bit ahead of Dayor on this side lane. Ideally, they want Chachi into the Sylas. Looks like it's extremely one-sided. And it's a contest for mid-wave now. Mad have 2 options. 1, fight the dragon. 2, try to cross-map and get this top tier 1 because they already have objective bounties.
We saw Unforgiven pick up the red buff, but I'd be concerned about a fight with how little mana the Sivir has. Instead, cross-mapping looking like a much more viable option, but with Unforgiven sticking mid lane to pick up a massive wave coming in, that removes a lot of the opportunities to actually catch out and deal damage to Dayor.
Can we just look at the minimap? Look at where Younghoon is. Look at where Kobe is. They will cover a top play if it happens at any second in the game. They get Dragon while having 3 people topside, so Astralis good map reads, covering every play that Mad Lions can do, and coming out ahead.
And they have so much forward vision there on the bottom side. They knew they could just commit 2 people to it, can back off if somebody does come. And reading Mad so incredibly well. Mad looking very lost right now. I think this is such a hard game now for them to play out. They're at such a deficit the Shyvana so far ahead surely can monster anybody on a side lane at this point. We already saw a 1v1 versus Armand and a 1v1 versus Nisqy this game. Clearly, Shyvana winning in both contexts.
Yeah, because I think for Mad Lions, in a position where you fall behind in a game like this with this comp, right, you have Sivir to sort of stick with the group of the team, clear away waves in mid lane, and then ideally you're rotating Nisqy around side lanes, just constantly pick up minions where he can. That becomes a whole lot less easy to accomplish when your side lane gets absolutely destroyed by the Shyvana right now, doing a decent job, just ping-ponging the waves back and forth, and as long as they're sort of pushing on opposite ends at the same time, he can avoid that 1 versus 1, but that becomes a whole lot harder as soon as these objectives start to respawn.
Game will get a lot slower. 3 minutes, 50 seconds, so Dragon Baron is up. Yes, Astralis have pretty good turn with the Wukong and the Bardol, but tanking it's a bit complicated without Chachi, so they're just going to play for topside vision and keep looking for those picks.
And I just want to, again, this is an opportunity for us to sing Astralis' praises, because if you told me that a team in this game was 6k down, waiting, scaling with a Sivir, I would have bet everything I have that it was Astralis, but that is not the case this game. Absolutely monstering the early game, snowballing incredibly well, and it does get harder now. The game will slow down, but it's on Mad to see, can they weather the storm? I feel like Medic made a bunch of storm references. It's storm references today. I have the storm, weather the storm. We're gonna.
Yeah, winter is coming. Game of Thrones. Game of Thrones. Hey! We get it. No, but seriously, Astralis playing for their lives right now, just trying to make it into the postseason.
Christy Frierson.
Oh my God,
come
guys,
on,
come
Cadril. Come on, man.
Cadril, you know that we. Never mind, it's fine. We definitely watched the show. It's cool.
Here comes a dragon, a bard, and a very electric woman.
Man, Arma just getting burned down. Nothing you can do there. Monkey in the mid lane having a hell of a time. Unforgiven. Thinking that damage is bananas. I'm sorry, I'll stop. Mad Lions absolutely getting obliterated in the exchange. They finally regroup. Vizichachi about to fall out of Dragon Form. Base damages are going to get reduced significantly. Jonghoon going in, looking for the angle. Locking up Vizichachi. A bit awkward on the Bardol. But all is well. Again, Astralis finding picks on the side lane, finding a bit more in the fight to come.
And a couple more kills for Astralis. Dior did no objectives that they can pick up. Still 2 minutes away from that dragon. And of course, Shyvana has 5 armor in MR base and an extra 5 for every dragon that's slain. So sitting at 15 right now. Gonna get the top push. And the dust settles. Unforgiven being a bit caught out there on the mid wave. We'll have a look at this replay of the pick getting collapsed on by the dragon, the bard, and the very electric woman. Instantly gets taken down, not enough resistances, can't really get away, no flash, and then Xerxes goes on to Unforgiven. It's basically a 1v1, and Unforgiven doesn't win that in any world, so he has to flash away. Kaiser luckily there to save him, but here comes the dragon. TP in from Chachi. Your flank was cut off very well by the mid jungle of Mad Lions, but this dragon Chachi's just way too tanky, so much damage. Jonghoon's here again as well. Stun just misses, and then the Bardol connects onto Chachi, which disengages the rest of the fight, and then everyone gets out.
And it's going to get harder. You can see Mad Lions have enough damage to burst through a single member in an instant. They were able to take Dayor out at the start of the fight, but it is just so difficult when Vizichachi's allowed to run rampant. 4, 1, and 4, 3k in the lead, 3 items completed. I am not used to seeing a Shyvana be this strong, I'll be completely honest with you, but it is a force to be reckoned with, and we'll see what Astralis can do to keep this lead going.
Yeah, continue just pressuring all 3 lanes right now. Shyvana top side, Dayor down bot, getting that wave working in. Xerxes, I think, stealing away the blue buff right now as well. So all full steam ahead for Astralis, just a minute away from the Drake spawning up. And I mean, with all this forward control, there's almost no way Mad Lions can contest. Even Nisqy clearing the side wave is risky.
Yep. They're going to get this bot tier 2 pretty happily. There's no way Mad Lions can start up that Baron or finish it in any world. So good macro here by Astralis. Good early game. 7,000 gold lead. They're sitting pretty comfortable. The only thing that Mad Lions can really do here is try to match plays defensively and get this Sivir to 3 items as quick as possible. Sivir Lulu will do a lot of damage in team fights, but my biggest worry for Mad Lions is whether they can get through the front line of Astralis. Jonghoon just constantly threatening side lanes. There's really no room for Mad Lions to find any play.
And there's a lot of games where the Sivir gets ahead and a single spell shield stops so much of what Astralis are trying to do. But in this game, you spell shield the Bardol, you gotta be scared of the Wukong, you gotta be scared of all of the other potential damage sources and critical cooldowns that can be used. It's not gonna be an easy game whatsoever for the side of Mad. They are waiting in the darkness. Astralis not grouped here, but Mad Lions not gonna be quick on pulling the trigger.
Yeah, Xerxes completely in the fog of war right now. You can see Vizichachi, Kabe getting control over mid-wave as well. You just want as many pressure points as Mad Lions trying to make it into the river through those 2 tight chokes, and Mad Lions just can't do it with the mid-wave working against them. Bot wave pushed up as well. They're gonna have to retreat, pick up those minions.
Such a difficult, and the thing is they don't really have the option to go for Baron at this stage of the game. They can't clear it out. They cannot finish it fast enough. we'll have to keep track of as we move later on. Easy dragon pickup. Astralis very much in control. 4 towers to 0, 10 to 5. The kill score, you can see the 3 Drakes working on towards that Cloud Soul. Makes it that much easier to find those flanks and those engages. If you are Xerxes or Vizicachi, good luck running away from the Shyvana with Cloud Soul.
Can I just say, we talked about it at the start of the split a little bit. Chachi, Xerxes, Kobe coming from Splice all those years ago, getting out of groups at Worlds. And now onto this Astralis lineup, just proving that they're still capable. They're still capable of contesting playoffs. They're still capable of being able to be a threat in the league. And ultimately, they're having a great performance this game.
I mean, yeah, and ultimately I think this is a team that on most people's radar when we talked about what eventually became the 3-horse race of Excel, Fnatic, and Astralis. Astralis was last on a lot of people's lists, but here in the final week, seeing this level of performance from them exactly when it is needed most is how, not a miracle run, but certainly how like last-second clutch playoff secures are made, built on performances like this. That said, I don't think Jonghoon's getting barred again anytime soon, based on what we've seen here, and Astralis obviously still have to close it out. The threat of a 4 or 5 item Sivir is too much for many teams in our league. Bardal going in, flash forward. He goes wide, right as we sing his praises. Now he's in the middle of the enemy territory. Oh no! Oh, that's a caster curse, but still Astralis standing strong, locked up, taking down the enemy AD carrier. Here comes the dragon from downtown. Arma now running for the hills, looking for a bit more follow-up. Trying to finish off these kills here. Arma getting burned away. Niski ult stolen by Niski.
Can they go towards Baron here, Astralis? I think they have the damage for it. Niski's trying to start a fight here. I mean, Armut has TP. If they do, they'll at least get the top lane TP advantage for Chachi. They're moving towards the Baron. 80 carry down for Mad Lions for the next 20 seconds, but doesn't look like they're going to do it. No, yes, yeah, they are. There's the TP coming in from Armut. Now begins the 4v4. Chachi not even in the pit. He wants to fight Mad Lions, but he's in a 1v4 right now.
Bit crazy without the dragon form. Does make him unstoppable if he wants to escape for now, just using the movement speed. Astralis immediately pulling off the Baron, though, not feeling comfortable enough to try to risk that. He's taking a big chunk, though. This could be an opportunity. No TP on Niski either. A bit of a window of time here.
I mean, Astralis, they know they're miles ahead at the moment. No need to risk it over the Baron. Can play for the Drake Soul coming up shortly. As I said, of course, Jonghoon had his own moment looking for the engage, and I mean, the portal here is unfortunate. Just going for the quick one, not getting the perfect angle, it kills him.
It's a massive whiff from Jonghoon. Ult misses, one thing. Flash Q misses, another thing. Failing the portal, it's just...
Yeah, 3 strikes, you're out in that team fight.
They are indeed. Oh, he's going again for round 2. Manages to get Kaiser Flash on the bottom left there. It looks like Mad Lions might turn towards Baron now because Flash down on support. They have a really easy turn option. Still 2 minutes away from that dragon. Then they fancy themselves the Force. We'll see how Mad Lions respond. Looks like all of them are towards the top side. Niski on the top side there. You can see clearing away a pink. We'll see what ultimate he decides to take. He could take the Bard ult and slow it down, but he's way too far out of range right now. Yoya has Flash to get over the wall.
Go. Baiting on the engage. Poppy ulti being charged up, trying to knock him out, but no, Vizicachi unstoppable. Xerxes going in, going right back out. Niski off to the side, stealing away the bar. Look, he can lock up multiple members. The portal goes in, but nobody's going to take it. Mad Lions, are they fighting their way out of this massive shutdown for the Sivir? Kabe still standing, still stacking up the ulti ticking, trying to finish off Arma. Wants to get something done. Jonghoon off to the side. It's a split fight. It's absolute chaos. Unforgiven reeking.
Oh my god!
With the triple kill. Monstrous from the Sivir.
Unforgiven just completely turns around the fight, and it's at the same time Kabe flashes forward to try and kill Armut. He can't find it though, and that frees up the rest of the Mad Lions to get that huge turnaround.
It was an incredible turnaround, but way too split here for Astralis. We'll have a look at it again because Xerxes goes in, but there's no follow-up because Dior gets hit by the Sejuani ult. Then Chachi and the rest of Astralis are focusing on the front line. Yes, that's perfect. Niski's on the side though, so that makes it quite awkward for Chachi to actually be able to walk up because he's getting flanked. And then we see Chachi fall. The Bard ult lands onto Xerxes. Armut's so low, and this is where the split happens. Kobe could stay here and help kill Niski and Unforgiven, but the second the carry flashes out, Mad Lions find an angle, they take down Xerxes, and then Unforgiven flashes forward, I believe, and finishes off Dior. So I think Kobe maybe should have sticked with the team there.
Yeah, I mean, just one more auto onto Niski, gets the kill before he's able to get the heal off. Then you can turn over on towards the Sivir. Bit of a blunder coming in there from Kabe, and it tightens this game up a whole lot more. I mean, just look at the damage out of Unforgiven. They're almost 8k on the Sivir.
Yeah, Rabadon's picked up for Niski, level 16 on the side, last 30 seconds away from the next dragon, which will be sold for Astralis. Mad Lions want to contest that 3.5 item Sivir with a stopwatch too. Flashes down on the carries though, so they have to be very careful of Xerxes' positioning, of Chachi's positioning. Dior pushing bot right now. Mad Lions will get the push through mid.
Grouping up, ready to be that death ball, ready to use that Sivir ult to get into the backline of Astralis as fast as humanly possible. Have to respect the Bard ult. You highlighted it already. Cage 3 flashes down on the major carries of this team. Kaiser very vulnerable, shouting on stage, ready to force a play, ready to make something happen. Here as well. Is going to lock the bar. Bard very vulnerable. Instantly just going to get one popped. Tries to buy a bit more time. Bartle's hitting two. Unforgiven caught out. Unforgiven in trouble. Unforgiven goes golden. Buys himself a brief moment. A knockback is clean coming in from Elyoya. Unforgiven still standing. The Sivir still standing. The double kill. Mad Lions moving perfectly to Peel for their AD carry.
And they're going to be able to deny the soul as well. Dayor has to run for the hills. Kobe's going to catch midwave again. Astralis are split, and again they get caught out, sleeping a bit there. Younghoon instantly dies. Actually, Dayor didn't get the base off. Niski's chasing him. He can't TP out now either. Can he execute? I wonder if Niski can get the Q.
Sidestep, moving back, trying to finish it.
I mean, at this point, does it even matter? Dayor just dead for another 55 seconds with Baron on the cards, too. It's just a complete disaster here. Now Niski teleports into the top side, too. Mad Lions could get this Baron and use the wave up in top lane as well.
Mad Lions, magnificent team fighting coming out these last two fights, and it looks like this Baron will be all but free. Xerxes doesn't have flash or ult, so it's really hard for him to get in the pit. Maybe Kobe can use the laser. Won't get the steal. So, Mad Lions deny the soul, they get a couple kills, they get a Baron, and it all comes off the back of Astralis. Again, Younghoon just splits, gets hit by the ult. It looks like Chachi is the one in danger, so Younghoon kind of walks over there to help him out, but doesn't have flash for the Sejuani ult. The second he dies, everything goes on to Unforgiven. All of Astralis dive on top of him. Even Kobe's in range to start dishing out damage, but it's the stopwatch that buys time for the Bard ult to tick out and the rest of Mad Lions to peel.
And when you go for that backline dive like that, you have to be able to find that kill. Otherwise, Kabe has no chance of going into that fight. He has no front line to actually peel for him. So if the enemy AD doesn't die, if the enemy team is able to stall out that kill like they did with the Lulu ult and the stopwatch, everything falls apart for Astralis.
A lot of standing goals for Mad Lions as well. Mid tier 1 will die. Niski's pushing bot. Maybe we can get a bot tier 1 as well. Top tier 1 is still up. Bloody hell, it's been 32 minutes. Mad Lions haven't gotten a single tower in the game. So much gold that they can accrue, and they will start to even up this gold deficit. You can see the Sivir and the Sylas, how much they're ahead right now. And the carries is what matters. It was Chachi with the majority of the lead and Xerxes as well. But if the divers can't hit the target and the target hits back, then you're going to lose the fight.
And no stopwatch this time around. Maybe if Astralis can find another angle before Unforgiven can start to build towards that GA. They can find an advantageous fight, but you highlighted it. So much standing gold just waiting for Mad Lions at this stage of the game. They're going to start to even things up. Goal difference at this point, negligible. Cloud Soul, rather Soul Point, really the only thing that's helping Astralis hold on to any semblance of advantage as Mad Lions went from out of this game completely to just about dead even, and now maybe probably even in advantage over Astralis.
Yeah, I mean, just look at Niski, level 18 on this Silas pick, up 2,500 over Dayor. He was just farming up on those side lanes for so long, capitalizing the team fights as well, and is now just a beast.
Here comes Engage.
Up. Arma trying to respond with a stun. Elyoya gonna fish for the disengage. The clone trying to body block the Poppy ult. Just waiting for now. A bit of a split call here. Arma does manage to make it out instantly. The Sivir ult now coming in.
Really clean movement, sidesteps the charm so he can keep walking forwards. They get a flash out of Xerxes in a 4v5. Pretty standard and simple and clean macro here from Mad Lions. Mid tier 1, 2 tower spot. Niski bases runs top, pushes it out. Should be able to get top tier 1 as well. So we're looking at 4 towers here for Mad Lions to even up the scoreline. And yeah, Astralis trying to look for an engage, but really good patience by Elyoya. Doesn't instantly use the ult onto Xerxes because he knows he's going to use the clone, so he just waits and waits and waits. And when Xerxes realizes he can't commit, that's when they have to back away.
Credit to Mad again. Cold, dead even, 4K Baron power play. This one will start to fade away. 30 seconds. Can't imagine they're going to grab another tier 2 off this one, but they will set up for control over the Drake in 2 minutes. Now, a lot of vision control down on the bottom side of the map. Vizichachi knows better than to over push, and this game's going to come down to 1 or 2 team fights. Felt like it should have been Astralis' game to close out cleanly, to stop Mad from ever being able to use their composition. But all it takes is a couple of fumbles and a couple of good fights. And Mad are right back in control.
Few things to keep your eyes out for the next Dragon spawn or potential Baron fight. Even beyond that, 2 stopwatches picked up for Astralis on Xerxes and Kabe, a stopwatch in the hands of Elyoya and Kaiser, as well as that Zhonya's on Niski. So a lot of stalling power here for both sides to avoid the dive coming in, but that's so much more powerful, I feel like, on the side of Mad Lions, who have to avoid that initial engage.
Hard ult goes wide. Poppy ult knocks away Chachi. They're looking for this mid tier 2. I think they'll get it, but the wave's actually being pulled by Younghoon, so it's not hitting the tower, so they can't tank it up here, Mad Lions. Smart play there by Younghoon to deny that tower from falling, and you were just talking about it, and there's stopwatches to buy time. I think Unforgiven's close to a Guardian Angel as well, and when you have this many divers, the second that GA gets picked up, it becomes a hell of a lot harder for Astralis, so they want to look for something in this next 50 seconds before Unforgiven can pick that up. A contest over red will go over to Kobe. Elyoya fancies himself a fight here.
Stepping forward, knowing that Dayor is not in the area. Dayor on top of your screen. They're still fishing for the engage. Vizichachi forced to use the ultimate to get out, unstoppable in the cast. So you're now on the retreat. Meanwhile, on the top side, Arma responding, keeping the tower alive. Sivir ult now used. They're on the hunt. They're running into mid lane. They're still going to break down the tier 2.
Dayor spent the Spirit Rush on topside just to escape from arm, but so Mad Lions maintain their vision control. I mean, look at these control wards they've just had on the bottom side by continuing to play here ever since the Baron buff timed out. Astralis have not been able to re-clear that, and now we're just 15 seconds away from the Drake.
Cersei looks a little bit frustrated on the player cam, just trying to direct his team, maybe trying to find them, help them find an angle so they can actually dive onto this Sivir, because just running into them face first is never going to work. Cersei needs to find flanks. Yonghoon needs to find some flank with an ult onto either the front line or the Lulu, maybe swap up the targets a bit, because it's becoming a bit one-dimensional just jumping on the Sivir all the time. Good news for Astralis though is this dragon being picked up by Mad won't get them to a soul. They have another 5 minutes until a soul can be contested. So a little bit more time.
And ultimately, Cloud Soul for the Sivir comp is a terrifying prospect. Again, the extra movement speed just to make sure that it's that much harder for the Wukong or for the Shyvana to find a way into your backline. Execution from Mad so far, really respecting Astralis' comp. It was a struggle in the early game, but clearly much more aware of what Astralis can kind of try to do here as we've gotten later in the game, not giving them those opportunities, and you highlighted it already. If you mess up against a Sivir, she pushes W and she kills your entire team.
Absolutely good cross-map ideas from Astralis as well. The Drake going down, putting some vision on the top side of the map, 50 seconds out from Baron buff spawning. But again, this won't mean too much because Mad Lions, with control over the game, take that push in mid, can walk in now. Scuttle Crab spawning up too, that should belong to the Mad Lions.
Niski's looking for Dayor here, maybe a bit too deep. He's alone on that play, so he's just going to back away. Guardian Angel picked up from Forgiven, yeah, so 6 items Sivir, 1,000 gold shutdown on him. A little bit of sneaky top vision is still available there. That pink ward at the top of their jungle there could be something to TP. If Chachi wants to look for it, GA picked up by Kobe as well. Both 80 carries at 6 items.
We are getting ready for the Octagon, boys. It's going to be an absolute fist fight over the next objective. Astralis really cannot afford to give up this Baron. 3 minutes, 40 seconds till the Soul will come up as well. But for now, Astralis moving through mid lane, trying to get a bit of vision control down here. Maybe going to hope to find a pick. Jonghoon's Bard ultimate, something we have to keep an eye on. The only non-committal engage they really have for this composition. Mad posturing though. Trading around Vizicachi.
And Astralis sort of chose mid lane as the way to walk into this river instead of trying to go through their own jungle, not wanting to worry about that at all. So big flank opportunity with Xerxes sneaking up around.
Oh yeah, here's the creativity. Will Niski mark him? Will Niski spot him? Because Niski's in that bush. The Yonghoon's about to walk in. There's the Bartle taken away. Xerxes has got a steal angle
6K.
here.
Xerxes, can he make it over? It's getting lower. They're not going to keep hitting it. 5K, they're keeping the Baron there. It will reset here. A little bit of damage on the front line, but not too much. Both teams posturing, fishing for the engage, trying to lock him up. Bardolt's traded back and forth. One very golden dragon in the middle. Chachi waiting, holding onto that cooldown. Kabe ghosting at the start of the fight. Unforgiven just using the ultimate. Again, little cooldowns, incremental trades, praying to find a greater advantage.
Nothing happens though. Midway it's going to get pushed in by Dayor. Xerxes trying to find where Mad Lions are. Are they basing? They're running through their top jungle. Manages to spot out Unforgiven. Deep ward's coming back. I think Kaiser needs to sweep them out, but he just used it. So now it's on Astralis. Do they want to start up the Baron? They've kind of reversed and changed positions here. Ring around the Rosie. Are they going to look for the engage here, Mad Lions? Sejuani ult will be back up soon.
Unforgiven on the front line. A little bit of a wild man, but playing with full confidence
TP behind.
Cosmic Binding not going to connect.
They see it.
Silas on the backside. Whose ulti can he take? Wukong's perhaps looking for the stun, looking for the snare, debating on the option. Where's he going to go? Goes Golden. Dayor now running for his life. Niski in the midst of the entire team. Shyvana damage is big, but it's not going to be big enough. Niski looking for the hero play, looking for his moment to shine. Stealing away the Wukong ultimate. Extra movement speed. Unforgiven. Ready to clean house. Knocked down. Thursday taken out. Bardolt onto 2. Mad Lions now on the retreat. Vizicachi fishing with the E, but he will not find it. The body block coming in from the remaining members of Mad will keep Niski alive.
They got Xerxes though. They got the jungler. As much as Dayor and Chachi can TP back and get their health bars up. Looks like Mad aren't even going to go towards the Baron. They're just going to back away with a 40-second respawn. I wonder if they have the time to base and run to Baron anyway, but we're going to go into a replay. Look at the damage that Niski does here once he lands a TP. Watch Dayor's HP bar. This is just his EW combo. Boom. Pops the stopwatch and then flashes to the side here. Maybe he thinks there's a charm landing on him. It's going to be the Shyvana in the queue. Flashes to the side, dashes forward, takes the E, takes the Wukong ult, continues spinning, gets the move speed. Gets out of tower range, lands the second part of the E to get the kill, or the Q, sorry. Bardolt connects, but there's no follow-up, so no, it looks like Mad Lions are on the Baron. They're just going to base and start it because they have enough time to do so.
Niski's been having an absolutely heroic split for the Mad Lions so far. The TP in the last fight gets them a chance for the Baron.
He's going to talk it down. Now immediately the fight going to get kicked off. Vizicachi leaping out to safety. Mad Lions. Do they want this fight? The charm coming over the wall. Kabe set up for perfect damage. Now looking for the disengage. Bardolt onto 3. Where's the follow-up? The Q. Well timed. Locks up just the Poppy, but now Shyvana's gone. Mad Lions retreating. Fight will not break out.
50 seconds left on the Dragon though, so Mad Lions again need to either push out the top wave or just base now and run straight towards Dragon. It's gonna be another fight kicking off. Chachi, will he get the Dragon Form in time? I think he will if he just hits these bot side camps, hits the crab, maybe tries to pick that up. Astralis will be first to the objective. But Mad Lions have the Baron, so they can just decide to push straight through mid if they want.
Yeah, they have so many options available to them with the Sivir. Lose my words a bit as Mad Lions have somehow mounted this incredible comeback up in gold now with an opportunity to claim the soul for themselves. The last fights have been close, but neither AD carry lost the Flash, neither lost the Guardian Angel. Now Niski, the Zhonya's back online. He has been an absolute beast.
It's all on Xerxes. He needs a good positioning. He needs to catch Mad Lions off guard so they turn around and focus him so that the rest of Astralis can walk up. Right now, he's playing a little bit of Splinter Cell. They might spot Chachi, but Xerxes has been worried that the Dragon dies too quickly, I wonder. So now he's pincering with Chachi. Or are Astralis just going to play through bot and head on, fight them again? No, he's going to swap with Astralis. They've decided to put Xerxes on the entrance here. See if he can find Unforgiven over the wall. Niski's going to try to spot him out.
Trying to find the angles. Xerxes walking out, but it's still going to get rooted despite going invisible. They're just trying to blow him up before anything else happens. Xerxes forced out of the fight. Nothing else going through. Poppy, I'll keep your eyes on it. Knocking Zeri away. They can burn down this dragon. They can take it for themselves. Mad Lions secure the soul. Cloud Drake ready to go.
It's almost like a Rubik's Cube, these fights. They're trying to dissect and figure out how to find a positioning, how to find an angle to actually contest these objectives, Astralis. Nothing is working. Mad Lions just staying grouped up as a unit, and if anyone steps too far forward, the Poppy ult's just channeled. They're knocked away. The objective is finished. They get away with the soul, and again, Mad Lions go back to base, resetting, figuring out what their next objective is. Niski will push out this top wave where a tower will fall. 6 items being picked up by almost everyone soon.
And so much credit to Mad Lions. They know that Xerxes is the key to victory for Astralis. They are marking him in each and every single one of these fights. They will not commit to the objective until they know where the Wukong is. I mean, individual plays too, but just keeping track of the Wukong has shut down so much of what Astralis want to do. TP's now into the mid lane, but no wave here.
No wave. Astralis roll bot side, so they're going to have to base. But like I said, yeah, no wave to play on. They have a top wave though. Sivir ult with Cloud Soul. We'll see how much move speed comes out of it.
Kadra, why did they TP there? It's a tempo TP. Is it a tempo TP? I'm unironically asking. I'm like, that was so...
It would make sense if there was a wave.
I agree. That's what I was... All right, whatever. You know what? He was never going to a side lane anyways. Doesn't need it, doesn't want it. Mad Lions just grouping up as 5, and that's been how they've made their way back in this game. Think back to the earlier fights around the Cloud Drakes very early on when Astralis split up trying to find multiple players on a flank. Mad Lions just stayed together as a 5-man death ball. That has been super effective for them, just fighting their way out of this large deficit. Absolutely has. And again, it's still so tense because we're at the point in the game, 43 minutes, where Mad Lions still have the potential to throw it all away. If they keep playing clean, they keep marking Xerxes, they keep taking it slow and steady, they absolutely can. But all it takes is a single mistake. All it takes is for someone to get caught out, essentially just Unforgiven, really, to get caught out in these fights for it all to fall apart for the Mad Lions.
Yeah, and Cloud Soul is not the end of the game. It doesn't really give too many combat stats to actually merit like a huge teamfight advantage. The move speed will be great for the members of Mad Lions, but it's more so the next Baron and the Elder Dragon, which will be contested. You know, if Astralis can get an Elder, then they're definitely back in this game, and they probably will win the fight. They're in a pretty good position to fight back. It's just positioning has been such a big problem for them right now, and Xerxes needs something like a GA so he can buy more time for Kobe to actually walk up and hit, because what's happening is Chachi and Xerxes are having to run away so quickly in the fights that Unforgiven being able to step forwards means Kobe has to run back, and that's not how you want these fights to play out.
Yeah, I mean, Dayor too has been trying to claw his way back to the game. Feels like Niski's been level 18 for like the last 10 minutes. Dayor's just been going into side lane after side lane, trying to work on the 6th item, just been stuck on 4 for so long for Astralis. And it's hard to get the damage either. Again, the only member they've been able to hit for the last 3 or 4 minutes in these picks is Arma, constantly being the one to step up and check vision. Crucial, given that they only have that squishy Lulu in support.
Niski does so much damage as well, right? If he takes any of these ults like the Ahri ult, he can access the backline so easily. The Bard ult, I think they have to start looking towards Kaiser as their target, but he has stopwatch, he has summoners up. Not much to contest yet, still 1 minute from the Baron, so as much as Mad Lions have full control of this bot side jungle, there's no real threat that Astralis is under right now.
And Astralis staying focused, fishing for Niski, looking for an angle. There's a Chachi up to the side, but so much damage coming in for Niski. He wants to heal with the W. It's big from the silence. Niski finding it, going golden, buying a brief moment. The rest of the team now on the way. Niski, there's no way he makes it out of this one. Shut down by now Jonghoon. He sees an opportunity. He's trying to lock them down. Clean movement from Elyoya. Sidestep on the ulti means he's going to make it out to safety. Astralis cannot get anything else on the back of that 1-for-1. Now, both mid laners trade, but because Niski died later and is more important to his team, I do feel like this benefits Astralis, right? 10 seconds difference between the Baron, maybe not enough for Astralis to
try forcing down the Baron, but could be enough for them to take control over the river. They can work their way back through their jungle.
Yeah, I feel like Astralis' 4v4 is probably better because I feel like Niski's doing so much in these fights to create space, to create damage, to actually force the front line backwards. But I think that another big problem they're running into is the Poppy ults just being channeled in the front line of Astralis, knocking them away. So the 4v4 will commence. Elioyo is going to get mid push for his team, and I think they can start moving towards the top side of the map soon once these waves crash.
Yeah, because that ultimate, you're never really in a position, I think, for Astralis where you can start up the Baron and try fully committing down into it. Too much of a likelihood. Elioyo find your jungler, or even your backline. He's been sending Kabi out of the fight a couple of times already.
Yeah, you're facing down a full build Sivir as well, both 80 carries. Ever given the opportunity to hit that front line, it's going to be a difficult fight. There's a Chachi caught out here. Can't go unstoppable. Forced to use the ultimate follow-up stun coming over as well. Beautiful chain CC onto the Dragon. But is it enough? Xerxes off to the side. The rest of the team now on the retreat. Hungry for blood. Niski now using the Zeri ultimate, running in, trying to finish off these kills. Kabe still standing. Keep your eyes on the movement speed. Keep your eyes on that Zeri. Oh, it's a speed battle, baby. They're just so damn fast. Kabe forced out of this one. Mad Lions will win the day. Both 80 carries walking away, but it's Mad who will walk away with the Baron.
Yeah, it's a 2-for-1 for Mad. They will get this Baron. 1 minute on the Elder, though. Chachi has TP, but Younghoon doesn't, of course. 45 seconds on his respawn. Roughly a 15-second time window for them to get to this Baron pit. Yes, Mad Lions win the fight and get Baron, but Elder is where the game will be decided. So it all starts off with Chachi having to ult away, but the TP behind is where it all started to kind of explode.
Absolutely. Niski on the flank TP has been devastating all game long. He seizes away Kabe's ultimate and follows in off of Armor. I mean, connecting onto the minion right there, just the layering down onto the Astralis frontline. Kabe does so much damage, but doesn't find it easy to find auto attacks in the fight. Can only get Niski as he's separated from the rest of his team. And then it's the fast versus the fast here. Everyone's got the zoomies. Madness.
I mean, at least he's got everything, dude. Little F1, little Game of Thrones references.
Yo, this is a great first game to come back to is all I'm saying.
Welcome back to the LEC.
Holy.
I mean, a lot of tension. Reminder, Mad have already locked playoffs. Astralis, if they lose here, are not mathematically eliminated. It would guarantee Vitality, however, at least a tiebreaker. And keep in mind that in the fights to come, the front lines are important, but the only people doing damage
20,000
are those 80 carries.
That's a tanky Elder. Younghoon needs to be careful here.
Locked up, there's a ball. Can he get through with a portal? No, instantly taken out, picked off. Niski off to the side. They blocked the ulti from Niski. He can't steal away an ulti. Xerxes now taking down Mad Lions. A death ball. Kabe's still standing. Keep your eyes on Kabe, baby. Just enough the Ultra Shock Laser. Oh, I've seen it happen before. Can they do it? Mad Lions infinitely stronger. No way Mad Lions should lose this fight, but maybe, just maybe a hope and a dream for a Zeri, but it will not be enough. Vizza Chachi cut down. Mad Lions acing Astralis.
It's a 5-0, and my god, if you want to watch the replay, look how much confidence Unforgiven plays within that fight. Almost in melee range, just dishing out as much damage as possible, and the front to back works out. Younghoon gets caught once again. Astralis were in such a commanding position, but it's Mad Lions who make a comeback, and it's Mad Lions who will cement themselves for now in first place.
Astralis let another one slip out of their fingers. Still playoff hopes on the line, but it's Mad Lions to take it home.
Awkward grins on the faces of Mad Lions. Bit of a sigh of relief, and it makes sense. Hard game for Astralis. Commanding early game. Beautiful Bard performance, beautiful map movement from the team, but not enough. The tenacity of Mad Lions shining through. Something we got used to seeing last year, when it was coming late game team fights, the execution there, the way this team plays together. Even sometimes if the early games do fall apart, has given them back so many wins.
The Mad Lions team fighting in particular, it was that Dragon fight again, grouping up, being able to find out Kabe, that really started the game turning around. Still got close after that, but time after time with the Niski flank teleports as well, just completely changing the game for the Mad Lions.
Astralis gonna be kicking themselves though, having a 7k lead against our first place team when you're you have 2 best of 1s left, and this was one of them to put you into playoffs, put you in a commanding spot to actually get into that 6th place. It's gonna sting, but it's not over. They have to reflect, and congrats to Mad Lions. Great comeback, great kind of mental fortitude and tenacity to find fights to, which, I mean, it was team fights. It was all team play to get them back into this. There's no huge individual step-ups other than Niski towards that blue buff area fight for the Baron.
I mean, you have moments that you can argue for just about anybody across this game, but of course you only get 3 options. Niski, Unforgiven, Kaiser. All good choices.
Yeah, I think respect to Kaiser. He pressed Polymorph on Kabe in the last fight. No chance of a turnaround. Turned him into a little chicken or something.
It's kind of hard to shine on a Lulu. What are you going to do? Like a 1v5, you flash in, knock 5 of them up, and then a massive
literally have
follow-up?
to go back through every replay and show people the time that you're like healing or shielding was the difference. Because you don't see it. In the
He
moment,
did
tense
keep
moment.
Unforgiven alive in that dragon fight that I'm
That's
talking
true.
about. On top of the Zonias, it was so much about the stall out in that, so credit there. But
There was never a point, actually, I feel like, where Kaiser was overly caught. I don't know why I'm making a case for
Why
him
do
here.
we?
I'm
It's,
defending the
I'll be
Lulu.
honest, Kaiser had a great game. I'm in the Niski Unforgiven camp this time around. Overall, though, good team effort from Mad. Heartbreaking loss for Astralis, but again, we'll just have to see what the rest of the week has in store for them if they can keep those playoff dreams alive. Chances are incredibly slim now, but still technically possible. And for Mad, more playoff seeding, higher playoff seeding, obviously crucial. Everyone's looking at first seed right now, but in general, just having a higher seed does significantly up your chances of going to Worlds, regardless of your results.
especially with not having any points from the spring split. Very, very important for the Mad Lions to get as high as they possibly can to get that favorable seeding.
I want a glow up, right? 7th place, now you're seeing it 1st place in the Week 8 Super Week in summer. Incredible turnaround for them in a short time of 3 or 4 months.
Yeah, and I think, again, I love that we're seeing the consistency from some of the roster that we saw last year in terms of that team fighting, and that they brought in Niski and Unforgiven to have a lot of the same strengths and even improve some of the things that we saw last year as well. So credit to this Mad team, feeling like a potential contender at this moment in time. Of course, so much changes in best of 5 and so much changes even day to day in terms of level performance from our teams right now. So I'm not making bets on anybody, but
BDS beat Rogue. SKXL
Can they make playoffs?
Was super,
No.
super tight.
No, they can't.
They can't win Worlds either.
Anyway, that's enough from us. Let's hear it from the dynamic
TSM
duo
can, though.
on the bottom side of the map.
I can love TSM!
Thank you, guys, and thanks you too for joining me. It's been a while since I had a chat with you two from Mad Lions. William, first question. Difficult early game from you, but when it comes to the late game team fights, you had a lot of responsibility with the receiver staying in the right place. Tell me about these moments and how you had to stay in the right place and be impactful with the champion.
Well, Sivir is a bit broken. And
Is it, though?
Yeah, it's a bit broken. And once you get like 3 items, I'm just killing everything that walks in front of me. And I managed to get 2 items, and we had a good fight, and then Sivir became online. And yeah, we won.
Yeah, you won, basically. And you beautiful team fights from you guys. But Kaiser, you were coming off a 3-game lose streak. Tell me about these moments, because looking at the Mad Lions in these games especially, it didn't really look like what we've been used to seeing from you in summer. So how do you reflect on these results?
I mean, yeah, today was not the cleanest game, I admit that. It was a 50-minute banger, but I think it's just the meta changed in a way that we didn't really anticipate, I would say. And I think we are still having struggles with it, drafting with it and like playing against it. We are not used to like just scaling for late game, right? We are usually an early game focused team. And yeah, I mean, we still are trying these drafts because we know that in playoffs you have to diversify your drafts and be flexible. So we are trying stuff because we are in playoffs, right? And yeah, that's, we just have to get better at them and then we'll be fine.
It's the right thing to do, I guess, with the few games you have left. But when you think of the Mad Lions throughout summer, Unforgiven, I think you are a huge part of your team's victory and success. And I also know that this season was the very first time you got to play in front of a crowd in the LEC, in the studio. So tell me, how was this experience for you?
I mean, I really like playing with crowd. It's really fun, and I really love it. And it's way more fun playing on stage than offline. I mean, online. Online is kind of meh.
Meh, okay. Do you think it gives you extra motivation to know that people can be cheering for you?
Yeah, it's way more fun, and it just feels like the game matters way more.
That's amazing that you got this opportunity. Kaiser, anything you have to say about your AD Carry's performance in summer and his success? I think about Draven, but there's so many champions.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm really impressed by him because when I was on stage, I mean, I didn't really have like the biggest nerves, right? But I know that like some players, they kind of like choke on it, like choke on stage, right? They are in front of the crowd and like they're playing way more passive and stuff like this. But I'm glad that it's not the case with Willy. I think Willy is performing really well right now, like especially on his comfort picks, right? And yeah, I think I'm really happy with him.
Banger performance again on Draven, Unforgiven. Now, when we focus on the rest of the season for Mad Lions in the hopes of getting the upper bracket, you kind of need G2 to lose later today in the match of the week against Misfits. What's your prediction for this game? Because we know that whenever these two teams play together, it's insane madness. Misfits, G2, who do you think takes it?
I don't know. I think the game can go both ways, but I think G2 is winning.
I mean, I have to agree with it, but I am really impressed by Misfits. I think they're playing really well right now. They're drafting really well right now, so it can go both ways, like you said, but I think I'm going to still give it to G2.
It's going to be a banger for sure. Thank you guys for the interview. Good luck on the last game of the Super Week. And now we're going to take a quick break and we'll be back with the fourth game of the day, Vitality taking on Fnatic. Stay tuned.
Like this, the end of the split matters way more than how you play in the middle or at the start. So I think, yeah, we're just gonna start winning now.
Vitality, yes, they're in a comfortable position, but even if you do make it to those playoffs, you want to be as high as possible.
Winning his matchup, taking control of this lane.
Incredibly impressive stuff, really inspirational.
And here we go, he's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play?
Whenever you call it, I just need some space. 3 o'clock in the morning, you make my heart lie in blank, and I keep ignoring, hoping it resonates. Whenever you call it, still I need some space, yeah. Some space, I need some space, I need some space, some space, I need some space, I need some space, some space, some space, some space, some space, some space.
back, everyone, to the LEC, where we've got Team Vitality and Fnatic up next. Two teams that haven't quite locked their playoff spot yet. So let's have a quick reminder of how they can do it. First off, you may say, well, why does Team Vitality have 100% of scenarios in which they qualify? This 100% signifies that they have the right to at least a tiebreaker for playoffs. If they then would win that tiebreaker, they would make it, but they are not locked as of now. However, Vitality can lock with any win today or tomorrow. If they beat Fnatic in the next game, they lock. If they don't beat Fnatic, but they beat Rogue tomorrow, they lock. If they lose both, they'll at least get a tiebreaker still as well. So they've given themselves a little bit of a cushion. Not the case for Fnatic. So let's run through those scenarios. It's simple. If you want Fnatic to be in, you need to keep winning. Because if you win versus Vitality tomorrow, and you win versus Misfits tomorrow, regardless of XL beating Astralis, you will still be in the playoffs. It's when you lose today versus Vitality that it gets a little tricky. So, I'm going to clear it actually. If Fnatic lose to Vitality today, they would be dependent on XL Astralis, because if XL then beat Astralis, it's just XL in the playoffs over Astralis. However, if Astralis then wins, they still need to win versus Misfits. And if they win versus Vitality today, even if XL win and they win versus Misfits, they would be in the playoffs as well. But you want to keep winning, basically. And then, I don't know if I figured it out yet, but we saw here that Astralis has a 6.3 percentage of scenarios in which they still qualify for the playoffs, but we're not sure. I mean, we'll find out for you, basically, but they can still make it, but it's dependent on everything. But they definitely need to win their game tomorrow, and then it goes up to 12%. So if you're looking for a team to support in terms of a miracle run, it's definitely Astralis. So, was that clear? It was clear to me, and I'm terrible with these scenarios. I think the tool has made all of our lives much easier, right?
Definitely, yeah, definitely. I mean, I want the old Foley paper back, you know, this new technology, you know, I get out of here with that.
I love the new technology. You keep your Foley papers, we start this. You know what, tomorrow, I know you're not on desk, but you come in with a Foley paper, you do the segment then. Yeah?
Young whippersnappers with your technologies.
Exactly. So let's focus in on the matchup at hand then. I just laid out why it is so important for them to win. Vitality with a lock immediately. Fnatic wants to keep winning. And we have them coming out of day one with interesting results. Fnatic did really well versus Astralis in a must-win game. Vitality fumbled the bag versus SK.
Honestly, I think that was like some of the old cogginess we see from Vitality as well, in terms of how they play, or at least outline their planning from the early game to the mid game. But outside of that, I still feel like Vitality is a team to be feared, and I actually do believe that against a team like Fnatic, they're matching up really well against them due to the fact that these are players with the same amount of caliber and out of recent performance. I actually think from the last few weeks, if we combine all of that, Vitality has been playing a little bit better.
I think it was also really interesting to see kind of a bit of a change in Vitality yesterday, because traditionally what we've seen from Vitality is them heavily playing around mid lane and top side and kind of just leaving Karzi to his own devices. Karzi oftentimes ends up falling behind because so many resources are dedicated elsewhere on the map. But this was a draft that was actually very heavily focused around the Sivir, but unfortunately just with how much there was gunning for Karzi in that fight, he just wasn't able to carry it through.
Okay, but generally you agree with the adaptation, I guess, especially when you're playing into a team with Fnatic that have historically leaned towards the bot lane, although they haven't that much as of recent. Let's talk about the mid laners as well. Perkz versus Humanoid. Earlier today, Perkz was even in the discussion about the MVP overall. So what has he brought to this Vitality?
I think it's very simple. He is just a catalyst here, and you see that they have become so much better at playing around him as well, with now finally Haro and Lapra playing for him too. In the beginning of spring and this split as well, he barely got any resources. A lot of it was just like a 1v1 mission, both from Alphari and for Perkz in general. But now that they have become so much better at actually focusing around Perkz as a mid laner, enabling him, then afterwards they're actually able to enable the rest of the map, and that's what's really become so good of Vitality lately.
Especially when Alphari's on these kind of like picks like the Gnar and things that can be more of carry-oriented in the top lane. It works out perfectly there. But as you can see, looking across at Fnatic, their mid-jungle has been incredibly strong as well. Humanoid, I think yesterday, really showed what they were capable of, what has been lacking from this Fnatic all split long, because they were actually able to play successfully through this and find those early wins that allowed Humanoid to play side lanes.
And I agree with that statement from Humanoid as well, coming through with Razork yesterday, but my problem is that we haven't seen it often enough, and we don't see it consistently either. So I'm really hoping that Fnatic, they're showing up with the same kind of caliber they were yesterday in terms of strategy and planning.
That will definitely be the key. Just to put your focus on the stats for a little bit, they're actually very close in a lot of these categories. And I think sometimes you would think because of the way Humanoid has been unfortunately dying and the team couldn't do anything for it in the last couple of weeks, that it's not good. But generally, it has been good. So I think both of these teams know what they have to do to win, right? But can they do it right now?
Yeah, I think that is the big question. I think a huge focus is going to be on these two in the mid lane to see who can get control, because it definitely feels like, at least with Perks, it very much bleeds into the map, whereas with Humanoid, he's going to be trying to take over from him being the carry.
And I heard, Dagda, that you found something very interesting about Vitality's Dragon setup. What is that?
Yeah, so I'm going to take a quick look at this. So I've been looking at the way, so if we actually look at the stats right now, Vitality are the lowest in the league when it comes to dragons per game. And I want to make this clear, I'm not saying that they aren't doing other things instead of dragon, but what I want to say is that they are not focusing the dragons correctly, and I think that this is a big issue that we're seeing in their game plan. So what I want to look at here coming into this is the way that this map is going to be completely set up. So when we look at the bottom side, you're going to see Haru is going to be pushed in on this bot side, right? You're going to have the push coming through in this bot lane as well. A slow push that you can see is building here for Labrov and Karzi, but I also want you to take a look at this mid lane as well. We've actually got the exact same slow push building in that mid lane for this Ahri. So there's an option here, especially as Dragon is about to spawn, where as Haru, you can just lean into this bot side, make sure that they're safe and they can push in, and then as an entire unit, you can move in over towards the Dragon. But instead, as we watch this clip play out, they don't actually go for this. Instead, they have Haru sneak into the back of the bush and they try and make this gank work, but it doesn't actually bring them anything. Haru doesn't even try and bring in behind here, so they're trying to get gold onto Karzi, but because of this as well, as you see this play out once more, Haru actually sticks around even for longer again. So they don't get anything on this bottom side. Yes, they do deny some CS from Jezu, but you don't get the kill, you're still not getting the Dragon, and you're not able to use the fact that you've got this big push in mid, and you've created this push on bot side. And you'll even see, like, look at that big wave in mid that Perks has just used. Like, that could have been something that they could have used to try and play around, and this comes back to bite them then later on in the game. Because they haven't stacked these early Dragons, now SK with this pick composition have been able to completely clear out all the vision. You can see it here in this bottom side. There is nothing that Vitality have to try and play around, and this then means that you have to face check this as Vitality. SK are in a great spot then to find several different flank angles. They're able to get onto Karzi in this fight, and they're able to control this fight for themselves. You can even see, yes, Vitality are able to bully their way in a little bit, but Certus is starting to get poked down. You're starting to again lose vision of where SK are. They've baited you into this Infernal Rift where they have several different angles of attack, where they can come in, oh, that's the wrong one, where we can come in with the line here, you can come in through the back, and you've even got to be worried about the flank over here with some of the vision control that SK had already set up as well. And this is where I think for Vitality, having these early Dragons is going to be crucial for them as this game starts to go on, because it's one of the big problems that we've seen in their mid game, which is them not being able to find success in the mid game. As I'm back, but I'm going to send it over to Dracos and the boys at the desk as they're going to take us into the actual game.
Thank you very much, Dagda. We'll also walk back on the set here. We're gearing up. This game is very important. So in the words of Cadro, posture check, hydration check, drink your water, sit up straight. Because it only gets more tense from here. Because this is a big deal. This game is a big deal. Vitality have not locked yet. Fnatic have not locked yet. Astralis losing today obviously knocks them down a bit. Fnatic may be feeling pretty comfortable. Winning here would make their chances look a lot better. And Vitality, to a lot of people, they feel like they're locked, but you gotta win the game.
Yeah, I mean, the Shocks kind of broke it down. It feels like Fnatic have to win today, because if XL win against Astralis tomorrow, it's over. So a win here makes them feel a lot more comfortable going into day 3.
Now we enter picks and bans. Immediately Gwen taken away. Two very premier top laners battling it off in this particular game. Have to see what the matchup is going to be. Who is going to get the luxury of counter picking? Fnatic obviously could save it. We're just going to have to see it for now. Wow, English hard. Draft. What happens?
Yep,
Question.
we got a draft on our hands. That's what we're working through right now. Some would say Agent Select and other titles, and here we call it Picks and Bans.
Yumi banned.
You gotta love it. You gotta love getting rid of the
appreciate
Yumi.
it.
Of course, and I mean, it is interesting, like when you look at like what both of these teams have been playing recently, Vitality have just been spam locking in the Gnar. Obviously, that was up before the nerfs, the Trundle and the Jarvan as well, all of which untouched so far.
Vitality have banned LeBlanc and Ari on blue side. Now, blue side's notorious for target bans. Is that a first pick Azir or something that they're setting up for there, I wonder? For perks?
Are we... Because Fnatic are the Azir first pickers in this league. Are we really just about to like Azir Victor handshake
There's
here?
a lot of options. Maybe they were scared of Talia, but yeah.
Wow.
There you go. Look, I was promised durability patch, scaling games, longer games, team fight games. So see more Azir. I like to see that. You know, sometimes it's fun to get the long fist. Drake is looking at me like I'm completely out of my mind.
Completely out of your mind.
Look, I am here for an intellectual game of League of Legends.
Based fist fight.
No.
Fist fight, please. That's what I'm hoping for. But we'll see what the response is here from Fnatic. Because again, they were the team first picking Azir fearlessly across drafts in the last week or two. For now, though, locking the Poppy, getting themselves, obviously, I think the best jungler on the patch. Ulti, incredibly impactful, as we saw in the last two games.
And I wonder what Humanoid's response here is. I mean, you know Humanoid for his Akali and his Orianna. I think that's things he might default back to when it comes to mid-pool on 3, but I think picking up AD here would make a lot of sense. Sivir, I think Sivir would struggle. Sylas would also do pretty well, but that's going to be Humanoid's first Sylas game of the split, but he's going to lock it in. Such a power pick, though. We'll see what jungler Haru matches here with. I feel like it's going to be a Trundle.
Trundle makes a lot of sense here. Big favorite champ for Haru. Has played some Jarvan recently, but I think the Trundle as another obviously good early game power tool. The pillar can act as both engage and some light disengage for that Azir too when you're peeling towards the backline. Already setting up to have pretty strong team fights later on.
Yeah, picking up AD would make sense as well if you lock in Trundle. Could go for something like Ornn, yes, but I think something like the Sivir or the Zeri would make the most sense. Then Fnatic could match AD on 3 as well. I think we're seeing a trend of mid-jungle AD most of the time on the first 3 because this is where the power picks lie and things like, I mean, you can look at the bans already, right? Barring the Gwen, GP to get nerfed, but it is an Alphari special, picking full top side. We'll see if they do so. I mean, it could go for something like the Sejuani as well, perhaps.
And if we look back a few weeks, it was a lot of the success around top side for Alphari and Haru in particular that led to them to start kind of streaking up in the standings, taking down Finn pretty handedly on that Gnar. Some pretty iconic moments in that game. See if they want to continue to play around the top side for now. Relatively safe blind pick, but does open up the AD carry pool to get pinched a little bit here as we head into the second phase. But see, maybe Fnatic, more concerned about the top lane pool, could just lock their response here in top lane.
Yeah, I think you can go ahead and do that. This will be Alphari's 10th Gnar game of the season. With Zeri open, you can go ahead and grab that one here. Then maybe look to ban other popular picks like the Sivir away here in the second phase of bans.
I remember there's, I think it was like 4 or 5 games in a row, Alphari and Haru were winning with just Gnar, Trundle, Gnar, Trundle, Gnar, Trundle. It was just, you know, they weren't exploring many champs, but it worked. And as much as Gnar has been nerfed, doesn't seem to care so much. Alphari, I wonder what bans they'll put in. There's the Sivir ban you were just talking about, Ender. I wonder if Sejuani is something they're thinking about.
Wonder if they take away some of Wonder's playmakers as well.
Gragas,
obviously, Gragas is one of the champions. Shyvana, another champion that's been rising in popularity. Obviously, both of them will suffer in the early lane phase against the Gnar, but you saw how powerful base stats alone can be.
Camille is another good champ that functions into Gnar. Alphari was talking to us a bit on the Euphoria about how the Camille will just lose the lane, go down maybe 20 CS, but if Camille gets the first item safely, it can be a bit of a struggle for Gnar on side lane. Down goes the Ornn, wants to stop Fnatic's team fighting.
I think that's a smart pick, especially because I think Fnatic have probably looked best when they're playing around mid, around bot side a little bit more heavily, and when Wonder can spec into those tanks or moving a pick like the Ornn makes a little bit more sense. If you can put Wonder in a position where he's finding a counter pick and it's a lane that Razork has to play a little bit more towards, that reduces a lot of upset in Hillsing's power.
Does indeed, and I'm thinking of Renata maybe for Hilly on 4 here would make a lot of sense. But then again, do you want to leave your last pick for top when you already see their top laner? Because Renata is such a powerful champ, they're going to get rid of the Pike, so we'll see what they blind pick. I mean, Vitality have a lot of options still with these 80 bends. I mean, the first one that comes to mind, you know, you can just slam a Lucian Nami there on 4-5 to have a safe, kind of aggressive bot that they can play towards. Could also go for some kind of Rakan lane. We'll see if they opt into Aphelios open as well.
Yeah, debating. They can obviously just respond to top lane pick, save that counter pick. It does mean giving up the power pick in Renata, if that is something that Vitality want to go for. But Gragas, of course, iconic pick for Wonder. Some of his best games this season, this year even have been on the champion. Certainly a master of the pick, even if it does fall behind a little bit. And Samira
not? Are we going to get it?
Would be a sight. Aggressive, obviously one item pick. We saw Neela come out, very similar identity here. Windwall very impactful against a lot of what Fnatic want to be doing. Or the Blade Whirl, sorry.
Oh yeah, get it right. Come on, Dracos, come on.
Whoa, that's a very different speed. Okay.
They're playing the safe area, and that's probably why they banned Pyke, because they want to avoid as much roaming from Hilly as possible. They could just go for a Renata here, would make sense at the time. I think they have so many options for support. They can play a range support like Lulu.
Yeah, that's the thing right now. Team Vitality have so much in terms of range overall, and I was saying...
that's a grin on his face. There's
big
no
grin
way.
on the face. Hylissang leaving counter pick to him, got that Champion Ocean down there, but will just be the Lulu at the end of the day. Still, I feel like Vitality, when you think about how they can play the game with all this range, a lot of fantastic disengage tools too, between the Tom, the Pillar, and the Azir wall, you can sort of limit a lot of the impactfulness of these low-range champions, especially on the Fnatic top side.
Can indeed, and Senna got a little bit of a hit on 12-12, so that's why she kind of fell out a bit, but it seems like Vitality want to go back towards it. They weren't looking for a Philios solution, they just want to pick that Senna Tam, but looking across the board, Senna ult will help Alphari on side lane, but big team fight for Vitality, just basically locked in, not much else to play for otherwise, other than maybe a Gnar side lane across for Fnatic. You do have a little bit of side lane in the side ass, but again, just raw team fight. That's kind of what the meta has been leaning towards, Dragon fights, Herald fights, any kind of 5v5s you can find, and that's what both these teams have drafted.
Yeah, and I think if you're looking at the power of the Gragas in this comp for Wonder, you have the ideas of, yeah, sure, if you can pick off one of the priority targets, but really just separating them from the front line. I think divvying up the fights, you can deal with the Vitality front line before the rest, gives you a lot of ability to fight front to back.
And we saw in the previous game how good Mad was at identifying potential flankers, marking Xerxes every single fight. We're going to have to see if Vitality can do the same with the Gragas, with the Poppy to stop any of these potential engages onto the back line, these flanks, or casks. A lot of tension right now. Vitality, they're sitting okay. They're pretty comfortable. They're going to have another opportunity. But for Fnatic, it does feel a little bit like do or die as we get ready. Vitality versus Fnatic. It's been a difficult season for Fnatic thus far, 8-8.
And they're bringing out the big guns here in the game.
The Fnatic pause.
The pause right there, which gives us a great opportunity to talk about stakes. Of course, we'll update you as soon as we know what the cause of the pause is. So reminder, wow, I just got so distracted by that kick thing. I'm gonna have a kick at. Anyway, hashtag so out. Vitality win, of course, is going to lock them in playoffs. If Vitality win, they are locked in playoffs, and for Fnatic, they are not out, but their ability to lock will become outside of their own control. Again, Effia highlighted it earlier. XL winning over Astralis tomorrow would eliminate Fnatic if Vitality win. Fnatic winning eliminates Astralis from playoffs contention. So Fnatic winning here knocks Astralis out, gives XL an opportunity to fight for potentially a tiebreaker. We'll have to see how the rest unfolds, but high stakes game.
High stakes indeed. Can hear some pings. Sounds like we're getting back into the game. Fnatic, we're setting up some kind of level 1 here onto Perks.
There we go. Chain now going down. Perks now locked up. Bile goes in. Wonder! It's clean, but Perks is still standing. No! He's going in the tower! Oh, he's out! Oh, but here comes Alphari! Oh no, goodbye, Razork.
Give it to Labrov. Labrov shouldn't hit him. He could get the assist, but then he would take the kill. So deep ward though on the Wolves. Razork's getting a little bit of vision. 1-for-1 favors Fnatic because of the first blood. Razork will get to his camp in time, and he has Hex Flash anyway.
Additionally, Razork gives up his flash, Wonder gives up his flash, but Razork has Hex Flash, would probably flash over a wall for jungle pathing. Anyway, Perks giving his flash is big in the early lane phase. Have to keep our eyes now on Haru to see how he defends against this.
Absolutely. Just a complete jump scare coming out of the pause, and Vitality aren't done just yet. Now walking in towards the enemy blue buff, so Razork starting on red. Hylissang may actually get caught here. They're going to come over the...
Big. Hylissang, tongue going down. Haru focusing on the blue 4 now, just trying to burn the flash, trying to take something away from him, but Hylissang walking away, feeling comfortable. Keep in mind, Razork starting E. This is the worst clear of all time. He's going to fall very behind very quickly, but luckily gets the leash coming in from Wonder.
Has Hex Flash as well, so he can get to his blue faster, so it pays out the level 1, doesn't it? So he's going to just kind of split map here. We're going to have a complete split map from the level 1. Haru's going to take away Gromp and Wolves. We'll see if they can set up any bot dives, and Fnatic needs to be very careful on their wave management. You need to be very, very vocal as the bot lane on the opposite side of the map from your jungler to tell your jungler when the wave's stacking, how long it is until it crashes, and when you need your jungler to base and cover it, because Vitality will stack it up as big as possible. And Fnatic can't really contest the wave because they don't have vision on Haru, who actually just ignores the wolves. He's going to run through mid to top side to collapse on Razork. This is a bit odd, so Razork spots him and runs away. Manages to get a +1 by having a Gromp advantage, but that's about it. He's going to splash back over.
And you'll always remember this is the day you almost got Razork. Wow! I have never seen someone burn a flash and thought to myself, value like I have in this Hex Flash early game.
Yeah, gets the first blood, gets in, gets out.
Imagine if this was last week and Hex Flash was still disabled. This would be a very different game.
Well, then he could have actually gotten onto the Rift way quicker after the early death. He would have just been right back onto the red buff, no time wasted whatsoever.
I wonder if he'd be able to flash over and get the blue, though, if Haru cross-mapped in time. Anyway, looks like Razork will clear out his Raptors. Krux gets towards that level 3. Haru's just going to path all the way back down, so bot lane will be in isolation, and Perks having no flash means he'll have to be a little bit careful of Razork's early ganks. Good setup by the Sylas and the Poppy. Haru is going to go towards his top crab. No smite. Razork doesn't have it either. Is he going to run into River here and find Haru? I think the Trundle without red might actually struggle a little bit, considering Humanoid has mid push, but he won't even see him taking the top crab, so Razork might get a little bit of surprise.
Yeah, well, Haru can also just run either into mid here or bot River.
Okay, so they spot out Haru. Looks like they will get this bot crab, but Labrov's moving up now, so a lot of contest around the map. Razork can't really go onto this because he has no flash, so he's going to get double crabbed by Haru, so good early game by him so far in terms of camps.
Yeah, didn't have the smite either, so he couldn't instantly CC break the shield, get the smite for the very quick kill before Haru got into range. So full control with Haru taking away the bot side jungle. There's literally nothing for Razork to do and plenty of time for Haru to still go back and clear his own jungle. But this wave is in a really tough spot for Humanoid.
I think the biggest loser of all of this is Wunder, because Alfari got first blood, got an extra kind of item on base, so he's getting bullied under his tower. Wunder's already had the TP back, so Alfari will be punishing that lane, but eyes on mid lane. Haru's been waiting here for quite a while.
Going in, with the trade here, waiting on the pillar. He's going to go no man on Humanoid. Forced to flash out to safety, and so many little victories going over to Vitality here in the early game.
And to quickly jump back to that top lane point, yeah, Alfari's been having a good time, and I think a lot of that has to do with Haru actually pathing instantly back towards the top side of the map, because it was very easy for Razork to just split the map if Haru didn't run up there, already had the ward he actually placed when he died behind the wolf, so he was going to know if Haru was ever going to make it towards the top side. And Haru's pathing just sort of equalized this lane a bit and forced Razork to the bottom side.
And this is naturally the lane we're going to look at. Wonder stats aren't fantastic this season. He's been playing a lot of tanks. But the thing I want to highlight is jungle proximity, because while that stat for Alfari is very low and it would lead you to believe that he's not getting supported by his jungler, he is. It's just not in the form of walking into his lane and throwing down a pillar or throwing down a Q. It's isolating the enemy jungle, making sure that he cannot come top and that Alfari gets to play in this 1v1.
Yeah, 1v1 is where Alfari exceeds. His strongest point has always been lane phase, so we'll track how the CS numbers stack up, because he still has TP advantage in this lane after he catches the wave. Haru will find Razork, who was trying to steal away his Raptors, has the lucidity boost on first base. He's going to run back over to his Raptors. Both these junglers, so much kind of presence in the early game, a lot of pressure in the early game, that both of them just trying to find plays around the map.
This is still Haru's first clear of those bot side camps, by the way. Went back to base, so this is his first red buff of the game at 5.5 minutes.
Look at Razork as well. He's just ran from his Raptors to his Gromp. He's like, I just want your camps on cooldown non-stop, and I don't really care about my second respawn, so I think he will get the Gromp. He has flash up, and this is what I love to see. Razork's not being called to any lane. He's just playing his own game and pulling Haru around the map, and Haru's going to get a bit of a surprise when he walks top and realizes his top camps are being contested. Is Razork going to go for the wolves as well? Seems a little bit risky with Humanoid basing, but he's going to go for it anyway. There's a red buff Trundle there. This could be a little bit dangerous.
Okay, Haru walking forward. This is some psycho stuff.
Well, the thing is, they don't know Humanoid based. So Humanoid could have been walking through the river. So that's why we don't see a chase, even with, you know, no top lane priority for Razork to work with there. And unironically, Razork going for the very quick tier 2 boots has a lot of merit, especially with the gameplay he's working with. He has just been constantly running back and forth into Haru's jungle and back towards his own. And while, yes, he has fallen behind a little bit, hasn't been successful when coming to the Scuttle Crabs, he wants a chance now with Humanoid coming back to mid.
He really wants this Scuttle.
Alfari, level 6 to Wonder's level 6. Body slam, now getting pulled back. Alfari just has to be careful not to get knocked in the tower, and he's feeling okay. Extended trade, though, knocked back, will not hit the tower. Haru on the way up, Wonder now going to be in trouble. Flash out to safety. Again, no kills following that first exchange at level 1, but a lot of flashes burned in favor of Vitality.
Yeah, 2 solo lane flashes down from Haru's presence in them. It's been a lot of topside contest, and as much as Razork's been the aggressor, he's lost 3 Scuttle Crabs this game, so that's why it's still slightly in Haru's favor. The kill, of course, on the first blood, helping Razork out a little bit, but not in the experience department, so good all in there by Alfari. You highlighted it perfectly there, Drake, because he doesn't want to step too far forwards onto Wunder because he can get knocked into the tower and will have to burn his own flash, so he was being on the limit there a bit. Haru still hovering around just in case Razork looks for a gank. Both these junglers just sitting on the top side of the map.
I think Alfari had an opportunity there if he wanted to just not hit the wave. It would have stacked up and sort of worked back into him. Potentially could have looked for something with Haru, but Haru has so many camps on the map that he doesn't actually want to spend more time on the top side, just wants to grind out that level 6. Might be able to find that off their after camp. He should be very, very close because it looks like Razork is just one camp off as well.
Razork, ready to commit for more Humanoid, ready to throw Perks back at the first opportunity.
Yeah, see the idea, and now Razork will get 6 off that. Go to base, still 500 gold up, but it's the solo lanes that are struggling, and it's always been that story for Vitality throughout the entirety of the split. The solo lanes of Vitality getting the CS leads, getting the CS advantages. And as much as they're playing range into melee, it's kind of expected. But bot lane's also been a bit quiet. Senna, of course, not the farmer in this lane. It's the Tahm Kench you'd have to look at for creep, so Upset's a little bit ahead. And again, makes sense with range into melee and isolated lanes. So very standard stuff here from both teams so far.
And while I don't like watching this lane, I like that seeing this lane locked in means we don't have to watch this lane. That we can just keep going back to topside.
Yeah, this
Watching
is like our first time
pathing.
coming down here, really.
Yeah, it's like, oh, there's a bot.
Oh, they're bringing out the
See,
double
the second we
pause.
talk about the bot lane, they don't want you to
Okay, hold on. Perks. They're going to gank you in like 1 second. That's what they did last time, right? They pause it, and then instantly they're jumping onto a mid lane.
I think you're metagaming the pauses maybe too much.
Sorry, this is me coming back from Valorant. I'm like, coach is in their ears.
Yeah.
Like, you gotta shut this man
no,
down.
in this game we have to stay silent. You have to just wait. You're allowed to speak to the referee.
Yep.
Charlie on stage right now, talking to the boys, making sure everything's good.
I love the headcanon that the refs are just hyping the players up during the pause. Like, okay, guys, you got this. Just a few more minutes. You're going to be back in the game, but I believe in
your
you.
mid-round util right now looking a little rough.
Eco bye.
Charlie, no.
But of course, Fnatic can't actually talk in the pause. The only person that can talk is the person who has the issue. Same for Vitality. If there is any issues or if they're talking to the rep, it looks like we're back into game with the mouse and the keyboard clicks, I presume. But we'll have to see.
Have to hold pretending. For the slow...
they're pretending. Trying to mimic their movements, so it's autopilot when they're
This is a do-or-die game. Keep it together. Well, it's not, but it kind of is.
For Fnatic, it kind of is.
Kind of is.
Of course, if XL win tomorrow and Fnatic lose here, Fnatic are out of playoffs and XL are locked. But if Fnatic win, then they have a very good chance of finding their way back into this playoffs. And seeing a 3-0 week, Humanoid's just gonna use the ult there, try to get the wave under tower. Hilly's just hovering around for it. I think they're a bit scared of Perks trying to shuffle 1 or 2 of them into his team if Haru's hovering around, but he's just leashing the blue for now.
Haru waiting very patiently here. Perk's gonna get this one, just continue the mid lane push. Already has the lost chapter, not really a lot of reason to back, as he can just sustain pressure here in the mid lane. Haru clearing out a bit of vision, tracking gold, only about a 500 lead. Bit of a split back and forth. Bot lane obviously a little bit deceiving in terms of gold.
And let's not forget, just to reiterate it, if Fnatic win this game, Astralis are eliminated from playoffs. The remaining games don't matter. As, like you said, Haru's just going to start up this Herald. Pretty free objective for him. Vitality, of course, Herald's so powerful. Looks like Fnatic's going to cross map for a Drake. Should be pretty free for them as well. But Upset's spacing right now, so I wonder how much damage they do have for this Dragon. Humanoid has to go to mid-wave, so it's really awkward for Razork to do it. You know, Poppy killing a Dragon, not great. If the Herald dies, they could collapse on top of him. Humanoid.
Fishing, but won't hit the chains. Now going in on the Perks. Knockup coming in. They're just going to walk away here. Bit of an awkward attempt into the mid lane there. It seems like just trying to get something back while the Herald was going down. It just does not work out.
I feel like Fnatic are playing kind of different games as individuals. Hilly Razork looked for a Drake, Upset wanted the base, and Humanoid was probably calling for a mid play. So the 4 of them just kind of desynced. It looks like they will decide on the Dragon finally, but this could have been dead already. Nevertheless, Perks gets chunked out and has to base.
Yeah, you also had Wonder teleporting back to the top lane while all of this was going down. No TP on Alfari meant it wasn't going to happen, but Fnatic do get what they came for in the end, but it does give very easy recalls like you're talking about here. Already back onto the map are the bot laners and the mid laner of Vitality, and they can get the shove in before Humanoid gets back into mid.
Disjointed, but not the end of the world. Wonder is going to trade onto Alfari here. Pops the ult to knock him away, just wants to get a short trade. His ideal situation here is poking the Gnar out of lane. I don't think he has any innate instant kill pressure. But he is building towards an AP-ish Gragas, so he will have a little bit of damage in his back pocket. Won't go for the kind of chem tank tanky build. And yeah, just stable lanes across the board. The next thing to keep our eye on is where Haru places this Herald. I think his best options are probably mid or bot, ideally for the Azir, I presume.
Yeah, it certainly wouldn't hurt to break your bot lane out a little bit, get Senna the opportunity to roam and pick up some souls off the camps. That's something that we'll keep track as we move further. You can see Upset going for both the Colt as well as the Vamp Scepter, so a lot of sustain, not going to get poked out by the early Senna harass. Sitting pretty comfortably on the bottom side. And overall, very quiet game. Despite the absolute fistfight that was the first 5 minutes of jungle pathing, no one dying past that level 1.
A little unlucky. I do believe the minions got the turret plate in the bot side and gold didn't go over to Carzzy or Labrov. Hadn't hit it recently enough, so a bit of wasted opportunity there with the big wave stacking up and cashing in.
Yeah, watching what Upset did there, I think he intentionally did that on purpose because he left the wave alive as long as possible. He could have cleared it out instantly, so smart play by him to just deny a plate when Vitality do get that repush. Of course, it does mean the tower is low, so when the Herald might crash onto that tower, they might have some kind of pressure to actually get the full tower. But halfway ticked through the Herald, Haru still hasn't found his lane. Right now he's hovering around the bot side, getting a little bit of vision, for his bot lane, so they can start moving towards mid more, perhaps, so that Perkz can have more of a isolated time or more cover, because Hylissang again showing himself in mid, Razork in mid. Looks like Fnatic's playing through mid right now.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality going bot side almost looked like a great time for the Herald, but so many players have been instantly running down.
Caught up, immediately needs to ult, but Humanoid's actually going to be the one to ult first. Haru's still running. Very big, of course, in the Battle of Trundle ults that you ult second.
Humanoid playing with no fear. Haru didn't really hesitate too much. He didn't counter ult, so he still has that available. Hilly's getting rooted up here. Knockup's going to connect.
Knock up onto two, cancels Razork. That's going to be big. Now knocking the Tom Catcher to the wall, but that's a farming Tom Catcher. He's a BB boy. Eats him up, spits him back over. You love to see it. Hylissang's for dinner.
Oh, Labrov is eating nice tonight, getting Hylissang right there. Now Vitality, so many options open up to them. No wave to play off of immediately towards this bottom side of the map, but a great kill for Vitality in the river.
Yeah, Humanoid over-forcing onto Haru a bit meant Hilly was following. Maybe Hilly overstayed a bit there, but there's the Herald placed in mid for Perkz to get some plates. And with Hilly being dead, they know that they have a numbers advantage because they spotted Razork out as well. So Crash comes in.
It's big. Maybe hoping for one more plate here, but the wave getting cleared out. Humanoid. Razork behind him, maybe was hoping to extend the trade, but now Carzzy now coming in. Humanoid definitely not where he wants to be. Root over the wall will go a little bit wide. That's going to be massive. Carzzy now in the individual 1v1 versus Humanoid. The W is going to be everything. Kingmaker healing now coming in. Razork going into the wall, has to use the ult for shielding, but he won't get the chance to do it. Upset in the midst of the fight, but now Perkz and Haru finally on their way back in after getting knocked out by the Poppy. Labrov stepping forward. Frostfire Gauntlet to slow Razork for a brief moment, but both sides will back away.
This bot lane of Vitality playing so well there. Labrov with a couple of moments down in the bot river, zoning away there. Carzzy too, getting the kill on Humanoid. Looked dire for a second with the heal coming on through, but Carzzy shuts him down. Vitality jump ahead.
They do indeed. I don't think a single plate has fallen on Vitality either. You can see that tower only has one left. Bot tower took a hit as well. Didn't actually go gold across, but the Herald proving how valuable it can be in the early stages. Having that top push, having that mid push, and securing that objective is so powerful. We see the replay here again of Humanoid going on to Haru, but what follow-up did he really expect here once he lands the chain? Maybe the slow from Upset as he comes over the wall could allow Razork to gap close, and I think Hilly just overstaying here, trying to get wards. The Carzzy actually lands the root onto him, and that allows Labrov to chain CC the knockup. A lot of confidence from Labrov as well. The second he lands the knockup to just instantly flash over, it also cancels the Poppy ult, so there he's going to continue as a 3v2.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic stuff. Then Labrov is able to jump right on over here. Autos for the extras proc. Bit of a fight in the bot lane, but knocks him back over for the kill onto Hylissang. And then later, Humanoid also went very aggressive, costing another kill.
Yeah. Rare that we get to see the aggressive Tom Kench ult in a meta that's all about just protecting your scaling carries, but when you got a farming Tom Kench, certainly does a lot of work. See what else Vitality can get done. Haru continuing to play towards the bottom side. Top lane, we originally were expecting a bit more action there, but that's the one that's been left to his lonesome. Haru playing with fire here. Now there's going to be follow-up. Razork stepping forward. Haru forced to ulti just to get a little bit more health, a little bit more resistance. His Humanoid blocked up. That's two members down the stun. The Tom Kench is big. The damage in the extended fight's going to be everything.
TP behind.
Keep your eyes on Labrov.
Razork's alive.
Now backing away, still standing. Razork running off to the side. Body slam flash. No! It whiffs! It just barely whiffs. They managed to walk away. That could have been everything. But he can't connect on the body slam. It's an absolute fist fight on the bottom side.
So close, but Labrov playing such a good game. They're spotting out the flank from Wunder, protecting his teammate, keeping it even here. And the members of Fnatic just living on a hair of HP.
They are indeed. Razork, luckily for him, that bush had a pink in it, so as much as Vitality dropped to ward to get the kill, they were pushed back far enough that they weren't in auto-attack range, I think, but Vitality will get the Dragon. Wunder TPing in. Alfari's on the bot side now, Upset.
Alright, ooh, Meganar goes a little bit wide there. They are going to grab the Drake, and note from production coming in clutch here, 15 HP. Wow. That's all Razork had left in the exchange.
Oof, just about got away. 3k gold lead for Vitality right now. We'll look at this one again. So Haru going a bit too deep here. He has flash, but Humanoid quick to punish. Smart punish, I think, as well. You have to stop this Trundle from being able to do that, especially when Dragon's up. Get a kill there, and you can secure the objective. But it's here where he has no flash. The knockup lands, and it looks quite dire for Fnatic. Upset arrives in time. Turns it into a 4v5, of course, because Perkz on mid-wave and that pink ward. Razork's out of vision. Vitality can't get the finish. The E-flash here is eaten away so quickly by Labrov. Good reaction times from him. So that means Wunder can't follow up. And in the end, everyone walks away alive. Vitality get the Dragon. Vitality looks like they're going to get the Herald as well.
Some indecision in that fight as well from Upset, just jiggling back and forth, like left, right a few different times before finally entering the fight. Didn't seem like Fnatic knew they wanted to go for that till the teleport from Wonder came in onto the side. Fnatic are going to have to get on the same game plan here when it comes to these team fights, because Team Vitality absolutely scale. They absolutely have some fantastic team fight tools when it comes to the later stages of the game.
And you've got some potential for clutch. Ooh, canceled back there on Humanoid. Wonder obviously on the Gragas potential to make these big clutch plays, but certainly Vitality in control for now, and crazy to think back to the start of the year with both of these teams. High expectations of both their shoulders. In spring, Fnatic came close to meeting what they felt like was a title or nothing in terms of what they wanted for themselves. Vitality really the one falling apart a bit, barely beating Excel in the best of 5 before falling to G2. And now here it's Vitality on the rise as Fnatic are the ones looking lost. Everything can change on a single game though. Just need to make your way into playoffs, a chance for best of 5s to be your redemption. That's all that really matters in the end.
The win yesterday for Fnatic put them in a great position for playoffs. They need another to feel a little bit more comfortable here. Nothing doing just now as Vitality put 3 members towards that middle lane, getting priority, but still quite a few minutes away from any objectives spawning up. The next few minutes probably just going to be about juggling waves, picking up waves on the side lane as Humanoid has the push going up top side.
Yeah, so when the second Herald dies and Dragon's not up, the game kind of slows down a bit. It's really on Vitality with the Herald to actually place it to look for an objective, but tier 1 sting a bit. You know, you don't really want to Herald a tier 1 when the enemy team can cross map a tier 1 anyway. Ideally, tier 2s are good, so looking for a pressure point. There's still 2/3 left on that Herald timing, so Haru can be patient with it, doesn't have to overforce anything, and of course can wait a little bit before Dragon's up to use it in a lane to force Prio to secure an objective. But for now, it looks like they're going to put their bot lane top, try to hit on this bot tower. Alphari will match into Wunder, and Perks should get mid push. I think Fnatic here need to put their bot lane top as well. I feel like they need to match, because I think Perks can get the push into Upset in a 1v2 and then move top, so they're going to get collapse on here. Humanoid, Herald's popped. They're going to get this top tier 1. They have a lot of pressure here. Alphari has TP as well.
Stolen Trundle for a bit of extra tankiness, but
TP
LeBron
behind.
just poking.
Here comes
TP
Wunder.
coming in. Carzzy not going to get locked off. LeBron holding onto the E for now, waiting as long as possible. Will now get him out, trying to zoom out to safety, but LeBron still in his belly. He's going to throw him into the waiting arms of Fnatic. They cannot stop it. Carzzy sacrificed. Knocked out as Alphari's off to the backside. A positive start for Fnatic, finding one as Carzzy will fall.
It's a great look there from Wonder finding the flank TP, but Alphari's teleport is a year and a half too late.
Yeah.
Perks was still in mid. Vitality should have just cut their losses and drop out there, but now they don't even have a player to pressure towards the bot side.
Yeah, good play by Fnatic. I think they caught Vitality off guard a bit there. Like you said, Alphari's so late, but he might find Humanoid here. Uses the dash. Does he have to use the flash?
Auto. Still running forward. Once he turns Mega, it's pretty hard to chase this. Now backing up as Hylissang's in the area. Tom Catch coming over the wall, the knockback, but it's a bit of miscoordination. No, stops the knockup from connecting, and now Humanoid is still standing. It's a disaster. The flashback is into Alphari trying to make it work, but no, yes, just does barely manage to take him down. Haru in the midst of the entire team standing strong. Ulti pop, extra resistance is coming in, and again, here comes LeBron. Perks! Oh, but no, what is he doing? It doesn't work, it's Upset! It's a bloodbath on the top side, an absolute mess of back and forth as Wonder still continues to poke. Razork still remains standing, knocked back into the wall. Alphari in the area, gonna lay down a little bit of poke, but everyone retreating. 3 members standing on both sides, but here comes Carzzy. The fight still just going.
Carzzy died, respawned, came back to top, and the fight was still going on. So many mechanical outplays from both sides. Humanoid looked like he was caught, and I have to say, he played that fight about as well as he could, in and out, dashing with the Gnarled. And we're going to take a look at this one again, because it all starts with the Wunder's TP behind.
Yeah, the TP is fantastic here. Carzzy has nowhere really to go. Still, Lebrov, good timing here to grab the eat on his teammate, but Razork, the second flanker coming around, saving the knockback too. I mean, there's just nothing for Carzzy to do.
Yeah, Perks doesn't respond with TP. Alphari TP's in late, but as we speed this one up, it's Humanoid who gets caught here. And I think when Hilly arrives, he's saying to Humanoid, hey, we can turn this. And I want everyone to kind of watch Humanoid here and how actually well he plays this to about the maximum limit he can. So he actually gets knocked away, gets the lifesteal, takes the Gnarled, dashes away, pushes them into the wall, and then he goes back in, gets the W, flashes out of the center ult so he doesn't get killed, kites back, W's again to live as long as possible, doesn't get the kill on Alphari, but that buys time for Upset and Wunder to arrive. And look at Carzzy on the minimap, he will rejoin this fight eventually.
I mean, it's just completely insane. Perks also comes in here to get the catch on Upset, but there's no follow-up. Alphari can't do anything too low range. We got another fight.
Coming in. Double snare, Hylissang, extra movement speed now coming in. LeBron gonna be in trouble, needs to pop a thick skin, just barely has the time to do so, but he will be taken down. No! Knocked out, they don't have the damage, maybe they can just finish him, he's ticking, he's still standing strong! Guardian, are you kidding me, LeBron? Oh! Merry Christmas, baby! Poppy bringing the presents home for Fnatic. Haru through. Now going to be in trouble. Alfari off to the side. He's a sleepy Gnar, though. He can't build that rage quite yet. Mega Gnar not a threat. Carzzy's still standing forward, but Upset's only stacking more and more.
This is a 4v5 from Fnatic. They're holding the goddamn line while Humanoid's getting the top tier 1. They can TP in here to take the fight if they want. The Dragon's up. Labrov has TP at 15 as well, though, so they have to be very careful on how long they stay around.
Waiting off.
I mean, it's slowed down now, and they don't have control over the mid wave, so Fnatic not deciding to commit onto this. They're going to have to use the TP if they want that. We might just be resetting for another 5v5. As Vitality set a trap of their own, realizing Fnatic haven't gone for this. Maybe they've taken their back, and now this is their opportunity.
So, the Dragon started up, 8k HP. Looks like Razork basing is just going to give it up, but Alfari's hovering around, so he has to make sure he's in a safe spot. They retreat to their tier 1, and it's going to be a top tier 1 trade for the Dragon.
Yeah, Humanoid didn't want to TP in there. He was sitting on a full Zonias going back to base, so was able to purchase that one up. They do sacrifice an opportunity, potentially, for the Infernal, but get a kill for their worries.
The game looked quite dire in the first kind of 50 minutes of the game, but Fnatic have fought their way back. Just skirmishes all around the map have made it so these lanes have become a little bit more stable when they were struggling in the earlier stages.
And that's something that you have to give to Fnatic. They are not a team who plays not to lose. They're a team who plays to win. And that means that they will always take the aggressive option, the aggressive angle. They will not just sit there and scale. And you look back at this exchange, you can see that tendency to just force these fights.
Yeah, it starts off in a 4v3, and Perkz doesn't have a very good position to actually cover Labrov and Peel. The W gets him away, the Guardian keeps him alive, the Senna Q for so long. But it looks like Vitality can maybe look for a turn, but this is one way to go to the graveyard, isn't it?
That guy just looks stupid. We got another teleport though on a side lane. All right, Perkz has the Banshees. They need to pop that one. He's going to try to dash out to safety. Banshees now coming down to it. The pushback, he's still standing strong, but there's four members of Fnatic. There's a TP coming in. Yeah, Labrov's just going to have to walk away from that one. Time for the Catfish to get very slippery because Fnatic are going noodling.
40 seconds on Perkz. If they can get Labrov here, Fnatic might just start up a Baron. They have to be very careful here. Vitality. Alfari is going to push in mid and start hitting onto this this mid tier 2, sorry. That's going to be the next objective of Vitality as they retreat.
Fnatic are still looking for a fight. They're going to chase Vitality all the way into the bottom jungle. Locked up. Carzzy trying to generate a little bit more space. Trying to ultimate healing Haro very rapidly. Humanoid going golden.
Upset.
Expecting a bit more damage to come in, I think. Alfari off to the side. Still standing forward. He knows there's not enough damage to stop him. Upset absolutely unleashed. Snared, locked up. Haru, maybe just another name on a list for Upset's death note. He's coming over the wall. He's going to get him. The double kill. Another one to follow. Fnatic just like that in total control.
Upset is a man unleashed, hunting down the members of Vitality one after one. The front line, the damage, he's doing it all. Fnatic have broken this game.
And they're alive, aren't they, Fnatic? They're going to go towards the Baron. 3 kills, 5 versus 2. The solo lanes of Vitality, the Titans in the solo lanes. Can they defend this? I think they might try. Perkz has ultimate up in 3 seconds. The Baron getting burned down. Are they going to show themselves? They don't have a Senna ult to help them in this. I think they have to just back off. They were thinking about it, but that's Baron.
Alfari's got no rage. That's Baron for Fnatic. Decisively Vitality favored early game. Perkz forced to just TP down to bot lane just to push, just to get a little bit of pressure as we take a look back at this.
And I hope the Fnatic fans are spamming that static because these fights are bloody. It starts in top, it ends in bot tier 1 with Upset chasing Haru all the way down, and Perkz is the one who gets caught out initially. Then it's just a huge chase across the map.
I mean, it looks like Fnatic have been practicing one thing this week, just teleporting on side lanes and punishing Vitality. Here goes Upset, just completely unhinged. Hylissang giving him the speed up to continue down on towards Carzzy. Doesn't matter. Trying to go invis, it doesn't help whatsoever. The big slow onto Haru, and I mean, there's just nowhere to go to escape from what this man is capable of.
And it's terrifying for Vitality because when the team fight starts to fall apart, Sylas, Zeri, they keep winning those fights. They are so hard to finish off if you do not immediately burst them down in a fight. The amount of sustained damage they can do, the healing that can come in from the Sylas, definitely a terror to behold. And Fnatic, like you said, crawling their way out of that early game hold. Wonder only getting stronger on the AP Greg. It's going to be so hard for Perkz to sit comfortably in any fight.
The damage from Upset is absurd. 3 items right now on the Zeri. Hitty's behind him with the shield. There's a bot tier 1 going down. A lot of standing gold for Fnatic to pick up. That's going to be their second tower of the game. Wunder's going to have to go top and defend this top tier 2 from Alfari, and he doesn't have TP, so I think Fnatic, they'll take that for now. The Baron's just trying to be kind of there to slow the game down a bit. Carzzy only level 10 right now on the Senna.
And the thing for Vitality is, with their comp, it's not even easy to like try and set up a trap onto Fnatic when they have this Baron and are pushing into them. Vitality want to be the ones getting engaged on, sort of peeling back, seeing what they can accomplish with the range of their backline, but that is just not an option when you're being sieged down with a Baron buff.
Definitely is getting harder. You can see 1.7k gold, the advantage that they've earned from that Baron. On top of that, when you take a look at the total gold presented by Santander, a lot of these individual members so far down early on, Upset and Humanoid, but now pulling ahead of those solo lanes. Solo lanes that have done so much to build early games for Vitality. now outmatched when it comes to itemization, when it comes to gold in the face of Fnatic in their fights.
40 seconds until the Infernal. 3 items on solo laners or on the mid lane and AD from Fnatic. Huge spikes coming in from them. Vitality feel a little bit outmatched coming into this one. No vision to fight over just yet. So Vitality putting down a ward themselves, looking for some mid control, maybe setting up to get in a good position for this Drake.
And where's Perks been in these fights? He hasn't really found his way in. A lot of the fights in top he wasn't there for. The one he was in, he was getting caught. So need to see him dish out a lot of the damage for Vitality in his backline, because Carzzy's just a bit too far behind right now, and Alphari's there to disrupt Fnatic and be a frontliner.
Humanoid now going in, getting aggressive. 3 members locked up and knocked down. They're trying to flash out to safety. Razork on the chase as well. Upset coming in as well. You cannot run away from this Zeri. Ultra Shock Laser for the slow, the snare. Stopping Fnatic for now.
A lot of objectives for the map for them. Sorry, they're gonna get the mid tier 1. Do they defend this top tier 2? Wunder's on the way up. The Dragon's up as well, so they're gonna defend. They're gonna aggress. They're gonna defend this top tier 2 now. Wunder, does he want to go onto Perks here? Hylissang is quite
back.
close.
Banshee's now gone. Wunder, Hylissang on the way, flash out to safety. Body Slam gonna be up in a few seconds, so the heal coming in. Shurima, the tower now
Here's
laid
Humanoid,
up.
though.
Maybe an opportunity to turn it back, knocking Hylissang into the wall. If they can delete the Lulu before the fight sticks up, maybe they'll have an Onyx 2v2, but they're not gonna get the chance. No, Perks dashing up safety. Humanoid now going in, the tower still standing strong, stealing away the Aziraal, taking him out, and walking away on the bottom side. In the picture-in-picture, you see another Drake fall in favor of Fnatic, but Vitality are not done yet. Leaping in, the wall will connect. Mininar coming into the perfect time, just needs to sidestep any potential change to come out. Humanoid goes golden, but it's gonna be a long, slow goodbye. Vitality finding the kill.
They tried to bring Wunder into the fight at the very end, but Perks and Alphari fight their way out of the top lane. Really tough position to be put in. They lose the Drake while it all goes down, but for a moment, Vitality are able to win out in a skirmish.
What a game. Non-stop action everywhere on the map. 2 fights at once. You name it, it's happening. Upset sitting on a 1,000 gold shutdown right now. Ideally getting towards that Infinity Edge, and we're going to take a look at that one again, because it all started off in mid with Humanoid just collapsing onto Labrov and getting a fantastic Everfrost onto Carzzy as well, so the pressure is applied so hard. I mean, Upset can chase him so easily. Labrov's trying to run, he can't get away. And then they collapse towards top onto Perks to deny him from getting that tier 2. Wunder, looks like him and Hylissang can take him out, but Vitality have 2 TPs to help.
Yeah, I mean, Perks is just trying to get everything he can, and honestly, if Humanoid doesn't come up here, very easy to get out of this situation. Still, though, has the teleport and the Sun Disc, and it's very hard to fight into it until Humanoid arrives. Without the damage, Alphari, you can see, is able to put Hylissang against the wall, turn it around on him, but Humanoid on the opposite end has what it takes with the ultimate steal to finish off Perks.
But it's Upset who's the one doing the most work in fights, and they didn't have Upset in that topside fight. He was helping Razork on the Dragon, so when he joins the fights, I really wonder how Vitality is going to deal with him.
And one thing we have to talk about as well is Grievous wounds, because Sylas, the Zeri, the Gragas healing coming in off his passive, and the lack of damage we're seeing right now. Alphari pretty strong individually, but Perks hasn't been able to do a lot of damage in these fights. Carzzy just now hitting 2 items. Sustained damage is not great from Vitality. They have to respect the healing coming in from the side of Fnatic, but it is only Haru who can mitigate that. So if Haru is not in the area and Humanoid ever gets the opportunity to 1v1, he is sitting pretty.
Yeah, I also think it can be really hard for Perks and Carzzy to get hits off in fights when you're worrying about, potentially the Gragas ult knocking you back, separating your front line from you. So spacing is absolutely pivotal, and especially if Labrov ever goes for an eat, all of a sudden the ultimate could just knock both of them back and really disrupt the fight.
Vitality know they need to start fighting back soon. They've been losing these skirmishes. Look at Alphari's items. Stopwatch and Elixir of Iron he just picked up, so he's playing for the next fight. A lot of gold invested in it, and with Baron spawning in 10 seconds, I'm not surprised, because that'll allow the team who gets it to take control of the map. Vitality right now on the top side are going to take away some vision that Hylissang has put down. He's going to base and refresh his wards.
Fnatic have been looking for these flank TPs all game. Check out Vitality's blue buff jungle. 2 very deep wards. Wunder is in bot lane with teleport up. These are the opportunities for him to find a flank that destroys Perks and Carzzy.
Pressure on, again. We saw in the previous game how crucial it is to mark the enemy flankers, to know where they're going to come from. Right now, Fnatic pushing in more vision control. Vitality not looking to contest the Baron quite yet, but the flank TP, if they're not aware for it, could be devastating.
I think Fnatic are pretty happy if the game slows down. Upset sitting on the BF sword. He wants a GA or an Infinity Edge. What's the next spike for Vitality? I think Perks is miles away from the Rabadons. Carzzy's, don't know what he's building towards yet, but I don't think he's close. So I think Fnatic, you can see Upset going to Wolves, going to Blue, going to Gromp. He's going to farm midway, farm absolutely everything on the map. 350 CS right now at 31 minutes. They're waiting for his next item spike. It's only going to get stronger.
It's a terrifying prospect too. Obviously, when you look at his individual gold advantage, 6.3k, a little bit deceiving as he was farming against a Tom Kench. But even then, About a 3K difference over the Tahm Kench who was farming. Has to be intimidating. 4 items is now the IE is completed. Upset is the problem that Vitality have to solve, and they don't have instant, reliable point-and-click CC. That Upset has Ghost.
Yeah.
I don't know what they can actually do against this man if he does not egregiously miss position.
His mechanics can be very important in these fights. He's got the Lulu W, he's got Ghost, he's got his ult, he's got a lot of move speed to work with and a hell of a lot of damage behind it. And now the pressure will be applied by Fnatic. They've got the Infinity Edge. They're going to retake this top side. They've got the mid wave in. They can start to step forward. Look at the damage.
Wow. Oh, Pillar.
That's the thing, though. Positioning can cost you everything. Perkz looks for an opportunity, but we'll just push back Fnatic.
Upset's going to Gromp. I think he wants to lifesteal up, so that allows Vitality to start push forward in a 5v4.
Opportunity to get the fight. Knock up from LeBron will not connect. Vitality trying to take control of the mid lane, laying down the tower for themselves. Upset off to the side, instantly healing back up to Foldo off the camps.
It's a big tower, 35 seconds before the Drake does spawn, but I do think Fnatic can go ahead and clear this one relatively easily. As I say that, though, Vitality destroyed the wave thanks to Carzzy, and do hold on to this for a little longer. 25 seconds now until that comes up, but there's still vision in the river for Fnatic.
Tension mounting, pressure mounting, an objective alive in 15 seconds for Vitality to turn towards. Poke is missing, waves are coming in, Vitality's going to clear it out. The Fnatic engage once this tower falls. Can they make this tower fall? Haru's going to pop the pillar there, so Upset, once he sees that go down, can play a little bit more confident.
Knocking down, Ultra Shock Laser just clipping him. Rest of Vitality now retreating. Boomerang coming over the wall. Afari just trying to keep that rage up. Such a tense game, such a tense moment. Perkz in the build opting for full AP. It's just about the spell, it's about the cooldowns. The attack speed for the Sand Soldiers is not there quite yet, but a stolen Gnar ultimate could very well be a death sentence for Vitality. They're being pulled back. They're being forced back as Fnatic push forward. That's flash out from Lebrov. They need to find their front line quickly. Afari off to the side, looking for an opportunity to flank. Razork waiting, holding away. Poppy ult now coming in. Push back from Perkz onto Wonder. It's massive. Humanoid now knocking, but there's absolutely no follow-up. Fnatic, they weren't ready for it. They caught him napping. Fnatic now running for their lives. 2 members taken down. Upset, maybe he can turn it back, but that's a disaster. 2 huge kills for Vitality. Now they can move on over to the Baron. Razork has Flash, has Smite if he wants to contest, but Fnatic may just decide to trade this for the Drake.
And it's Perkz who comes up in these clutch moments. The decisiveness from him to just engage onto Wunder, get the kill and get out. Doesn't even have to use the Flash, doesn't even have a stopwatch. So if that play backfired, even in the slightest, Perkz would have died and Fnatic would have dictated this entire game. Looks like they'll get themselves a Dragon for the Baron trade, but I think with Perkz getting towards the Rabadons, Vitality very happy to come away with that.
Devastating exchange. Vitality again, they were in control in the early game. It was Fnatic who fought back, who found their lead and their advantage, but here Vitality find a bigger advantage in the Baron on the back of their man in the mid lane. After dying in the side lane, he finds redemption in this play, pushing Wunder back, finding the pick.
Humanoid flashes over to try to make some kind of counter clutch, you know, get a 4-man ult into the wall, allow Upset to buy him a bit of space so he can walk forwards, but it backfires. He gets ulted into the wall. Good reactions there from Vitality, and now with this Baron, I think Perkz hasn't based yet. He has TP. I wonder how close he is to the Rabadon's death cap, because that's such a huge spike for him. The range he has, he's the only one who can really contest with this Zeri.
Absolutely, and Fnatic, their comp is fairly committal when they decide to go in, especially if Razork or Wunder are flashing in to get that CC down. So they have to be absolutely on point, make the right decisions, get the timings correct. Otherwise, Vitality will be able to fall back, keep their backline alive, and Vitality do have many tools to poke with too, so the time can work against Fnatic around these objectives.
Fnatic maybe hoping to find that angle, hoping to find that engage, but there's no flash for Humanoid, there's no flash for Wunder. Upset Hillisang sitting pretty Razork as well. Perhaps they can be the factor as Carzzy and Lebrov are similarly flashless. Right now, would look like he's in trouble, but to be completely honest with you, he's got so much MR, I just don't think he's scared till Upset gets there. Razork getting chunked out, big damage coming in. Senna ult across the team, just knocking Haru back, and control now clearly in favor of Vitality as they continue this siege. Humanoid taking away anything and everything he can on the opposite side of the map. Will shift his sights towards the tier 2 here. Vitality have a man advantage, but can they use it?
Gonna play on top wave here. Today's games have been incredibly long, so much stakes behind them, so much pressure. One mistake could cost you your life in playoffs. You're seeding in playoffs, mid and top push for Vitality. Humanoid will get that tier 2, he has TP.
Stepping
He's
forward,
TPing behind.
TP on the backside. Have they spotted him out? Carzzy so incredibly vulnerable. Humanoid waiting over the wall, but they've seen him. They're trying to knock him back. Trundle ult's gonna make him so damn tanky. Perkz locked up for a brief moment. They still have the flash. Pushing forward, Haru on his lonesome goals. Golden has a moment of time, but it's a split call again. Fnatic not finding the angle, not finding the opportunity. Vitality shift their attention back to the top lane.
The fight fizzles out. Vitality are back top, just as you say. Perkz can absolutely melt this turret. Doesn't go for an auto, and now Upset and Razork are on the way.
Looking for an opportunity. Flash back out to safety.
Good
Getting
reaction
the flash. Knock back from Lebrov. Chain CC is there. Thick skin, though, makes it hard for them to finish the job. Humanoid again taking the ulti. A knockback. Clear opportunity.
These fights, this game is on a knife's edge. They're going to get this top tier 3. Wunder has TP if they want to commit into this fight. There's no wards behind them yet. The inhibit is falling.
And Gnar ultimate. Potential for upset to reset here. He has Flash, he has Ghost. They can't afford to stand next to that wall, trying to get out. The mist can ferry them out to safety, just hoping to finish off that inhibitor, to have that pressure point. Dragon, 2 minutes, 20 seconds around the corner.
And that's Soul for Fnatic. Vitality needs to be very wary of it. 10 seconds left on this Baron. Upset on the way back
GA
here.
is online for upset. It's gonna be big. They can force a fight. Humanoid gonna be the big factor. Wunder as well. Wunder's Flash just around the corner. That's what they're gonna wait for.
Perks has no flash. They have so much engaged right now.
9 seconds.
They have the Gnar ult. They have Wunder.
They're pulling back.
Labrov needs to be very clutch with Eat in these fights, with Perks being so vulnerable now.
Potentially flawless flash timers there, knowing exactly when Wunder was gonna have access to that crucial cooldown. Could have been the difference maker in the fight. Flash, body slam, flash, whatever he wants to do to try and find the engaged humanoid with the Gnar ult follow-up. But Vitality, do not overextend, crucially. Do not throw this away. The gold in touching distance, but the soul for Fnatic, the only thing that they need to set their sights on now. A team fight could net them a massive advantage.
1 minute, 30 seconds to breathe, to slow down, to plan your next move. That could decide this game. Vitality gonna move into the bot side jungle, get a little bit of vision before this dragon spawns. They need to be first on the objective if they're face checking a Poppy Gragas Sylas. That could be a disaster. Gonna get the mid waves in. 1 minute left.
The last few minutes for Fnatic have not been fun. When Wunder doesn't have Flash, so hard to find impact with that AP Gragas. Need to be on point with Flashy, need to have a big impact with the ulti. Pretty soon, we'll have the Rabadons, but not before this Drake. I don't believe Vitality being seen walking over wards, but trying to play some of their own.
Fnatic's playoffs chances, the only time it'll be on their hands is right now. If they lose, it's in Excel's hands, it's in Astralis' hands, it's out of theirs. So they've got one statement team fight left in them. We'll see if they can pull it out, because right now in the game state they are slightly behind, but upset's just so strong. Rabadon's picked up for Wunder, Rabadon's picked up for Humanoid. The triple threat
they're
is coming
teleporting
in.
mid.
Vitality's ignoring his Infernal Soul. They're
Incredibly
forcing
low.
mid.
Fnatic out of position here. Wunder the only man standing. Maybe he can try to make a hero play, but not before they break down this tower. Upset off to the side. Big source of damage. Humanoid on the flank, but they're split. Alfari stepping forward now. Fnatic losing a tower. They get lost in the tension. They only see the dragon, and they forget about the mid lane.
That next mid wave pretty far away, but Fnatic, I mean, how do you get back into your own jungle here? Vitality trying to zone them away. Razork and Humanoid fighting back into this one, but Perks has the soldiers to keep Wunder away.
Alfari pushing out mid wave close to that Mega Gnar.
Soldiers drawn. And the Banshee, crucially, Humanoid again trying to find the flank, trying to find the angle, has not been spotted out by Vitality. Haru now searching, looking for the opportunity. He doesn't have the ultimate yet. He doesn't have the Gnar ult taken away. He doesn't have anything else.
Perks no flash up just yet. He has to play really far back. Labrov's Eat could decide this fight.
Shot laser, Razork knocking back the Tom Catch. That's crucial. Vitality now immediately forced to retreat. Humanoid still waiting on the flank. Infernal Rift taking away so much of the brush he would love to use for a flank. He has not been spotted though. Waiting, looking for an opportunity. Hits it onto the flank! That's big, but the dragon has not been taken away. Fnatic with the Infernal Soul. Humanoid stealing away the Azir ultimate, buying a brief moment, now getting knocked back, but Vitality still standing strong. Karzi still standing strong. Fnatic now with the Infernal Soul. Upset, ready. Is this his moment? Is this his time to shine? How many pentakills have we seen this champion get? Can he find one here? There's no angle quite yet. He's looking for an opportunity. Alfari knocking down 2. Upset still standing. The healing massive. Upset for now. Leaving it in. He wants to finish, but Perks says not today. No! Upset! The shutdown! The hero moment! The Infernal behind them, and Haru runs for the hills!
It's Fnatic's lives on Upset's shoulders, but he does not flinch. He's chasing down Haru now, who has flash. The W's not gonna land. He wants that extra kill. No waves to play on. Fnatic can't end if they get this.
Finishing it, flashing in. The pillar buying a brief moment, but no Upset finishes it!
And they get the Infernal Soul!
They get everything. The Infernal Soul. Baron is up. Alfari and Haru, and Labrov still on the map, though, pushing down turrets. Won't be able to get an inhibitor. Fnatic are fighting back. As we hit the 40-minute mark, Fnatic are trying to pave their way back into playoffs.
Let's take a look at that one again, because it started out with such an incredible chain from Humanoid to land onto Karzi, who got almost blown up immediately. Dragon gets secured by Razork. Labrov manages to eat Karzi before he dies, but then Razork, I think, or Humanoid, sorry, is kind of caught between a wall, so he pops the stopwatch. Still 5v5, but Humanoid dies to the stun from the pillar, and then it's Upset. You have GA, you have Lulu, you have your ult up, you have Stacks, you have Infernal Soul. The damage he dishes out is so much, so Vitality have to play on range.
Upset continues to be the front line in these fights. It's insane once they start to break down after the save. But Labrov and Alfari try to come back and re-engage in. That is the fatal flaw of Vitality, splitting up on that re-engage, and Upset somehow surviving, getting the 1v1 against Perks.
Perks thought he had the damage by dashing forwards there. He knew when Upset flashed in, they had no room or space left to kite back, so Perks decides to go forwards. No one was there to follow. Alfari had a good 2-man ult. Again, no follow-up. So, Fnatic, Baron up, Infernal Soul, mid-wave coming in, Wunder's pushing out top, he has TP to join his team. I think Vitality have to hold the line and defend as long as they can until this Elder Dragon spawns.
And they've got the range in the Senna, the Azir, the Control Mage to do so. They can hold on as long as they stay safe, as long as they don't get dove. But Fnatic happy to take the standing gold, happy to take all of these tier 2s.
Boots are gone for Upset. Full 6 item. He is absolutely online here for Fnatic. Everything. The Infernal Soul. Baron going away soon, but Fnatic very much still on the push.
Can they siege these tier 3s though? Vitality have so much wave clear.
So difficult now. Stopwatch coming in for Perks, the death cap as well. Razor going to try to zone away.
Knockback.
Going to commit with the ulti. Tetches 2, that's a tower down, potentially an inhibitor to follow. Vitality again, this is their last stand. Have to hold on against the siege. Pressure, tension builds. Again, you get caught out, you die here. The game could slip away from you, but Fnatic remain in control for now.
Oh yeah, Humanoid stolen the Gnar as well. Does look like Fnatic's push is going to stall out now, but with the inhibitor down, you can see the dissonance there. 2 minutes between top inhib and the Elder Dragon, and Fnatic are still pushing bot lane with the TP in.
Humanoid's going to push in the wave. Hilly, look where Hilly is. He's really far away here. As Fnatic have a really good wave. They have double cannon, which they can buff up to hit the tower, but they need to wait for Hilly. I don't think Vitality have had vision on him. I think if they did, they would have just instantly pulled the trigger regardless of the soul. Alfari very close to that Mega. Doesn't have flash though. Upset doesn't have flash either.
Humanoid on the side. The Gnar will fade away eventually. He has to use it soon. Looks like they're going to back off here, at least for now. Humanoid maybe returning to the mid lane, trying to get 2 points of pressure, but it's a little bit desynced here. Is still walking down, does still have the Gnar ultimate. Otto's coming in, Carzzy hitting harder and harder. It's a slow death for Razork if he sticks around, but he is only going to get scarier as we get later into the game.
Baron buffs off. I don't think Fnatic can siege anymore. Vitality have a lot of wave clear. 201 souls on Carzzy right now. And 1 minute 50 seconds left on that Elder. That's going to be the last stand for both these teams. Fnatic slightly favored with the Infernal Soul and with the pushing waves in top and bot now. So I think it's just about basing, getting item spikes, elixirs, absolutely everything. And then the setup is crucial.
100%. These fights have come down to the wire. The last fight, yes, Upset runs away with it, but it was the difference between one auto attack with him and Perks. That was the difference maker. Perks now comes into this fight, stopwatch in hands. Upset also, Flash just returning. So 1 minute and 20 seconds away from the Elder, and both carries have almost everything at their disposal.
Such an incredibly intense game. You look at the potential damage output from the full AP Gragas on the opposite side. How clutch, how close they have to play it, how crucial the Banshee's Veil will be. The spell shield for both Carzzy and Perks in the fights to come. If you block a major cooldown, it could be the difference maker. It stops them from getting aggressive, stops them from trying to force anything, but the pressure continues, and Fnatic not willing to cede control on the bottom side of the map here.
Exactly.
51 seconds, Elder in their sights.
Fnatic have the time and the opportunities to find their positions leading into this Elder fight, right? Look at Humanoid staying away from the 4-pack of the team, walking in, clearing out this bot wave, doesn't want anything to worry about by time that this dragon does spawn. And when he retreats back into the jungle, there's all these nooks and crannies Vitality are going to have to clear through.
They're going to have to go through mid. I think they're going to have to push in the wave and run it down as 5. It's the best vision pocket you'll get because face checking into chokes is always going to be disadvantageous. Fnatic know it, so they're going to stop them from being able to go through mid. Perks is now coming out of base, sitting on 6 items on this Azir. A huge inhib, buffed up creeps coming in through top. He needs to clear those out. Luckily he has TP, but vision is so important. The Elder Dragon's going to have around 20,000 HP. If Upset's showing, then they can't rush it down.
Bit of poke comes out. Carzzy keeps his spell shield for now. So incredibly tense. This is it. This is the play. This is the final moment of the game. Humanoid off on the side. Knock back into the wall from Haru. Haru walking away, holding on a little bit for now. Humanoid off to the side. Carzzy still has the spell shield that stops the instant engage from coming in. The entire team now retreating. Razork, the ulti. He does not have to finish the cast, but he will. Could have just held on to it. Decides to flip it anyway, decides to go for it. Elder in the sights of Fnatic, pulling back. Everything will come down to this 5v5.
Yeah, Perks put the disc in mid, so Fnatic can't push into that. Elder has been started up, but Vitality are working with imperfect vision. Look at Humanoid over the left corner.
It's on him. It's on Humanoid.
Blue Trinket in the pit. It doesn't see Humanoid.
Perks loses his Banshees.
They have no idea.
11K.
Humanoid. They have no idea.
Humanoid off to the side. They see him now. Humanoid leaps in. He's going to find two. Upset. But one they need to match it, but they manage to delete him before anything happens. Upset. The last man standing, the last major source of damage. Wonder where his cooldown's going to go. How far he whiffs. Upset still standing tall. Eyes on the Zeri. It is do or die. Vitality on the retreat. And they are nothing but prey in the eyes of a predator. He's Upset runs forward. He is fearless. Perks onto the side. Finds one more. But they don't have the damage.
Look at it.
They don't have the carries. They don't have the front line. They have nothing in the face of Zeri. They have nothing in the face of Upset. Fnatic will not go quietly. Fnatic will not give up their chances or leave it to excel. They will hold on to hope, but Vitality aren't done yet.
Upset is taking the entire season into his hands here. They're taking Elder. The base is in shambles, but Vitality are trying to turn it back around.
Okay, the Elder.
Look at the dragon.
Haru has flash. 3K getting lower. He doesn't have information. Dark back is everything. They get it. He manages to make it happen. How far? He's still pushing forward. Upset. Oh, he's unrelenting. An infinite source of pressure in his own right. Fnatic have the Elder.
30 seconds on Perks, 30 seconds on Labrov. Humanoid will respawn with TP top coming in from Wunder. I think Fnatic are going to go towards the Baron. No, it's Humanoid's TP coming in. Sorry, the right-hand side. Looked like he was dead. I think they're going to get Baron. They're going to have Soul. They're going to have Elder. They're going to have everything they need to cement themselves a win.
Without Perks for 15 seconds, Vitality have no chance to fight this. Their top lane has been broken open. Bot turret is low. Fnatic are bringing everyone in to make sure they secure this and can set up their final push to the base.
The pressure starts now. Fnatic want to start pushing in, but Hidesang needs the base and refresh the wards. Let's look at that again, because Humanoid goes for the hero play, the play of the split, but it whiffs. He only hits two of them, the front line, so the DPS are alive. It turns into a 5v4. Razor gets extremely low. Watch Alfari here. His R flash just misses. Razor gets out. Game of inches, and then it's Upset and Hilly versus the goddamn world, and they're winning. They stare death in the face and they say not today, as Upset just chases them all out of the pits. Vitality running for the hills, and now on the screen, on live, I think Fnatic are pushing in to end the game.
Vitality have to buy time. They have to buy as much space as humanly possible. You can watch this replay play out, but it is just Upset dominating. He'll need to do the same again. One final fight. Poppycopter coming in. Fnatic eliminating Astralis if they win here, keeping their fate in their own hands. The loss would have been devastating. Vitality not locked yet. Perks stepping forward. The shifting sands will not find a target.
Elder for 50 seconds. There's no bot wave for Fnatic. They're going to have to get a bot wave in so they can threaten triple in here, but I don't think they can dive Nexus turrets. It's way too late in the game for that in a 5v5, even with Elder. Vitality need to find 40 seconds.
Somehow, and Perks every single fight has been trying. He's been throwing his body into the line, getting one before getting shut down. It just feels like from his perspective, Vitality don't have that playmaking ability without the Emperor's Divide, without the Shurima Shovel. He's tried time and time again, but he has to find Upset in this next fight, and Upset is flashless for the next 2 minutes.
20 seconds left on the Elder. Vitality might just have to sacrifice the inhib if it gets to it. They can't outfight against this buff. 15 seconds left. They're checking the timers on the buffs on the players. They're waiting.
Back goes wide.
All the comms is about that Elder.
Big ulti onto Perks. No body slam follow-up. Just focusing on the objectives. Not interested in blood
there's minions in mid. They're going to lose this tower.
Vitality holding on to what they can, but right
Elder's
now
gone.
everything in favor of Fnatic. Upset stepping forward again. Elder falling away. Vitality, if they want to fight, have to try and find it now. You cannot stand in the face of double super minions in every lane holding onto this inhibitor, but it's only a matter of time before Fnatic take it. Upset off to the side, untouched, healing through anything that Vitality throw at them. Perks, fishing, looking for that opportunity. They know that he's flashless, poking back on Upset, but Upset will immediately heal on a single auto.
You can see the chunk from Perks, but it's a complete turtle defense for Vitality. They know one false move might cost them everything.
That's Labrov.
Inhib's down.
The Bower being used, cooldowns getting chipped away at. Grinding Vitality into the ground to keep their dreams
TP
alive.
flank, TP flank.
Who is it? It's Perks on the Azir. TP flanking gets Fnatic 50 minutes
This is
into the
absolutely
game.
nuts. Stepping over the wall, but he's split away from his team. He's polymorph. They're going to get anything. It's immediately a split fight, but maybe they can hold on. Carzzy has so many stacks, almost 250 to his name. Wonder now stepping forward, trying to burn through the health bars. Razork, but Fnatic Upset, untouched, the major source of damage. But now Carzzy and Perks playing together, trying to finish the job, trying to finish Humanoid. He will take him down. He goes to Golden Razork, coming in, looking for the wall bang, knocks him back, but does not take him down. No, knocked away. Upset still standing, Carzzy still standing. Maybe, just maybe the Senna has enough range to just never give Upset the opportunity to hit the tower, but the tower, will it fall? No, it stays standing. The minions coming crashing in.
Upset doesn't have to give up. It might be a 2 versus 3, but they still have the minions to work with. Baron is gone, but this turret is just 1 HP. The call is stick around, look for an opportunity, but they might not get it.
They hold the line for now. They need that tower to stay alive. It will regenerate. They can't let the creeps get in range. There's so many
Here they come.
creeps. Upset and Hilly
Waiting.
want to fight this 2v3.
Taking his time. Upset walking forward, knowing, look at the cooldowns, look at the respawn timers, 40 seconds and 2 TPs up for Fnatic. Reinforcements can come in an instant. Reinforcements less than a minute away. Upset gonna give it the time pick. Upset now leaving away, but he's ticking. He's thrown away to GA. No, no, just like that. Hopes and dreams, can he keep them going? It's Upset! Are you kidding me? In the face of death, in the face of elimination, in the face of fate falling away from his hands, Upset says no. Fnatic say yes.
Upset is the hero of Fnatic on day 2 of the Super Week. They all stand up and embrace him. 14 kills, 1 death. So many clutch moments in this fight, so many 2v5s from him and Hilly, standing and holding the line, keeping Fnatic in this playoffs race.
An absolutely grueling affair between these two teams, back and forth, but it was every fight Upset chasing down members of Vitality, jumping up to 9 wins in the standings. Just 1 more day of regular season to go. Fnatic do not want to miss playoffs.
Fnatic eliminating Astralis, keeping their hope alive, keeping their destiny in their own hands.
It's a 3-horse race now, isn't it? Vitality, Fnatic, and XL. SK and Astralis on day 2 have fallen out.
And sometimes Fnatic, they look lost. Sometimes they look like they won't find their footing. But inevitably, they always find a way back. They have not missed playoffs. They're not looking to start now. 1 more day, 1 more game ahead of them.
Oh God. Better late than never.
I'm reeling. Incredible game of League of Legends. Intense game.
So many back and forth moments. It was in Fnatic's hands, it was in Vitality's hands, it was back in Fnatic hands, and then went straight back to Vitality.
I mean, so many fights were just like 1 auto, 1 skill shot hitting Upset could have been the difference maker to change it. Fights around the Dragon, oh so crucial for them, but Fnatic had good decisions stalling out around some of those Baron fights, and then eventually, once it was under their control, having the presence of mind to stick around to the base 2v3, say no, we're ending this right now, because the cost, if you die there off the map for 70 seconds, no GA going into the next fight could have been devastating.
One of the inhibitors would have respawned, triple super creeps wouldn't have come in, they would have got a buff. Baron or Elder, God knows what the hell was up. That game was going on for way too damn long, and Fnatic pull it out.
Incredible game. Key player of the game, though, at LEC on Twitter. Which of these Fnatic players do you think it should be? Razork, Upset, or Hylissang? I have a sneaking suspicion.
I wonder who.
It was a team effort at the end of the day. But
I will say, Hilly did a little cheeky flash polymorph on the end on Senna as Upset was respawning, so clutch moments were happening on the Lulu as well.
I mean, that's the thing too, right? Perks in that last fight peeling over towards the Lulu. Hylissang had the bait factor, was able to draw him over there.
We've had enough to say, and we'll have more to say in the future about the game, I'm sure, but you've heard from us. Let's hear from a man who made it happen. Razork standing by with Lore.
I don't even know if Razork knows what to say. You were just telling me you don't know what happened this game. So, okay. First feelings about the game. How do you feel right now? Did you have time to calm down? And
I'm a bit stressed still. I think it was a really stressful game. But yeah, I'm very happy we actually won. But I don't like the sequence when I have to smite the Elder, smite the Drake. It's so much pressure, so much adrenaline. But yeah, I'm happy.
That's the life of a jungler, I feel. About the objectives, there's something I want to show you, actually. It's the Soul fight, the one in mid lane, 40 minutes. You were telling me you don't remember, but maybe watching it. Okay, tell me about the communication here and how you turn things around. You're in position, and then what happens?
I mean, I was seeing that I wanted to ult someone, but I guess Tankens wasn't the best target.
Yeah.
Then we said, okay, just flip the Drake because they have more range than us. We have to engage, but we missed, I think, Gragas ult, so we have to commit for the Drake. We actually got the Drake, and I was actually saying, okay, we got the Drake, get out. But Elias upset, and Hilisan were like screaming, no, we win. And then, okay, I just stay with 1 HP behind them, saying, cheering for them, basically.
Yeah.
I had nothing to do.
You go, guys. That's your turn now. I mean, it turned out well, but in these moments, you were saying, I'm stressed when it comes to smiting, defending objectives and everything. How do you make the right decisions in the end, in these type of situations?
Well, I mean, sometimes you don't make the right decisions, but it's about being confident in your place and being on the same page. I think in this game, we actually made the wrong decisions, but we were committed as a team, so it didn't turn out too bad. So yeah, I guess that's the point, right? I think in the Elder Drake, we actually played really bad team fight, but we actually won somehow because we were on the same page, kind of.
What I find amazing about Fnatic is that regardless of the lineups, regardless of the seasons, every time the team comes together, when people the least accept it, you were in a bad situation before the start of Super Week, and now you were 2-0. What changed within the team for you guys to be ready in Super Week?
I mean, I think you can't kill Fnatic. If we have a 1% chance to make the playoffs or to do whatever is in our hands, we will actually take it. And we actually have a lot of chances to make the playoffs. And we actually get a really confident boost and like adrenaline. And then we actually play better.
You were telling me at the beginning of the interview about stress and everything, but I feel like playing under pressure like this actually is better for you. Would you agree?
I don't know, honestly. I mean, yesterday I played my first Poppy game. Today is my second Poppy game. And I'm actually pretty comfortable on the champ, but I am still stressed. Like, honestly, there is so much pressure. I want to make playoffs. Everyone wants to make playoffs because we think that we're a good team. But yeah, the results are not the greatest, but we are turning it around this week.
Yeah, you're turning a bad situation into a good one so far. Good luck against Misfits tomorrow, Razork. This could have been the match of the week, obviously, but the real one is coming right after the break. Misfits against G2 Esports right after this. Thank you, guys.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
And some Kit Kat for you, and some Kit Kat for Elder, and some no Kit Kat for Barrett.
Whenever you're calling, I just need some space. 3 o'clock in the morning, you make my heart line bling, and I keep ignoring, hoping it resonates. Whenever you're calling, I just need some space, yeah. All of your faces and all of your problems, you love to blame me when really you cause them. It's always the same thing, it's making me nauseous. I can't take your call today. Hey, whenever you're calling, I just need some space. 3 o'clock in the morning, you make my heart line blank, and I keep ignoring, hoping it resonates. Whenever you're calling, still I need some space, yeah. Some space, I need 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 some space, some space, I need some space, I need some space. You push me away with every word you say. Can tell it to your face. so I keep ignoring whenever you're calling. Cause all of your faces and all of your problems, you love to blame me when really you caused them. It's always the same thing, it's making me nauseous. I can't take your call today. Whenever you're calling, I just need some space. 3 o'clock in the morning, you make my heart line blank, and I keep ignoring, hoping it resonates. Whenever you're calling, whenever you're calling, I just need some space. 3 o'clock in the morning, you make my heart line blank, and I keep ignoring, hoping it resonates. Whenever you're calling, still I need some space, yeah. Some space, 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 some space.
Misfits is an organization that has played a part in developing, growing, and establishing some of the greatest players that the LEC and exported to the LCS have ever seen.
The cleanse comes out.
Misfits were the team that first showed the West that they could compete and possibly win against the East.
Misfits is kind of a team that can really shock anyone, which is a bit dangerous if you look at it, right? Because you can't really know what's going to happen. BTO might just 1v9 a game, right? And I think that's like their strength, that they're like explosive, just showing up randomly when no one expects them to, right? And I think that's really one of their key strengths.
Carry irrelevant, now going in the charm, perfectly timed for Niski. Gets the space, no BTO! He wants the finish and he gets it! The chain last!
The Misfits of Spring was a one-dimensional team. It relied on VTO to carry 1v9, or they simply could not win the game. In Summer, Misfits have developed a style and additional players stepping up to carry.
He's gonna have to back away. VTO has the ultimate! He can't defend it, the shutdown!
Making playoffs was the first step. I feel like we are securing it. And after that, yeah, we will fight for world spot, and it would be really nice to make like all the people proud and go out with a bang.
That's gonna put Misfits in 3rd place.
For G2, they're playing to reclaim their throne as the undeniable best team in Europe.
G2 claim their ninth title!
Every game will matter because they are the same scorer as us right now. And I think if you want to have a good showing at Worlds, we first need to have a good showing in Europe. These last 3 games, I think it just matters that we show what we can do. You know, we show that we can improve no matter how we started.
The game for Fnatic!
Last split we managed to turn it around for playoffs, but it's nice for me if we can show some more dominance and actually come up with a win streak and really prove that we're not just a team in Europe that manages to like barely win EU. We're a team who is here to win from the start, and there's no one challenging us.
Rest of them putting up the tower just to try to dash back, but Capsy manages to land it. That's the fall of the double pushback! 2 walls, 2 Emperors of Shurima, but who is the last one standing? It is Caps, and it is G2 Esports.
This is, especially for me, one of my last chances to make it really far. I think, for example, VTO already has his future secured, but I don't. So for the rest of the split and for playoffs, I want to give it everything I have to become the best possible version of myself.
So both these teams had great turnarounds over recent weeks. It's irrelevant. Out of nowhere, it's a solo kill.
For Misfits, this match of the week may be their final Raw on the LEC stage.
But the chain CC is there, and it might just be better. Goes Golden, finds himself a free moment. Neon on touch on the backside. The Infernal Chains lock him up, but he's knocking everybody down!
I want to fight against the Misfits who beat T1 in a few games, and I want to beat it against the Misfits who went to Worlds, right? I'm hoping that they will put up a big fight, because we'll certainly fight back.
Fantastic video, and I think we can update that a little bit because for Misfits, it won't be the last roar. In fact, they've made playoffs now already, and they are on a 5-game winning streak up against the G2, currently on a 3-game winning streak. So we will hear them roar, not just today, but also tomorrow and in the playoffs. And of course, they are dreaming of making it far in those playoffs and maybe even represent the Misfits on the world stage for one last time. I mean, there's something in the air today, absolutely, and it's the Super Week, and it's the stakes for the postseason. Now, for G2 fans, important, if G2 wins the match of the week versus Misfits, they lock their spot at Worlds. That's crazy.
That's incredible. We're not even done with the regular season. They have to play a game tomorrow if they win today, knowing, you know what, we've already made Worlds, and that's... I mean, honestly, it's baffling.
Wait
to
to
think about.
deflate tomorrow.
Only for G2, of course. There's still something to play for, guys.
So let's have a little bit of a discussion because Misfits is actually also contesting for that #1 spot, a 5-game winning streak. I feel like with everything that went on around them, rather, in terms of the takeover for next year, we kind of didn't pay attention to how impressive they have been as of late.
Yeah, they've been really impressive, especially with Zanzara stepping into the roster. Like, they've gone undefeated with this man in the team, and it's really been working out. The fact that they're able to play towards what is probably the most defined style that we have in the LEC, at least across any of the teams at the moment, which is, hey, we're going to play through slightly mid, mostly towards bot, have Neon come up as this late-game insurance, and win in these late-game team fights around these big objectives, and we will continue to force fights at these neutrals.
And I love seeing this coming out from Misfits because they are a team that took chances on European Regional League talent, and I got to give my praise for that when I see it happening. And then when you're able to perform it to this extent, yes, they had to make some swap-ups every now and then with, of course, Zanzara coming in, but the fact Irrelevant started the season as he did and then stepped up as fast as he did, Neon as well, now obviously not a rookie, but finding his footing as kind of a veteran now amongst these rookies with having Mercer down there has been really impressive. And this is a last hurrah for these guys. They are not playing, at least under the Misfits banner, next year in the LEC. So for them to just go all the way to Worlds now would be absolutely incredible with the resource that they had to do it.
Yeah, and I gotta agree with you with rookie stepping up. I think Irrelevant has been a great addition to this team. I think he has a very set style on these tanks, but I think he really understands what the core of his identity needs to be in these fights. Peeling for the backline, making sure he's setting them up for success, letting Video have these pop-off moments, letting Neon carry on things like the Sivir. It's so important that he has become such a crucial part of this team.
And it's nice to see that journey from, I think a lot of people would have identified Misfits as a one-threat team for most of kind of their miraculous run, right, even to the top 3 in the regular season last time around. Now I think we're looking at a much more complete team. Not to say Neon wasn't doing well last spring, but now he is just consistently doing so well together with everything else. They're up versus G2. Would G2 be a deserved first seed going into the playoffs with the ups and downs you've seen out of them throughout spring?
I mean, it's hard to argue no if they actually get it,
yeah.
Because then it's like you didn't deserve it, well, did anyone else, right?
It is hard. It is. You can't argue it because a lot of that would come down to the championship points they got in spring, which is no longer relevant now.
Oh, like that in playoffs. Okay, well,
right.
Obviously that's... I think that could be make tweets for that, and I think there's a lot of people who's going to agree with me on that sentiment. But obviously G2, they performed incredibly well in spring, and if they get first seed now as well in playoffs or in regular season, well, of course they do.
Yeah, I think this is the team that's probably the best at cross-mapping in the league at the moment. I think that's what's really made them stand out to me and why they have suddenly started to move into this top position. Because one of the big things that we're seeing at the moment in the meta is like how valuable these neutral objectives are, how you need to start playing very smart about how you want to try and contest them. And when I'm looking at G2, they're very quick to go, okay, we cannot make room for Rift Herald or Dragon. Right, let's go and play towards bot side. Let's go and look for a Terror. Let's go and look for something else. Or even, all right, no, we can actually salvage this play. Let's TP everyone in. They're very good at understanding what they can achieve on the map, and it's why they're so terrifying.
And that's given them the title and moniker of being the best team, in fact, in the second half of the season. 6 wins in 7 games. So I think if you need more reasons to kind of justify why it would be deserved, which it clearly is, that second half of the season being so good for them is big one.
Am I the only one with like a Mandela effect on this here? Because I feel like they weren't winning all these games. I think it's because they struggle so hard in the early game that in my head I was like, surely you didn't win these. Surely you didn't pick up these. But they have, and it's actually baffling to think about. And it's just, they're resilient. Dread it, run from it.
Right?
You can't get rid of them. Like, they're always here.
Yeah, but yet I'm going to give Misfits definitely a very big chance also in this match of the week, right, with what they've shown. Let's focus in on one of the matchups, Neon versus Flacket in that bot lane. Neon, as said already, but Flacket having some insane games as of late.
Yeah, I love that discussion as well, especially because, as you mentioned, like, Irrelevant, tank top lane. Broken Blade, if Gwen's not up, defaults to Sagiani, as we've seen in the past. So the bot laners have become way more pivotal as well. And they have their unique styles as well, because they have champion stage share. Specifically for Flacket, yes, you see Yasuo, that's not what I want to highlight. You see the Draven as well, whereas Neon hasn't really been on that style, but they all share these hyper carry. For me, lately with Neon, I'm thinking the Sivir, I'm thinking the Twitch, and I'm thinking Flacket to be the kind of guy that want to upset the matchup with throwing in a Draven in there.
Yeah, I really do think that a lot of these picks, like, as you say, Sivir, Zeri, Twitch, the Aphelios as well, which we haven't really seen over the course of the weekend, are going to become very high priority, especially for Misfits, because we know they like to play that late game style. And it will be on Flacket to see, hey, can we play upset? Can we try and have a little bit of a funky pick that can try and maybe like a Lucian Nami that can put a ton of pressure down there in the early stages.
What we heard today also in interviews about people saying, yeah, the Sivir gets picked a lot, and then some people overlook it, or they don't play the right things into it. I think that's very interesting coming into this matchup. Do you think it's an issue that we haven't seen the Draven from Neon, or do you think also, well, maybe just hadn't had to show it yet?
I mean, I don't think it is an issue just due to the fact that there's actually so many indicators you can still play in the league.
Yeah.
And because of that, Draven isn't a necessity. Of course, he's great having every now and then, but I feel like they're still champions. They're so strong.
Yeah, he also said on EU4 that that's not the style that Misfits want to play, right? They actually don't want to pick Draven because it's not what they feel that they're comfortable with. They know that they want to try and play for this late game, and having something that requires this mid game to go well for you isn't what they want to try and go for. So I actually don't think we will see the Draven at all today from Neon. I think it definitely could be something that we see Flacket bring out, especially if we do get, you know, Zeris and Sivirs and, you know, Kallistas, these kind of things that actually could be potentially answered with the Draven.
I hope that the match of the week is as good as the other games today. It's for first place. It's for all the stakes. If G2 win, they go to Worlds and they can be certain of that. So if that doesn't light a fire under your ass, I don't know what will. If you are G2, I was lied to. Are the casters not ready? Because I was... okay, I can...
No,
yeah, you're ready. Sorry.
We're good.
I was bamboozled. You guys are crushing it, so
thank you.
Continue, please.
Good job, guys. Take it away.
High fives all around when we're done with this one. Misfits Gaming, G2 Esports, big game. You heard about it on the desk, and you're going to hear it a few more times over the course of this cast. If G2 Esports win this, they lock Worlds. Now, keep in mind, that's not normal, and in a world where EU has 4 seeds, I don't think that would continue. It's just we have a playoff format designed for 3 teams to go to Worlds, so in this case, you can lock it in the regular season.
And they would be the first team in the world to lock Worlds, I believe.
So that would make them statistically better than T1, yeah?
Exactly. Ender, you're doing great.
I figured it out. Let's get into it.
Song rings a bell.
What a banger. All right, G2 Esports versus Misfits Gaming. I think I can speak for everyone in the studio and at home where what everyone really wants is another game like the last game. Crazy, insanity, late game fights. But we're going to have to see what happens. For now, what is happening is Flackid's Draven getting banned away. And I respect it, even if I am disappointed not to see it again.
I am not surprised as well. So I think Sivir rises up in priority now with these 2 AD carries being banned away. We'll see if G2 want to first pick that. Of course, there will be a lot of OPs open looking at these bans. Wukong, Poppy will be the junglers will be looking at. Sylas, Azir, the mid laners we're looking at.
And I've got to tell the crowd in here, because the draft was a little bit late to get on the screen. Yuumi was banned first, so we got that one off the board. Nothing to worry about here. G2 are messing around.
You know your audience. I respect that. That's good. I thought it was going to be all like Vandals and Phantom talk, but you're doing good.
This is my first time casting in the audience, by the way, since 2020.
Wow.
2 years, 2.5 years.
Wait, that's 2 years ago.
It's brutal. That's not.
But I love you guys. You guys are doing great.
Thank you. Good job, Ender. Good job,
I was talking to the crowd.
Yeah, I was saying good job to you and good job to the audience. The audience is killing it.
Mutual good jobs all around. Telia taken away there. So now the question is the Sivir first pick going to come out? Is the Sylas first pick going to come out for Caps? Wukong, Poppy as well, jungle trade-off, and it is going to be the Sivir. Now, this does open up a lot for Zanzara. Yes, he can go Poppy here, but Jarvan is very viable now that Sivir is locked in if they drop jungle to 3. and they pick up Sejuani. I think Sejuani Wukong would be an easy slam here for Misfits, but knowing Zanzara, he might just lead into the Poppy.
Yeah, I mean, the Trundle there too, an option for Freljord Duer towards the top side. Irrelevant's just been so solid on the Sejuani on the top lane. No surprise to see that one get locked in very fast. And honestly, I like the Trundle here for Zanzara too. Like, yes, a Jarvan potentially would offer you a ton of value versus the Sivir, but a Pillar as well. Going to be no counterplay really there for the champion.
And normally against Broken Blade, I'm always a fan of when you can save your top pick for later in the draft. But if you know you don't want to use your red side counter pick for BB, just insta-locking a viable, solid top side pick, especially when Irrelevant has looked pretty good on the Sejuani, I think makes a lot of sense. That said, really waiting to see what the AD carry option is going to be for Misfits. Feels like another Zeri game. If I had to guess based on the game we saw last time, she's looking pretty strong.
I think it's Philios would struggle a bit. It's going to have to be a Zeri, you have to imagine. There's the Jarvan locked in for Jankos without even seeing the enemy AD carry pick. So Neon ideally wants to lock his AD carry in on 3 here to have some kind of mobility AD carry to get out of that Jarvan ult. And we'll see what Caps picks up here. Sylas wouldn't really surprise me when Sejuani's picked on the enemy team. Trundle as well would fit the jungler very well as well, but you could also pick something like a support as well.
Caps debating what he wants to go for. I wouldn't mind seeing the Sylas either. Jarvan, obviously, probably the most early game aggressive jungler.
It's the Broken Blade Yone. Now, I believe it was in the T1 Damwon series today. Yone was banned on the 1-2-3, and it caught me a bit off guard, but then the Sejuani 1-2 came out, so it looks like in scrims or around the world, Yone is the answer, one of the answers to Sejuani. And Broken Blade, of course, already has a game on that this split and is very confident. We saw the Yone Yasuo Diana come out of them last time. Now we've got the Yone Jarvan already, and there's the Zeri we expect to get locked in here for Neon.
Man, this is a top side matchup. I'm ready to see this out of Broken Blade. I am really looking forward to that one. Of course, now with supports and mids on the table now for Misfits. Ideally here, I think you're looking to ban away maybe a couple of solid supports, then get a 4-pick support, counter pick for mid. Could be ideal.
Hey, look, Ender, it's Neon on Neon.
Whoa!
Moving into the 4-5s. No, I think you're right.
Did that happen?
We have synergy, okay? Dracos, you wouldn't get it.
Did I run it? Okay.
I'm stealing your duo.
That's fine.
It's over for you.
You can NDKD now.
NDKD?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like NDA.
Sounds like you have the same naming problem that Caitlyn and I have. We're still struggling to find a duo name.
What the hell's the duo name?
That said, LeBlanc taken off the board. Interesting as LeBlanc obviously very hard for the Jarvan to lock down, but just don't want to risk that going over to Caps, taking the Akali off the board as well. So all these bans look like just targeted the mid lane, trying to shut down both VTO and Caps. Obviously the two most iconic players on each of the respective teams.
Yeah, ideally kind of take away as much mobility as possible. Sylas still up though. Ari still up, and Azir. Those are the 3 mid laners I'm looking at right now. VTO fans, Church of VTO, Church of Chovy, Church of VTO in EU. Karma taken away as well, trying to deny the Sivir Karma lane. I wonder if they're looking for a Lulu on 4 here for Misfits.
And I think good recognition when you already have double carry threats in the form of the Yone as well as the Sivir. Obviously, we saw the Karma pretty powerful in G2's run to the playoffs. The only game they won versus Fnatic when they were in the upper bracket was with that Karma, was empowering Flacket on a hyper carry. But both teams digging very deep into the potential ban pool.
Yeah, I was going to say good call on that Lulu, because G2 obviously a little bit worried about that coming in for Mersa down on the bottom side. Now, for Misfits, I do think getting a really strong mid-jungle 2v2 going to be very important, especially with that weak side top going to be a big one.
Renata is what I'm looking at, because both Yone, while he can leap back out of it with the E, no problem.
Counter.
Yes. Yone will literally, Yone and Sivir will murder each other in like half a second if they're given any opportunity.
Very auto-attack based, but again, a bit scary into the Jarvan, but the bailout will help, the hostile takeover will help as well. 4-5 here for G2, a lot of options. They can go, Sylas would be the one that I think of when I think of Renata and Sejuani being on the enemy team. But support, I feel like you need some kind of engaged support here. Lulu and Karma being down, there's not much peel left for Sivir unless you're going for things like the Tahm Kench or maybe like a Zillion perhaps, but not ideal.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you get a support that could like just leave lane and try to play a little bit more around Caps and Broken Blade.
Maybe a Pike.
Heimerdinger. That's what I was thinking too, Targamas. I was thinking
That's
Braum,
Professor
actually.
Heimerdinger.
Professor, that's true.
Ooh, Ashe support.
Hey, all right.
So that is engage. but it's also pushing lane as well, which is what Misfits wants to avoid with the Karma ban. There's the last pick Ari for VTO, so a lot of playmaking for Misfits and a lot of pushing lanes for G2. They want to get these side lanes pushed in, carry top, double range support an AD in bot lane. The Ashe ideally just wants to poke out with the volley, build CDR, throw arrows to mid on every single cooldown to try to catch VTO so Caps and Jankos can punish.
And with total control of the bottom side of the map, G2 Esports can obviously look to support that lane and counter gank, or just have Jankos continue playing to the top side. Obviously the part of the map that we naturally look at when we talk about G2 Esports, despite incredible performances from Flacket and Targamas over the course of this week. For Misfits, I mean, a lot of solid comfort picks for the two players in Neon and VTO. Have to see what they can do in this game.
100%. Zanzara been super active in the early games for Misfits, a truly selfless player for the team, eyeing up how he can play around VTO in the mid lane with that melee mid on the opposite side, getting control over that. You can try to potentially solve some problems that you could be facing against the Broken Blade up in the top lane on that Yone.
Yeah. Maybe a level 1 invade bot side could go well here for Misfits if they opt into it. Jarvan's quite weak level 1 and they have the Trundle, of course, so a lot of options for Misfits, but they need to shut down this pushing lane that Jankos will try to cover.
Pressure on both sides. Big stakes for two teams that have already locked their way into playoffs. But how high can they set their sights in the regular season? The question on our minds. A lot of VTO fans, a lot of G2 fans. Final game of day 2. Let's go. G2 versus Misfits. You can hear it home. Some Misfits voices in the crowd looking to support a team who has made a heroic run to be neck and neck with G2 at the top of the standings, but the crowd remains, I think we can say healthily, in the favor of G2 Esports at this point in time, but for now, it looks like we will not see that aggressive level 1 or any crazy plays, although Neon and Mursa poking in their head for a little bit of vision.
It's not over just yet. Yeah, just going to go ahead and drop the word G2, trade that out towards the top side of the map. Pretty standard stuff as Misfits don't look too aggressive early on, just wanting some early coverage around mid.
Yeah, level 1 wards so important in tracking jungle. We heard Mad Lions and he was Elioyo talking about the power of level 1 wards and how they often use them. Jankos will run over it, so they'll know exactly where he's starting. Maybe they're afraid of some kind of level 2 bot when you're playing double ranged bot lane. Very powerful, so both teams will ward for it. Will they get it? Yes, they will, so Misfits won't have a ward for this level 2.
Very nice. Jankos, you could see, was still afraid of the late invade, putting down his pillar, just his flag, really. 5 seconds before the camps did end up spawning. And these early wards are going to be so important for VTO again against that Jarvan. Red buff, level 2 gank, very popular around that middle lane. Jankos will be spotted out, though, and that won't be possible from either side of mid for the next minute.
Jankos going to do red Raptors, expecting him to go to Gromp afterwards. And a little bit of trading in bot. Misfits trying to contest the push. Even with no vision on Jankos. Actually, they did have vision on Jankos on the Raptors, so they knew they were just isolating that 2v2 there. Pings coming across to his Raptors. Both junglers going up this top side. Of course, Jankos sees that the red buff is up for Zanzara, so he knows that... See the pings, he can track him very well. There are pings on Jankos' Gromp, and eventually they'll see Zanzara going top side. As he's not showing on this red, VTO will get early mid push into the Sylas. And it might be a top side contest for a Scuttle, but both these junglers can backtrack back to bot side pretty easily.
Moving up, just trying to fight for vision. Bot lane, it's neck and neck, but the Ashe and the Sivir, they're just so much harassed, so difficult for Mursa and Neon to do a lot, at least in the early levels.
And there's the level 2 on Ashe, taking E second. You can see the power of it right there. Spots Zanzara, they know exactly where he is and what camps are up. Raptors are up, Krugs are up, so 3 bot side camps into red. They can see his CS numbers. Jankos has all the information he needs to work with. With 25 seconds left on this crab, I think he's going to look to secure it. Needs to cover Broken Blade here, who's already warded Tribush, trying to get this wave in.
Does seem like it's going to be hard to get much of anything going as Broken Blade tries to soften up the matchup just a little bit. Again, both teams having very good information of where the junglers are, although Jankos is trying to play around the wards for the time being. I think it's more about just making sure he's safe to push out that lane.
Yeah, just covering the top wave. You're correct on that one, and looks like Zanzara might walk into this top side river. No, he's going to go bot side. So like I talked about, backtracking, very easy for Zanzara to run bots here. The problem he has is he doesn't have bot push, so if he runs down there and Jankos matches, he's just going to have to give up this crab. So he's just going to stay out of vision. Not giving the information over to G2. going to his Crux here is probably the best option he has.
Ooh, and this is actually really nice from Jankos too. Sort of anticipating this, even getting the ward on the crab down there. That's what it's called. He actually just picks up his wolves on the way over. So just min-maxing a little bit, not skipping that one out to make sure he gets the double.
Caps looking on the pillar, gonna dash away out to safety. Flash out, charm still hits.
Maybe they could have committed there a bit more. Zanzara probably thought that the second he flashed, that was it. The play's over, so he was already running away. So when the charm connected, he didn't have the distance to be able to gap close onto Caps. So he gets out with his life, and Zanzara comes away with the crab.
And again, credit to Zanzara. Continuously impressed by how much of an impact this guy's been able to make over the course of the last few weeks with Misfits, but even in the face of the Ash Hawk shot, spotting him out early, still manages to get an early flash from Caps.
And even if he's on a ward here, still just putting so much pressure on Caps. Now, it is a cannon minion here, and Jankos is on the way, so Caps actually isn't going to lose any minions. I don't think he should be able to find this one. If it wasn't a cannon, maybe he loses 1 or 2 with the time Zanzara put in, but not in the end.
Yeah, and here we see the difference again. Zanzara has been on this roster for a few weeks now, but the difference between him and Zlatan, he's just been hovering around the top side of the river for so long, waits, gets a flash, then runs into the lane and kind of fake pressures Caps into being scared under his tower, while maybe Zlatan was just trying to look for full clears, right? So that's the trade-off of pressure, as VTO will see the Ashe E, we'll see the Scryers bloom, we'll know there's many people bot side, they're on a ward, he's going to try to play safe. Mercer's on the way now to cover his mid laner, as Caps just tries to get the remainder of the creeps just to base and look to TP back.
And one thing I want to highlight on the top side of the map that we might miss because we're not focusing in as much on the laning phase, Irrelevant constantly forced to burn mana to keep up to trade with Broken Blade. Broken Blade manaless means it's so easy for him to just over time incrementally win out on this lane. Starting to see more and more why he opted for this pick here early on, and obviously it's only going to get harder now that Boots 2 are coming in. Big spike for Yasuo and Yone alike.
Yeah, and you know, sort of looking at this Ashe pick along with it, it almost is another layer of support for Broken Blade towards the top side of the map with the scouting. Again, without full push in bot lane, you can't really clear both quadrants of that enemy side jungle. So yeah, we actually saw how Targamas used that E all the way towards the north side. So skipping out on getting themselves some personal protection in the bottom lane, knowing, hey, we're letting the wave push into us for the time being, and we're not going to push up until we're a little bit more comfortable.
There's another one.
Again.
Gonna fly through mid and might spot Zanzara here, we'll see.
That's not a hawk, what is that?
It's a, it looks like a...
It's a little manta ray?
Manta ray, yeah. Well,
sure. Wow.
It's pretty cool.
All right. I have not seen Ashe played in a very long time, and certainly haven't seen an Ashe skin in a very long time, so there it is.
I don't even know what skin that is.
Yep, doesn't matter. Guessing Space Crew?
Oh, Caps, nice
Summer Party, hold on, 1v1, Caps. Massive trade in his favor here. VTO got enough mana maybe to hope to clear the wave, but Caps can just go for the all-in.
Yeah, VTO has TP, so maybe he has to stay here for the wave, though. Zanzara is waiting here to cover, just catch this wave in base is probably VTO's plan. Jankos is around, Zanzara's around, not a lot of pressure. A little bit of fighting in bot. Zanzara's trying to run down there to stop Caps from being able to collapse onto his bot lane, trying to match this mid lane roam as VTO needs to recover in his own lane. Could pillar the dragon here and make it, yeah, exactly, hit Caps while he's trying to run away, get a little bit of chunk onto him. Of course, he has no TP, he's gonna have to E over the wall here. Can Misfits do this dragon, I wonder? They don't have information on Jankos, so they're just gonna back out, and that helps VTO out.
Yeah, good punish there from Zanzara. All Caps really wanted was the honey fruit, but it looked like with his pathing, maybe he would try a gank towards that bottom side. Zanzara read that off of the vision, and they shut that down, not only denying it, but forcing him to actually take a base. So he wanted to actually get that honey fruit, stay on the map, at least for another wave. Now he doesn't have that opportunity.
I just want to highlight for a quick second Irrelevant. I mean, it came in to replace Hirit, who was such a kind of inconsistent-ish top laner, very aggressive, died a lot, was very volatile in terms of getting kills, needing pressure. He's kind of been a rock for Misfits. He's only down 4 or 5 CS right now in a matchup which he's counterpicked and it might not be so familiar with. And these last few weeks, he's been that rock that Misfits need so they can have these superstars, right? Not all 5 players have to be MVPs and superstars and flashy, because you need some players that can take it on the chin and play from behind or just kind of be resourceless in that sense. And I think Irrelevant's actually fit in pretty well as a rookie. Ever since he joined, of course, his team started out rough, but now they're sitting 10 wins, 6 losses, tied with G2.
And why the Misfits coaching staff chose to invest in him in terms of their commitment to him, and ultimately we'll just have to see where he ends up next year. But great that in the moment, when the pressure is on at the back half of the split, knowing that your spot is not waiting for you in the year to come, that you can still show up and have these big performances. That said, I think this lane matchup probably does get a little bit harder as we get later into it, but Randuin's big fat value in this game up against Flacket and Broken.
Yeah, Randuin's Frozen Heart, both really good at denying the kind of AD lanes early. Warden's Mail going towards armor stacking because they have a double AD top jungle. As Jankos ticks over to level 6, he might look for plays now as Mercer's hovering. He could find him, face checking Jankos.
Mercer level 5, forced to flash out to safety.
I wonder why Jankos didn't just EQ there. I wonder if he actually didn't have it up. That might be the reason why he instantly ults, because he of course could have chased as well with the EQ.
Sure.
So must have had some cooldowns there, Jankos.
Even on the top side. We keep going back here, so I'm expecting something to happen. Q's through. Obviously, you can fish for the stun, but immediately he pushes E as the projectile comes out. Yes, there's a projectile.
Huge rotations, top side. It's going to be a Herald brawl here. Even the ADs in the bot side river on their way up.
Target is only level 5. Not taking over to level 6. Broken Blade continuing to poke onto Irrelevant. Still has his ulti up and available. Yanko's no ulti is big. Flag drag into the Yone ultimate would be massive for a fight. Mersa, no level 6. Easy follow-up now as Yone starts to wreak havoc on the fight. That's first blood coming in for Caps. Irrelevant trying to find the stun up to the side, but there's no follow-up damage. Yanko's taking, Yanko's burning. Double kill for Caps. Caps and Broken Blade taking over this fight. Misfits getting absolutely slaughtered on the top side of the map. They just do not stop. Double kill for the Yone. Caps with a double of his own. Only Neon left standing.
It's a double for both solo laners. So much skill expression on the Sylas and the Yone, and they land so many abilities to shut down Misfits. Yes, they get the Herald, but G2 get kills in return. Broken Blade's ult was fantastic to set it up and shut down Mersa.
Yeah, and the fight is just so spread apart from Misfits. Obviously, Neon is entering the fight late, but without top lane priority, Broken Blade just zoning him away throughout the start. G2 correctly identified that they can just engage onto the three-man core of Misfits here. Again, look at this. The top lane and bot laner of Misfits just can't get into this fight.
Yeah, great CC chain there from Jankos and Broken Blade to shut down Mersa straight away. Then Caps gets the Ari ult and finishes off Zanzara using the knock-up from Broken Blade, I believe, and then Irrelevant and Vito tried to dive onto Jankos. Targamas, good snipe there by Neon to get the kill. Targamas levels up in the fight, so he throws out his arrow, hits on the Neon, has the cleanse, uses the flash, gets over the wall and escapes. Could have gone a lot worse for Misfits if Neon died, of course, but 4 kills still stings a hell of a lot. They get the Herald, but big gold lead for G2 now.
Yep. And you can see the story of their top side dominating in that exchange. 2K gold lead now. Flacket and Targamas role players at this stage of the game will get scarier as the game continues on, but the Jarvan paired with the Sylas and a very strong Yone is a terrifying prospect.
Yeah, still waiting for some ults to come back online. 5 seconds there for Flacket. G2 did not secure the Drake, so still plenty to fight for on the map.
So 2 things I've noticed in this Yone-Sejuani matchup. Yone can trade really aggressively, and as the arrow misses, as the E comes in from Sejuani to get the auto attack to apply a little bit of her burst, Yone can just use his own E to disengage and not get stunned, right? That looks like the trading pattern here, and it's when Broken Blade gets Blade of the Ruined King, this matchup's gonna get a hell of a lot worse for Irrelevant. Broken Blade will go Blade, and maybe he goes towards a tanky build perhaps afterwards, or some kind of shield bow, we'll have to see, but it's gonna be living hell for Irrelevant when that Blade gets picked up.
Blade Sunfire Cape, obviously a build that we've seen internationally. 0 crit Yone. Of course, the Sunfire Cape base scaling was nerfed to try to take some of those builds out of the meta. They can still be seen. We have still seen them in solo queue and internationally when Flandra played this champion. Yeah. But something to keep track of.
And Irrelevant just forced or chooses to TP rather topside, not to fall even further behind, already 20 CS. Broken Blade does have the TP, so has options. I mean, if he gets another shove like that just to go for a full base and walk back to lane, he's actually not even doing that. Maybe even going down to farm Wolves could be an idea for him, just continuing to try and snowball.
Misfits struggling right now, and the reason is they have no summoners on their bot lane, no summoners on their mid laner, and there's a Jarvan on the enemy team. So if anyone steps up, Jankos will instantly punish him. You can see he's hovering around bot there. Misfits can't really push in any waves. They have a Herald, yes, but it's on Vito, so G2 know that it's going mid, so as long as Jankos kind of balances bot and mid push, they can always collapse first onto Vito if he does place it.
And Broken Blade obviously immediately backing off on the top side, knowing that he does not have a jungler there to back him up and support him. Zanzara and Irrelevant moving down. Catching out Caps here would be big. He already has a shutdown on his head, 150 gold extra. Putting money into the back pocket, the VTO is big. Here comes the Herald usage now as Misfits sending 4 members to the mid lane. Counter engage is massive.
Oh,
they can
VTO?
find it. Zanzara being locked up, now immediately going in onto him, but that's going to be the follow-up. Now Flag and dragging out to safety. Renata ult comes in, won't even get an auto off. Caps ready to re-engage with the stolen Sejuani ult, but the tower's still standing.
A lot invested here, though. They give up bot push, they give up top push. Irrelevant just dropped all his waves to help out there, so Broken Blade can get the push, get an easy reset, might have that Blade spike already in base. Good investment, though. They need to find something from that Herald, and that was their only chance.
Yeah, they pay back a little bit for that pretty rough fight they took a little bit ago. And yet we still, I feel like we keep seeing Misfits trying to group up a little bit and make these moves like with the Herald, like with that play around mid. And G2 can just sort of chill through it. Blade of the Ruined King now picked up for Broken Blade. Even though they lose many plates on the mid turret, they're still in position to take the Drake. So G2, it feels like, are more passively winning this game as they continue to farm up on the top side of the map.
And the 1.5k individual gold lead is just going to make things so incredibly difficult. And right now we're just focusing on the top lane matchup in the context of Broken Blade versus Irrelevant. But when Broken Blade is unleashed into these fights, it's going to be impossible for the vast majority of the Misfits lineup to really survive. Now that said, still have some good counter-engage tools with Mersa and the hostile takeover. But definitely the game is not easy up against a very fed Yone.
Definitely hurts. Irrelevant can't contest his push at all this game. Well, this lane. for the rest of it. As long as it goes on, Broken Blade will have a lot of side push. G2 will get the blue buff. Has a bit of a deficit to Caps right now in terms of gold. Both of them picked up the Everfrost, so slightly even for now. And it's just the mid-jungle of G2 that just needs to control this game now and balance both their side lanes so they can't get collapsed on and die to any kind of strange ganks. There's the ultimate that's timing.
That hit! Finding it, the chain CC, the follow-up. VTO now locking him down under tower, trading back pretty well. Caps, I think, just fishing with the ultimate as it was about to expire.
Yeah, I did want to bring attention to this because with the last lock of Ashe for G2, it did open up opportunities for them to get like non-committal engage into a fight, because you look at that top side, like once they're in, they're kind of in, apart from the Yone, who can get out relatively easily. But with the Sylas 2 on top of the Ashar, you can steal away a couple of really good engage ults with the Sejuani, and you can grab that ult from Mercy as well. There's so many tools to find fights from long range.
And I just got one last, pour one out for Relevant. If you're
pour one out.
This man's life is hell. He doesn't even bother auto-attacking the Yone because he knows the second he does, he just ease back to safety.
Yeah, and he life steals up anyway. It just sucks because the team fight went in G2's favor, so the lane is lost.
Oh, they won out. Renata and Zeri are moving up towards the top side now. Just get them out of there.
Smart play by Misfits. They're going to lose this top tower eventually. So just swap. Will it die before they arrive? I don't think so. So Relevant is going to hover around mid, and with Herald spawning in 5 seconds time.
Ooh, Zanz is here too.
Yeah, there could be another 5v5. Second Herald spawn now. G2 is going to start it up. Flacket's on the way. He's going to try to push mid-wave with Caps in the meanwhile. And Irrelevant didn't go bot. He's ignored that wave. It's crashing on the tower, so that just spells that Misfits want to fight. G2 can see them.
And this is a bit crazy coming in from Misfits, I'll be honest. Broken Blade level 11, very strong. Yanko's now fishing with the setup. Broken Blade very far away from the fight. Needs to get 2 stacks on the Q before he can really commit to anything. And Misfits instantly collapsing on the weaker side of G2, not wanting to fight up against Broken Blade, trying to pick off a couple of members, trying to get this start in their favor. Broken Blade off to the side, waiting for an opportunity. Oh, does now snap back. 3 stacks on the Q. Ready to go in if he can find an angle, but Misfits fighting pretty well here, scrapping back and forth, haven't burned any major cooldowns.
3 ultimates used from their top side, but they got Flacket's flash and cleanse. He's had to base, so it is a 5v4 for now. Misfits have the numbers advantage. It's on Mersa with the hostile takeover to kind of hit many members of G2 so they can return because they don't have the Sejuani ult, but it looks like that skirmish has gone in Misfits' favor, and that skirmish has netted them the Herald. Will they get out though? Caps has a Sejuani ult, going to toss it onto Zanzara.
Locked up one, hostile takeover now coming over the wall. Yanko's target miss. Are not going to hit each other. Caps finding the stun, finding the engage. The snare now coming in. VTO forced to flash out to safety. Does not have his ult from the previous fight. Will walk away. G2 now trying to fire back, pushing in on the mid lane.
So close right there, and yes, Misfits get the Rift Herald, but hey, G2 are getting a turret, even sending the arrow, trying to snipe out VTO on the way out, but that is just probably going to be an even trade, right? What is that second Herald going to get you? Very likely just that first outer turret in one of these lanes, so G2 equalizing and making the right choice, I believe, not to commit into the fight on 5.
Yeah, they had no chance when Flacket based. Don't take the 4v5. Jankos will catch this big bot wave, get a little bit of XP for himself. And now the question is, how do Misfits use that Herald? Mid tower is quite low already. Bot tower would die to a Herald crash. Top tower is very, very healthy. Frozen Heart picked up for Relevant with the Balmy Cinder. So now 1 minute on the Dragon. We'll have to see what soul it is. Could go towards an Infernal if G2 roll well. So Misfits might have to contest this one or the next one. I think they're pretty safe giving up this Dragon spawning in 1 minute. We'll see if they cross-map though. They have a good option of just heralding top and cross-mapping away from the Dragon.
Mid tower for mid tower in the end. Reminder, we have 1 more day of Super Week left in front of us. Break week next week before we resume for playoffs. LEC Summer playoffs starting 26th of August, so 2 weeks. Remember, dear audience, break week is a-coming. We have to wait for Euphoria. You'll have to wait for a potential best of 5 between teams like G2 and Misfits. We'll focus in now back onto the game. And obviously pressure high for both these teams. Big stakes for G2, locking worlds before playoffs even start. Before you even get into your break week would make the break a lot more enjoyable, I imagine.
Oh, Misfits are looking. Check it out, Irrelevant moving from top side down in towards mid lane. Has a pretty good flank opportunity. Also a sweeper in hand. You can see that Irrelevant knows that his sort of role is rotating out of top lane on a flank, and having sweeper to make sure he's not spotted on the engage is crucial.
Yeah, you're completely right. There's no point in him matching side lanes. He loses to the Sylas, he loses to the Yone, so just look for team plays, catch waves on tier 2s, and try to play around the team as much as possible. Dragon up in 5, Misfits in the bot side river, Herald pop bot. There's going to be no cross map whatsoever. Caps does he TP in? If he does, then it's going to be a 5v5 again for a neutral objective. This bot tower should die to the Herald crash. Misfits playing through bots for now while VTO catches mid wave.
Crucially, there's actually not a wave here, which means Broken Blade has no way to stack his Q prior to this fight. He would have to fully commit to this one if he wanted to get anything done. So it is an easy crash, despite how strong Broken Blade is. Pillar coming out, zoning him away. He's gonna take that one out. On the top side of the map, Caps just taking a tier 2. Nice and easy. Misfits hoping maybe that they can get a little bit more on the bottom side. little indecisive out of Misfits. Obviously wanted that bot lane outer turret, but VTO goes up a little bit late. Now they move on to the Drake. Cap's very low mana, very unlikely he teleports in, but he is getting a base off now.
Yeah, VTO's not stopping him from basing, so when he channels his recall, he can TP in. They get the dragon. Do they get out, though, is the question. Jankos can fish for an engage here if Caps can find a good TP ward, but there's none in Misfits' jungle, so he'd TP quite far out of the fight, so there wouldn't be much follow-up. They're just going to back away here. Irrelevant hasn't caught a wave in quite a while now. Ignored top, gave all the bot waves to Neon. He's just hovering around to keep numbers advantage in Misfits' favor, so they can contest his objectives. So although they lost that top tier 2, they got a bot tier 1 and a dragon.
Yeah, Irrelevant is just playing second jungler now for the team effectively, seeing what he can find around Neon's lane, and that's ideally how Misfits want to move in the next few minutes, is put as much as you can into VTO, and Neon cannibalize some of those jungle camps as well.
Broken Blade now stepping forward. He's just going to ult out to safety. Good use of the ultimate.
Yeah, really good buffer. The second he saw the Sejuani ult, unstoppable, ult the hell out of there. He's absolutely fine. VTO will catch top wave. VTO had a really good TP ward there as well in the bot lane brush. Neon wants to catch this next wave. Targamas just trying to scout as much vision as possible for his team. Make sure Broken Blade's safe catching this wave. Neon's scared of someone in the bush. Ideally here, Misfits' next objective would be the top tier 1. It's the only real thing that they can play for, but G2 want this bot tier 1. That's why we're seeing a 5v5 on the bot side of the map. Misfits are defending this and holding this as long as possible.
Broken Blade very fast. The Soul Unbound will not connect on the third Q. Big there. Could have been a death.
5 seconds until Targamas gets that arrow. Wasn't online, so weren't a lot of opportunities. And now we wait for something to happen, quite frankly. Look, Flack and Cap's low mana. They're going to have to go back to base. They're not looking to fight anytime soon. It is just Farm Simulator. And again, as
here we go.
Irrelevant just can't catch a break, man. But the arrow was irrelevant, so it's like it had his name on it. Good one. You know, I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Condescending pat on the back. You can't see it at home. I'll take it. Anyway, as you said, not a lot going on. 3K gold lead for G2. And while they are in control, definitely the later and later we get, Neon's going to feel pretty okay against a lot of the members against this comp. It's very hard to play against the Ashe in a lot of these team fights, but as long as no hard CC hits him, he could be okay. Yanko's going to throw a thorn in that plan, however, is Zanzara pushing it on the top side, getting a little bit of control. Broken Blade breaking down that bot lane tier 1. Misfits looking for a response on the top side.
TP top by Caps to defend that response from Misfits of looking for that top tier 1. Misfits were defending that bot tower for so long, but eventually it was just way too low, and they couldn't afford the resources investing down there to keep it alive longer because Baron's up, so they need to shift their pressure top side. But I don't think they can cross map, of course. They're a bit weaker right now. VTO down a level. G2 have mid push. They have a jungler already up here. Gonna get a bit of top side vision, so nothing to look here for Misfits. Jankos just trying to push them back.
Yeah, Misfits also just a little bit slow on each play, it seems like. You know, yes, trying to cross map, but not in time for the TP to come inside. You know, they only had one player towards the top lane pushing that one down. The rest were worried about pushing through mid, making sure they could set up, but weren't in a position to threaten dive up top. So Misfits don't really find opportunities. They lose control over the mid wave, and again, I feel like it's just about getting as much onto VTO and Neon as you can here.
But it's so hard up against Broken Blade. 2 items now. Double lifesteal coming in. Broken Blade might just ult over the wall here.
Yeah.
Ult,
Here goes.
committing, going, just going to keep this fight going. It's going to be so easy following up now. Arrow goes a little bit wide, but he's going to start to shred through that health bar. All the CC burn from Irrelevant, though, stops Broken Blade from getting a whole lot more done. He has no ultimate, which means he has no way out if they can stick on top of him. Neon waiting off to the side, but has to be careful. Just skirmishing, just dancing around these cooldowns on the bottom side.
And the thing is, too, while Misfits are reacting to this play, Caps was topside stealing away his own junglers. Gromp, he's now going to push out the wave. Like, G2 and Caps in particular is always very close-minded on min-maxing all that you can get. When his jungler's playing bot side, you better believe his topside camps are going in an instant.
Misfits just juggling both side lanes here. G2 looking for a play top and bot, and they just have to keep running up and down this river to try to contest and stop any play from happening. Cap should be fine here. There's no real threat on him. 4K gold lead for now for G2. Dragon up in 1 minute. They want to start the dragon stacking.
Arrow.
That's a big
The follow-up immediately going to hit with the ult, finishing him off 100-0, baby. Targamas from downtown. Caps closes out the kill.
What a sniper. Targamas all the way from downtown, all the way from his base, lands it onto Mercer. Caps gets the kill. Incredible follow-up, of course, with the Sejuani ult. And down goes the support of Misfits. Can they force a Baron? I think the answer is no. Jankos doesn't have any armor right now.
Yeah, just clearing away vision, putting some pressure now on Misfits. I think the real prize, 30 seconds away from that Infernal Drake. Broken Blade in a position just try and clear away some wards. The other thing too is like Broken Blade with all that lifesteal, like he just shreds through camps, you know, he's gonna stall out so much time on a side lane. So constantly a nuisance. Caps too on a side as well. Like G2, when no objectives up, just playing that 1-3-1 is so effective.
Slow and steady wins the race, no mistakes from G2, just keeping pressure on sides, juggling them both, forcing Misfits into a mistake or into a team fight.
Ooh. And they spot the irrelevant TP as well. Just pulling back. They can try to fish for an engage here. Jankos flag and drag out to safety. Broken Blade waiting, charged up. Both teams posturing for the Drake, but Caps is on the flank. No healing reduction on the side of Misfits, crucially outside of the Ignite onto Mursa. Arrow going in, will hit Neon, immediately gonna cleanse. Pulling back, 6K, getting lower and lower. Caps on the backside, Broken Blade now stepping forward, ready to get things going. Third Q, ready to go. Goes back, doesn't use it. Now they're gonna turn right onto Jankos, trying to fish it off. BT over the wall instantly. Zoning away, trying to take the jungler down. It's Caps on the flag. It's a multi-man ultimate. Broken Blade flagging. What's the follow-up? What have they got? Only gonna hit BTO. Now being pulled back at the last possible second to avoid the hostile takeover. Caps off to the side. Now focusing on the ultimate coming out from the Trundle. Stolen away by Caps, keeping him alive, keeping him healthy. Now stepping forward. Caps on a rampage. Caps versus the world. A double kill for the man in the mid lane for G2.
Caps tears Misfits apart. Incredible Q predict there on Neon's dash. Him trying to escape, Caps slammed on
another arrow.
Connects. That's going to be a triple kill for Caps.
Burning Caps.
6-0-2 on the Sylas gets the blue buff level 15, 25 minutes into the game. They're going to get the Infernal Dragon as well. VTO got away on 1 HP. And it looked quite dire the second that Jankos was in trouble, but Caps' flank paid off.
Yeah, Caps waits so long. Just look, he has ult this entire time, but wait and watch for when he uses that, because he doesn't know exactly which ult he wants to grab. He has to decide, am I going for CC? Am I going to stall out time? And when Jankos gets hit on the other side and they look for the re-engage, that's when he decides to make it happen.
So this is where Jankos decides that he has to turn. There's no way out here. Just do as much damage as possible. Ult, Gore Drinker, Q, everything he's got. BTO gets engaged on by Broken Blade, just gets out with a sliver of HP, but it's Caps. Takes the Trundle, uses it on the Trundle, lives for so long, gets his whole combo off, lives again with the W, pops the stopwatch, then comes out of it. Watch this Q from Caps. Predicts Neon's dash here, hits him with the Q2, manages to get the finishing blow, then cleans up onto Irrelevant. Targamas's ult comes off cooldown, shoots it onto Zanzara, which nets Caps a triple kill.
Incredible, but Arrow to finish this one
and
out.
the Arrow's just back again.
Yeah, we're waiting for it. There it is. It's power support Ash. A lot of arrows.
Can we actually check? I want to know what the hit rate is this game, because it has just been absolutely insane for Targamas.
Yeah, they love it when you ask for stats like that. That's, well, we'll get back to you.
I gotta know.
Dear audience, because I want to know too. But right now, Caps, reading enthusiast. 10 stacks on the Medjais coming in. Very terrifying man to deal with at this point in time, and still no healing reduction on the enemy team. We are looking at a Sylas, and the problem is they're behind. It's gonna be hard. Here comes the arrow. Big. The rest of the follow-up. Where's the rest of the team? Broken Blade comes over the wall. Flack and Caps off to the side. They're getting slaughtered in their own jungle, in their own territory. Lulled into a false sense of security. Flack says, hey, it's my turn. Double kill for the Sivir.
And now G2, they're just going to be able to turn over towards the Baron. No smite. Zanzara is down for another 30 seconds. I mean, how do you even find a team fight if you are Misfits? Caps has the Sedge ult. He could turn at a moment's notice. G2 are just running away with this game.
Yes, it looks like Misfits are going to get a mid-tier 2. Push in bot. But Caps and Broken Blade right now are unstoppable. The arrow hit onto Mursa again. He can't really impact these fights as much as you talked about. Dragos in draft, the hostile takeover doing work.
Falling apart.
He's just dying constantly before he can get it off onto the melee engagers. So that's a top in hit that G2 have gotten. Are they pushing for more here? Zanzara
they use an arrow to stall out the reset. Look at that!
Flashbacks to Rock's SKT. But they're not in the game this time. Zanzara is going to chase G2 down here.
This is not a good idea. This is not a good idea. Broken Blade will 3v1. They need the Ignite from Mursa to stop the healing, which they do have, but there's just no avenue there. Dominant. 8K gold lead, 21 minutes in. We'll take a look back at this, but this is the slaughter.
I mean, they're in their own jungle trying to clear a ward. Then Jankos ults them, EQs out, arrow connects, Broken Blade follow up from a mile away with the E and the ult. Caps is on the side after pushing out top. There's really nowhere they can go. Caps takes down Zanzara, 2 kills for them. That's an easy Baron. Misfits have no hope in contesting that in a 3v5.
I mean, just the insanity of that engage. Like, all you see is Jankos. No one else is even really that close. He goes in, stalls out enough with the Ash Arrow, and then 5 players are on you. What are you going to do?
Neon caught out, taken down, can't get over the wall. Arrow, not going to connect. Neon died too fast.
That's 40 seconds on Misfits' main primary damage dealer in Neon. They're going to get this bot tier 2. They're going to buff up these mid waves to slow Misfits down. They might push for this bot inhib. I think Misfits going to have to give it up, or at least try to fight and force G2 to dive them. But Broken Blade still has ult. Cap still has ult. Can take away whatever the hell he wants, and he still has a stopwatch too. So that's going to be an inhib going down. VTO's here to respond, but he just doesn't have the damage. He's more of a setup champ for Neon. And that's 2 inhibs gone. Broken Blade will get a mid tier 2. It's clean so far from G2.
And again, they need such an overwhelming amount of resources to kill Broken Blade or Caps individually at this point. There's just really not an avenue for Misfits to play this game out any further. These are 2 of the worst champions to have a lead this size.
Oh, Zeri damage hurts. There's another arrow.
Landing onto VTO, follow up immediately. Responding now, Caps unkilled. Yango's leaping into the middle of the team. There goes Broken Blade flashing in, taking down another. Zanzara back into the waiting arms of Broken Blade. Here comes Caps again. It's a massacre. It is merciless. G2, they got worlds in their sight, and you can tell. And this is the only time in your life, EU fans, you can be excited about Caps going to NA. But there it is, G2 locking worlds with a game left to play in the regular season. And they make it look easy. Spring Split, the opposite of easy. Every step of the way doubted, claw it back series after series. Here, they make it happen in the BO1s thanks to the effort they put in spring and the grind at the end of summer.
Dominant game. First team in the world to lock that world championship. Not much more to say, really. Yeah, I mean, it was just from start to finish fantastic. Really good juggling over sides, really good side lane pressure, punishing Misfits even when they stepped into their own jungle, and Caps just doing Cap stings around dragon fights. Are we going to get a Su for the Worlds?
For Worlds?
No, just a bow.
Just a bow? They're staying tempered. Just a wave.
It's the ultra mental.
Do they even know? I don't know. I think the staff knew. Okay, the staff popped off for a best of 1. The staff knew, for sure.
Good.
Exciting times. I mean, the reality is that playoffs still stands in front of them, still stands in front of Misfits. Time, a break week, another day tomorrow, another game tomorrow to figure out exactly how you want to approach things.
And 3 or 4 weeks ago, there was a debate as to whether G2 would even make playoffs. But now they're sitting, I think, tied for first place, and they're locked for Worlds. So yes, we may doubt them halfway through the splits, but they always manage to find a way back to kind of pick it back up. They're on a 4-game win streak now.
Yeah, I mean, even in a weaker BO1 split, the BO5s are going to be an absolute demon. And for all these teams that are working towards playoffs to get there, break week isn't exactly a break week. It's a grind week for them trying to make it all the way through the finish line. G2 so good in those times, and now they get to rest a little bit easier.
Also, break week could be a good time for a G2 vacation.
Why would you make that joke?
The only vacation G2 want to go on is to Malmo, okay?
That's
true.
A traumatic
Get some
experience.
tickets.
2017 was a dark time for you fans internationally. Let's hope 2022 is not the same. Don't have a good transition there, so I'm just going to say Kia player of the game at LEC on Twitter. Broken Blade, Caps, Targamas.
Broken Blade.
You know.
Counterpoint. Odoamne.
Wow.
No, it's Caps. Let's be honest. Let's be real.
I can't believe you got a cheer for that.
Of course I'm getting it. Everyone loves Odoamne.
Everyone does love Odoamne.
Yeah.
He's like an EU Eeyore. He's just so salty all the time.
EU Eeyore.
It's wonderful. Anyway, it says ad-lib toss to break, so I will. It's time to go to break. PGL with Shocks, Roma, and Flackett. Coming up after this, it's going to be a banger. Don't go anywhere.
Control of this lane.
Incredibly impressive stuff. Really inspirational.
And here we go. He's looking for something. What a move! This man is on fire!
That's the kind of play which makes me want to be on stage. Hold on.
Thank you so much for joining me. Tell me, how do you feel after making that play?
on to the LEC post-game lobby. I'm Shox and I'm joined by Romain and Flacket, who both of them and the team secured a spot at Worlds 2022. Flacket, you're going to Worlds, man!
Yeah, thanks. Mega thanks.
Crazy. Also, we asked for who G2 would like to send to PGL, and I wanted to speak to Romain and one of the players, and they sent you again. You're doing overtime for them.
I mean, Jankos wanted to slack a bit, so I thank you for the team.
Okay. Romain, why is it that you're making him do all the media appearances?
I mean, I think he did a really, really good interview yesterday.
Yeah.
It was really funny and authentic. Jankos wanted to rest a bit and enjoy our qualification backstage, so it's like it again.
It's nice. It's nice to Flacket. Flacket, talk to me about this game specifically versus Misfits. We thought it would be super close, to be honest, because Misfits has been on a 5-game winning streak. But why wasn't it?
I mean, like from my point of view, I was just like killing minions and chilling.
Yeah.
So I didn't do much. I just pressed up. My mid lane is 1v9ing. My top lane is 200 CS up. So I'm just, like enjoying the AD carry life, killing my minions. I mean, I think I didn't play that bad in teamfights, but like most of the teamfights we did, it was just like it was like before I started hitting, it was over already. So I was like really chilling, I was like already celebrating Worlds.
Yeah, so I guess for you, this was probably it was nice that it was this comfortable since it was for Worlds, probably,
yeah, for sure,
right?
for sure. It was really chilling, yeah.
Yeah, and for Romain was the same?
No, it was really scary. I mean, I think we had a really, really great day with a lot of crazy game. So I was a bit scared the game would go to like 45, 50 minutes and then it's a bit of a flip,
Yeah.
Especially because I have to share something. BB is a bit sick. Like he had a lot of fever for the last 2 days and he played amazing yesterday and today. So props to him. It's bad to the point where he could barely speak on stage.
Yeah.
And usually he has a big, big weight in the communication, especially mid and end game. So yeah, today the team had to step up for him. He stepped in from a gameplay perspective. Yeah. So yeah, big GG to BB and to the rest of the team actually for securing the slot today.
Yeah, that's great. And on Yone as well. Like
Giga chat.
Yeah, Giga chat.
Like Giga chat.
Wow. Well, I hope he feels better there, the whole coaching staff as well. Awesome to see. And yeah, the first team worldwide to qualify for the World Championship. Obviously, congratulations, Flacket. But, when you kind of look at how this year has gone for you and your career overall, because you're still very, very young, you've achieved so much already, and now you get to go to the World Championship. I mean, how hyped are you?
I mean, of course, I'm like mega hyped. The only thing is, it's in NA, no? And I don't really like NA solo queue.
Oh.
I mean, I never played NA solo queue, right?
But you don't like it?
But everyone says it's really bad. So that's the only thing that doesn't hype me a lot.
It will be fine.
But, I mean, it's Worlds, right?
But you can stomp then in solo queue over there, right?
I mean, from an AD carry perspective, it's like really hard to carry in bot lane.
But,
excuses. You will make the best out of it.
You can't go and flame NA and then say, but I also won't do well because AD carry is underpowered.
Okay, that's true. Maybe I'm a bit delusional, but yeah, I mean, I'm still really hyped to, of course, to go Worlds, and hopefully, we can play perform better because in MSI, our performance wasn't the best, but we still have one more chance to perform internationally, so I'm really hyped.
What's your perspective on that, Romain? Because I think, he's right. Obviously, MSI went from really bad to a little worse, but then on the other side, this is the first time they went with this roster to an international event, right? So how are you kind of, as someone who works with the team, also making sure that they now take the next step in Worlds?
It feels so great to be qualified already because it's always a bit scary when you play regular season and you're on the verge of making playoff or not, because for some teams, the end of the year is tomorrow, end of the day. And the next time they play on stage and in the studio will be in January. It's a long time. For us, because we're qualified at playoff, we know that at least we play until the beginning of September, but already having the ticket for Worlds changes everything. From a logistic perspective, we can already schedule everything and stuff. He's laughing because I always close a daily meeting with guys from a logistic perspective. So, sorry, it's a tick of language.
It's important.
It's especially, it's my job as well. So,
yeah.
So it will allow us to really pay attention to how we're going to prepare the whole end of August into September. Make sure the boys are going to be in the best shape possible and we have everything ironed out. I think one of the reasons why MSI was a bit more complicated is at the end of the day, we were never supposed to go to MSI, right? It's a new roster, it's a young team. We are really, really happy to be there. We had an amazing run at playoff, of course, but once we were there, we were so excited, and we had to go on a week by week, so it's not that much of a planning before. I think for Worlds, it's going to be really different. We're going to be so ready because we can start working on it right now. So
Sounds well.
it's gonna bang.
Hey, logistics is the base of any good operation. Oh, man. But
Yes.
this is just, yeah, that's we're seemingly really old right now because it is very important. So, but Flacket, when it comes to Worlds as well, really cool that you've qualified, but obviously the fans want you to do well in the playoffs, want you to go to Malmö and give your best performance there. So how do you make sure that you kind of harness the, all right, cool, we're going to Worlds, fine, but we still have to be tip-top for the playoffs? It's raining really hard. Can you hear that?
I mean, it's kind of what I said like yesterday. I think like everyone, including me, I think we're starting to spike in when it comes to like gameplay and like hard work and stuff. We're like putting the extra hours and giving a bit more every single day. So I'm like really confident of going into playoffs. Like, of course, it feels really good to know that you're qualified for Worlds already, but we want to win LEC as well. It's not like we just want to go Worlds instead. We want to win LEC and we want to perform, and as well, like we need to be a good team. Because if we in playoffs and then we go Worlds, we might we might in Worlds as well. So we really need to keep working.
Please no. We will get flamed by our colleagues. So talking about peaking at the right time, etc. The Kia player of the game was Caps. Deserved?
Yeah, mega deserved. Yeah.
Actually,
Yes.
1v9.
Yeah, 1v9. Yeah.
At some points there, which is nice to see. And we'll talk about the standings in just a second. I'd like to talk about G2 just a little bit more. I saw a really interesting vlog by Laure that you showed me actually, where she was talking to you a lot, Romain, and you guys have a whole system in terms of team building, but specifically about how to create a good relationship between each other and the players. Could you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, of course. It was really important for us getting into 2022 to make sure the team was going to stick together. And we had two super veteran players, which are Caps and Jankos. They've seen everything, they've done everything. We had BB coming from another team with his coaching staff as well. The relationship really strong between Dylan and Rodrigo really helped as well. And then we had Targa, freshly coming from the K-Corp story. Yes, it was not an LEC level kind of story, but last year for K-Corp was absolutely incredible. So it was another kind of profile. Then we have Monsieur Flaco coming a bit out of
Didn't
nowhere.
win anything, come LEC.
Didn't win anything, but already had great practice with us for so long. The community didn't really believe in him. He had to fill the shoes of Reckless, and God, he did, and you will.
I mean,
makes sense. So it was,
I didn't say that.
It's fine. So yeah, it was a bit of a challenge to make sure everyone would not love one another, because I not even become friend, because I'm not sure friendship is the thing which will push you to the next level. You just need respect, a lot of respect, and you need to make sure everyone's going to identify their strengths. How is it going to work together? How is it going to listen to one another? So we did a lot of workshop in November to align everything. How do we see everything from a schedule perspective to how we're going to train, practice, how we're going to talk to one another. And then we kept refining it, talking to one another again and again and again. Like, it's a lot of communication all the time. And we're trying to push positive communication. It makes no sense to tell your teammate what he sucks at, because at the end of the day, that's not going to create a recipe to win. You need to identify what you're good at. We had really poor early game, for example, for the last week. It would have been an easy mistake, I believe, to just make sure, okay, those are all the early game we fucked up. We need to fix this, and this. No, scratch that. Take all the early game where you succeeded, actually, and what made you win? Okay, keep that and go again. So, and I think we have really nice five guys. We have really nice players. The coaching staff is really positive as well. So really, really good synergy. It's paying off. We punched the ticket for Worlds. Now the real challenge starts, best of five. I think we did some pretty good job playing our best of five and playoff in spring. So yeah, and if we can go to Malmö, God, a stage, a crowd, you're gonna love it.
Yeah.
It's gonna bang, for sure.
It's gonna bang. So you obviously were in the system, right? So how did you experience all these communication building exercises and whatnot?
I mean, I think it was like really, really insane and really crazy to me, because we, like at the beginning of the year, we had like a lot of workshops and stuff, and we were like talking, you know, like about like life and like, you know, to say a bit of like where we come from and give like a little bit of context and stuff. And then we talked as well about like routines and what do we like, what do we not like, what do we want from our teammates, and what we don't want as well. So I feel like it was like already like 1 month in the split, and we already were like really close friends. We knew like lot of everyone.
Yeah.
And I think that helps us a lot to not go like a mental boom or like to avoid a lot of issues that can happen in the future, because you just know what's gonna happen, or just you're gonna know what's the reaction of like for example, if someone on match days wants to do something, you already know what's he gonna do, and it's not gonna be like surprise. Like for example, as a fun fact, like Targa likes to wake up a bit late in match days, and for me, I had some teammates in the past that were waking up like really late, and I was like, what, like this is so crazy, like how can you wake up at this hour? And Targa likes to wake up late. So if we didn't have, for example, that you know, that workshop and stuff, I would be like, okay, what is going on? Why is my support waking up at 5 p.m.?
5 p.m.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, and sometimes, you know, but it's fine. He likes it, so I mean, he won me nice on stage as well, so I respect it.
As long as he's like there when you're doing scrims.
Yeah, and it's a compromise as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's important. So because it's important to make conscious what everyone is doing, so you don't create a problem. For example, Jankos is streaming a lot, which sometimes for teammates could be, oh my god, I don't believe it's the best practice. You should just play more solo queue instead of streaming. But it's how he gets better. Like him talking to the chat and playing those games and stuff helps him to structure his life in a really hardcore way. Is our captain, definitely. Like he's a guy with a lot of structure in his life and everything. And everyone his own strengths. For example, Targa likes to sleep. He loves it to a point where it could be a problem if you don't discuss it from a team perspective, you know? And he needs to commit to other stuff. And we need to make sure he plays at least one solo queue before going on stage like today.
This is so great. You know how many people are at home now who want to be a pro player and they're like, oh, I always sleep till 4 p.m.
I mean, yeah, as long as you perform and you participate in the draft, and when we need you to bang, you need to be there and you need to bang. And the day you're not going to do that, we're going to storm at you. So it's important for everyone to be conscious about it.
I'd love to know, because there are days where that gets turned on its head, right? You have to travel, like for instance, you have to get up early for content shoots, stuff. How does that work then?
Yeah, well, it's a bit of a fight usually, but he's a really good kid. He knows how to. He's really clever.
Yeah.
So he knows how to play with a limit of things, and if he does what is asked from him, just what is asked from him, then he knows he can chill. So it's yeah.
We'll ask him about it.
It's
when
a lot of communication for sure in both sides.
yeah.
We're having fun. Like we're all living together, which I live with the boys. Everyone, we have like 3-4 flats all connected together. So we spend so much time together that it diffuses any kind of conflict instantly.
But they still have an option to be on their own time if they want, I guess.
Yeah, so it's four apartment connected. Everyone has his flat, his own room, his own bathroom, and stuff like that. So everyone can really be in his own little ecosystem, but still participate in the different team activities. Like the big meeting points are the review room and the practice room. So yeah, and we all here for the same goal, like to talk again about the exercise Flacket was mentioning. Everyone had to speak about their whole life year by year in front of the rest, and it was really funny to see when Caps was attending Worlds, Flacco was in school, kind of. So, and it's funny when you compare all the timelines, and what matters is we're in 2022, we're all here with the same goal, with different tools and different backgrounds, but we need to make that mash and mash together, and it worked actually.
Cool. Very nice. In terms of kind of people's vices, you've got Targa, who likes to sleep in.
Yeah,
fine.
which is okay.
And
that's
then
a problem.
you have this guy who is obsessed with solo queue now, and also has some voices in his head sometimes, or like is going off on Twitter and whatnot. You know, and sometimes they write things on each other's faces with the marker and stuff. I feel like you said in the beginning, we don't need to be friends. We just need respect. But it does seem like they...
It's an amazing bonus.
Yeah.
BB and Flacket relationship is just so cute.
Yeah, it's like my brother.
They're both stupid at the same level. And I say that with so much love to both of them. They laugh for the most stupid stuff.
Okay, that's not true. That's not true.
When they start laughing,
that's not true.
It's so communicative that everyone needs to laugh.
Okay, that's not true. Like our humor is like
elite,
mega smart.
Yeah,
it's like beyond smart.
They find one new meme per day. And sometimes it's a good meme, sometimes it's a really bad meme, sometimes it's a terrible meme, but it's always funny. And it helps a lot, So Jankos would be a bit more like the dad, the captain, But sometimes he goes really crazy as well. Vivi and Flacket are literally the two hobbits, Mary and Pippin, always happy, always goofy, always ready to do something. Targa would be a bit more on the side, a bit more quiet and stuff, but when he starts talking, it bangs usually. Yeah. And Caps, I mean, Caps is Caps, like it's a bit complicated to explain, but he's just so in love with the game and he's so funny as well. Sometimes he can shut up and not talk anymore. And that's exactly in those moments where you need a BB and a Flacco behind him to push him again.
I see, yeah. I've talked to Broken Blade a couple of times in PGL as well. He comes up with some really clever
He's really
jokes
funny.
and memes. Yeah. He's next level. Final thing I think about G2, as I kind of want to wrap it up, is G2 actually in the past was always a team that even got memes with for getting great talents from other teams, right? And always getting these superstars, the Reckless acquisition, Caps from Fnatic back then. And I feel like this year was very much a departure from that because you made the conscious choice to say, we're going to go with Broken Blade, who we think is very promising. We're going to have Caps and Jankos, who of course have been promising for G2 for a very long time. And then we're going to take a gamble, honestly, on Flacket, who we really believe in, a Targo, who comes from K-Core. Is that correct, or do you not see it as much as a departure?
It might sound like a gamble, but the amount of time Dylan and the rest have been screaming with so many different people. First, BB is not promising.
He's crazy good.
He banged in NA already, and in Schalke he was by far the best player. And then Dylan and Rodrigo knows it by heart because they worked with him for so long. So BB coming in was still, I believe, G2 getting those superstars, at least in the top lane position. Then Targa was not a promising talent. He banged as well. Right? He was really, really good. And that's why it made sense. And then once you have those four guys, you need to find the perfect ADC. And it took so many games of trial during the World and stuff. And Flacco was the best by far. It was a decision from the four other guys, not just Carlos or not just Dylan. It was a team decision between the few ADC available. Okay, should we go with the really famous one or should we go with the young one, which fits perfectly our mood and is so good and has such a high potential? Well,
or Flacket. Imagine if you said that you're like Giga Chat already.
No, I won't.
I mean, Flacket was pretty famous already. He was really popping off on Twitter already.
Because of the duck, yeah. I mean, you're god at social media.
Yeah,
like
really good.
The Patrick meme. How the hell is a full Twitter with a Patrick face now?
A reality, actually. I'm Patrick Bateman.
Jesus
okay,
don't say that.
Okay, I don't kill people or anything.
Don't do about the movie. Next.
Next, indeed. But we do enjoy your Twitter game a lot. And yeah, it's really impressive how you get to like juggle both. But yeah, it's very cool. And it's nice. And you're right, actually, about BB. He was already a superstar, right? Like, sorry, if you're watching BB, I know you're not feeling well. I wasn't trying to dish you. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the standings then, because now we have some teams locked. Mad Lions, G2 Esports, Rogue Mist. That's actually the same as today. Did you guys see the Fnatic game, by the way, against Vitality?
Insane. It was so good.
Yeah,
it was so good.
It was insane.
What do you think? What was your read on it?
I mean, I think Vitality should have taken the win. I think they threw a bit. And then it's just like Seri Yumi late game. I mean, Seri Lulu late game is
Here
like,
it is, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Seri Lulu is, is a thing of League of Legends. It's really, really, really nice and balanced and skilled.
Yeah.
But it's true, though, that I think the champion is like really OP. But I think Upset like really 1v9 as well.
Okay.
I think Upset and Upset, the Ratchuk and Helisang were like insanely carrying.
Perfect.
And yeah. Like I still think he's really OP, but I think he played like out of his mind.
Do you think they're gonna make it to the playoffs, Fnatic? Over. So basically,
I think after this win today, maybe if they lose today, they could struggle a bit. But I think after today, they should make it.
So the way it works is even if XL beat Astralis tomorrow, if Fnatic beat Misfits, they would be in, and if XL lose to Astralis, they would be out, and Fnatic would be in automatically. Double check. Correct. Thank you, production. So that's the way it works. But it does feel like they kind of, I don't know, they were a different team when they started here yesterday than the last couple of weeks. So we will see. For the rest, looks like Team Vitality will lock in as well. So what do you think of the playoffs so far then, Flacket, with Mad Lions, G2, Rogue, Misfits, let's say Vitality, and either Fnatic or XL?
I mean, I think really strong teams. I think as well, you know, even though they're really strong teams, I think like no one is like playing like really consistently like well. I feel like it's like when it comes to like playoffs, it's gonna be a bit of a gamble because like I think we're playing really well now, but weeks ago we were like playing really bad. I think Rogue as well was weeks ago playing really good, and now they're not playing that good. I think Fnatic as well, they have some good games, they have some really bad games. Same goes for Vitality. Like I think everyone is like really coin flip right now.
Yeah.
But for sure it's gonna be like really, really high playoffs.
It's fun though. What do you think, Romain? You happy?
I mean, when I compare the different scrims we had with everyone, I'm surprised Team Vitality is that low. But yeah, it's really
still?
from a business perspective, having exactly this locked would be probably the best because those 6 first team are the one bringing the most viewership. I would also be really happy to see Excel there because I really like the player and the coaching staff. But that would mean neither Fnatic or Vitality going there, which would be really sad as well.
At this point, it's kind of sad for like it's like crazy.
Tomorrow is gonna be such a long day.
This is always the kind of saddest day from a, I think, if you're a general fan perspective, because now you're like, oh, well, SK, bye. We won't see you again this year. This team, BDS. It's crazy. It's brutal out here, Flacket.
Yeah, it's
but
really
you guys
sad.
are cruising through. Just,
It's such a good situation.
2 weeks ago, we were like mega sweating, so...
Yeah.
I mean, I'm really happy, you know, that we can chill and relax. And tomorrow, like, of course, we have a game to play.
Yeah.
But this is way more chill, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, I can finally sleep, you know? I mean, I can't really sleep because of the voices, but when I can sleep, I can get good sleep. But yeah, for sure, it's way more chill than when we were like 0-4. It was like... it was really not the best moments.
No,
for sure.
0-4 now. Do you know you're actually the best performing team in the second half of summer because you won 6 out of your last 7 games. So I guess it didn't feel great, but it was actually really good. So good stuff. So let's take a look at the schedule then. The last day of the regular season tomorrow with Excel, Fnatic, and Vitality still vying for a spot. So the first one of the day is gonna... Oh, that's unfortunate. Actually, it's the first one in terms of build-up. But maybe Excel is happy that they get to play immediately. They have to win to stay in, of course. And if they do, then Fnatic still needs to win over the Misfits at the end of the day. So that's cool. Vitality's still not locked in, by the way, but they have at least a tiebreaker even if they lose. So
okay, versus whom?
I guess Excel or Fnatic, right? I guess.
A tiebreaker, Vitality, Fnatic.
Oh, it's impromptu. Cool scenario. If Excel win, Vitality lose, Fnatic win, Excel and Vitality will play a tiebreaker game for the last spot. Oh, interesting. So we have maximum 1 tiebreaker then, is that correct?
Okay.
2. We can have 2. So there are more scenarios left that will leave us with 1 or 2 tiebreaker games. These will be played after our last regularly scheduled game. Big props, by the way, to our production, our stats team, and everybody, because they made the tool. They make sure that we keep ahead of this thing. So it's actually quite complicated.
Super complicated.
It's actually super
we've
complicated.
been doing the math on our own, but we just have to do the math for us.
You guys all have the tool?
Like, I mean, we do. Rodrigo actually did a really nice Excel sheet. But we only have to look for ourselves.
Yes.
You guys have to look for absolutely
Everybody.
everyone.
And then a fan's like, no, but it's like, no, actually.
Yeah, did a mistake.
It's a mess. I'm going to take a PGL selfie, and then I'm going to let you guys go. So tomorrow you are playing SK.
Yep.
That's going to be fun, actually.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, they are out, but yeah. You guys want to sit? Do you actually want to sit?
I'm not.
Wait, can I?
We can sit.
Wait. Okay, nice. So that was all from us here tonight. Be sure to stay tuned. We have 100 Thieves versus CLG in the LCS Super Week, and we'll be back tomorrow for the final day of the regular season. Don't miss it. Bye. Final Super Week.
Whoa. Hang on a minute. So you're telling me that this man, he went from red through his jungle into lane, he then flashes to gank the... Okay, that is the most Giga Chad gank pathing I've ever seen. Would BDS look in?
Limit going in. Oh, the pillar! Oh, that's disgusting. Stops the engage from Limit. This one, yes, you are. Stand up, and he's just healing through it all. Ricochet after Ricochet finds its mark. Rogue can do nothing about it.
Targamas, that's for you.
Now Mickey locked back once again. Sun coming out from the glacier prison. Mickey trying to get away, but the whirling death, it's 2. SK will find their third of the game.
We've definitely lost the show. Cool.
Here comes a dragon, a barn, and a very electric woman. Man, Arma just getting burned down. Nothing you can do there.
Marcoon healed, shielded, the Devour absolutely massive with a 3-man knockback! Nuked now stands alone! The shaking hands for XL and for SK. Your whole year comes down to this moment. Gilius goes forward, Marcoon though, Gilius already dead, he's gonna tick, 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 you have the field, there it is! The lasers of disaster spelled for SK their doom as XL keep their hopes alive.
What an incredible game between these two teams.
Go Chain now going down first, now locked up. Finally, Sloth goes in, Wonder! It's clean, but Perks is still standing! No, Razor! He's going in the tower! Oh, he's out!
So this is a pretty good wall from Certus trying to cut off Nuke for the rest of the team.
It goes all the way around because of the Weaver as well.
Just like that! Hopes and dreams, can he keep them going? It's just 2 steps forward! Are you kidding me? In the face of death, in the face of elimination, in the face of fate falling away from his hands, Upset says no, Fanatics say yes!
1, 2, 3, 4!
Whenever you're calling, I just need some space. 3 o'clock in the morning, you make my heart line bling, and I keep ignoring, hoping it resonates. Whenever you're calling, I just need some space, yeah. All of your faces and all of your problems, you love to blame me when really you cause them. It's always the same thing, it's making me nauseous. I can't take your call today. Hey, whenever you're calling, I just need some space. 3 o'clock in the morning, you make my heart line blank, and I keep ignoring, hoping it resonates. Whenever you're calling, still I need some space, yeah. Some space, I need 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 some space, some space, I need some space, I need some space, some space. You push me away with every word you say. Can tell it to your face, so I keep ignoring whenever you're calling. Cause all of your faces and all of your problems, you love to blame me when really you cause them. It's always the same thing, it's making me nauseous. I can't take your call today. Hey, whenever you're calling, I just need some space. 3 o'clock in the morning, you make my heart line bling, and I keep ignoring, hoping it resonates. Whenever you're calling, whenever you're calling, I just need some space. 3 o'clock in the morning, you make my heart line blank, and I keep ignoring, hoping it resonates. Whenever you're calling, still I need some space, yeah. Some space, I need 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 some space, some space.